This young man refused to choose a specific class for himself like the other 2 million candidates. Yunshin made a completely different choice. He chose to be a jobless person, meaning someone with no profession. A jobless person can use a variety of skills, but they are all elementary skills with mediocre power. If one chooses a suitable class and upgrades it seriously, their future prospects are definitely brighter. After the world changed, the college entrance exam is no longer a test of ordinary knowledge. Students must face dungeons filled with monsters. If they fail, they will truly lose their lives. There are 3 difficulty levels, ranging from simple to hell. Naturally, the points awarded for clearing them differ as well. Students need to assess their own strength to choose the appropriate difficulty. This testing process is broadcast live to the outside world. After the exam begins, most students choose to form teams to fight together. It makes sense. Staying alive is the most important thing. Only a few top students from the elite class choose to go solo. Suddenly, the monitoring board sees a very familiar figure on the screen. This boy didn't form a team either. He went alone. He is carrying all sorts of weapons belonging to different classes. Yet he isn't a member of the Rocket Elite class. Why is he holding so many types of weapons? Did he not choose a class? Is he a jobless person? Most people think Yunshin is truly a fool to choose to be jobless and rely only on low-level skills. It really has no use at all. Yunshin's homeroom teacher is sweating bullets seeing this scene. This idiot ultimately didn't listen and refused to choose a class. And today he even chose the hell difficulty dungeon. Is he trying to throw his life away? The dean standing next to him has a face that looks even uglier. The homeroom teacher wipes the sweat from his forehead, laughing awkwardly to hide his embarrassment. This kid's talent is very suitable for being a jobless person. There shouldn't be any problem. Inside, Yunshin is ready to officially enter the dungeon. Worthy of the hell level. Just standing at the gate, one can feel the gloomy and terrifying atmosphere. Outside, everyone thinks Yunshin must be so scared he's peed his pants by now. But right at that moment, he uses the haste skill of the swordsman class. Even while carrying a mountain of weapons. Thanks to this skill, Yunshin can still move as fast as flying. Very quickly, he approaches the monsters in the dungeon. These look like goblins, don't they? As soon as they see a human arrive, they scramble to attack. Yunshin then uses a mage skill, Fireball. A fierce flame shoots out, instantly taking the lives of over a dozen goblins. Everyone watching through the screen is shocked. This level of skill? It doesn't look like a jobless person possessing elementary skills at all. On the contrary, it's superior to many low-level mages. As the goblin formation breaks apart, the staff in Yunshin's hand changes, becoming a sword. He becomes a swordsman, taking out the remaining goblins one by one. Beautiful execution. Fast and decisive. The power of this flame/skill is not to be trifled with. The viewers are now divided into 2 extremes. One side cheers because Yunshin's style is so spectacular. The other side can't believe what he just demonstrated. Because in their perception, jobless people are always very mediocre and useless. The dean also starts to pay attention to Yunshin. Clearly, the power of his skills is superior. The homeroom teacher explains. Yunshin awakened his own talent. And that talent is all-rounder. Hearing this, the dean just shakes his head. People with this talent can learn skills from every class, but the upgrade limit is capped at C rank. Facing this young man, the dean can only feel regret because he thinks Yunshin will become weaker in the future. But that's because no one knows what he holds in his hands. After a slaughter, Yunshin clears the first stage. He pushes open the heavy stone door, preparing to enter the second stage. Inside is a swarm of goblins, crawling everywhere. Impossible to count them all. Not only are there more of them, this group is also tougher than the ordinary goblins in stage 1, because they have higher levels and their own skills. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see these details, but Yunshin possesses the appraisal skill. With just a glance, he can read the levels, skills, and attributes of his opponents. There are nearly 100 of them, a bit crowded, and Yunshin's current position isn't very favorable. This is getting interesting. A lead goblin points at Yunshin, then growls a few times. The group behind understands and starts to charge forward together. These guys even have a band beating drums and blowing horns to boost morale. Yunshin carefully assesses the goblins. They are planning a coordinated attack. The ones with combat attributes. The knights charge forward first, while those with magical abilities stand in the back to cast spells. Letting you guys coordinate would be too troublesome. Yinshin raises his staff. He uses the flash skill, creating an incredibly blinding light. This skill temporarily limits the opponent's vision. Sure enough, the goblin formation falls into chaos. Seizing the moment, Yinshin quietly approaches the goblin mage from behind. This is thanks to the stealth skill of the assassin class. This goblin mage is quickly dispatched with a clean slice to the throat. The rest, after recovering from the blindness, return to surround Yinshin. Facing this situation, he isn't afraid at all. Yinshin uses the clone skill. Then, a series of assassin skills are favored by him. Backstabbing, piercing hearts. Yinshin uses every method to dispose of the goblins. Agile movements. Flexible skill combinations mean that very quickly, more than half of the goblins are dealt with. A red goblin is now enraged to the extreme. Yinshin notices it too. Perhaps this thing can activate a berserk state? The very next second, just as he predicted, that goblin suddenly grows in size. Its state becomes much more violent. Yinshin lightly jumps up to dodge. He raises his staff, starting to summon the water element. Outside, the live screen suddenly switches to a student from the Rocket Elite class. In normal terms, that's a top student from the selected class. But the audience curses in unison. No one wants to watch him. Everyone is watching the jobless Yinshin. Bricks, banana peels are thrown at the screen. Everyone is talking about this boy. Proficient in every class. Every skill is controlled perfectly. Yinshin is currently no different from a monster. Even the swordsman class teacher has to praise him. His execution is too precise. Even better than many specialized assassins. Under pressure from the audience, the broadcast team switches back to Yinshin. At this moment, he has summoned the water element to fight the normal goblins, while Yinshin is fighting the boss one-on-one. Earlier, he was intentionally stalling for time, waiting for the monster's berserk state to pass. Currently, it has returned to its normal form, but it's still a hell dungeon boss after all. It certainly won't be easy to chew. Seeing the boss, the goblin rushes forward. Yinshin uses a mechanic skill. He places a bear trap, immobilizing the boss for 2 seconds. Then, Yinshin uses the fireball spell again. The flame aims straight for the opponent's head, blinding one of its eyes. Vision restricted and injured, the goblin starts to panic. In its confusion, its foot steps on a mechanism. This was also placed by Yinshin. Then, a huge explosion erupts. Terrifying power, shaking a corner of the sky. But that is not enough. Yinshin knows this skill isn't enough to take the monster's life. After the thick smoke clears, sure enough, it's still alive. Its rage has reached its peak. It wants to unleash its strongest skill, or trample. But Yinshin anticipated this. A green light appears in his hand. Not a chance. Many tentacles shoot up from the ground, wrapping tightly around the goblin's limbs. Yinshin controls other tentacles to whip the monster straight in the face. The goblin grinds its teeth. Blood vessels burst in its eyes, proving it has reached its limit. Yinshin continues to show off skills with Frost Bullet. Hit by this, his opponent loses 35% of its attack and movement speed. The goblin is still bound tight, unable to move. Then comes a barrage of skills from all sorts of classes by Yinshin. One attack follows another, all aimed straight at the boss. It cannot resist. It can only howl in pain. Outside, the audience drops their jaws in amazement again. A boss in a hell dungeon beaten to the point where it can't counter a single move. Moreover, Yinshin isn't spamming skills randomly. The way he combines attacks is truly too fluid. People have already started congratulating Yinshin's homeroom teacher. With this performance, the boy can totally make it into the top 5 of the province. Breaking this school's record, the dean starts stroking his beard and laughing heartily. With this performance from Yinshin, he thinks getting into the top 3 won't be a difficult problem. Teacher Jean, the homeroom teacher, naturally gets treated better because of this. Outside, the junior students are going crazy because this senior is too cool. Many even want to abandon their current classes to follow the path of the jobless like Yinshin. The second stage has been successfully conquered. Yinshin takes a few more steps, pushing the stone door to prepare for the next stage. He finished the boss and isn't even resting? Too arrogant. That's no different from seeking death. The crowd below starts buzzing. The dean, who had just calmed down for a few minutes, starts getting angry again. Clearly, Yin Chun has enough time to rest, but he just continues to the next stage. His stamina hasn't recovered yet. Truly a bold decision. The mage class teacher shakes his head. The next stage won't be anything mediocre. No matter how good Yin Chun is, he can't reach the highest level in every profession. Entering there when his mana and stamina haven't recovered is a foolish move. Inside, Yin Chun has already scouted the third stage. The goblins are lined up in orderly rows. All of them are high-level goblins. This group is aggressive and agile. As soon as they see Yin Chun enter, they attack simultaneously. The 3 soldiers created by Yin Chun using the water element are about to disappear as the summon time ends. Then let's make use of them one last time. Yin Chun orders them to charge forward and create a barrier, successfully blocking the storm-like attack from the goblins. When the dust settles, the goblins are shocked speechless. The young man standing opposite them has pulled out 2 guns, loaded and ready, seemingly out of nowhere. Guns. That means the next skill Yin Chun uses will belong to the marksman class. Although the damage is high, they are very difficult to control. Among them is a skill called Hot Pursuit. Every time a shot hits, it stacks a layer of damage. It can stack up to a maximum of 25 layers. Therefore, to reach the highest damage, one must hit every shot. He can't do it. The mage teacher shakes his head again. In the dungeon, Yin Chun fires the first shot. It hits. Outside, the junior students start cheering loudly. One shot after another rings out. Hot Pursuit has stacked damage to the 3rd layer. Then, Yin Chun gets even more flashy, using a series of other marksman skills. Saying he never misses is not an exaggeration at all. The goblins are wiped out in a flash. The audience outside has truly been conquered. The students who are crazy about Yin Chun go without saying. But even the teachers unanimously agree that he is as strong as a god. The dean and head teacher Jean can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Other teachers notice something. From the start of the exam until now, Yin Chun hasn't drunk a single potion. Stamina potions, health potions. Other students have drunk until their bellies are full, but he hasn't touched a single bottle. The dean isn't sure if this kid is arrogant or just confident. Only head teacher Jean knows clearly. From the start, he didn't bring any potions. Because with that crappy backpack, carrying a dozen weapons was already overloading it. Yin Chun examines his 2 guns. He pulled the trigger too much just now, so they overheated. He doesn't feel any regret. He decisively throws them away. The dean is confused again. He turns to question head teacher Jean. The guns are broken? What happened? His guns are novice grade. The super cheap kind. The lowest tier. The homeroom teacher stammers. What kind of homeroom teacher are you? How could you let a student use scrap metal for the college entrance exam? The dean flies into a rage. But it's unfair to head teacher Jean too. Yin Chun's family is dirt poor. He's an orphan. He has a little sister to take care of. Asking him to buy good weapons for the exam is really too much. Hearing this, the dean tears up. If he had known earlier that there was such a talented person, he wouldn't have hesitated to pay out of his own pocket to buy good gear for him. Yin Chun stands before the stone door. The next stage is the final boss. If he continues at this pace, he can totally take the #1 spot. Yin Chun loudly shouts, "Open." Victory or defeat lies in this stage. If successful, he will become the first top scorer of the province. To lead this school, to break records. If such a good seed fails to bring glory to the school just because of bad equipment, then you don't need to be a teacher anymore. The dean glares at the homeroom teacher, clearly stating his ultimatum. Head teacher Jean is sweating profusely. He looks at the live screen, muttering, "Yin Chun, you must do your best." Yin Chun pushes the heavy stone door open. Others might not even pass stage 2. Yet he has stepped into the final stage. Many eyes are watching Yin Chun, waiting for this historic moment. They don't even care how other students are doing in the exam anymore. Just as Yin Chun steps into the final room, the live screen suddenly loses connection. Curses erupt in unison from below. What the hell? Do you have to cut the feed right at the suspenseful part? Everyone is busy being angry, but a female student notices something wrong. Looking closely, someone has died in the dungeon. From the beginning until now, They were only focused on Yunshin's every move. Now they notice. Not just one, but countless people have died in the dungeon. Most were finished off by the boss in stage 2. Countless others had to quit halfway through at this stage too. They exited the dungeon in a miserable state, barely clinging to life. Yunshin's outstanding performance made many people mistakenly think everything was simple. But in reality, this is the college entrance exam with the hardest difficulty ever. The junior students start to panic. At this rate, even if they study for a few more years, it will be hard to clear the stages as smoothly as Yunshin demonstrated. Seeing the situation is unstable. The dean orders the screen to switch back to Yunshin. Now they need someone strong enough to lift everyone's spirits. And the most viable person right now is indeed only Yunshin. At this moment, he has encountered the strongest boss in the final stage. In the room, it sits alone arrogantly on a throne made of gems and skulls. Seeing Yunshin enter, the boss speaks threateningly. "Human, this is not a place you can set foot in." As the final goblin stands up, Yunshin feels a wave of pressure, worthy of being the final boss of a hell dungeon. This pressure is truly rare. This monster can even speak human language. But unfortunately, you only have 20 seconds to live. Yunshin activates the Berserker skill, Blood Burst. This skill increases all attributes by 80% for 20 seconds. Attack speed, movement speed, and armor penetration all increase by 75%. But when these 20 seconds end, the entire body will fall into a weakened state for 3 minutes. During that time, all attributes are reduced by 75%. Outside, everyone is in an uproar. Using Blood Burst right at the start, Yunshin wants to go all or nothing. Head teacher Jean is trembling all over. This decision is too risky. This is clearly risking his life. The dean is provoked to the point of hypertension. "Quick, get me my blood pressure medicine. Hurry up." After using Blood Burst, Yunshin quickly closes in on the goblin. Although his speed is very fast, this monster is also too strong. The axe in its hand swings up, slicing the person in front of it in two. The entire stand goes silent. But the dean realizes it fastest. What the Goblin King just slashed was only a clone of Yunshin. His real body has now circled behind, slashing a long line down its back. As the goblin turns around, Yunshin continues to use flash to stab straight into its eyes. Right now, this is the best chance to finish the opponent. That script is beautiful. But unfortunately, it doesn't happen. Because of Yunshin's dirty tricks, the goblin has gone mad. It quickly falls into a berserk state. The spear in Yunshin's hand snaps in two. Out of options, Yunshin is forced to use tentacles to temporarily bind the monster's arms. But due to the influence of the opponent's berserk state, his blood burst time has decreased. Now there are only a meager 13 seconds left. The drama is about to begin. Yunshin's broken spear raises everyone's anxiety, especially the dean. He thinks, such a grueling battle shouldn't have such poor weapons existing in it. Jean, do you understand what I mean? Head teacher Jean naturally understands. If he had known this beforehand, he would have spent his own money to buy equipment for his student. But having entered the dungeon, no one can help Yunshin now. If he dies because of bad equipment, then head teacher Jean will become a sinner for the ages. The dean will definitely strangle him. On this side, Yunshin is also quite troubled. He originally wanted to destroy the Goblin Monarch before it entered the berserk state. But he didn't expect this moment to come so quickly. Now it's really hard to deal with. Time is running out. Yunshin activates the weakness detection skill. But the thing in front of him has absolutely no weaknesses. Now it's really big trouble. The Goblin Monarch continuously swings its axe at Yunshin. The blood burst state hasn't ended yet, so with his current speed, he can easily dodge. The goblin stomps one foot heavily on the ground. The ground cracks open. Yunshin basically can't stand firm. He's injured. He pants heavily. His strength is declining. Blood Burst has only 9 seconds left. Outside, the girls who were just claiming Yunshin as their husband are crying their eyes out. Blood Burst is about to end, yet he hasn't even broken the goblin's defense, let alone caused damage. Both the dean and the head teacher are worried sick. The spear is broken. The sword is gone too. What's worse is he doesn't even have healing potions. In this situation, perhaps the boy is about to go meet his ancestors. The goblin monarch takes a few more steps toward Yunshun. Its massive axe is raised high. You can die now. 7 seconds left. Yunshun suddenly raises his head high, asking back with a provocative sentence. Is that so? Right at this moment, many tentacles rise up from behind the monster. The goblin monarch hurriedly uses its axe to chop them off. The students outside think Yunshun is desperate and attacking blindly. These tentacles from the druid class are only for crowd control. They have no attack power. But the dean chuckles. It seems this kid has discovered the core factor. Earlier, Yunshun used a skill to find the opponent's weakness, but found nothing. However, no exam would set up a monster with no weaknesses. It's just that. The goblin monarch's weakness lies on its back, meticulously hidden by its cape. The monster, having its secret discovered, starts to become flustered. Yunshun activates the pugilist's fire fist skill. 3 seconds left until blood burst ends. But that's enough to take this thing down. He appears behind the monster like a ghost. The tentacles have now bound its body tight. The goblin monarch isn't stupid either. Because it doesn't want its weakness hit, it spins around. The fire Yunshun unleashed hits its chest. Humph. With this level of attack, you can only make me fall. How can you cause any major damage? You lose. Blood burst has ended. Will Yunshun lose? No. How can the main character lose? No matter how smart the goblin is, it can't calculate as precisely as a human. Right at the spot where it falls, Yunshun has already placed a sword. The monster's back falls right onto that sword. A final finishing blow. Yunshun, now exhausted, collapses on the ground. The announcement rings out. Yunshun successfully cleared the dungeon on hell difficulty. Total clear time is 14 minutes and 47 seconds. His college entrance exam result has been recorded. This exam has officially ended for Yunshun. Outside, the entire stand seems to explode. Everyone is incredibly excited because Yunshun completed the final stage. In total, he only took exactly 20 seconds to defeat the monster. Inside, Yunshun is receiving his dungeon clear rewards. He levels up 3 times in a row, along with a pile of skill points and countless items. Moreover, as the first person to clear this dungeon, Yunshun unlocks an achievement. Between 3 choices, Yunshun finally chooses Fast Casting. This achievement is a magic type skill, helping to shorten the time for chanting and casting spells. The new equipment he received is also good stuff, at least much better than his old scrap metal. With these things, fighting the goblin monarch again would probably only take 5 seconds. Time to go out. Yunshun leaves the dungeon. As soon as he steps out, the stand instantly explodes with cheers. Yunshun is invincible. Yunshun, marry me. What the hell is this situation? Yunshun looks around, dumbfounded. Many cameras are pointing at him. The dean himself comes out to welcome him. Teacher Jin's face is blooming with joy. The two of them sandwich Yunshun to take a commemorative photo. The dean says he will report the exam results as soon as they are available. For now, he should go home and rest. And it doesn't stop there. He even sends his private driver to drive his car to take Yunshun home. This treatment is truly unprecedented. As soon as Yunshun leaves, the director of the Education Bureau calls the dean. It seems this school is really about to rise up. Arriving home, Yunshun's little sister is waiting. She made a lot of dishes. She even spent extra to buy some meat to nourish him because today is his college entrance exam. Yunshun looks at his sister, feeling both sweet and bitter. His father died 10 years ago in a war against mutated monsters. His mother followed a few years later due to overwork leading to heart disease. All these years, Yunshun has always worked hard, and his sister is even more sensible. Now, the first step has yielded positive results. Life won't be too difficult anymore. Brother, how was the exam today? Did it go smoothly? Yunshun doesn't hide it, gently telling her that the dean said he would definitely be in the top 3. Hearing this, the little sister's eyes immediately light up. She is crazy with joy because finally, there will be meat in their meals. For the next few days, Yunshun diligently grinds quests for skill points. After all, university requires more skill points than high school. If there's a chance, he might even unlock a hidden class. 5 days later, after completing a mission, just as he returns home, his sister rushes into his arms. She happily announces that this time Yunshun is number 1. He has become the province's top scorer. Turns out he left in too much of a hurry this morning. Yunshin didn't bring his phone. Since then, people have been calling off the hook. Just as she finishes speaking, the phone rings again. It's the dean calling. Yunshin picks up. An anxious old voice comes from the other end. Why didn't you pick up after I called so many times? But anyway, that's not important. Recruiters are coming to the school this afternoon. Prepare to come and choose a university for yourself. This feeling is really. Yunshin doesn't know which school to choose. Looking forward to it so much. Memories from 3 years ago suddenly flood back. On the day of the talent test, Yunshin was found to possess the all-rounder talent. Everyone thought he was trash. He himself thought he was useless. But at his most desperate moment, Yunshin suddenly got a system. It was truly a gift from heaven. 3 years have passed since then. He is now in a new position. He wonders what the system will reward him with after achieving top score. Originally, Yunshin thought the reward would be some expensive equipment. But unexpectedly, his all-rounder talent is upgraded from B rank to A+ rank. This is equivalent to all skills being able to be upgraded further. Accompanying it is a rebirth cross. When the owner dies, it is automatically consumed to find a safe place to revive them, suddenly gaining an extra life. It is truly incredibly precious. Yunshin also receives a new talent, Super Recovery and Divine Flash. Super Recovery helps him avoid most fatal injuries, and Divine Flash can help Yunshin tear through space, moving from one position to another in the blink of an eye. Yunshin's house is surrounded by reporters. It was hard to escape. Arriving at school, students are also being blocked by reporters asking about the top scorer. In the principal's office, a meeting is currently taking place. Lecturers from universities have come to recruit Yunshin, like the representative from Qing University, who was extremely upset after hearing he is just a jobless freelancer. He demanded the dean immediately make Yunshin switch to another class. Otherwise, there is absolutely no way he can enter Qing University. Moreover, he also thinks that even as a top scorer, such a jobless person has no future. Not stopping there, the student accompanying him adds fuel to the fire. He claims Yunshin must have used some trick to achieve high scores in this exam. After some back and forth, the meeting room instantly becomes chaotic. The dean has a massive headache. Just then, Yunshin kicks the door open. So you want to throw dirty water on me right now? The dean wants to introduce him, but Yunshin signals to stop because he heard everything from outside. Yunshin walks straight up to that student. I am here now. Do you want to test what tricks I used? What do you want to try? I used the title of top scorer to challenge you. If I don't win within 5 moves, I will admit defeat. A student who just graduated high school wants to challenge an elite university student? Hearing this, the guy thinks it's clearly a young calf unafraid of a tiger. Ha ha ha. But he agrees to the challenge. The dean turns pale with anger. This student really gives him a headache. That student is already a level 19 class holder. Yunshin is a level 13 jobless person. How can he compete? They leave the meeting room for the training arena. The student named Yuan Zhou is extremely smug. He thinks he can take down Yunshin in just 3 moves. The dean and head teacher Jean are very worried. But words spoken cannot be taken back. Now the two can only pray Yunshin brings a surprise. The opponent is also a mage. He points at the staff in Yunshin's hand. That thing used to be a staff on the outside, and a long sword on the inside. But in the recent battle, the sword broke. It can only be used in magic mode. Even so, it's more than enough to defeat you. Yuan Zhou is provoked by Yunshin's statement. Want to use magic to defeat me? How arrogant. Yuan Zhou raises his staff, starting to chant. With the casting acceleration skill, it should only take 0.7 seconds to cast the spell. He was arrogantly thinking that with this speed, Yunshin certainly wouldn't be able to keep up. But as soon as he looks up, his fireball is already in front of his face. Yuan Zhou can't believe Yunshin's casting speed is faster than his. Falling into a passive state, Yuan Zhou can only create a magic shield to temporarily block the attack. But Yunshin's fireball is too strong. His shield continuously cracks. Finally, it shatters completely. Several more fireballs rain down on his head. Yuan Zhou can't dodge in time. He is quickly engulfed in Yunshin's flames. Endgame. Yunshin looks smugly at the explosion in front of him. Yuan Zhou is now blown black and blue. face covered in soot. He has completely lost the arrogant smugness from earlier. But Yunshin has no intention of letting him off that easily. He steps forward, one foot stepping on the opponent's back, deliberately speaking loudly with a provocative tone. Is this all a Qing University student can do? The lecturers from various schools witnessing this scene have absolutely no doubts about Yunshin's ability anymore, because his file states his skill limit is C rank. But looking at the color of the fireball just now, it must be at least B rank. Jobless freelancers previously had only one weakness, the skill level limit. Yunshin can break that to advance. Then in the future, he is clearly an all-class all-rounder, invincible under the heavens. The lecturers start swarming to fight over him. Only the Qing University lecturer stands aside, stubbornly bitter. What's the use of advancing talent once? He still has no future. Yet you guys are frantically fighting over him like this. The lecturers from other schools aren't children to be easily provoked by him. Finally, that Qing University lecturer loses too much face and leaves first. Yuan Zhou, who is still lying unconscious on the ground, is ignored by him. The rest are still frantically recruiting. Among them, Jiangnan University offers the most generous resources. They are willing to provide all elementary skill books of all classes for him. And not just books from this country, but also skill books from other countries. Upon enrollment, if he achieves good results, Yunshin will also be taught hidden skills and gifted a multiform weapon, the thing most suitable for a jobless freelancer. Damn, Jiangnan is playing too big. Skill books from all nations, hidden skills, and a multiform weapon are all hot items. People around start whispering. Yunshin doesn't think for long. He immediately steps forward to shake hands with the Jiangnan University lecturer. Such good resources. Refusing would be foolish. Moreover, he doesn't want to go too far away. After all, his sister Yuntang is still here, studying at Jiangnan. If anything happens, he can rush home quickly. School selection done. Yunshin strolls to the backyard behind the school. He wants to test Divine Flash. This talent is indeed extraordinary. Yunshin can teleport instantly from one place to another. This is great for both offense and defense. However, the stamina consumption is quite large. Looks like he needs to train more. The phone dings a few times. It's a scholarship transfer notification. Quite a lot. The other rewards must have been sent home, just in time. Yunshin wants to test Divine Flash at a longer distance. Just appearing at his front door, he sees people from Jiangnan University. True to their promise, they brought Yunshin an enrollment gift. It's a gold rank multiform weapon. That multiform weapon is named Spectre, a magic array with gold quality. It can flexibly change into 3 different forms: gun, longsword, and staff. Yunshin fondles the new weapon in his hand, extremely satisfied. Finally, he doesn't need to waste effort carrying a backpack full of crappy weapons anymore. The representative also brings Yunshin a trunk full of skill books for rare classes. For someone eager to learn like him, this pile is more precious than gold. And it doesn't stop there. Dongyan City, where Yunshin lives, also sends a special gift. It's a luxurious villa. Yuntang, living in such a big house for the first time, can't avoid feeling excited. Extremely. Compared to our house, the toilet here is even bigger. Compared to her state, Yunshin seems much calmer. He has already taken out a few books to read. He discovers that his country actually has many rare classes. 70 years ago, when the game merged with reality, players had to choose their race at the start. The vast majority chose human, but there were also those who chose to be elves, beastmen, or dwarves. Over the years, many humans married other races and gave birth to children with special bloodlines. Dongyun is just a small city, so for years, Yunshin hasn't had the chance to meet other races. But soon he will go to Jiangnan University to study. This is a good opportunity to broaden his horizons about this world. In the following month, Yunshin diligently does system quests while studying skills of new classes. The remaining half-month before enrollment, he spends time taking Yuntang everywhere. Finally, the opening day arrives. Yunshin has someone pick him up. Yuntang is crying tears in 2 streams. She doesn't want to be away from her brother at all. Yunshin gives her all sorts of instructions. After all, they don't need to worry about money anymore. Yuntang's life, even without him, probably won't be too difficult. I have to go now. Arriving at Jiangnan University, Yunshin has arrived. The scenery here looks exactly like the sects in Xinxia movies. Not like a 21st century university at all. A large crowd gathers around him. All sorts of different races. Jiangnan is worthy of being one of the top 7 universities in the country. Truly an eye-opener. An elf girl greets him first upon seeing him. She is the person in charge of registering new students. Yunshin obediently hands his freshman file to her. Seeing his name, she is extremely astonished. Unconsciously reading aloud. Yunshin. From Dongyan City? Just this one sentence attracts the attention of many people. All eyes turn to Yunshin. Some admire. Some are amazed. But mostly, there are jealous looks mixed with hostility. The elf girl kindly reminds him. Because Yunshin receives very good treatment from the school, he will unintentionally become a target for many other freshmen. According to custom, after the welcome ceremony tomorrow, a week later, the school will organize a competition. At that time, countless other freshmen will likely want to snatch his #1 spot. And among them, there is no shortage of experts whose levels are not low at all. Yunshin looks at the status window popping up with a new mission. He must maintain his #1 ranking in the freshman competition. The reward for winning is an S-rank skill. Haha, then let them come. The next day, a grand ceremony is held at Jiangnan University to welcome the freshmen. Yunshin stands in the front row. Whispers from other students ripple from below. That's him. That jobless freelancer. Last night, he stayed in that villa on the mountain. While we could only stay at the foot of the mountain, looked down upon by him from above. I'm also a provincial top scorer. On what basis am I ranked behind him? I don't accept this. Facing those bitter words, Yunshin just plays deaf. But actually, there is no shortage of people willing to stand up for him. For example, Shin Tairan, top scorer of Dazhou Province. Or Yi Qingling, top scorer of Donglin Province. True top students always have a different demeanor. This noisy scene is observed from above by Yi Anfu, principal of the War Academy. He just feels these kids are truly young calves unafraid of tigers. Yunshin's talent was fully revealed through the footage of the exam. Jiangnan University is divided into many small academies. And not just Principal Yi. The other principals have also acknowledged it. Yunshin's combat skills are not bad. Combat intuition like a beast. And he can use many types of weapons. I've secured him. The newcomer is the principal of the Weapon Academy, named Xia Qingqing. Everyone buzzes. It's the first time seeing Principal Xia pay attention to a new student like this. Usually, she is extremely cold, speaking as sparingly as gold. However, Yunshin is truly a good seed. Not only does Xia Qingqing have her eyes on him, but other principals also want to fight to make him their personal student. Haha, looks like we have to speed up the process. Yi Anfu taps the cane in his hand on the ground. He uses a teleportation spell, instantly appearing in front of the students. Yunshin recognizes the old man immediately. He also knows well that among the 5 academies of Jiangnan, the War Academy is the strongest. Yi Anfu gently announces. Regarding the students' dissatisfaction and refusal to accept the #1 spot, the teachers in the school are all aware. Therefore, the time for the competition will be moved up by a whole week. All students, go back and prepare. At 2 p.m., come to Yunnan Square to begin combat practice. The students are fired up. All agree with this decision. Very quickly, 2 p.m. arrives. Everyone gathers fully. In front of the students are 3 large gates. This is the entrance to a copy of the Silver Secret Realm. The original is held by the government. But compared to the college entrance exam dungeon, this copy is much harder. It seems this competition isn't much different from the recent exam. All students will enter to fight in the Silver Secret Realm to determine the final ranking. Yunshin, is it? I will trample him into a pebble under my foot. Yunshin isn't very happy hearing his name constantly called out. Currently, all new students are eyeing him. Fine then. Wait until we enter the secret realm. You will definitely open your eyes wide to see the strength of these geniuses from all directions. The secret realm door opens. All students use the teleportation array to enter. Inside is a troll lair, an extremely vicious creature, especially at night. Their fighting spirit increases even more powerfully. Yunshin pulls out his new weapon. Time is gold. He has to resolve this bunch quickly. At the same time, on this side, a student is using a machine gun to frantically spray bullets at the opponent. The principals, and lecturers in the school are also observing the situation inside via live broadcast. Yeonfu seems satisfied because the quality of this year's freshman is quite uniform. Scanning through a few people, Xia Qingcheng directly requests to switch the camera to Yunchun. A scene unfolds before them that makes it hard to believe. Yunchun has cleared the trolls in stage 1 and has already entered stage 2. This speed is truly too fast. Record broken. How on earth did he do it? The old principal of the Element Academy, named Lin Hechuan, speaks up now. Based on the scene, one can easily guess the method Yunchun used. Those trolls must have been gathered in one place by a tornado created by the windwalk skill. Then, all burned clean in one move by a fireball. Sounds simple, but execution isn't easy at all. Based on this result, his wind eye and fireball spell must be at least B rank. Lin Hechuan chuckles a few times. This kid fits his Element Academy perfectly. He definitely has to fight for him. And inside, Yunchun has also entered the second room. Something feels wrong. This room, the entire area is a swamp. Yunchun stops moving to avoid sinking deeper. He launches a large fireball and accurately jumps right into the center of the explosion. It seems, to pass this stage quickly, one needs precise awareness. This is too easy for me. The druid class doesn't stop at the ability to control tentacles. Yunchun uses the nature interaction skill. This thing helps him sense the breath of nature. And he has upgraded all skills to B+ rank. So when using this skill, Yunchun can resonate and communicate with all plants. In this room, full of vegetation, nothing can trouble Yunchun anymore. Relying on the guidance of the plants, he finds the way to the third room. Yunchun jumps like a monkey between the tree canopies, not letting his body touch the swamp. Finally, he successfully reaches the end of the room. His feet can touch the ground without sinking. Just then, a troll suddenly tries to ambush him from behind. Yunchun doesn't even turn his head, directly using a fireball to knock it away. I told you, all the plants in this room are my eyes and ears. There are still many trolls hiding in the trees. But Yunchun doesn't have time to find and deal with each one. He continues to use the growth skill of the druid class. The trees where the trolls are lurking suddenly grow very fast. Lush branches and leaves pierce straight into their bodies. With this skill, any living body pierced by the branches will have its nutrients sucked dry and die. Outside, the lecturers are very satisfied with this performance. There are many skills to enhance senses, but Yunchun chose the interaction ability right from the start. This is the most suitable skill for this situation. It proves this kid not only knows how to fight, but also has a brain. His judgment is extremely good. Inside, after passing the swamp area, Yunchun can move freely. Although the room is arranged like a maze. One careless move, and you'll get lost immediately. But Yunchun has the plants guiding him. He completely avoids falling into this awkward situation. Very quickly, he reaches the stone door ready for the third stage. The door is guarded by a large troll warrior who is dozing off. Suddenly, it's hot. The troll opens its eyes just to be hit by Yunchun's fireball. Oh my god, can you be a bit professional as a guard? Losing because you overslept is too humiliating. The stone door opens. The troll warrior is blasted inside. It hurriedly kowtows to its chieftain, crying while explaining its failure to guard the door. There was a despicable human who ambushed me while I was sleeping soundly, causing me to fly in here. The troll chieftain remains expressionless. The troll warrior wants to atone for its crime. It stands up abruptly, spirits high, ready to crush Yunchun to make amends. Deciding to crush whom? Yunchun has already appeared behind it. Before the slow troll can react, he uses the void/skill of the swordsman to carve a few sweet lines into its back. The troll warrior instantly collapses right in front of its chieftain. This scene drives the troll chieftain mad. Makes sense. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before hitting the dog. Yunchun killing the guard dog right in front of the troll chieftain. How could it swallow this anger? Yunchun activates the appraisal skill. Besides the level 17 chieftain, there are countless level 15 troll hunters and troll shamans below. Such a large number, not to mention the boss. This is going to be quite hard to deal with. However, Yunchun is prepared. He raises his staff. It's worth giving you guys a lavish feast. The troll chieftain raises its weapon. In front of it appear countless images of Yunchun. having lost its reason to rage. It simply thinks he used a clone technique. But it doesn't matter. No matter how many Yunshins there are, it will destroy them all. So the troll chieftain's hammer keeps raising and falling. The room is filled with its curses and the sound of weapons clashing. Die? Die? Go to hell. Suddenly, a fireball shoots from behind the troll chieftain. Yunshin's clones standing behind it are all incinerated by this fireball. The troll chieftain turns its head. In its eyes is a troll shaman holding a staff. It laughs heartily, starting to praise. A wizard like you isn't bad. Besides dark magic, I didn't expect you to comprehend other magics. Wait until after we kill this human. I will appoint you as captain. The hammer in its hand becomes even more enthusiastic. Every swing sends more of Yunshin's clones to their graves. On this side, that troll shaman is also very enthusiastic about using fire magic. So very quickly, the huge room is left with only one Yunshin. The troll shaman walks up to the front, laughing loudly. All the clones in the room have been dealt with. Only the person in front remains. That must be Yunshin's real body. Finally, I can kill you. Haha. Rolling on the floor crying. Then, the image in the troll chieftain's eyes suddenly becomes distorted. Is it dizzy or what? Why did the Yunshin in front of it suddenly turn into a troll hunter? Before the chieftain can understand what happened, another fireball flies in, aiming straight at that troll hunter. Boom. It is destroyed, and the real Yunshin, currently behind it, slowly reverts to his original form. The troll chieftain snaps back to reality. Looking around, all its subordinates are dead. What happened? Through the live screen. The teachers outside can't hide their surprise either. They wonder why the troll chieftain killed all its own subordinates. It even watched helplessly as Yunshin used fireballs to blow up other trolls. But Principal Lien Heshuan quickly realizes the method Yunshin used. It's the soul bewitching command skill belonging to the Onmyoji class from the Fusang region. Using this skill, the opponent can have their mind disturbed. Everything in front of them is an illusion. What they hear are also auditory hallucinations. Usually, this skill cannot be used on targets with a higher level. Yunshin surely spent a lot of effort using his talent to upgrade the quality of this skill. He also directly killed the troll warrior in front of the chieftain to provoke it further. Thus, the success rate of soul bewitching command would be even higher. Calculating even this step. Truly a terrifying student. Now that the chieftain has sobered up, the lecturers are curious how Yunshin will deal with it. As for Yunshin, during the time the soul bewitching command was active, he prepared a lot of things, from explosive traps to dozens of other skills. The troll chieftain is beaten black and blue. It can't even approach Yunshin by half a step. After enduring a series of attacks, the troll chieftain is covered in injuries. Finally, it drags its body in front of Yunshin, then heavily raises its hammer. Go to hell. But unfortunately, what awaits it is only a clone of Yunshin. This hammer strike doesn't cause any damage to him. Instead, Yunshin's real body now appears behind the troll chieftain. He uses the familiar move, Void Slash. This decisive blow sends the troll chieftain to reunite with its ancestors. Having dealt with the monster, Yunshin becomes the first student to successfully clear the stage. His total clear time is 11 minutes and 43 seconds. The trap layout and the smooth coordination of skills truly opened the lecturer's eyes. The remaining students have only just entered the final stage at the fastest. Yunshin has definitely secured the #1 spot. No doubt about it. This kid is truly a precious gem that needs to be preserved. Just thinking about my weapon academy getting such an elite freshman, I can't help but look forward to it. Xia Qingqing is very satisfied with Yunshin's aptitude. She speaks up first. Principal Xia, my war academy won't go easy on people either. Yianfu refuses to be outdone. The two of them, one old and one young, stare daggers at each other. The rest can only stand by and watch. The student hasn't even left the secret realm, and the lecturers are already fighting over him. Defeating this monster, Yunshin also receives a lot of experience points and rewards. Currently, he levels up 3 times in a row again. He is now level 16. Rewards besides experience points include a gold quality axe and the title Troll Terminator. Receiving this title, in the future, whenever attacking the troll race, damage will increase by a full 35%. Because he broke the clear record, The system also favors Yunshun with another talent. Again, 3 choices. After considering for a while, Yunshun decides to choose dual casting. Possessing this talent, when casting spells, it will activate twice the magic effect. Rewards chosen. Originally intending to go out, but Yunshun suddenly discovers a secret passage. Could this be a hidden outpost? In dungeons, there is a very small probability of opening an additional hidden dungeon layer, although there are many monsters inside. If conquered successfully, the rewards are extremely generous. If failed, it won't deduct experience points or affect the result of the main dungeon. Yunshun doesn't need to think, directly stepping inside. Outside, there are students who have completed the secret realm. When teleported out, he is the first one. This makes him extremely delighted. What is Yunshun anyway? Clearly, he cheated to get number 1. Shintyran also steps out right after. He looks utterly disappointed that number 1 isn't Yunshun. Is Yunshun's path as a jobless freelancer truly hopeless? Was the Jiangnan top scorer just a lucky dog? Following that, Yi Qingling and other students also stream out. Everyone still doesn't see Yunshun anywhere. That first student laughs even more delightedly. He is sure he can humiliate Yunshun this time. Yi Qingling is the first to notice the live screen. Yunshun is still in the secret realm, but the scenery is completely different from what they just fought in. The number 2 guy now holds his head, screaming. Is that a hidden outpost? Did that guy finish first again, and then enter another dungeon? The crowd buzzes once more. Yunshun's clearing speed is that fast? Is he even human? The screen turns off at this moment. Principal Yi sits kindly on high, signaling everyone to be quiet and wait for the results. The competition has ended. How Yunshun deals with the hidden outpost is not for these kids to judge. Inside the secret realm, Yunshun sees absolutely no strange monsters. In front of him is only a level 1 scarecrow. Intelligence unknown. Are you kidding me? Level 1. Yunshun thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. However, monsters appearing in hidden outposts absolutely cannot be underestimated. Facing each other for a while. That thing makes no movement. Yunshun spins the spear in his hand. Looks like I have to attack first. Just then, the scarecrow uses terrifying speed to close in on Yunshun. Too fast. He quickly uses Divine Flash to teleport to another position. At this moment, the scarecrow has also returned to its original position. In its hand are a few strands of Yunshun's hair. Did it not intend to attack me from the start, but just wanted my hair? Whatever. I don't know what tricks the opponent wants to play, but let's take it down first. Yunshun charges forward bravely, using Wind Step to throw a fire punch straight at the scarecrow. But strangely, when his hand just touches the opponent, the entire attack reflects back onto him. Yunshun is beaten black and blue. He put a lot of effort into that move just now. Having it all reflected like this is both painful and frustrating. Yunshun looks at the opponent. The straw scarecrow has now transformed into his appearance. Moreover, it looks like it also took the full damage from that attack. The scarecrow moves. It walks straight toward the wall behind it, then violently slams its head into the wall. At the same time, Yunshun feels the exact same pain. Damn it. So the injuries this bastard suffers will impact Yunshun's body identically. How do I fight now? I can't hit it. I can't let it hurt itself either. Yunshun rushes forward, wanting to stop it, but the scarecrow kicks the wall itself, causing him so much pain he rolls over. Legs useless, so I have to use tentacles to stop it. However, the scarecrow punches the wall again. Yunshun grimaces in pain. His whole body is bruised. Yet after that, suddenly Yunshun smiles smugly. Thanks to this hit, I understand the problem. Turns out you aren't as formidable as I predicted. The students are forbidden from watching. But Principal Yi and Principal Xia don't take their eyes off the screen for a second. Seems the kid has fallen into a fierce battle. Yi Yanfu frowns. Principal Xia doesn't think so. She thinks the cursed scarecrow is indeed a tough opponent. But perhaps it can't trouble Yunshun, because the kid's expression has been calm from start to finish. In his eyes, one can't even find a trace of panic. Still maintaining sanity to think. Then he can definitely clear the stage safely. On this side, Yunshun has discovered the monster's anomaly. It doesn't actually have the ability to bind its life with Yunshun as one. Instead, all injuries it suffers will be transferred to Yunshun. And although it is unharmed, it still has to pretend to be injured to deceive him. Conversely, when Yunchun hurts himself, that damage will also be transferred back equivalently to the Scarecrow. This is the key point. That thing is level 1, while he is level 16. A sufficient impact can only slightly injure Yunchun, but it's enough to take the monster's life. There. Thinking of this, Yunchun immediately uses a fireball spell to hit himself straight in the chest. On the opposite side, the Scarecrow is instantly burned alive. It reveals its true form as a tiny straw scarecrow, becoming a reward item for Yunchun. The effect of this thing is that, when wrapping the opponent's hair around the Scarecrow's neck, it can transfer all damage suffered by the Scarecrow to the opponent. Truly a formidable item. It will surely be useful when needed. Yunchun finally exits the secret realm. Outside, more than 2,000 students are waiting for him alone. Curses ring out incessantly, because only when all students are gathered can the next phase of the competition start. Yunchun awkwardly slips into the formation. At this moment, Yanfu slowly walks out. He announces, someone cheated to know the exam questions in advance, therefore achieving good results. So this competition will have a second phase. Damn it, did that old man find out? The student who exited the secret realm first earlier feels guilty. The rules of Phase 2 are very simple. Students can challenge anyone. If they win, they can replace that person's rank and simultaneously take their academic points. And no one is allowed to refuse a challenge. Yunchun is currently the center of attention. Surely many people will want to challenge him. Sure enough, just starting, a few fierce-looking guys want to challenge the #1 spot. Yunchun feels one-on-one is too time-consuming. He decisively demands 2 people come up at the same time. Fine. You said it yourself. Looks like we need to teach him a lesson, to let him know the consequences of arrogance. Both of them grit their teeth. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. 2 strangers suddenly become teammates with a common goal. That is to defeat Yunchun. The 2 split into 2 flanks, using their signature skills to attack. But this speed is too slow. Yunchun casually uses the elementary stomp to respond. Once this move is unleashed, aftershocks rumble. Below, lecturers have to create a solid shield to protect other students from debris. Everyone is scared stiff. An elementary skill has such terrifying power? Wait until the dust settles. Both challengers have been beaten unconscious. Do you still want to fight? The referee hurriedly waves his hand. No more fighting, no more fighting. Yunchun beat them into this state. How can they continue? This kid is as strong as an ox and as fierce as a tiger. If not stopped, he might beat someone to death. Yunchun stands on the ring, arrogantly looking down at the thousands of students below. Does anyone else want to fight me? Most of the students below have been intimidated by Yunchun's stomp. It seems this #1 spot is the real deal. The nepotism kid who knew the exam questions in advance that Principal Yi hinted at surely isn't Yunchun. I'll fight you. The person who just came up is Shin Tairan, top scorer of Dazhou Province and ranked top 3 in the Silver Secret Realm just now. I also challenge you. Next is a beautiful girl from the elf race. It's Nico, top scorer of Shinya Province and ranked 5th in the Secret Realm. This is truly a battle between real top students. Shin Tairan and Nico growl, fighting to get on the ring first. Yunchun keeps his old habit. Both coming up at once is fine. But Shin Tairan is also arrogant. Naturally, he wants a proper one-on-one. The match just starts. Shin Tairan uses Blood Shadow Strike to hit straight at the opponent. This destructive attack is so strong that even the barrier protecting the ring is about to crack. But Yunchun isn't scratched at all. He dodges Shin Tairan's blow as easily as eating candy. Yunchun dodges once. Shin Tairan attacks again. He launches a fireball. Shin Tairan casually takes out a shield to block. His defensive equipment is very good. Yunchun's fireball spell really can't do anything. But in the meantime, Yunchun's tentacles have bound Shin Tairan tightly from behind. He uses the growth skill again, like when facing the trolls. Those tentacles pierce the armor, starting to suck Shin Tairan's vitality. Seeing the situation is bad, he wants to use Blood Flame to decisively burn all the tentacles. But Yunchun doesn't let Shin Tairan have his way. He uses the Water Curtain skill. A large stream of water pours down from the sky like a waterfall, extinguishing the fire Shin Tairan created. Moreover, The tentacles grow even stronger when meeting water. Shintaran's vitality can't hold out much longer. He originally didn't want to use his ultimate move, but if he doesn't use it now, he might lose his life. Shintaran uses blood escape. He instantly disappears from the encirclement of tentacles, appearing behind Yunshun. But Yunshun has also sensed the opponent. He decisively turns around, using his weapon to block Shintaran's weapon. The top 3 scorer is now starting to panic. Every move is countered. How can he not be angry? After 49 moves, Shintaran is beaten black and blue by Yunshun using a spear. He originally wanted to use his last bit of strength to settle it with Yunshun, but Yunshun is one step faster. He uses stealth to approach the opponent from behind. When Yunshun's knife is held to his neck, Shintaran has no choice but to raise his hands and surrender. I give up. Below, the students start buzzing like a broken beehive. Almost no one is unconvinced by Yunshun anymore. Principal Yi also strokes his beard and laughs heartily. Shintaran is a student with very good aptitude. He is literally a living textbook. But unfortunately, there is no book that teaches how to deal with a jobless freelancer like Yunshun. Nico gently lands on the ring. It seems Shintaran's defeat cannot extinguish this girl's enthusiasm. Nico has the Silver Moon bloodline. Compared to an ordinary mortal like Yunshun, it is indeed a huge gap. However, his skills are something everyone must acknowledge. Who wins and who loses is still unknown. Nico uses swordsmanship skillfully. Every slash can become a fatal blow. The ring has a limited range. She benefits even more, attacking fiercely. Damn. First Shintaran, now Nico. The sturdy barrier of the ring is about to become a ragged cloth. Throughout the early stage of the battle, Yunshun only tries his best to dodge. His speed is not inferior to anyone. Therefore, none of Nico's sword paths can injure him. But dodging forever isn't heroic. Yunshun pulls out a pair of low-grade combat guns and starts to counterattack. Although this thing doesn't have a high chance of injuring Nico, it successfully distracts her. Yunshun seizes the opportunity to close in. Nico has a greater advantage in mid-range. Being approached like this puts her in a tight spot. But at this moment, a triumphant smile blooms on her lips. Sure enough, you chose to close in. Looks like I bet right. Yunshun is pushed back several meters by Nico's bloodline secret art, Silver Moonlight. This skill consumes a huge amount of energy. But for Nico, the trade-off is totally worth it. Yunshun in front of her is now locked down, unable to defend, let alone counterattack. She raises the bow in her hand. Arrow knocked, intending to end the match in one final move. But Yunshun's blade blatantly appears, right next to Nico's neck, just like what Shintaran endured. The thing she tried her best to lock down turned out to be just a clone of Yunshun. It must be said that Nico is very smart. Her skills are also perfect, but Yunshun is still one level above her. Nico takes a heavy blow, squatting down on the ground. She lost this match too. Growing up this big, this is the first time she lost to someone her age. Nico feels aggrieved and resentful, tears welling up in her eyes. She isn't resigned at all. In the future, wherever she meets Yunshun, she must fight him right there. Eventually, there will be a day she wins. Principal Xia looks at the match just now, feeling that Nico isn't bad either. She wants both kids under her wing. Hey lady, that's too greedy. Just defeated 2 top scorers at once, but Yunshun still has plenty of energy. This challenging business takes too much time. He decisively announces anyone can come up. If 5 come up, he'll take 5. If 10 come up, he'll take all 10. To save time, as long as it works. Below, there are still many who find this arrogance an eyesore. The whole group rolls up their sleeves, wanting to teach Yunshun a lesson together. But facing them, Yunshun only needs to use flash to blind them, then continuously fire fireballs to finish the job. Now it's much quieter. Today's match has gone into Jiangnan University's history, even national history, because there has never been a freshman who debuted so grandly, fighting countless peers alone. High attributes, diverse skills, ability to judge calmly, good weapons, and combat experience. Yunshun possesses all of these, naturally becoming an expert. The new students were initially jealous, envious, even suspicious. But after witnessing it with their own eyes a few times, they know Yunshun's strength is genuinely the real deal. Gradually, those emotions disappear, replaced by admiration. Worship, even blindly. He isn't ranked number 1 because he has number 1 strength. It's because the highest rank is only number 1. The secret realm ranking list is out. Top 1 is naturally Yinshun. Top 2, 3, 4 are respectively Shin Tairan, Nico, and Yi Qingling. Yinshun completed the mission to maintain top 1 in the freshman competition. He receives a new S-rank skill named Invincible. Can be immune to all damage and crowd control for 3 seconds. Accompanying it is a bottle of Lucky Potion. After using it, one will have the highest luck for 24 hours. The competition has ended. Next is the Academy allocation. The War Academy, being the strongest, is indisputable. But students of this academy being most likely to go to the battlefield is also something everyone knows. Therefore, the students are somewhat apprehensive. Conversely, the Weapon Academy has been like a hot potato in recent years. Because Xia Qingcheng is the youngest female principal. She is only 27, but has 8 years of battlefield experience. Once killed even a demon lord. Her strength is indisputable. Xia Qingcheng steps forward 2 steps. Expressionless, she speaks clearly. Yinshun, come to my Weapon Academy. Below, the students buzz like a broken beehive. Damn, starting the snatching show already? And fighting openly like this? Truly the style of someone who killed a demon lord. Yinshun, just come to the War Academy. I will accept you as a personal disciple. Also giving you 3 A-rank skill books as a meeting gift. Yi Anfu refuses to lose. Old Yi, just 3 A-rank skill books is too stingy. Yinshun, come to the Element Academy. I will give you a full set of potions and magical ingredients, plus a set of armor made of diamonds. Lian Heshuan also joins the race to snatch the disciple. Principal Yi glares at his old friend intensely. This old guy really came prepared. This is using money to crush people, giving absolutely no face at all. Yinshun thinks. The conditions of Principal Yi and Principal Lian are both good. Both sides are attractive. And both academies suit Yinshun, making him extremely hesitant. Just then, Xia Qingcheng pulls something out of her pocket. It is Demon Lord Essence. This thing is refined from a Demon Lord's body. It is an S++ rank divine item. After using it, it can improve the body greatly. Every time one levels up, they receive double the attribute points and skill points. It can last until level 70. Moreover, after using it, there is a chance to unlock the bloodline and talent of the original Demon Lord. This woman is really fierce. With conditions like this, let alone students, even lecturers have to be jealous. Principal Yi sighs. It seems the winner of this battle for the student has been decided. Yinshun knows. Most years, the academies fight for good students just for the achievement rate. But Xia Qingcheng is different. She hasn't fought for a student in any year. He is the exception. And the conditions Principal Xia offered far exceed the remaining academies. He naturally has no reason to refuse. I choose the Weapon Academy. Xia Qingcheng doesn't smile, but her face clearly shows satisfaction. Besides Yinshun, Nico is also recruited here. Both become Xia Qingcheng's personal disciples, just entering the academy. The 2 kids are called privately to the principal's office building. Inside is as massive as a museum, full of rare, magical beast skeletons. Yinshun swallows hard watching. This pile? Was it all subdued by Principal Xia? If so, she is too strong. You've arrived? The 2 kids obediently bow in greeting. Xia Qingcheng orders her confidant, Kathy, to get the natural elixir for Nico. After all, both of them are elves, suitable for passing on teachings. Nico happily follows Kathy, leaving Yinshun. Xia Qingcheng doesn't go back on her word, directly giving the Demon Lord Essence to him. Standing before this thing, Yinshun can't suppress his curiosity. Ma'am, is it really like the rumors? Did you get this after killing a Demon Lord? Correct. Xia Qingcheng answers without hesitation. This is the essence refined from the Demon Lord's remains, refined by a holy rank alchemist. Towards this new student full of curiosity, Xia Qingcheng also patiently explains the identity of the Demon Lord. 70 years ago, when the world changed, many new races appeared like demons, elves, goblins, devils. But in reality, they were also players who chose a race other than human. Essentially, they are all humans born in this world. The strongest people in the player world are called fourth job advancement professionals, like War God, Mage God, Thief God. But parallel to the current world exists another dark world. It is filled with demon spawn. They invade the player's world through spatial rifts, causing disasters. And the ruler of the dark world is called the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord's power is very strong, comparable to the strength of two fourth job advancement professionals. If the Demon Lord is so strong, how could humans find a way to refine its remains? It wasn't found by humans. Xia Qingcheng continues to explain. This world's evolution was actually created by the heavens. Gods have always existed. And many years ago, through sacrificing to the heavens, humans truly found a way to destroy and refine demon lords. This sacrifice is like a transaction with the gods, besides demon lord essence. Various divine medicines, hidden classes, divine equipment, divine skills can all be obtained through sacrifice. Yunshin feels more and more dumbfounded. No one has ever told him this information before. Books. The internet doesn't record it anywhere either. Turns out the ordinary monsters he usually deals with are just gnats. Demon spawn and demon lords are the most difficult enemies for players like him. Xia Qingcheng holds the demon lord essence in front of Yunshin again. But she also isn't sure if he can unlock the Demon Lord bloodline talent after drinking this. Yunshin thinks for a while, asking for permission to rest for an hour before drinking. Principal Xian naturally doesn't refuse. She even meticulously arranges for Yunshin to rest comfortably in her office. Yunshin returns to the room. This thing is too precious. Can't use it carelessly. Therefore, he pulls out that bottle of lucky potion, drinking it all in one gulp. An hour later, Xia Qingcheng returns to find Yunshin. The Demon Lord essence has a very strong effect. Absorbing it will be very miserable. She isn't at ease leaving her favorite student alone, so she has to watch over him in case of mishaps. Yunshin squeezes the Demon Lord essence in his hand. A huge power explodes, piercing straight into his body. His whole body hurts to death. Yunshin screams and collapses. Xia Qingcheng hurriedly supports him, conveniently transferring a bit of internal energy to Yunshin to reduce the pain. But this painful process doesn't last too long. Yunshin feels the S-rank super recovery skill activating. His whole body quickly returns to a normal state. That's it. Question marks appear all over Xia Qingcheng's head. The Demon Lord essence she painstakingly got for this kid isn't a fake, is it? Why did the pain stop so quickly? But Yunshin knows it's not a fake, because his attribute points have increased a lot in an instant. The Demon Lord possesses two types of bloodline talents, Eye of Darkness and Dark Night. Xia Qingcheng only hoped Yunshin could possess one of the two. But thanks to the effect of the lucky potion, he possesses both. Eye of Darkness can control objects within the locked vision. Meanwhile, Dark Night increases the effectiveness of attributes and skills in dark conditions. Although both have relatively low quality, Xia Qingcheng is very satisfied, because these are both evolvable talents. Later they can be upgraded to S0. Yunshin feels he is very lucky. Xia Qingcheng looks very cold, but actually cares about him a lot. Having such a master, he must repay her well in the future. At the same time, in a distant place, a strange imprisoned creature is extremely furious. Damn puny human, daring to steal the Demon Lord's power. In front of him is a person wearing a red cloak covering their face. Attitude extremely respectful. Master, please rest assured. I will definitely destroy him and offer his heart to you. If successful, I will reward you with this War God essence. Today is already the second day Yunshin moved into the dormitory. He is still diligently testing the new talent, Eye of Darkness. Yunshin tosses the porcelain plate in his hand into the air. He indeed controls it to hover. If this talent is upgraded to S+ later, it will definitely be even more domineering. There is still a little time left before the lucky potion wears off. Countless unimaginable things happen to Yunshin, from picking up gold on the street to eating for free. That potion truly has terrifying effects. Must think of a way to use it for something useful. Speaking of which, today Yunshin does system quests as usual. However, the reward today isn't money but a random item. The lucky potion is still active, just in case it might drop something Yunshin desires. Yunshin thinks in his head. If it drops random enchanting materials, that would be good. Unexpectedly, thinking so makes it happen. He receives Dragon Pool Fire Blood. S. Quality. Oh my god, top-tier material. This isn't lucky potion anymore. Clearly, it's a get-whatever-you-want potion. Ending the class. Yun-Chin hurriedly leaves. This catches Nico's attention. She unconsciously follows him. And not sure if it's due to the lucky potion's effect or not. Nico has been staring at him all day. The more she looks, the more handsome she finds this guy. Whether appearance or personality, he is the ideal type. The place Yun-Chin goes to is the Enchanting Hall. Nico can't help but unconsciously strike up a conversation with him. This guy wants to use enchanting methods to strengthen his weapon. He buys a pile of enchanting materials, spending over 3,000 points. Nico is dazzled. This guy spends points like trash. Doesn't he blink an eye? The enchanting shop manager suggests Yun-Chin hire an enchanter to help. However, he refuses. A pile of materials is laid out in front. Yun-Chin places his weapon on the table, starting to enchant. After the first enhancement, his multiform weapon successfully upgrades to gold. Yun-Chin continues to enhance. That powerful purple light is enough to nearly blind passers-by. Successful this time too. It's gold 7-star. Honestly, from 6-star to 7-star, the success rate is only 5%. Truly a child of heaven. Not only is Nico confused because the enchanting success rate is low, yet Yun-Chin does it easily. Other students also start gathering because of the commotion here. Yun-Chin is about to continue upgrading. Nico stops him. Because the rate from 7-star to 8-star is only 1%. But the lucky potion isn't for display. Yun-Chin cannot waste this opportunity. Continue enchanting. The surrounding students split into two sides. One side expects success to witness a gold 8-star weapon. One side is busy shouting that Yun-Chin will definitely fail. That weapon will surely explode. But how could it explode? After a while of enchanting, what Yun-Chin receives is Spectre, a magic array with gold 8-star quality. Nico covers her mouth. This guy didn't use any techniques. Just upgrading straight through. Is this terrifying luck even human? Yun-Chin holds Spectre, the magic array in his hand, admiring it for a while. Feeling not bad at all. Didn't waste the materials costing over 3,000 points. For now, there's nothing else needing luck. Time to go back first. Wait. A big guy with a fierce face appears out of nowhere, blocking Yun-Chin. He uses a commanding tone to order him to sell that weapon to him. Naturally, he is willing to pay a figure 30% higher than the market price. What if I don't want to sell? These two quickly drag each other to the school grounds. The crowd surrounds them, whispering. Who exactly is this kid daring to mess with Lei? This guy seems to have some reputation. Both working in the student council and having dragon bloodline. Many people call him Brother Lei. Everyone thinks Yun-Chin is dead for sure. Offending Brother Lei only leads to a beating. Nico stands aside hearing everything. She can only cover her mouth and giggle. These people definitely didn't watch the freshman competition. With Yun-Chin's methods, even if the whole crowd here attacks, they wouldn't be his match. Name a price. If the deal is successful, you will have the qualification to follow me. Lin Lei, usually very hot-tempered, is exceptionally gentler than usual today. This must also be the effect of the lucky potion. Lin Lei doesn't forget to add a sentence. That the strongest gold weapon in history is only worthy of being owned by him. Yun-Chin slams the weapon heavily onto the ground. Not even using a skill yet, the attributes of this thing are enough to exude intimidation. Lin Lei suddenly feels afraid. Impossible. Dragon blood flows in his body. He cannot possibly be afraid of a small guy like Yun-Chin. You mean I'm not worthy to own this weapon? If I don't sell, we will be enemies. Yun-Chin emphasizes each word, also slowly bringing Spectre, the magic array, closer. Lin Lei gets more and more scared, stammering, unable to speak. What exactly is going on? When Yun-Chin gets very close, Lin Lei falls backward. Don't come over here. The academy strictly forbids private fights. We can't fight. All the surrounding students drop their jaws in shock. Yun-Chin doesn't want to waste more time here either. Shouldering his weapon, he walks straight away. Nico hurriedly chases after him. Yun-Chin thinks for a while, deciding to go to the library. Nico feels confused. Clearly today is this guy's lucky day. Yet he doesn't use it to do something good. Instead, going to the library to read books. But Yunshin knows this is also one of the good things he must do. The sea of skill books is vast. Choosing a suitable skill is very difficult. While the potion is still effective, randomly flipping through will likely find a skill suitable for him. Here it is. Yunshin learns a series of new skills in one go that help him a lot in combat. The sun sets. Must make use of time. Yunshin decides to go by a mount. He chooses a small bird that looks very gaunt and weak. Both Nico and the owner don't understand why Yunshin makes this choice. This mount hasn't had a buyer for 3 months. The owner decides to sell it cheap to Yunshin. Deal closed. He throws a portion of great tonic into the cage. The beast immediately snaps it up. After drinking it, it transforms into a large, brave griffin. Extraordinary aura. The other two are once again speechless. The owner must be regretting immensely for not seeing its potential and selling it cheap to cut losses. You look a bit silly. From now on, let's call you Xiaohan. Yunshin satisfyingly rubs the griffin's head. The next destination is the summoned beast breeding base. Yunshin arrives late, so only the plant warehouse is open. The water element he summons is too crappy. Yunshin needs a stronger summoned beast to improve his ability in the summoner class. However, the quality of that thing shouldn't be too high, because after all, he is just a jobless freelancer. A loud cry from the corner of the room catches Yunshin's attention. It's a small thornflower beast looking very lively. The base owner complains this thing has naturally bad aptitude, so it's not equal to its peers. Also gluttonous. Picky, only eating good stuff. Very hard to raise. Nico also advises Yunshin to choose another plant with higher quality, but he has taken a liking to this small thorn beast. Deciding to buy it. Going everywhere today. Everything that needed to be done is done. It's dark. Yunshin returns to the dormitory. Nico now shyly asks him a favor. She wants to borrow 1,500 academic points from Yunshin. In university, everything must be paid for with academic points. And in the freshman competition last time, Yunshin won points from countless other students, including Nico. Sure, I will send it to your student card. Nico glances at Yunshin's account balance. He spent like a tycoon all day, yet still has a surplus of 8,000. Wonder how many unlucky freshmen were stripped clean by this guy in the last competition. Money has reached Nico's pocket. Yunshin also leaves immediately. Nico looks at his back, not forgetting to say thank you. This guy is cold on the outside, but actually not a bad person. 3 months pass quickly. Today, Yeon Fu is checking the situation of the new students. Everyone is performing steadily. After all, they are bright seedlings from all provinces. As for Yunshin, he also performs excellently. Every subject of different classes has exam results that couldn't be better. However, except for occasionally contacting Nico, Yunshin doesn't have a single friend. Principal Yi has a huge headache about this. Being talented is naturally good, but after graduating and going to the battlefield, if he can't coordinate with teammates, the death rate will be much higher. He worries if this continues, Yunshin won't be able to fight alongside anyone. Soon there is an exchange competition for freshmen nationwide. As usual, Jiangnan University also sends first-year students to participate. Yeon Fu calls the top 20 students to the office. At this moment, the Weapon Academy is holding an archery test. Nico is a Silver Moon elf, proficient in both bow and sword. She is currently competing with Yunshin. However, not long after, Nico has to admit defeat. Friends aren't surprised anymore. Not just archery, but all other class subjects. Yunshin ranks first. Yunshin and Nico, go to the training room. Principal Yi is looking for you. When the two arrive, the top 20 are already fully present. It seems everyone knows about the freshman exchange competition, except Yunshin. Nico is also helpless. This guy only knows how to bury his head in training, completely not updating news from the outside world. In this competition, for the past 3 years, Jiangnan University has won the championship. Previous years had 2 rounds, individual and team. This year there is an additional survival round. The rules are unclear. Perhaps Principal Yi called them here today because of this issue. Nico just finishes explaining when the system sends Yunshin a new mission. That is to win the championship in this competition. Looks like he has to participate. Just then, Yeon Fu also appears. This year, the competition is hosted by Qingyun University. At that time, He will use the identity of vice principal of Jiangnan University to lead the top 20 to participate. Nico immediately questions. Every year the team only needs 7 people. Why does this year need up to 20 people? Yanfu calmly explains. It is because of the additional survival round. All 20 people will be randomly placed in a dungeon. In there, finding resources. Destroying monsters will all receive points. The accumulated points of everyone will determine the ranking. The students hold their heads. Sure enough, every time the exam rules change, the first-year guinea pigs suffer the most. Jiangnan University has won 3 consecutive years. If they perform poorly this year, it will be very embarrassing for their school. Yanfu appoints Yunshun as the captain. Everyone accepts this decision, because for these 3 months, his ability has opened everyone's eyes. For the individual round needing 3 people, Yanfu respectively selects Yunshun, Shintairan, and Nico, the top 3 in academic performance, to participate. The team round needing 7 people is the problem. Although Yunshun is very skilled, he has always been a loner. Yanfu is very concerned about his teamwork ability. Principal Yi, can I choose the team members? Yunshun takes the initiative to speak first. Principal Yi naturally agrees. After all, this kid understands himself best. Letting him choose teammates himself, it should be easiest to implement the plan. But the team Yunshun presents makes Yanfu explode with anger. 7 people include 3 melee fighters, 1 Taoist, 1 summoner, and 1 assassin. All specialize in offense. In previous years, Jiangnan University organized a 2-2-1-2 formation, including 2 warriors specializing in defense and offense leading, 2 mages dealing magic damage following. In the middle is a healer. Finally, 2 jack-of-all-trades classes to harass and control. The team Yunshun chose doesn't have a single mage, even less a healer. What kind of tactic is this? Yanfu's secretary suggests scrapping this formation. He sighs deeply. Let's test its effectiveness first before deciding. The students are also buzzing. They all agree that using the 2-2-1-2 formation like every year is best. But Yunshun only coldly replies, I have my own considerations. The team instructor pushes the door open and enters. He was likely a former participant who won first place. This guy strongly opposes the lack of mage firepower in the formation. So he brought a mage student along. It's Shuehong, the very nepotism kid who cheated in the freshman competition last time. Beaten down from top 2 to top 26. Everyone finds this guy an eyesore. Naturally, they don't want to team up with him. Can't even get into the top 20. What right does he have to compete with them? What if I don't need him? In the instructor's eyes, Yunshin's words carry no weight. Relying on being here to train these kids, he thinks he can change the formation at will. The students strongly oppose. They all fought hard for rankings. How can they let someone using the back door fish in troubled waters and barge in to ruin things? In the freshman martial arts competition, because of bad condition, and being constantly challenged in rotation, I dropped in rank. Shuehong gets mad, pulling out his weapon to intimidate. The staff he's holding is at least diamond quality. Heard early on that this guy's family is filthy rich. Looks like he's really ready to spend money to use the back door. The instructor gets even more arrogant. He orders to immediately kick a warrior out of the formation to replace with Shuehong. But Yunshun firmly disagrees. Not discussing ability yet. He absolutely dislikes people with such dishonest minds. If you are not convinced, you can form a team yourself and fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If you lose, get out immediately. Hearing Yunshin's words, the instructor laughs out loud. He is the champion of the previous season. His teammates are all talented people. A freshman like Yunshun is just a young calf unafraid of a tiger in his eyes. I accept this duel. Meet at the arena in 3 hours. The news of Yunshin challenging a sophomore quickly spreads throughout the school. Hearing that the challenged person is the champion of last year's National Student Exchange competition makes it even hotter. Students flock to the arena to witness this historic duel. Both teams are ready. That instructor named Wei Wu shamelessly dragged a group of juniors to participate too. The stands are divided into 2 opposing extremes. One side wants Yunshin to teach Wei Wu a lesson for his arrogance. One side wants Wei Wu to beat Yunshun until he has no armor left. Yunshin's team consists of freshmen in the top 10. Their combat power is not small, but Yunshin determined from the start that no tactics are needed. Just improvise when entering the battle. This lineup is truly cool. What is there to fear? Our team already has 4 provincial top scorers. Relying on strength is enough to crush them. We must trust Brother Yun. Win and celebrate together. Lose and carry the burden together. This time, Yeonfu's secretary stands as the referee. Just as well, having this fight can help her check the actual combat level of Yunshin's team to report back. If they really win, then Principal Yi has no reason to change the members chosen by Yunshin. The competition begins. Wei Wu's team arranges a standard textbook formation. 2 warriors in front, 2 mages following, healer in the middle. Finally, 2 jack-of-all-trades. Conversely, Yunshin's team has no order, just charging forward. Hey, you guys slow down, I can't keep up. At least let me buff you with a status. My Thunder Rain talisman can't reach. Yi Qingling, having the weakest stamina, is left behind by the group. Wei Wu sees this scene and becomes even more confident of victory. Originally, he was worried about Yi Qingling. After all, a Taoist has a higher position than a healer. But seeing the enemy team coordinate so poorly, that Taoist definitely won't be able to unleash full power. Wei Wu is still leisurely deploying the formation, when suddenly countless large fireballs rain down from the sky. He immediately orders the lead warrior to open a shield to intercept. A super large shield opens above their heads, successfully blocking that wave of fireballs. But expanding the defensive range means defensive power weakens significantly. Yunshin accelerates forward at this moment. The enemy mage is about to cast a move when he is tightly wrapped by Yunshin's vines. The weapon in his hand accurately hits an enemy archer, instantly knocking him a kilometer away. The remaining archer, although conscious to counterattack, cannot compare to Yunshin in a duel. At this moment, Yunshin jumps high. Shueheng realizes this is the moment the opponent's defense is weakest, so he immediately launches an attack. Yunshin's weapon instantly transforms into a staff, thanks to the talents collected after doing quests. The fireball spell he casts is both fast and powerful. 2 streams of magic collide. No need to say which side has the advantage. Shueheng can't withstand even the first move, quickly becoming a burden to his team. The viewers on the stands are completely scared to death by this process. It only took a few seconds. Yunshin has already blown away 2 archers and 2 mages of the other team, and he himself didn't take any damage. This terrifying power. Is he really a freshman? Yunshin's teammates also can't help but look dumbfounded for a moment. This situation, do they even need to lift a finger? Good or bad, they are top 10 freshmen. Yet starting the fight, they can't display even a little bit. Their captain is too beastly. The opponent's lineup has 3 people left, including Wei Wu, a summoner, and a healer. That summoner finally gets to display a bit of his ability, summoning a total of 3 massive summoned beasts. Yunshin smiles triumphantly. Thought it was something special. Killing monsters is my specialty. The 2 two-headed snakes and the lion summoned are all platinum quality. Level is also over 20. This guy belongs to the top summoner class at Jiangnan University, so Wei Wu seems very arrogant. But facing Yunshin, all 3 summoned beasts dare not attack first. The summoner starts to feel something is wrong. Seems the power gap is too big. Not making a move? Then I'll strike first. Although the summoned beasts are fierce, they are no match for Yunshin, who told him to hold the system in his hand. The enemy summoner is extremely heartbroken seeing his war beasts beaten to a pulp. He keeps crying, stop hitting, but Yunshin has no intention of stopping. Unfair. I demand a rematch. Yunshin solo carrying the team makes him extremely furious. Originally, the team competition aimed to test coordination skills between players. But the entire process just now was Yunshin fighting alone. It really resembles the individual round a bit. Yunshin stops now, slowly landing on the ground. Who said I fight alone? You guys, show your talents. Yunshin's team members now enthusiastically rush forward. Everyone is ready. Shadowblade Guofeiqing is the first to strike. He wants to destroy the opponent's healer. But Wei Wu steps in to stop him. Losing the healer means eating dirt. At this moment, Shin Tairan uses his blood escape skill to suddenly appear right next to him. Wei Wu can't react in time and takes a heavy blow. That summoner is enraged to the extreme. He wants to risk his life against Yun Chen's group, hands in stance preparing to perform a summoning ritual. Just then, 2 golden arrows fly from afar, piercing his wrists. The skill is instantly nullified before it can be cast. The author of this move is Nico, one of the best archers among the freshmen. The outcome is decided. Yun Chen also conveniently finishes off the 3 summoned beasts. Wonder if killing these summoned beasts can drop some materials to supplement experience points? That summoner hurriedly kneels down to admit defeat. These summoned beasts are his important partners. He cannot lose them. Yun Chen actually doesn't need this petty benefit. After all, determining the winner ends the matter. Wei Wu activates his berserk state, wanting to fight to the death one last time with Yun Chen. But before Yun Chen can act, Nico casually unleashes her ultimate move to thoroughly end the battle. Yianfu's secretary returns to report the situation, but he still sighs deeply. Winning this duel was clearly due to overwhelming power. But other universities are also full of elites. If there are no tactics, it will look very ugly then. However, Yun Chen anticipated that. On the contrary, he believes Jiangnan University has used the 2-2-1-2 tactic for 3 consecutive years. If they continue, they will definitely be countered. Moreover, this batch doesn't have high-class mages. Forcing them in will only weaken the formation. The 7 people in this top 10 all have good skills. Using strength to crush the opponent is also a tactic. Sounds unreasonable, but very convincing. Yianfu has no reason to continue objecting, leaving the students to decide among themselves. On this side, Yun Chen is happily calling Yun Tang. She is studying well lately, able to get into a good high school, so Yun Chen is also relieved. In the meantime, 2 people come looking for him. These are demons who have been thoroughly subdued by Xia Qingcheng into her servants. They come to announce that Yun Chen has a special class today, so Principal Xia canceled other classes. Yun Chen doesn't ask further, just agreeing to go with them. Through the teleportation array, Xia Qingcheng takes Yun Chen to a very eerie place. Gloomy on all 4 sides. Silent. Only the cawing of crows can be heard. Needless to say, this isn't a nice place. Xia Qingcheng speaks fewer words than gold, only saying a few simple sentences. Your mission is only one. That is to live until 12 noon. Yun Chen can sense many monsters lurking in the darkness. Xia Qingcheng explains simply that the demon lord essence in his body is good medicine helping the monsters evolve. Then she leaves immediately. As soon as Xia Qingcheng leaves, the demonic beasts can no longer control themselves. They start attacking Yun Chen simultaneously. The opponents are numerous, and their speed is very fast. Luckily, Yun Chen has Divine Flash, so moving flexibly to dodge attacks isn't too difficult. Fighting for a while, Yun Chen realizes it's not that these monsters possess super speed, but because falling into this place, all his senses have weakened. Demonic beasts front and back. They want to use numbers to bully the weak. Yun Chen immediately transforms his weapon into a staff. A mage is never afraid of group fights. A tornado is created, gathering all the monsters in one place. A few manage to pass through the tornado barrier, but Yun Chen doesn't allow that to happen. He activates the Eye of Darkness talent acquired after absorbing the Demon Lord essence. The demonic beasts are bound tight in his vision. Then Yun Chen uses the Fireball spell, plus the combo skill Flame Storm, creating a large fire to swallow them. In an instant, he manages to deal with quite a few opponents. Next, Yun Chen uses the remaining Dark Knight ability of the Demon Lord. This place has been almost completely invaded by demonic energy. Being dark like this turns into Yun Chen's home ground instead. After using this talent, he becomes much stronger. A while later, all the demonic beasts have been dealt with. However, Yun Chen's clothes are corroded by demonic energy. Looks like they have to be thrown away after this battle. Fortunately, the weapon is unscathed. Still having a weapon in hand means he can still fight. Time passes. It is 12 noon the next day. Mission accomplished. Xia Qingcheng leads Yun Chen to a high place to look down. The place Yun Chen just passed through is the Demon World Rift. It has been heavily invaded and corroded by demonic energy. He could pass through easily because he has the demon lord essence in him. But ordinary warriors aren't so lucky. Once here, they are all disturbed by demonic energy, leading to weakened perception. Stamina consumed. That is the reason why for many years humans could only stalemate in this place. Defending is possible, but attacking is not. Xia Qingchang gave this special exercise for Yunshun to clearly understand the situation humans are in. A few more years. Just seeing this balanced situation tip towards the demon world a little bit. All living beings will fall into misery. Therefore, Yunshun needs to mature quickly and strive many times harder. Forget the unhappy things. You have completed the exercise. Do you want any reward? Yunshun doesn't hide his curiosity. He saw both Secretary Kathy and Xia Qingqing's two demon servants cast spells without a staff. Xia Qingqing immediately hands him a book. It is a book teaching the staffless casting skill. Once learned, it can help a mage cast spells directly without needing a staff. 2 weeks later, the competition list has been announced. The third-year students are quite surprised that the team leader this year is a jobless freelancer. They are even more curious about how formidable this person is. So they drag each other to the teleportation gate to see the starting lineup. At this moment at the inter-district teleportation gate, the competition team is ready. However, Yunshun is nowhere to be seen. Yi Qingling and Nico are worried sick. A moment later, Yunshun arrives, not forgetting to wear the uniform matching the team. He just finished sweeping a dungeon, doing system quests while finding some suitable combat skills in the library. Everyone is present. Yi Anfu's secretary immediately casts a spell, activating the teleportation array to take the team to Qingyun University. Qingyun University is also one of the top 7 universities. Although famous. However, when Yunshun's group arrives, there isn't a single person to welcome them. There is a large dragon flying in the sky. It is said this school has a contract with a divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Seems this rumor isn't false. Yunshun suddenly remembers the first time entering Xia Qingqing's office. There was a bird looking like a miniature version of a phoenix. Not sure if that was a divine beast too. Look, there seems to be a signpost over there. Several people look in that direction. Unexpectedly, carved on the stone steel are the words, "Path exclusively for jobless freelancers." No way. Is Yunshun's reputation really that big? Yunshun thinks to himself. Surely it's not that optimistic. At that moment, suddenly a few other students walk over laughing. Look, it's really that jobless freelancer Qing you was too lazy to recruit. Didn't expect him to be the team leader. Nico is astonished. Yunshun was so prominent in the college entrance exam. Unexpectedly, Qingyun University passed up the chance to recruit him. Facing those students, Yunshun's group is extremely annoyed. Magic swordsman ranked top 5 in the school, Lin Yu, is the first to speak up. Brother Yun is the top freshman of our Jiangnan University. Missing such a good seed. Qing Yu will regret it deeply. But unexpectedly, this sentence makes them gloat even more. The jobless freelancer Qing Yu rejected is the top freshman at Jiangnan? Looks like the championship this year belongs to our Qing Yu. The group is just freshmen after all. Seeing Yunshun insulted, they can't control their anger. Weapons are in hand, but are stopped. Fighting is a violation of regulations. You will lose qualification. Yunshun is too lazy to argue with them, turning around and walking straight. The day after tomorrow is the competition. Tomorrow morning, they will accept interviews. Everyone thinks the local media will definitely target Yunshun. However, no one knows the reason. Yi Anfu's secretary explains. Previously, giving up on Yunshun was the decision of a large council at Qingyun University. But after coming to Jiangnan University, he performed too excellently. Therefore, to not lose face, Qing Yu reluctantly has to use this low tactic to suppress him. So that's it. Then Yunshun looks forward to the competition the day after tomorrow even more. After all, strength will speak for everything. He must prove to the whole country that Qing Yu is a bunch of blind people. The next day, in the interview, the reporter sure enough points the spearhead at Yunshun. He bluntly asks about Qing Yu giving up the fight for Yunshun. Moreover, he also mentions the rumor that Yunshun only exploited a loophole in the exam to smoothly get the top scorer title. This question makes the whole auditorium explode. Everyone feels unconvinced that Jiangnan brought a cheating student to compete. and even let him lead the team. Such a publicly humiliating question. Yanfu's secretary can't sit still anymore. Jiangnan considers this top 20, especially Yinchun, as pride. The students' families are surely watching the live interview today too. She absolutely won't allow anyone to humiliate her students. Ms. Li, no need to get angry. Conversely, Yinchun looks very calm. To your question, I only have one answer. He raises his middle finger, then turns his hand down to make a dislike sign, eyes full of killing intent. Any Qingyu student who meets me in the match, whoever it is, don't think about walking down from the ring. The next day, the National Freshman Exchange Competition officially begins. A total of 128 universities participate in this exam. Stepping into the arena first is the host team, led by Ning Junyi. He is the strongest summoner ever recorded in national history. Once ranked second in the fastest dungeon clear speed nationwide. Wait, why ranked second for breaking a record? Because there was a cheating bastard even faster than Brother Ning. That person is. At this moment, the MC continues to announce the second team entering. It is Jiangnan University, led by Yunchun. His identity as a jobless freelancer causes countless controversies. Therefore, when Jiangnan University steps out, the stands are full of pointing and gossiping. Completely different from the welcoming appearance when Ning Junyi entered. Yi Qingling's group, Lin Yu, who is inherently hot-tempered, cannot swallow this anger. Ultimately, Yunchun is the calmest. He has to reassure his team members, while reminding everyone to calmly perform well when competing. On the high platform, a mysterious figure wearing a red cloak covering half his face is secretly watching everything. Good. Next, I should enter the field too. After the entrance ceremony ends, the individual round is immediately launched. This round follows two principles. One is avoiding same-school matchups. Two is avoiding number 1 seeds. Except for the above two conditions, the duel list is arranged randomly. Yunchun goes out first, meeting Sun Wu from Nancy University. The referee turns out to be that dangerous-looking red-cloaked guy. After explaining the rules, he invites the two students to their positions. Being the number 3 seed and meeting the number 1 seed in the first turn. Truly bad luck. Sun Wu thinks to himself. However, information about Yunchun cheating has spread everywhere these past few days. He is sure he still has a chance to win. As soon as the referee announces the start, Sun Wu retreats backward. Then, he unleashes a series of mechanical devices. Robots and bombs explode chaotically. Yunchun expressionlessly raises his right foot. The skill he uses is Stomp, an elementary skill of the fighter. The power is too great. Sun Wu falls into a stunned state for 10 seconds, unable to counterattack, so he is immediately judged to have lost. The entire stand instantly explodes. Holy crap, that was just an elementary fighter skill? Even the war stomp of a gold-quality boss doesn't have such strong power. Is that exaggerated? Not a fake match, right? Sun Wu is taken off the ring. The next person is a mage from a lesser-known university. Yunchun calmly uses the mage hand skill newly learned in the library, plus magic, casting without a staff as newly learned, easily crushing the opponent in his hand. The remaining individual contestants are watching live with Yi Anfu and Secretary Li. This kid, still really flashy. However, Yi Anfu also sees. Mage hand is a skill of ordinary quality. Yunchun can combine it with staffless casting to create such a good effect. Truly a genius among geniuses. But alongside that is bad news. Shin Tairan just lost in the second match after a hard 3-minute battle. The one who defeated him is a number 3 seed from Shunli University. Extremely arrogant. Yi Anfu recognizes at a glance. It seems this year, Shunli University recruited a monster and deliberately chose him as the number 3 seed to fight number 1 seeds and number 2 seeds of other schools to humiliate them. On this side, Yunchun has won 4 consecutive matches. While waiting for the 5th contestant to enter, he accidentally glances at the adjacent battle ring. The person standing there happens to be the guy who just defeated Shin Tairan. Seed number 1.0? Wash your neck clean and wait. I will definitely make you lie down. Yunchun is speechless. Where did this grandson fall from? No way. That jobless freelancer can win 4 consecutive matches, and they were all instant kills? On this side, the Qingyu supporters start to panic. Instant kill means killing the enemy within one musical note, guys. Explaining so you don't have to Google it. The next person fighting Yunshun is Niechang, the number 2 seed of Qingyun University. He possesses the rare polar bear bloodline, destructive power like a storm. Seeing their man enter the ring, Qingyu starts shouting. They are all waiting for their team to beat Yunshun to pieces to show off. Yunshun finally gets a bit of spirit up, and Niechang is also full of momentum. He isn't like the idiots who like to gossip out there. He knows Yunshun's strength is not simple at all. But even so, he is just a jobless person with no future. Today I will use my strength to prove you are not worthy of entering our Qingyu. Niechang uses 3 skills at once to buff himself as soon as he enters the match. Yunshun smirks. If you are arrogant enough to rush to show off your power like that, then he will also use a similar way to defeat the opponent. Yunshun also uses a series of skills on himself before the astonished eyes of the audience. Niechang is provoked, hurriedly rushing up to attack first. His axe full of power is calmly blocked by Yunshun's spear. Both sides use a lot of power, creating a huge shockwave. But Niechang is still weaker, knocked back by this strike from Yunshun. While he still doesn't understand why he fell into a disadvantage, Yunshun has advanced. He uses the flurry skill to continuously hammer the opponent. Niechang is beaten until he can't stand up, opening his mouth to stammer. I surrender. Before the words can fully leave his mouth, he is stopped by tentacles controlled by Yunshun. His whole body is quickly tied tight by the tentacles. Unable to move. Want to surrender? Not that easy. Yesterday, he was humiliated by Qingyu's reporter. Yun Tang cried all night watching the live broadcast. This debt must be settled slowly and completely. Yunshun summons the thorn flower beast he bought last time. This thing is just a level 1 demonic beast. Damage is weak. But Niechang can no longer resist. He can only let little thorn attack strike after strike, watching the HP bar drop bit by bit. Physical wounds don't count for much, but the humiliation is indescribable. Niechang can't even cry, resentful to the extreme. And the Qingyu students can't watch anymore either. Yunshun is also very patient, watching little thorn attack Niechang for 2 hours without getting bored. The referee can't watch anymore either. He has to announce the match time is limited. 10 more minutes without a winner will be counted as a draw. Yunshun has to deal the final blow, knocking out the opponent. After this match, he has entered the top 64, getting a short rest to prepare for the next round. Returning to the team, the whole group is incredibly happy. Humiliated like that yesterday. Today Yunshun used a level 1 monster to humiliate Qingyu back. Truly warms the hearts of the brothers in the team. Besides Yunshun, Nico also won all 5 matches. Shintiren only lost 1, so they all advanced. The secretary asks the 3 not to relax their vigilance. Entering the top 64 is when they can truly meet strong enemies. Very quickly after that, the second round also begins. In the first match of round 2, Yunshun meets the number 3 seed of Qingyu. Seeing his face, that guy turns pale. Oh mother, meeting this little ancestor. My luck is too bad. Even Niechang was hung up and beaten by him in such humiliation. How can I have a chance to defeat him? The match just starts. The opponent intends to surrender, but Yunshun doesn't allow him to do that. Still the same method. First, tie the opponent tight with tentacle vines. Then summon the monster again. Little Thorn sees another hearty meal coming. Can't help but make excited noises. Yunshun doesn't forget to instruct it to whip vital spots to create the most damage. The Qingyu students are extremely bitter. Yunshun successively humiliated their number 2 and number 3 seeds. He even takes pleasure in it. Currently, they can only hope Ning Junyi will quickly deal with this guy. A miserable scream echoes from another ring. It's that Ba Hetong who defeated Shun Tyran acting wild. Although the opponent has fallen, he still frantically attacks. This is wanting a life, not just wanting victory. He has the Black Dragon bloodline. Extremely powerful, but also extremely wild. The principal of Shungli University, because of that unparalleled combat power, not only doesn't manage him, but lets him run wild. The top 32 are quickly determined. Next is the match for the top 16. Ba Hetong's opponent appears very quickly. It is Yunshun, facing the number 1 seed of one of the top 7 universities. This guy becomes even more bloodthirsty. Yunchen observes the opponent a bit. This guy has completely fused with the alien bloodline, so his power has reached the peak. However, because of that, he lost his mind. Currently no different from a monster. Is your family watching the competition? If so, that's good. Because next, I will crush your head in front of them. Yunchen is truly angered by these words from Bahatong. He accelerates towards the opponent. Initially still arrogant, but when Spectre, the magic array, is close to his neck, he suddenly feels fear. That is because Yunchen's weapon has the ability to intimidate dragon targets, causing all attributes of the opponent to decrease by 15%. Boom! The ring is covered in thick dust. Bahatong is beaten to his knees by Yunchen, completely losing the arrogant majesty maintained from the start. His eyes are full of hatred, mouth still wanting to curse and threaten to kill. But Yunchen's next blow sends 2 of his teeth flying. Next, he gives Bahatong a punch straight to the stomach. This guy has dragon bloodline, so his ability to take hits is extremely good. Just as well, Yunchen is annoyed, so he uses him as a punching bag to vent. He uses his stomp skill, thoroughly pinning the opponent under his foot to torture. People below the stand watching this scene find Yunchen both cruel and cool. It seems family is his reverse scale. Bahatong is in terrible shape this time. On the ring, Yunchen is stomping Bahatong underfoot. He is still very furious. His whole face is distorted, transforming no different from a monster. Yunchen temporarily stops attacking, wanting the opponent to stand up and fight him again. Bahatong struggles to stand up. Hatred has blinded his eyes. A pair of black wings grows on his back. His whole body now looks exactly like a monster. Bahatong opens his mouth, breathing out a pitch-black flame. This thing has extremely great destructive power. But when he looks back, he sees Yunchen's spear close to his neck. If you're skilled, stab again. From skin to heart, I am still far away. Yunchen says, oh, accurately stabbing straight into his chest, just a tiny bit away from the heart. Although the black dragon body is robust, just a little deeper and he would go to the afterlife. Bahatong is truly scared now. He kneels down to admit defeat, wanting to kill others but afraid of others killing him. Turns out you are only this much. The referee immediately declares Yunchen the winner of this match. After Yunchen ends the match, the people observing outside breathe a sigh of relief. Just now they thought he would really kill someone. Intentionally killing the opponent would directly lose qualification. That would truly be a waste of a talent. He just wanted to scare the opponent, not blinded by emotions. Always calm from beginning to end. Truly a not bad performance. Yianfu keeps nodding, seeming extremely satisfied with this child. His secretary brings news at this moment. They have found out Yunchen still has a younger sister studying in the 3rd year of junior high. If they can bring the girl to be taken care of with Yunchen, it would be a very good thing. Sure enough, Principal Yi seems very supportive hearing this. After all, Yunchen's parents were people of merit. Treating the 2 siblings well is a matter of course. And for the Xianlong nation, top students have huge strategic value, especially the top 7 universities. As long as they don't fail halfway, their future already holds 4th job advancement strength. They are the core force fighting against the dark world. Therefore, they must offer good treatment to this precious gem Yunchen. Thinking so, Yianfu immediately assigns his assistant. He instructs her to speak to the high schools affiliated with Jiangnan University, to have them keep a spot open at any time. Wait until Yunchen returns to ask his opinion later. Such an important student should be left to cultivate with peace of mind. No need to worry about family matters. Old Yi, do you still want to play? Betting on the individual round is an old tradition. Hurry up or the match will end soon. A challenge rings out from the other side of the screen. Yianfu laughs heartily. These old friends. Looks like this year he can't refuse their betting game. After eliminating Bahatong, who was voted as the champion, Yunchen went straight into the top 16. However, his next opponent is not simple at all. She is also a number 1 seed among the top 7 universities voted as champion. It is the successor of the Sword Saint, Buchan. The number 1 seed of Dongfu University has entered the arena. The principals of the schools are extremely excited. They start placing bets, and Yianfu joins immediately upon arrival. He bets an A-rank skill book that Yunchen will be the winner. The vice principal of Qingyu laughs loudly. Old Yi, playing so big, just arriving? Do you really think your jobless kid is solid just because he beat that black dragon brat? Honestly speaking, he still doesn't rate Yunshin very highly. Because Ba Hetong is ultimately just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Although his nature seems arrogant, he is actually very cowardly. Why talk so much? Just asking if you're following or not. Of course I have to follow. Following with a copy of an A-rank heavenly treasure. Seeing the two friends playing big. The principal of Dongfu also pulls out a bet. It is a soul contract. The value of this thing is much higher than those A-rank skills. But before he can finish boasting about the preciousness of this item, a familiar heroic declaration rings out from the live screen. Yunshin wins. Principal Zhang of Dongyu drops his jaw. The soul contract in his hand falls. Yanfu happily snatches it. Old Zhang can't believe his favorite student Buchan lost so quickly. And Buchan below the ring also can't believe the events that just occurred. She is the successor of the Sword Saint after all. Yet the opponent could use swordsmanship to compete with her. Not to mention, Yunshin also has skills from other classes supporting combat. This is clearly not a normal human, but a monster. Winning this match, Yunshin also successfully enters the quarterfinals. Jiangnan University's situation is still quite stable. Only regrettably Shen Tairan met the #1 seed of Jingyu, so he was eliminated early. Nico also successfully advanced without encountering any obstacles. Yanfu's assistant dares not relax a bit, because right after that, the random match list has been sent. She hurriedly opens her phone to see Yun Chen's next opponent. But as soon as she sees the name, her face instantly turns gray. We're done for. Why meet him? The audience below the stage also screams like a broken beehive. Because Yunshin's opponent is Ning Junyi, the once-in-a-millennium summoner, and also the #1 seed of Qingyun University. This opponent is very hard to deal with. But the difficulty doesn't lie in his class, but in the top-tier talent he possesses. Yunshin's strength lies in the all-rounder talent. He can upgrade all his skills by 3 qualities, combined with already very high attribute values. So he can make the power of elementary skills not inferior to any advanced class skills. Plus excellent combat intuition. Enough to cope with any opponent. However, compared to Yunshin, Ning Junyi's S-rank Supreme Contract talent is even more exaggerated. He can upgrade all summoned objects by up to 4 qualities. Even summoning a small monster can bring boss-level strength. Moreover, the Ning family is the top family in Qingyun province. With that financial power, Ning Junyi absolutely won't summon low-quality things. This will definitely be a tough battle for Yunshin. Below the Grand Arena, both Yunshin and Ning Junyi are hungry for victory. Ning Junyi wants to overwhelm the opponent to redeem the humiliation of his teammates. At the same time, the dignity of the Ning family does not allow him to lose a single match. And Yunshin doesn't care about the opponent's family background. He bluntly declares that Ning Junyi won't be able to stand walking down from here. Ignorant and arrogant. Veins throb wildly on Ning Junyi's forehead. He spreads his arms wide, starting to summon. Yunshin is a bit surprised. This person's casting speed is too fast. Must interrupt quickly. Otherwise, letting him summon a bunch of monsters would be a real headache. He holds his spear and rushes towards the opponent. But Ning Junyi has predicted it. He uses his synchronization secret technique to temporarily fuse the summoner with the monster, his nightmare ghost, thereby utilizing its skills. Yunshin's spear accurately stabs but passes through the opponent, not scratching him at all. Ning Junyi laughs madly. Your spearman skills are truly laughable in my eyes. Yunshin is not fazed, just relying on the nightmare ghost skill. Indeed enough for you to deal with most opponents. But that doesn't include me. Yunshin uses the flash spell. Sure enough, affecting the opponent heavily. Originally, this skill has no physical damage, but it makes the nightmare ghost extremely disgusted. Ning Junyi is fused with this summoned creature. Naturally, he also suffers the influence. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, Ning Junyi uses the nightmare ghost's ethereal skill, wanting to flee. But Yunshin has countless skills that are natural enemies of these tricks. He quickly tracks the opponent's aura. The spear in his hand flies out, originally hitting the opponent but blocked again. this time by earth demon flower seeds rising from the ground. The audience gasps in a long breath. Turns out this is the reason why from the start of the match, Ning Junyi sowed earth demon flower seeds into the ground without using them, while he confronted Yunshin himself. Now the earth demon flower seeds have spread all over the arena. Over time, its roots will become more and more numerous. Just thinking of this, they have guessed who the winner is this time. Yunshin sneers. Earth demon flower or whatever, ultimately it's just a plant. Just use fire attacks. The weapon in his hand transforms again, becoming a staff form. Yunshin's fire attacks continuously hit the earth demon flower. But unfortunately, they cannot damage it. Ning Junyi laughs even more heartily. He keeps casting spells. A pile of monsters is summoned. Finally, giving you one more big treasure. This is the best choice to send off an arrogant brat like you. Ning Junyi waves his hand, summoning the final monster. It is a red dragon. Indeed, the power far exceeds the previous things. Yunshin sighs deeply. Truly a troublesome opponent, able to summon so many henchmen at once. The weapon in his hand transforms again, becoming an axe. If so, then all come at once. Ning Junyi thinks he misheard, thinking Yunshin still doesn't understand the situation clearly. He kindly reminds Yunshin of one thing. That is, the earth demon flower roots have not only spread to cover the arena, but they are also sprouting on Yunshin's body. And every place this thing touches will become fertilizer, eventually sucked dry and die. On the stands, the crowd keeps raising their voices to provoke Yunshin, telling him to quickly admit defeat. Yunshin just curls his lip in disdain, relying on these few seeds to take him down. He caresses the weapon in his hand. This is the storm axe, taken from the troll chieftain back then. This type of battle axe has extremely great power. Plus Yunshin's level, it will unleash very strong power. Yunshin uses the elementary skill of the Berserker class, Berserk. He shakes his body once. All earth demon flower seeds parasitic on his body are knocked off. Ning Junyi snorts coldly. So what if you remove the seeds? He orders all his summoned beasts to attack at once. Yunshin doesn't choose to dodge. Instead, he uses 3 consecutive skills, then stands still to take the hits. The audience on the stand drops their jaws. Does this kid have brain problems? He just withstood all attacks from Ning Junyi. But among the audience, very quickly someone realizes the problem. In this world exists an elementary skill, where the heavier the injury, the higher the self-attribute values. Yunshin just used many buffs at once, and switched to a battle axe with maximum power. Fear that after the rain of attacks, just now, his power has reached a terrifying level unmatched by anything. Sure enough, after the rain of bombs and bullets passes, Yunshin appears amidst the rubble in an extremely berserk state. He roars loudly, then gathers momentum to hurl the axe in his hand. This one move sends all of Ning Junyi's monsters to their graves. On the observation deck, the crowd can only swallow hard. Holy crap! Even Ning Junyi starts to get scared, cold sweat pouring on his forehead. He never dreamed that almost all his summoned beasts would be wiped out in just one move. If he didn't have the spirit body immune to physical damage, he would probably be heavily injured or even dead. Yunshin seizes the opportunity to rush forward. Ning Junyi hurriedly summons the red dragon to protect him. The dragon is chopped by Yunshin with a painful blow. But immediately after, he is tightly wrapped around both legs by the earth demon flower rising from the ground. Yunshin is bound by it and dragged a long distance on the ground. Ning Junyi starts laughing gloatingly again. Didn't expect that, right? My earth demon flower is immortal as long as the roots remain. Go, red dragon. Burn him to death for me. The red dragon obeys the master's command, immediately spitting out a massive fireball. Yunshin calmly summons the water element, successfully blocking this fatal attack. Heard your roots are still alive? Then lend them to me for a moment. Yunshin decisively grabs the vines wrapping his legs, then pulls hard. The earth demon flower seed buried deep underground is dragged up by him. Yunshin uses this seed again, whipping a painful blow onto the red dragon. Ning Junyi grinds his teeth. He never dreamed his opponent would be this hard to solve. The situation is extremely disadvantageous. So Ning Junyi plans to summon a few other trash things to stall for time, grasping the victory. But this little thought of his, Yunshin has seen through. He uses the assassin's elementary skill dagger throw to attack. Seeing this, Ning Junyi laughs out loud. Idiot. Don't forget I'm still in spirit form. A mere dagger wants to hurt me? The dagger passes through Ning Junyi's body, indeed unable to hurt him. But attached to it is a talisman. And this talisman successfully stays on his body. Ning Junyi realizes the anomaly now. Could the dagger be just a distraction? And this talisman is what Yinshin really uses to attack? Sure enough, immediately after, the talisman explodes. Ning Junyi also returns from the spirit state, immune to physical damage to a normal human. Yanfu observes the match without missing a minute, laughing very heartily. This kid is truly not bad, able to think of a way to break the nightmare ghost. Exorcism is originally a skill to support teammates, can remove negative effects and reduce the effectiveness of attacks. Yinshin conversely uses this skill on the opponent, unexpectedly still able to exorcise the nightmare ghost on Ning Junyi, judging the situation like a god, and making such accurate choices. Truly a genius once in a millennium. Yanfu continuously strokes his long beard. Looks like this individual round. First place surely belongs to their Jiangnan University. On the ring, Ning Junyi still can't believe his eyes. He didn't think a meager elementary skill could remove the nightmare ghost. But Yinshin knows the match is settled. To him, Ning Junyi not in spirit state is nothing worth mentioning. Stop looking down on people. Ning Junyi is mad with rage. His red dragon is currently crushed flat like a shrimp by the earth demon flower seed Yinshin threw earlier. But Ning Junyi still forcibly summons it, and even synchronizes it with himself. Vice Principal Chu of Qingyun University is even more panicked now. Ning Junyi is indeed cornered, so anger made him lose his mind. Now even if he turns into a dragon, so what? Yinshin possesses a weapon specialized in countering dragons. Didn't he hang Bahatong up and beat him to a pulp earlier? And Ning Junyi's state right now makes the stands explode. They keep shouting, calling him to quickly crush the jobless freelancer. The cheers make Ning Junyi even more arrogant. This is the power of a dragon. A power surging endlessly. Now you in front of me are nothing but a small fry. Ning Junyi rushes forward, wanting to crush Yinshin in one move. But he gently uses his spear, one strike piercing his chest. Ning Junyi collapses to the ground, coughing up a large mouthful of blood. Impossible, he stammers. I clearly carry the power of a dragon. Sorry, I specialize in killing dragons. Yinshin lightly drops the final sentence. At this moment, the competition referee also announces, Yinshin has won. Many spectators start to panic. This is only the quarterfinal match. But Ning Junyi stopped at the top 8. Truly a joke. I'm not watching anymore. Many people immediately stand up and leave. Most are fans of the host team. Ning Junyi is taken out of the arena. The first semi-final match quickly proceeds. Yinshin's opponent this time is the number 1 seed of Jingnan University, named Bai Wu. His class is Assassin. Just meeting. Bai Wu speaks first very politely. You are very strong. I admit I'm not equal. This match I don't seek victory. Hope to be enlightened. So I will only use assassin skills. The match just starts. Bai Wu rushes towards the opponent like the wind with the fastest speed. Yinshin uses a few smoke bombs to create a smokescreen. He raids from behind, but is caught by Bai Wu. Because the shadow tracking skill he just used can track the opponent's position. The two fight hand-to-hand in the thick smoke. Bai Wu thinks Yinshin only has these meager skills. If you feel it's not working, quickly bring out skills from other classes. Otherwise, you won't beat me. Bai Wu kindly reminds him. But just as he finishes the sentence, Yinshin's blade is close to his neck. Turns out earlier, when Yinshin threw the smoke bomb, he cloned himself, and his original body was always hiding in the shadow of that clone. Bai Wu sighs deeply, immediately admitting defeat. The gap between the two is too big. Hearing Yinshin speak lightly as a feather. But who would have thought the person fighting hand-to-hand evenly with Bai Wu was just a clone? Semi-final 1. Yinshin goes straight to the finals. But no one thought his opponent this time would be Nico. Yinshin is speechless. The audience on the stand is also speechless. Quickly admit defeat, beauty. Don't waste everyone's time. Nico gets annoyed. Yinshin looks at her helplessly. Fighting or not? Fight what fight? Although what they say sounds jarring. Indeed, I can't beat you. Nico cheerfully admits defeat. Yunshin goes from a most disliked jobless freelancer to sitting on the champion throne. On the stands, silence reigns. The program MC is also extremely awkward because of this. Turns out this is the home field advantage. Although Yunshin won, not a single cheer is raised. But Yunshin doesn't care about that. Compared to ordinary cheers, beating Qingyu so they can't lift their heads is what makes him comfortable. After the match that day, news about Yunshin dominates every social network. The spearhead also points at Ning Junyi. He goes from a widely acclaimed young master to the disgrace of the Ning family and Qingyun University. Vice Principal Chu is furious, continuously scolding the student he once favored most. This loss will greatly affect Qingyu's reputation. Now wanting to turn the tide, they must win the overall championship. I don't care what means you use. The team round tomorrow. You absolutely must win. After Vice Principal Chu leaves, the Qingyu group starts to worry. Because for many years, the team round has always been their weakness. Ning Junyi smiles a distorted smile at this moment. A golden orb appears in his hand. Taking the normal path is naturally not easy. If there is someone willing to be a sacrifice, then, Brother Ning, what do you want to do? Don't. The sentence hasn't fully left the mouth when it's replaced by a scream. On this side, the Jiangnan University student group is immersed in a feeling of joy. Makes sense. Today Yunshin was incredibly cool. However, Yanfu also personally comes to welcome him. He doesn't hesitate to give him the spoils won from that bet. Among them, Yunshin only pays attention to that soul contract. Yanfu also thinks this is a quite rare good item. It can connect with the target's soul. A master-servant contract once signed cannot be resisted. Like Principal Xia's two goblin maids, they were subdued using a soul contract. The law originally strictly forbids citizens from using this thing, because the Xianlong nation places extreme importance on protecting human rights. Therefore, Yanfu suggests Yunshin should find a demonic beast to sign the contract with, and it's best to find a foreign exotic beast. Besides, because Yunshin achieved first place, Jiangnan University has also prepared a separate reward. That is 10,000 points, 20 million in cash, and an extremely rare equipment. The students instantly explode. This reward is too generous. Yanfu is still happily chatting with the students when that assistant with a gloomy face announces bad news. That is Li Huanyu. The mage of the Qingyun University team was accidentally heavily injured during training. Because there is no way to continue competing, they replaced him with a guardian knight. The kids of the Jiangnan team get angry hearing this. Damn, this is too bitter. Everyone sees we are a melee team, only afraid of the iron barrel formation. They changed a mage to a guardian knight, clearly targeting us. Clearly there is shady business. In previous years, there was never a case of changing people midway. Yunshin just sneers, not revealing any worry. If the opponent wants to play the iron barrel formation to suppress, then he doesn't mind letting the opponent taste some tactics. Very quickly the next day arrives. The team competition officially takes place. The next match is 16-8 between Bei University and Jiangnan University. Just starting, Yunshin leads his teammates rushing forward. Yanfu and his old friends are still watching via live broadcast in the room as usual. But today, the betting business is no longer as bustling as before. They bet enough already, but none of the principals dare to bet. Not betting? How boring. Who would have expected Jiangnan University this year to have such a perverted brat? This isn't a team competition. Clearly an individual performance competition. They don't want to lose any more treasures for nothing. Here are all people of age, living many years in the world, seeing not few geniuses. But the most excellent ones can only handle 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3 at most. But Yunshin from the start could rely on his own ability to break the opponent's entire defense line. The multi-class characteristic makes his attack methods diverse, plus a flexible mind. Enough for Yunshin to cope with any situation. Vice Principal Chu of Qingyun University has been sitting still all this time. Now pretends to be annoyed and speaks up. I admit that kid is very strong. But this is a team competition. Mutual coordination is the key point. His melee formation is limited. Afraid he can't go far. Yanfu just smiles and says nothing more. Tactics or whatever. Just watch and you'll know. At this moment below the arena, Yun Shun is making salad of the entire opponent team alone. His speed is super fast. Moreover, skill power is extremely strong. The opponent basically cannot resist. After only a short time, Bei has failed completely. Sigh. Fighting for consecutive matches. My hands haven't even warmed up, and it's over. Completely didn't get to display anything. Helpless. I barely tied my shoes and had to chase after everyone. Who told us to stand at the back of the formation? Yi Qingling and Sun Kangzhao complain to each other. In this situation, they don't know whether to be happy or sad. Yun Shun comes from behind and gives each a knock on the head. Don't talk nonsense. You guys are important reserve tactics. It's just that the opponents in the first few rounds were too trash. No need for you to act. Lift your spirits for me immediately. Rest time has ended. Next is the quarterfinals. But the audience on the stand can only sigh. Because the Jiangnan team is truly too overwhelming. Don't talk about beating the whole team. Even beating Yunxin alone is already very difficult. Jiangnan's next opponent is Qingzhou University. The opponent seems very confident. They think Yunxin's melee formation is just trash. And Qingzhou is known as the team specializing in crushing reckless people. They have always been famous for mages. The participating contestants are all mages. Although individual round performance wasn't very excellent, the coordination of different magic attributes will bring extremely great effects in team competition. Guofeiqing looks at the opponent's formation and finds it extremely ridiculous. Mages are all paper-thin glass cannons. This is clearly not putting an assassin like him in their eyes. Guofeiqing wants to strike first to gain the upper hand, directly using the shadow dive skill, wanting to vanguard. But before he can burrow into the ground, he is grabbed by Yun Shun. Everyone is a bit surprised by this action. Brother Yun? What's wrong? Yun Shun observes the opponent for a long time. Don't be impulsive, because this crispy team isn't easy to deal with. Brother Yun, you are too cautious. No matter how powerful they are just weak mages. We are assassins. Are we supposed to be afraid? Guofeiqing looks skeptical. And Shun Tyran also wants to volunteer as a tank because he has blood shield. Nico's group also starts clamoring. Without a tank in the formation, what do they rely on to fight them? Moreover, they all want to display their abilities, not just come out to clean up the battlefield. Yunxin thinks for a few seconds. Finally agrees. After all, they are a team. He must respect his teammates' opinions. Thinking so, Yunxin assigns tasks to each person according to their strengths. Below the stands, the audience is looking forward to this battle. Because Yunxin's team is pure melee. Qingzhou University's team is pure long range. Both sides are extremely extreme. Which side has the advantage is still unknown. As soon as the referee shouts start, 5 people from Yunxin's group rush up simultaneously. Yi Qingling and Sun Kangzhao continue to play useless roles at the back of the formation. Teammates attack so fast they haven't even had time to paste talismans for buffs. No choice. Brother Yun instructed. Unless there is a change. Otherwise we continue to observe the battle from the rear. Sun Kangzhao sighs deeply. On this side, Yunxin only plays a covering role. While his hands are free, he uses the appraisal skill to gather intelligence. Before his eyes, Yunxin basically confirms the opponents are mages specializing in single attributes, knowing how to use different magic attributes to coordinate combat. And he also knows the opponent's attributes include fire, ice, light. Among them, fire and light are likely the main offensive suppression. Dark and ice are responsible for fire support and increasing abnormal statuses. Earth specializes in defense, and wood is control. There is only one single mage whose attribute Yunxin cannot determine. Moreover, he stands at the very back, clearly the object of key protection. Yunxin suddenly feels a chill down his spine. Wait a minute. In this guy's magic power, I can't sense any attribute. Could it be? The Qingzhou team captain laughs loudly seeing Yun Chen's group attacking. He orders his team members to create a huge explosion. Simultaneously, 4 attack branches from 4 different elements are launched. Yunxin uses his fast casting talent combined with dual casting to create a fireball spell to block them. For now, he must try his best to block the opponent's attack. The two sides' magic collide, creating a huge explosion in the air. Yun Chun frowns tightly. There are still many skills he can't block. Relying on him alone, Wanting to fight 4 mages is still too difficult. Those skills Yinshin couldn't block are very close. Shin Tairan hurriedly creates a blood crystal shield to block the rest. Nico and Lin Yu seize this opportunity to draw swords and rush up. The opponent is not phased at all, continuing to create rapid attacks to respond. The Qingzhou team captain is ultimately a frog in a well. The situation just looked a bit optimistic, and he hurriedly thought he could win. While he is still immersed in victory, Shin Tairan used Blood Shadow Strike to approach from behind. Just a pity the opponent team isn't easy to deal with either. Just seeing him raid. There would mage summoned many vines. Shin Tairan is tied tight. Extremely helpless. Hateful. These mages keep rotating to support each other. Truly not easy to deal with at all. But I am not fighting alone. Guofeiqing starts to break through now. He is aiming at that captain. After all, to catch bandits, catch the ringleader first. But when Guofeiqing's weapon is about to touch the opponent, a halo appears around him. The other side also suddenly disappears. Nico curses silently. Damn it. That's a teleportation array. The mages of the opponent team disappear simultaneously, then reappear simultaneously, hovering in the air right above Guofeiqing's head. We're done for. Guofeiqing opens his eyes wide, looking at the staffs being raised high at the same time. Can't escape this time. But right at that moment, Yunshin appears. He grabs Guofeiqing's collar, then throws him hard to the side. The attack wave pours down accurately. Yunshin took the hit for Guofeiqing. Nico widens her eyes. Lin Yu also can't believe his eyes. Although they are all teammates, Yunshin's strategy and skills far exceed Guofeiqing. Trading 1-for-1 like this is too much of a loss. The team's strategy will be reduced by at least 50%. Guofeiqing sits on the ground. Eyes starting to tear up. Why is it like this? Initially, I should have listened to Brother Yin. If I could have handled it more carefully, things would have been different. Naturally, how could Yunshin die ridiculously like that? While teammates are busy crying. You've appeared once again. Still with that same confident, carefree face. Clearly, the one who rushed in to take the hit for Guofeiqing was just a clone of Yunshin. Unfortunately, that clone is dead now. It can't be used again for the next 2 hours. But saving a teammate was well worth the trade. I didn't expect our opponents to have a traditional array mage backing them up. This is a huge problem. Nicole is starting to worry. The situation isn't as favorable as they thought. Traditional array mages are extremely rare. Not because they're difficult to master, but because their strategies are too limited. That's why none of them anticipated their opponent having this class. While they were busy fighting, the enemy secretly set up a large number of teleportation arrays on the field, and the mage himself is positioned at the very back. He's very difficult to attack. What do we do now? Nicole is completely lost. It's fine. You guys keep the opponents busy. Don't let them interfere with me. Leave the rest to me. In this situation, no one dares to argue with Yunshin anymore. They can only do their best to provide him cover. The arena quickly descends into chaos. On Jiang University's side, everyone is fighting with all their might. But with the opponent possessing teleportation arrays, their easy mobility makes them incredibly frustrating to fight. The audience above starts to jeer at the situation. Jiang University, undefeated for 4 consecutive matches, can't even touch the hem of their opponent's clothes now. This isn't a fight. This is clearly them being taken for a walk like a dog. They had already given up hope of Qingyun University winning the championship. Therefore, anyone who can give Yunshin a hard time makes them feel incredibly satisfied. Shin Tairan and Lin Yu are struggling badly. They're expending too much energy, but are fundamentally unable to land an attack. At this moment, Yunshin begins to break through and charge forward. The traditional array mage has also noticed him. But in his eyes, Yunshin's magic skills pose no threat at all. And as for the attack range of Yunshin's spear, he can easily predict it. Anyone who steps into your attack range, I will teleport them all away. You won't be able to harm a single one of my team members. But unexpectedly, right after that, Yunshin pulls out a gun. He decisively pulls the trigger. The bullet pierces through the opponent's chest. He immediately collapses. Yunshin lands gracefully. Guns are still the easiest way to deal with these glass cannons. The traditional array mage's jaw drops. What the hell? You can use a gun? And you even pretended to attack with a spear first before using the gun. You're way too sneaky. Yun Shun has no time to argue with him. When it comes to sneakiness, neither side is losing to the other. He powerfully pushes off the ground, gaining momentum. Then he leaps high into the air. Yun Shun uses two divine gunslinger skills at once, Swift Draw and Frenzied Barrage. Bullets fly out one after another. The mages start to panic and flee. Even their key player can't react in time. The bullets Yun Shun fires are too dense. Even if they want to dodge, they can't dodge them all. While he's still in a daze, Guofeiqing's sharp weapon is at his throat. The young man must still be furious about his near-death experience earlier. So as soon as he catches this mage, he doesn't hesitate to press the blade right against his neck. Kid, I finally got you. So easy to get close to. Looks like Yunji's guns completely distracted you, huh? The enemy captain panics when he sees his ace has been captured. But as long as there's a will, there's a way. He hastily orders his team members to form a support formation for the traditional array mage. He himself also creates a large shield. But this little bit of power is nothing compared to Nicole, the Silver Moon warrior. She charges forward, delivering a beautiful slash to the opponent. This guy also falls from above with a thud, right at Yun Shun's feet. The sound is incredibly satisfying. Want to continue? Yun Shun pulls out his gun and questions his opponent. The guy isn't stupid enough to want another beating. The outcome is already set. He can only admit defeat. The MC immediately announces that Jiang University has successfully advanced, heading straight into the top 4. Yun Shun's group proudly returns to the break room. They struggled a bit this time, but that's what makes the victory all the more glorious. The Qingyun University students sitting in the audience can only cry their eyes out. They had desperately hoped that Qingzhou University could make short work of Yun Shun. But the higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. It seems it'll be a long time before anyone can take down Yun Shun. The Jiang University team returns to the break room. Nicole, Lin Yu, and Guofeiqing are excitedly chatting about the match. Only Yi Qingling and Sun Kongzhao are sitting silently in a corner. They sigh one after another. We won, but this feeling really sucks. We're supposed to be among the top 10 strongest students in our year. But in these past few matches, we haven't felt like we existed at all. Who told Yunji to be so ridiculously strong? Winning without even doing anything. I guess that's not so bad. It feels like we could win the championship just by sitting here. Sun Kongzhao tries to comfort Yi Qingling. But Yun Shun heard everything they said. Who said I was going to let you two just sit around? In the next match, you two are the main force. As soon as Yun Shun finished speaking, the eyes of both Sun Kongzhao and Yi Qingling lit up. Really, Yunji? We really get to be the main force? The break time is over. They enter the first official semi-final match. This time, Jiang University must face the team from Shengli University. This team is considered the most brutal, terrifying, and bizarre in the history of the freshman exchange tournament, because all of its members have monster bloodlines, and their captain is one of Yun Shun's old rivals, none other than Ba Hetong. All things considered, the appearance of this team is truly unbearable. Whispers of body shaming for the Shengli team can be heard from above. Can't be helped. It's not like they wanted to look this way. Isn't it because of what their elders did? The cause of this dates back 17 years. Before the events unfolded, some players acted alone for fun. One by one, they chose monster races like goblins and rock golems. There was even someone who chose the zombie race. As a result, after the game and reality merged into one, they truly became monsters. This led to their children having these inhuman appearances. The match hasn't even started yet, and a member of the Shengli team has already honestly reminded Ba Hetong that the weapon Yun Shun possesses is one that specifically counters the dragon race. Ba Hetong, of course, knows that. He just got his ass handed to him the other day. His body is still trembling today. So what? Ba Hetong suddenly shouts loudly. Perhaps it's out of indignation. Or perhaps it's to boost his team's morale. Have you all forgotten what we've been through all these years? Because of our ugly faces and mixed blood, we've had to endure discrimination and humiliation from childhood to adulthood. What Ba Hetong said is not wrong. They did nothing wrong. The fault lies with the irresponsible fun of their elders. They should have been human. But from a young age, they were casually humiliated by humans. Since childhood, Ba Hetong has nurtured a will for revenge. That's why he didn't hesitate to follow the Black Dragon. completely turning into a monster. Now, standing before him are the human elites from the top 7 universities. He wants nothing more than to stomp on them, to crush them under his feet. The members of Xinglei's team all have monster bloodlines, so they are very arrogant. With just a few words, Ba Hetong successfully boosted their fighting spirit to the sky. Each and every one of them is boiling with the ambition to annihilate their opponents. Yunshin utterly despises this team, because they are both hateful and pitiful. But he doesn't forget to remind his own team members that they cannot let their guard down for even a moment in this match. Under Ba Hetong's command, the Xinglei team charges forward in unison. They don't care about winning or losing. They just want to kill as many opponents as they can. On this side, Yunshin also directs his team to form a solid defensive line. Each person displays their full skills to try and protect the back row. And the aces in the back row for this match are Yi Qingling and Sun Kongzhao. The two of them finally understand the feeling of being the ace, protected by the whole team, and not just standing uselessly in the rear watching the show. Lin Yu sees his teammates slacking off, and can't help but give them a piece of his mind. What are you so smug about? Hurry up and make your move. Yunji made you the main force because a Taoist can counter monsters, and a summoner can share the burden of the front line. Not so you can enjoy the feeling of being protected. After being scolded, Sun Kongzhao hastily summons his precious pets. He also has summoning contracts with quite a few high-level magical beasts, like the Elemental Guardian, the Withered Treant, the Stone Golem, and the Green Serpent Bear. On this side, Yi Qingling is not idle either. She begins to cast spells to enhance the strength of Sun Kongzhao's summoned beasts. This combination brings about a terrifyingly powerful wave of attacks, charging straight towards the Xinglei team. Screams echo throughout the entire arena. The principals and vice principals also nod in approval. A Taoist is a class that can both fight, control, and provide support buffs. Their burst skills are also strong, and they can counter both monsters and evil spirits. The only pity is their short casting range, and the cooldown time is too long. Yun Shun is the captain, and a scattered person. Of course, he understands this point. That's probably why he had Yi Qingling stay in a defensive position. The strategy is indeed not bad. That's just one of the many reasons. Yi Yanfu carefully observed his student. He knew that when it comes to strategy, Yun Shun is not necessarily inferior to Yi Qingling. He probably did this to reduce the chances of his teammates getting injured, and also to give them a chance to shine. This kid is truly warm on the inside and cold on the outside. Down in the arena, Yi Qingling and Sun Kongzhao are coordinating flawlessly. The more they fight, the more spirited they become. Ba Hetong's team is beaten so badly they can't even get up. He lies flat on the ground, extremely unwilling to accept another defeat. Yun Shun slowly walks up to him. He has never experienced their pain, nor does he want to preach any morals. But Yun Shun really wants to knock some sense into these thoughtless guys. The ones you should be fighting back against are those who mock and discriminate against you, not innocent people. This is the choice a human should make. Ba Hetong shows an expression of great suffering. It turns out that from the very beginning, Yun Shun had always considered him a real human being. And yet, he didn't know right from wrong. Venting his anger on someone who was not at fault, Ba Hetong suddenly understands. He accepts his defeat with complete conviction. Jiangnan University has won another match, and the words Yun Shun just said to Ba Hetong have made countless spectators think. That jobless, scattered person has always been cold. But unexpectedly, he has such a clear sense of right and wrong. From the moment Xinglei's team entered the arena, we have always seen them as monsters. Compared to that scattered person, we are truly far inferior. Through this incident, Yun Shun's image in the eyes of the audience has improved considerably, even among the spectators who were supporters of the Qingyun team. The rounds proceed very quickly. The team competition has entered its final round. In this match, Jiang University will face the host team, Qingyun University. Ning Junyi leads his team, entering the arena with high spirits. Their team consists of 2 heavy-armored warriors, 2 summoners, a guardian knight, a mage, and a priest. The audience in the stands begins to criticize this lineup as too foolish. They also start whispering about Qingyun changing its members at the last minute before the match. No one wants to say it directly, But almost everyone realizes this change is clearly aimed at Jiang University. Even the students of Qingyun University have a vague guess, but they can only comfort themselves that their school probably isn't that despicable. The match has just begun, and Ning Junyi has already ordered a defensive formation. Their two heavy-armored warriors and the Guardian Knight form a solid defensive line in the front. The priest then buffs everyone with a healing aura effect. As for Ning Junyi and another summoner in the back, they begin to use their summoning contracts. Just like in the individual match with Yunshun, a pile of monsters is summoned by him again. Faced with this situation, many people are left with their mouths agape, 3 defenders plus a priest buff, and 2 summoners summoning a pile of tanky monsters. This is truly an absolute defense. On this side, Yunshun has also deployed his formation, and coincidentally, their formation is also a defensive one. Shen Tairan and Nicole stand in the front line. Guofeiqing and Lin Yu protect Sun Kong Zhao as he summons a pile of tanky monsters. At the very back are Yi Qingling and Yun Shun. He is currently using a series of skills from many different classes, and Yi Qingling is vigorously buffing him and the other teammates. At this moment, Yun Shun seems to have awakened another state. If the opponent has brought out their strongest shield, then we, of course, must counter with our strongest spear. In the principal's waiting room, Vice Principal Zhu begins to wonder. Old Yi, your little scattered person is standing at the back with a melee weapon, and he's crazily stacking effects. What on earth is he trying to do? Yi Anfu calmly replies that Yun Shun has his own plans. But in reality, he is also worried sick. Because this kind of tactic, Principal Yi himself is seeing it for the first time. But another principal suddenly thinks of something. It's a common low-level skill that can give any class a long-range combat ability. And Ning Junyi has also noticed something unusual. He doesn't think Yun Shun would be so reckless as to use a one-time skill like this. Ning Junyi hastily orders his team to mobilize all summoned beasts to the front. At the same time, they use all their strongest defensive skills. Just as this side finishes reinforcing their formation, Yun Shun has accumulated enough power. He enlarges the spear in his hand. Yun Shun shouts loudly. Following his words, the spear is launched using a common-level skill called Throw. It pierces through Qingyun's first line of defense and continues to fly forward. Ning Junyi's team members are thrown into confusion. But in this situation, they can't react in time anymore. Yun Shun's spear tears through the wind, shattering the defensive line that Qingyun had painstakingly set up. Their formation is completely broken. Although they're not all dead, they're in a very difficult situation. Ning Junyi throws his head back and laughs loudly. Yun Shun, oh Yun Shun, I didn't expect you to dare to go all in like that. Now you have no weapon, and my team's formation is still intact. What are you going to fight us with? Ning Junyi is full of confidence. But just at this moment, Yun Shun simultaneously uses 2 of his talents, Spell Reach and Mage's Hand. A large hand rises from the ground, picks up the spear, and throws it back to him. Yun Shun's face is full of pride. Who said I went all in? Isn't the second round about to start? Ning Junyi feels like he's been slapped hard across the face. In the stands, the audience is also stunned. The biggest drawback of the throw skill that Yun Shun just used is that it's very difficult to retrieve the weapon after throwing it. But Yun Shun used Mage's Hand to get it back after throwing it. That's just brutal. In the waiting room, that principal starts to think. He guessed correctly. Yun Shun did indeed use the throw skill. However, this move has no other effect besides throwing the weapon. What on earth did Yun Shun use it for? Because that wasn't just an ordinary throw. Yi Anfu calmly explains. His talent can increase a skill's quality by 3 levels. Because of that, the power of the throw just now was also much stronger. And Yun Shun is now starting to gather his strength, preparing to strike a second time. Ning Junyi is already in a terrible state. He orders his team not to let Yun Shun strike again. Otherwise, they won't be able to withstand it. Mage, quickly use your long-range skills to interrupt his skill. The mage from Qingyun hears the order and immediately uses the skill Shattering Rockfall. A shower of rocks comes crashing down. But of course, they can't reach Yun Shun, because Nicole and the others aren't just for show. Don't even think about touching a single hair on our captain's head. With the support of his teammates, Yun Shun's throw skill is unleashed once again. Seeing this, the Qingyun team scrambles to run for their lives. What formation is there to speak of now? If they take this hit again, they'll be done for. After this spear throw, the armored formation that Ning Junyi had painstakingly arranged has officially shattered. Now is the time for Shun Tairan and the others to show their strength. The entire Jiang University team charges forward, madly stabbing, slashing, and beating their opponents. Ningji, hurry up and surrender. We can't hold on any longer. Ning Junyi's team members scream. He grinds his teeth. But things have come to this point. Ning Junyi has no other choice. The team competition ends here. Sir. Before the word render could leave his mouth, Ning Junyi is silenced by Yun Shun. What are you doing? Trying to surrender? Too bad. The referee didn't hear you. Yun Shun lands in front of him. His 6 teammates also quickly close in and surround them. Now, only Ning Junyi is left from the Qingyun team. Yun Shun is stopping him from surrendering, of course, to let his teammates vent their anger. Ning Junyi is like a piece of meat on a plate. Though completely helpless, he can't stop the Jiang University team from taking out their frustration on him. Qingyun, my ass. Using your home field advantage to set up a dirty trick. And you even dared to use reporters to bully people. You think you're the mother of the world, huh? Ning Junyi instantly becomes a punching bag for Yun Shun's group to beat up at will. In the stands, the Qingyun students start to leave in droves. They can't stand the sight of Ning Junyi, their proud captain, being pinned to the ground and beaten. The referee of the match can't just stand by and watch anymore. Ning Junyi has lost the ability to fight. The match is over. Stop it now. The Jiang University team still hasn't had their fill of anger. But since the referee has spoken, they have no choice but to show him some respect. Ning Junyi is beaten until his face is bruised and swollen. Qingyun University has lost all face this time. Jiangnan University has won first place in the entire team competition. On the high platform, a figure appears. It's that mysterious man in red again. He carefully observes the situation, then lets out a strange smile. It's finally starting. After the match ends, Ning Junyi sits silently like a statue in the waiting room for a long time. His team members all look at him with great concern. Since the match ended, Ning Ji hasn't said a single word. He wasn't beaten stupid, was he? Vice Principal Zhu's mood isn't great either. He had long suspected his students were useless. That's why he secretly arranged for Ning Junyi's team to meet Jiang University only in the finals. Now, at least they've secured second place. Their position in the top 7 is basically guaranteed. Hurry up and pull yourselves together. Ning Junyi grinds his teeth. Although their ranking is secure, his dignity has been crushed by Yun Shun. He swears that one day, he will go to Yun Shun's door and stomp him under his foot. In contrast, in Jiangnan University's waiting room, the sound of laughter is endless. The whole group is gloating inside for having vented their anger. By now, the news of Ning Junyi being beaten up by them has probably gone viral. Qingyun University has lost all face. Yianfu is also very satisfied with his students. They have taken first place in 2 rounds. This achievement is enough to secure the championship. Therefore, Principal Yi tells them not to feel too much pressure in the final survival round. This round is held in an abandoned city in Qingyun province. That place was once a wealthy city. But because a rift suddenly appeared 60 years ago, it was eroded by dark energy. The people in the city below level 6 almost all died. The lucky survivors all left. Over time, the vegetation in the city also grew wildly. More and more magical beasts flooded in to settle. Over time, some rare treasures also appeared there. Currently, the dark energy here has been purified by priests. Qingyun has also eliminated the powerful magical beasts, leaving only a portion suitable for freshmen to fight. And the resources that the contestants collect do not need to be handed over. Whoever gets something, it's theirs. As soon as the students hear this, their eyes light up. Because they've heard that in the survival round, there are even A+ grade rare treasures. Getting them would be a huge score. Is there soul-cleansing grass inside? Yinshin wonders. Soul-cleansing grass is an important ingredient of the awakening potion. Yun Tang, his younger sister, has reached the age to awaken her talent. Having an awakening potion can help her get a good talent. Yianfu has already sent people to investigate. In that city, There are at least 15 A grade and 3 A+ grade rare treasures. Soul Cleansing Grass is one of them. After hearing this, Yunshun is filled with determination. For his sister's future, he must get that thing. The next day, the teams prepare to enter the survival round. In this round, all 20 team members will participate. The ranking is calculated based on the total value of resources obtained by the entire team. This means they not only have to face magical beasts, but also have to watch out for contestants from other academies. The assistant hands the students a wooden token called an achievement plate. Inside is a small teleportation array. When in danger, crushing it will allow them to withdraw, of course, also meaning they forfeit their right to compete. The assistant is a bit worried. She repeatedly reminds the students that they must protect their lives. Don't worry, teacherly. Everyone is mentally prepared. Fortunately, with Yunji leading the way twice, we won the championship without much effort. This trip, the biggest goal is to find the soul cleansing grass so Yunji's sister can awaken a good talent. Everyone, the 3 signal flares are the most important. They are the signal for finding the soul cleansing grass, okay? Yunshun is a bit surprised to see that his teammates already know all about his purpose. It turns out Nicole had informed the whole team. The championship is already in the bag, and it's mostly thanks to Yunshun's efforts. So they all want to contribute to helping him. The briefing is over. The group of 20 is teleported to the abandoned city. As soon as he lands, Yunshun looks around. This place is truly desolate. It's hard to imagine it was once a bustling city. In this survival round, each contestant is randomly teleported to a different location. He considers for a moment and feels that prioritizing regrouping with his teammates should come first. Then, he should capture a high point to get a view. After running a few steps, Yunshun is attacked by a demonic beast. He immediately uses Fireball to deal with it. The beast is sent flying several meters. But this commotion has alerted many other beasts nearby. They all target Yunshun and charge towards him. He immediately uses the Roar skill, causing enemies with much lower attributes than him to fall into a state of fear. As expected, the beasts don't dare to take another step forward. Yunshun takes that opportunity to run away. He doesn't have time to get entangled with this bunch. He finds a high place and uses the Eagle Eye skill to observe the surrounding situation. Suddenly, Yunshun sees a group of more than 10 people. At first, he thinks it's an academy that has already gathered. But looking closely, he sees that their uniforms are not consistent. It seems to be a combination of several academies. Suddenly, 3 flares appear in the sky. They had exchanged signals beforehand. 1 flare was to confirm one's own position. 2 flares were to request support. And these 3 flares meant that the soul-cleansing grass had been found. Yunshun anxiously jumps down from where he was standing. These 3 flares are not necessarily good news, because doing so also means revealing one's position. It's very easy for enemies to find them. His teammate must also understand this situation. Yunshun is afraid that something unexpected has happened. He immediately uses the Wind Chaser skill, using his fastest speed to catch up to those 3 flares. At the location where the signal was fired, a 3-headed demonic vine serpent is lying quietly next to a soul-cleansing grass. The girl who sent the signal feels that she basically can't defeat it. It's only because Yunshun needs that soul-cleansing grass that she risked staying. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps comes from a distance. The girl is both happy and worried. If it's Yunshun or other members of the team, that's great. If she's unlucky and meets enemies from an ordinary academy, she could probably barely hold them off. But when she peeks out to look, the scene before her scares her to death. Why are there so many people? She also quickly realizes that this group of people is not from the same school. Each and every one of them has a very arrogant look on their face. You bitch. Stop hiding. I can already smell you. To dare to send such an arrogant signal. I guess only Jiang University, who doesn't care about their survival round score, would do that. The girl knows she can't hide anymore. She forces herself to calm down and reveals herself. The scepter in her hand is also raised, ready to fight back. You know I'm from Jiang University, and you still dare to come here? Let me tell you, Yunji is on his way here. If you don't want to die, then get lost. The crowd laughs as if it's the funniest thing they've ever heard. Yunshun is indeed powerful, but they have too many people. The leader is also very arrogant. He admits that ordinary schools like his can't fight against the top 7 universities. But with so many people, what is there to fear? Moreover, before this started, 55 ordinary universities had agreed to form an academy alliance. In total, there are 1,100 students participating. They want to use their numbers to crush the others, to wipe out the elite students from the top 7 schools. Then they can freely loot the spoils and divide them among themselves. This group of people is already large, but according to the leader, there are still several hundred more on their way. Once everyone is gathered, let alone one Yunshun. Even if your entire Jiang University team comes, you will only be crushed by us. While he is still being arrogant, a commotion comes from behind. Several people at the back are sent flying by a terrifying force. Yunshun arrogantly walks forward with his spear, each step carrying a sky-high momentum. Who were you saying you wanted to crush? The girl is so happy to see Yunshun that she bursts into tears. Yunji is finally here. I'm saved. I'm saved. The students belonging to the Academy Alliance are a bit wary. Because Yunshun in person, his momentum is even more terrifying than in the videos. The fireball he just used was also too terrifying. With just one hit, he blew away more than a dozen of them. Only the leader is still as stubborn as a mule. He still firmly believes that with their numbers, they will definitely win. If each of us spits once, it will be enough to drown him. He's just a small, jobless, scattered person. What's there to be afraid of? Yunshun is not afraid either. If they want to rely on their numbers, then he would also like to see which fool wants to come over and die first. Yunshun plants his spear into the ground as a support, then tilts his head back and uses the war cry skill, just as he did with the monsters earlier. As expected, the students from the ordinary universities fall like dominoes. The leader also starts to get nervous. His mouth keeps saying, "Don't be afraid." But in his heart, he's also starting to tremble. Don't be so arrogant. It's just a basic warrior skill. How can it discourage us? As soon as he finishes speaking, when he turns back, he sees Yunshun right in his face. What did you say? This expression, this momentum is truly terrifying. The bastard is so scared that he immediately turns and runs. Don't kill me. Big brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. The leader has become like this. So the Academy Alliance immediately collapses. Each and every one of them runs for their lives. They are not stupid enough to mess with a monster like Yunshun, and he is a bit disappointed. He thought the opponent would be more of a challenge. It turns out they don't even have the guts to attack. In the end, they are just a disorganized mob. He approaches his female teammate, reassuring her in a gentle voice. Thank you for helping me watch over the soul-cleansing grass. It's safe now. The girl is also very happy. Keeping her life is a great happiness. The situation just now was also observed by several elders. Yianfu bursts out laughing. I thought I was about to witness a fierce battle. Who knew Yunshun would handle it so cleanly without getting his hands dirty? But others are not so lucky. After all, that gathered team of 100 people is indeed not easy to provoke. Currently, more than a dozen members from the top 7 academies have been beaten by them and eliminated from the competition. Several principals are also quite indignant. It seems that from next year, the rules will have to be adjusted to be stricter. Yianfu is somewhat worried about the protection of the contestants. In this aspect, Vice Principal Zhu of Qingyun is extremely proud. On the outermost layer, Qingyun has arranged a barrier that covers the entire abandoned city. Not a single magical beast from outside the city can get in. In the sky, there are also several patrol airships. On them, there are all guards. And within the city, there are also many proctors hiding in the shadows. They are the last line of defense to protect the lives of the students. As for Yunshun, he is currently busy dealing with that 3-headed vine serpent. But he doesn't expend too much effort. Just a few hits are enough to send it on its way. He happily takes the soul-cleansing grass, then reminds his teammate to send a signal for everyone to gather. The girl immediately shoots a flare into the sky. The Qingyun team has also seen this signal. Originally, they had set up a plan. That was to gather at the first support signal point to surround them. But they didn't expect Yunshun to get here first. Ningji, should we still surround them? Do we really have to fight that scattered person? Ning Junyi, of course, doesn't have the guts to fight Yunshun anymore. He snorts coldly and leads his team away. And the Qingyun students suddenly realize something is unusual. Specifically, A member named Li Jun is missing. He was just here. Where did he run off to? Did he have to pee or something? However, in the eyes of this group, only Ning Junyi is the commander. Li Jun left the formation on his own accord, and they don't have much energy to worry about it. So they all leave as well. And this Li Jun walks alone to a dilapidated building. In his eyes, Yun Shun is the same as Ning Junyi. Qing Yun or Jiang Nin are just dust. As long as the master can descend, you all must die. He pushes open the heavy door of the tower and steps inside. He goes to a crumbling statue. Supreme Master, I have come. Please look upon me. I offer everything to you, including my life. As soon as he finishes speaking, Li Jun stabs a dagger straight into his chest. He falls into a pool of fresh blood, simultaneously activating a dark secret art called life sacrifice. The fresh blood flows backward, all of it entering that statue. A stream of blood-red light shoots up from the tower into the sky. In the city center, suddenly, many plumes of black smoke appear. After the magical beasts come into contact with this smoke, they become extremely ferocious. Their combat power also seems to increase by several degrees. The principals are all in an airship hovering high above to observe their students. The live monitoring screen has also just lost connection. The barrier around the city has also encountered a problem. While they are all still confused, one person shouts loudly, "Everyone, stop looking at the screen. Look straight out the window. Something big has happened." Yanfu and everyone else hurry to the airship's window. Vice Principal Zhu is horrified, because the city is being engulfed in the aura of the dark world. Yanfu is concerned. "I'm afraid a rift has appeared in the city, and it's not just one rift. This aura can reduce a human's combat power while also corroding their equipment. In addition, it also strengthens magical beasts, making them go berserk. You don't need to think to know that the students down there are in danger." Vice Principal Zhu immediately orders the barrier to be forcibly opened for their airship to enter. At the same time, he uses a secret art to inform the proctors to quickly protect their students. "We absolutely cannot allow large-scale casualties to occur." Yanfu's eyebrows are tightly furrowed. To the Demon Lord of the Dark World. The essence of the Demon Lord is the greatest insult, and Yunshin currently possesses this. Now, the abandoned city is surrounded by an isolating barrier. He only hates that he can't directly teleport in there to protect his student. Meanwhile, Yunshin is leisurely chatting with his teammate. The two are waiting for the other teammates to arrive. However, Yunshin suddenly feels that something is strange. It's like a dark aura. Principal Yi clearly said that the dark aura in this place had long been purified by priests. Then why could you sense that thing? Just then, Nico's group arrived. They were overjoyed the moment they saw Yunshin. But before they could even greet each other, a strange black whirlwind appeared behind them. Linyu and Nico turned their heads, a question mark clearly visible on their faces. "What is that thing?" Yunshin no longer hesitated. He quickly grabbed his spear and shot forward. "That's definitely the dark aura. Don't let that stuff touch you. Get over here now." Nico's group frantically ran toward Yunshin. After all, they didn't have much real combat experience. They had only heard about the dark aura through their elders' warnings. Countless monsters emerged from within the pitch-black whirlwind. This was the first time the students had faced such a terrifying scene. But Yunshin took the lead, charging forward and using his fireball spell. Seeing this, they gradually calmed down. They began to use their own skills to fight back against the demonic beasts. However, the corrosive power of the dark aura was too strong. Even an elite warrior like Nico was sent flying. Her precious equipment slipped from her grasp. Even her clothes were corroded. Nico lay sprawled on the ground, and the black smoke was drawing dangerously close. At the critical moment, she was ensnared by several vines and flung in the opposite direction. Yunshin had saved Nico's life once again. He even thoughtfully used his own jacket to cover her tattered figure. The last surviving team members had finally gathered. But next, they would have to face a life-or-death problem together. Yunshin transformed his weapon. Then, he used a cleric's purification skill to counter the dark aura. At that moment, from the airship above, an urgent announcement was made. All students were to immediately forfeit the competition and leave the arena. Yunshin quickly reminded his team members to use their wooden tablets to get out of there. His purification skill wouldn't hold out for much longer. Everyone listened to Yunshun. They all crushed their tablets at once to leave. Only he and Nico remained. Nico was in a complete panic. Why isn't my tablet working? Nico was frantic. She had clearly used all her strength to crush the tablet just now. Yunshun figured her tablet must have been corroded by the dark aura. The teleportation array inside it was probably damaged as a result. He didn't think twice. He handed his own tablet to her. Nico took it, but she was still hesitant. What about you? I have my own way out. You go first. That's an order from your captain. Nico's eyes welled up with tears. But given her strength, staying here now would only be a burden to Yunshun. Then, be careful. Nico decisively crushed the tablet in her hand and disappeared. Only Yunshun was left, standing alone. Just then, a crisp clapping sound echoed from the side. It was that strange man in red again. But in reality, this was the first time Yunshun had officially met him. The stranger spoke in a sarcastic tone. What a responsible captain. Going to such lengths for your team members. Yunshun shot him a sharp, cold look. Although it was their first encounter, he had a vague impression of this man. He was one of the proctors who had presided over his individual match the other day. Yunshun just didn't know why he was here. The man quickly waved his hands, explaining that he was here to secretly protect him, because outstanding students like Yunshun were subjects of special care. Absolutely no accidents were allowed to happen. Let's go. I'll take you to a safe place. The man placed a hand on Yunshun's shoulder. He activated a spatial magic and instantly teleported him away. At that moment, Headmaster Yeon Fu had also just teleported to the location. However, there were no students left. At first, he thought they had all crushed their tablets and left. But there were lingering traces of magical fluctuations in the air. Yeon Fu cautiously scanned his surroundings. Spatial travel is a powerful magic. It can ignore distance and is very difficult to trace. If he was taken too far, it would be very hard to find him. The place Yunshun was taken to was extremely strange. The moment he landed, he realized this place wasn't part of the abandoned city, but it seemed to be a place that had been corroded by the dark aura years ago. A place like this was definitely not safe. Yunshun focused intently. Because that man had appeared again, he lunged from above his head. But Yunshun reacted quickly, managing to dodge to the side. The stranger seemed very excited. This place was corroded by the aura long ago. Your senses should have been much slower. How could you still detect my attack? He looks at the young man before him and lets out a surprised "oh." Yunshun has now entered another state thanks to the Dark Knight talent effect. The experience gained with Dean Xia wasn't just for show. Sorry to disappoint you, but the dark is also my home turf. Although he doesn't know what this bastard's purpose is. If he wants to kill him, then Yunshun doesn't mind taking his life. No wonder you're so arrogant. So the talent you received from the Demon Lord's essence is this. The man is not phased at all. He is a level 38 spatial mage. Against a young man like Yunshun, he doesn't see him as a threat at all. The stranger stomps his foot to gain momentum and leaps high into the air. He simultaneously uses two skills, Spatial Blade and Spell Reach. Yunshun can only vaguely see space being distorted, making it very difficult to predict the traces. It's truly like an invisible attack. However, Yunshun's ability is not to be underestimated. As soon as he senses the danger is imminent, he immediately activates his God Step skill, successfully escaping a disaster. Behind where Yunshun was just standing, a terrifying force is unleashed. A deep, cross-shaped gash appears on the rock. If he had been hit just now, his body would probably have been sliced into 4 pieces. The man becomes even more interested. Ooh, what skill is this? Its effect is similar to my spatial magic. It must be God level, right? But he is not afraid. Because Yunshun's level is still low, after all. Using a God level skill would consume a great deal of energy. He thinks Yunshun can't use this thing many times. So he launches another wave of attacks. Yunshun throws dozens of fireballs, but they are all directly pierced by those attacks. The strange man laughs triumphantly. This is the most powerful aspect of spatial magic. It can tear through space. Nothing can block it. Just obediently accept your death. Yunshun grits his teeth, starting to feel pressed. Just as the man said, he can't use God's step too many times. Then Yun Shun can only rely on the opponent's movements and his divine eye to barely guess the direction of his attacks. But indeed, the opponent's attacks are too relentless. In the end, Yun Shun is still hit. His body immediately feels heavy as lead and racked with pain. To only be hit once. You are very outstanding. Enough to be called a strategic-level reserve talent of the Xianlong nation. The opponent sincerely praises him for a few sentences, not forgetting to flex his own talent. His spatial mage class is the rarest hidden class in the world. Anyone who possesses it is a national strategic-level talent. In his eyes, Yun Shun's ability is just a petty trick. Not worth mentioning. Yun Shun is continuously hit. This blow even heavier than the last. He spits out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes filled with hatred. I won't accept this. Even though he won't accept it, Yun Shun still falls into a large pool of blood. Seeing that he has lost the ability to fight, the opponent rushes over excitedly. He wants to get Yun Shun's head to go back and claim his reward. And what that reward is, we'll find out later. All we know is that the moment he gets close to Yun Shun, he uses Flame Fist to punch him straight in the stomach. The opponent also spits out a mouthful of blood and screams in pain. You damn kid. You were playing dead. The man is sent flying several meters. His clothes are torn after this blow. There's also a crater in his stomach. Very well. In return, I will make sure you die without a complete corpse. Yun Shun looks at his opponent with a blank expression. His body has healed thanks to his superhuman self-regeneration ability. And at this moment, Yun Shun has also activated his Dark Knight talent, ready for a showdown. I'm looking forward to it. The man seems to have gone mad, constantly screaming that he will tear Yun Shun into a million pieces. Yun Shun also knows this won't be an easy fight. This guy's level is too high. He can't kill him with just Flame Fist. And the cooldown time for the superhuman self-regeneration skill is very long. He already used it once when he played dead to hit the opponent. Moreover, that bastard's spatial magic can ignore distance and defense. A single hit will result in instant death. He can't fight back. Any of his skills are too damaging for Yun Shun. He knows he can't fight for too long. He can't defend and counterattack either. He must fight a quick battle. Defeating him quickly is his only chance of survival. Yun Shun immediately summons many fireballs, but the bastard blocks them all. He then summons large vines, which are also sliced apart by the man using his spatial control skill. While the opponent is still busy, Yun Shun uses an assassin's heart-piercer skill to attack. The man counters by bending space, making Yun Shun's weapon unable to reach him. And at this moment, the Yun Shun in front of him suddenly disappears. Another Yun Shun appears from above and behind, charging down with a spear. Clearly, he is using his familiar clone skill again. It's just that the man is more cunning than he thought. He had already sensed Yun Shun's real body's mana. This surprise attack also fails. Yun Shun grinds his teeth. He had clearly calculated his attack direction carefully, placing it in his blind spot. And yet, he was still seen through. Seeing his opponent preparing to finish him off, Yun Shun is forced to activate his S+ grade invincibility skill. It makes him immune to all damage and control for 3 seconds. The man is knocked back, letting out a curse. He didn't expect the kid in front of him to possess so many strange and unique skills. At this moment, Yun Shun unleashes a soul-shattering slash. Seeing that he is about to be hit, the bastard quickly uses his spatial magic skill once again. It's like a teleport. He is immediately moved to another location. The situation just now was truly dangerous. The man pants heavily. He was almost hit by Yun Shun's slash. Just how many skills does this kid have? Why is each one more monstrous than the last? While he is still lost in thought, he senses a killing intent from behind. It's Yun Shun, who is caught up. The bastard hastily uses his spatial magic once again. Yun Shun is frustrated. Does this guy have eyes in the back of his head? Otherwise, how does he dodge perfectly every time? But he doesn't have time to think much. Yun Shun uses God Step to chase after his opponent. But after several consecutive attempts, he fails to land a single hit. His body, however, is falling into exhaustion. At this point, the man arrogantly teleports in front of him, continuously using emergency skills. Your stamina has finally reached its limit, hasn't it? Seeing that Yun Shun is no longer his match, He decides to reveal a little secret to him. Don't you find it very strange that I can guess your position every time? You don't need to tell me. I've already figured it out. Yun Shun wipes the sweat from his face. He had a vague guess. Perhaps the opponent had intentionally placed a mana mark on him beforehand. He had found it strange. The abandoned city was so large, and Yun Shun was always cautious of his surroundings to confirm there were no monsters or followers. And yet, he was able to find him. Moreover, the timing was right after Nicole left. But thinking about the fact that he was once a referee in his match, Yun Shun feels the truth is laid bare before him. When you won the first individual round, he grabbed your wrist himself. That must have been when the mana mark was placed. If it weren't for that, you would have been sliced to death long ago. Of course, this doesn't change the fact of your failure. Arrogant brat. So what if you found out? You can't use your god-level skills anymore. What right do you have to fight me? The man wants to unleash a final blow to blast Yun Shun to pieces. But Yun Shun feels he is incredibly stupid. Still want to attack? Didn't you notice what you're stepping on? The man looks down in a panic. It's a time bomb Yun Shun conveniently placed while playing cat and mouse with this bastard. Damn it. You set a trap for me. The one who gets blown to pieces is the bastard. Yun Shun is a bit disappointed that he's not dead yet. If it were a normal glass cannon mage, that would have been enough to send him to his grave. Unfortunately, this guy's level is too high. His skin is too thick. However, this was also within his calculations. Yun Shun gathers his strength. Spear in hand, the bastard immediately recognizes what he's about to do. He quickly activates his spatial magic, intending to flee once again. But just at this moment, he finds himself unable to move. It's the effect of the night pupil ability. The bastard is now sweating bullets. He never dreamed that Yun Shun could inherit all the bloodline talents of the Dark Knight matriarch. My level is low, so night pupil can only freeze you for 1 second. But this 1 second is more than enough. Yun Shun musters his strength and throws the spear in his hand. The sharp weapon flies like a bullet, stabbing into the opponent. Where he falls, a pile of items immediately drops. This also means that bastard is dead. Yun Shun, exhausted, also falls to the ground. Looking at the pile of loot before him, he is extremely satisfied. In his heart, Yun Shun secretly hopes that among them will be a basic skill for a spatial mage. Yun Shun is so tired that he sits on the ground, panting for a long time. Just now, he used every trick in the book to barely win. That bastard was truly a dangerous enemy. It's just a pity that until now, he still doesn't know where he is. Nor does he know the opponent's true purpose. If he had left a mark on him beforehand, and even went to the trouble of teleporting him to this desolate place, then it's likely that this was a well-calculated conspiracy from the start. The more Yun Shun thinks, the more his head hurts. He decides to just pick up the pile of loot first. As expected, among the items dropped by the man is a skill book for a spatial mage. Unfortunately, they are all high-level skills, useless to Yun Shun. He rummages for a long time, and finally discovers that there is also a basic skill, spatial tier. Yun Shun is overjoyed. This skill is not bad. It's just that the spatial rift it can tear is a bit small. After his talent is upgraded, the skill's quality will probably soar. With a good item in hand, Yun Shun immediately shoves it into his bag. The remaining equipment is also all good stuff. It's just a pity that Yun Shun hasn't reached a high enough level to wear it. There are also quite a few high-value materials. They are all collected by him. Finally, only a black feather is left. Yun Shun doesn't know what this thing is for. It has no attributes, and his appraisal skill doesn't reveal any other information. While Yun Shun is still engrossed in looking at that thing, a whirlwind suddenly appears next to him. He thought it was another enemy attack. Fortunately, the person who steps out of the whirlwind is Yeonfu. Seeing that Yun Shun is still intact, he breathes a sigh of relief. I can't believe there's a traitor in the academy. I've come to help you. As soon as Yeonfu finishes speaking, he sees the mangled mess on the ground, pierced by Yun Shun's weapon. He is extremely shocked. This is a level 38 spatial mage. How could this kid, Yun Shun, handle such a tough opponent? He was just careless and didn't dodge, sir. Yun Shun humbly presents. Then he shows the feather to Yeonfu for inspection. He recognizes it at a glance. It's the symbol of the Advent organization. Yeonfu mutters, so it's just as I thought. But Yun Shin on this side still doesn't understand anything. That Advent organization. It's the first time he's heard of it. Yeonfu explains briefly. It's a gathering of human traders who have sided with the dark world. They despise this world. Instead, they worship and always hope for the advent of darkness. The chaos in this competition was also caused by them. That Chinyan student had joined the Advent organization. He used a self-sacrifice method to open a rift connecting to the dark world. The dark aura also invaded because of that, disrupting the tournament and causing massive casualties. Yun Shin recalls the words the man said earlier. No wonder he wanted to take my head in exchange for a reward. It seems that because I possess the demon lord's essence, I have been targeted by the dark world. And the other side probably can't directly cross through space to get here. So they can only send their subordinates to act. Yeonfu at this moment opens the whirlwind once again to take Yun Shin home. Just now, while he was fighting the enemy, the barrier surrounding the abandoned city was also opened. Many powerful experts from various academies have come to join the battle. The situation, therefore, changed very quickly. The monsters that were crazily slaughtering students are now being quickly eliminated. In just a few hours, the entire city has been cleaned up, and even though a storm has occurred, the competition still needs a final result. The organizing committee has canceled the results of the survival round. They combined the scores of the individual and team competitions to rank them. Unsurprisingly, Jiangnan University has won the championship. But because of the recent incident and the losses in the survival round, no one is in a happy mood. The students participating in the competition suffered heavy casualties. The Advent organization is gaining momentum. That makes everyone simultaneously realize one thing. That is, peace may be coming to an end. After the competition, the principals sit together in Qinyun University's conference room. The person chairing the meeting is Chu Tianhe, an official from the Ministry of Defense. In this survival round, as many as 328 students died, and another 296 were injured. And these students are all elites from various universities. It must be said that the damage is extremely severe. Vice Principal Zhu of Qinyun is so angry his hair is standing on end. He himself did not expect that among the students, there would be someone from the Advent organization mixed in. Fortunately, his sacrifice only opened a very small rift. Otherwise, who knows how much more serious the situation would have been. Weren't those lunatics eliminated 30 years ago? Why have they appeared again? Yeonfu is also having a huge headache. It's probably just the remnants regrouping and developing in secret. 30 years is indeed a significant accumulation of time. But what he is most concerned about is their true purpose. For the Advent organization to make such a big move this time, their target cannot simply be Yun Shin. At this moment, another principal also speaks up, having discovered something unusual during the battle. I encountered a third-tier warrior. When the opponent was cornered, he unleashed a high-level mage skill. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room immediately erupted. A warrior using a mage's skill? Could it be another jobless, scattered person? This idea was quickly dismissed by everyone, because that person used a high-level skill, and a scattered person can at most only use basic skills. Could the legendary dual class really exist? Chu Tianhe, who had been silent until now, finally speaks. This was originally a secret of the Ministry of Defense, but with the current situation, he thinks he shouldn't hide it anymore. Dual class does indeed exist. The prerequisite to achieve it is something similar to the demon lord's essence. For example, to possess the skills of a war god, one needs to obtain the war god's essence. The main material of the war god's essence is the heart of a third-tier war god. One heart can create 5 pieces of war god's essence. After using it, one can obtain more attribute points and skill points with each level up. Not only that, one can also obtain the war god's talent with a high probability. If it is perfectly absorbed, one can even obtain the original power of the war god and become a dual-class user. Then isn't that even stronger than the demon lord's essence? Old Zhu becomes agitated. Isn't that obvious? Yeonfu sighs deeply. Although I don't want to admit it, the power from the dark world is always a step ahead of justice. So it's not surprising that they possess more secret arts. And there is one thing that Chu Tianhe is very worried about right now. That is, if they have obtained the war god's essence. Then what about the magic god's essence? The battle gods? The spear gods? If they use multiple ones, then could there be triple class, quad class, or even pentaclass users? Furthermore, he suspects even more that the dual class user was deliberately sent. The main purpose of this was to let everyone know that dual class users truly exist in the world. By becoming a dual class user, one's strength increases by more than just double. When the great families learn of this, will they be able to resist its temptation? Will humanity turn on itself for this? If that's the case, then even before fighting the Dark World, they will have already lost. That is also why the Ministry of Defense has always concealed this news, treating it as a secret. Because once many people know about it, then perhaps even the experts of the righteous side will choose to betray them. All things considered, Chu Tianhe still has to make the final announcement. That is, their righteous side must raise their guard and focus all their efforts on destroying the Advent organization. Returning to Jiangnan University, Yanfu is meeting with the team after their return as champions. Unfortunately, every one of them has a face as gloomy as a wet noodle. Yanfu knows these kids have a lot on their minds. He can only try to comfort everyone by taking out the rewards he had prepared beforehand. All participants receive 3,000 academic credits, an A-grade skill book, and 5 million in cash. And for Yun Shun, who contributed the most, Yanfu had promised before to give him a rare piece of equipment. It is the Toad Dagger, something he has kept hidden for many years. As soon as Yun Shun holds it in his hand, his eyes light up. This is truly a rare piece of equipment. Just the quality of this item alone. Yun Shun has never even heard of it. Yanfu explains. This is a unique type of item. It is made from many special materials, which is why it is called rare quality. The main material of this Toad Dagger is a rare mineral from the abyss, with extremely high hardness. It is basically indestructible. Its sharpness is enough to compare with any diamond quality dagger. Its properties are also unique, because the dark aura cannot harm it. The assistant standing by, observing, also can't hide her surprise. This dagger, Principal Yi has kept it for 30 years. He only occasionally takes it out to show off. And now he's giving it to Yun Shun without a second thought. This is both an encouragement and a sign of his high expectations for him. In addition, Yun Shun also received the reward from the school, as promised before. He immediately gave 1,000 academic credits and an A-grade rare treasure to the female friend who helped him find the soul-cleansing grass. The girl was extremely flustered upon hearing this. Yunji, I'm already very grateful to have received a reward by following you. You don't need to give me so much. But Yun Shun still insisted on giving the girl that reward. The matter of the reward is thus settled. The assistant also has something to discuss with Yun Shun. It's about his younger sister, Yun Tang. Principal Yi has agreed to arrange a good school for Yun Tang. Yun Shun is also very grateful for this, because in Jiangnan, the quality of teaching is not only top-notch, but it is also an extremely safe place. The weekend is in 2 days. He plans to return to Dongyan for a trip to bring Yun Tang here. But the assistant says that the good news is not over yet. The demonic phantom weapon in Yun Shun's hand was originally crafted by a master blacksmith in the school. In the competition, Yun Shun's performance with this weapon was too outstanding, making that master very excited and wanting to design a new multi-form weapon specifically for a jobless, scattered person like him. Yun Shun is so happy his eyes crinkle. Of course, he will not refuse this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That night, Yun Shun returns to his dormitory. He hasn't been back for long, but he has already started to think. For now, Yun Shun knows he has been targeted by the Advent organization. He doesn't know what kind of opponents he will have to face in the future. He wants to get stronger very quickly. The dagger principle Yi just gave him. Yun Shun has basically mastered it. Next, he has to look at the mission reward that the system sent. This time is the same as last time. It's an S-grade skill called Sure Hit. When using it, Yun Shun's next attack will ignore evasion, effects, and circumstances to definitely hit the enemy, dealing 300% damage. Yun Shun is amazed. This skill is too savage. If I had it when fighting that spatial mage, couldn't I have killed him with one shot? At this moment, a knock on the door is heard. It's Dean Xiaqingqing's maid, Xiaoyu. Because Yun Shun performed well in the competition, she is very happy. She specially sent her maid to bring a gift. This time, it's the fire seed of the nether demon flame. It grows in the abyss of the dark world. Xia Qingqing also obtained it after killing a demon lord. If you absorb this, you can increase your affinity with the fire element, and also enhance the power of skills with the fire attribute. If it is perfectly absorbed, you can even become immune to damage from fire-based skills. Yunshin happily accepts it. Xia Qingqing is truly very thoughtful towards her disciples. Xiaoyu doesn't forget to remind Yunshin that this thing cannot be absorbed directly. It must be combined with an ice attribute herb. Although it will lower the effect a little, it will not cause harm to the body. But as soon as she finishes speaking, Yunshin swallows the fire seed whole. Immediately, Yunshin's body begins to undergo a strange change. Oh no! The maid is extremely panicked. If this continues, his body will explode from the demon flame. Spit it out quick! But it's too late. The demon flame has already spread throughout his entire body. At the moment when the maid is most frantic, Yunshin snaps his fingers. The superhuman self-regeneration skill returns him to his normal state. Yunshin pants heavily. Even though he's safe now, the feeling of his body being burned just now is excruciating. What happened? Is it over now? Xiaoyu can't believe her eyes. But Yunshin is as calm as if nothing happened. In fact, he even leisurely demonstrates his new skill for her. This demon flame comes from the dark world. It's very difficult to extinguish, and it has a very strong soul-burning effect. It's completely different from normal flames. The maid is taken from one surprise to another. She can't believe that Yunshin directly absorbed the nether demon flame without needing any supporting ice herbs. Moreover, from the looks of it, it seems he has absorbed it perfectly, as expected of Xia Qingqing's favorite student. The two have nothing else to do, so Xiaoyu leaves. The next day, the assistant takes Yunshin to the workshop of that master blacksmith. His name is Mu Jiashu. As soon as he meets Yunshin, Mu Jiashu smiles so wide he can't close his mouth. He has watched Yunshin's matches a dozen times. The demonic phantom in his hand truly makes Mu Jiashu proud. It turns out that he has always been passionate about researching multiform weapons, but his colleagues laughed at him, calling it impractical. Because who would need to use both a sword and a scepter? It wasn't until Yunshin appeared that Mu Jiashu saw the great significance of his creation. But at the same time, he also discovered that for Yunshin, a three-form weapon alone is not enough. This workshop is Mu Jiashu's life's work. He allows Yunshin to choose freely, and everything here is top quality. Yunshin weighs the pros and cons for a long time. Finally, he sets his eyes on one thing. This one is called Demonic Soul Shaker. It's a brother from another mother to the weapon Yunshin is currently using. One of its forms is a sniper rifle. The other form is an Eastern staff. Mu Jiashu is even more excited to see Yunshin interested in this weapon. Could it be? You also know how to use a sniper rifle? That's right. Could you please take it out for me to see, master? With his current weapon, what Yunshin lacks most is long-range damage capability. He can't always rely on his ability to throw his weapon. So, a gun is the perfect solution. And Mu Jiashu is also very proud of this demonic soul shaker, because it can both attack from a long distance and also counterattack when approached. He takes it out and tests its two forms for Yunshin to see. Yunshin considers for a moment and feels that a dual form weapon seems a bit lacking. He wants to add another form, making it dual spears. Mu Jiashu's eyes seem to light up. That's a great idea. And the difficulty isn't high. Then let's add a bit more difficulty. I hope the dual spears are one long and one short. Mu Jiashu feels like he's found a kindred spirit. The two of them, one old and one young, begin to discuss the modification of this weapon enthusiastically. The assistant just stands by and listens. Suddenly, her phone buzzes with a new notification. It's unclear what it is, but from the horrified look on Assistant Lee's face, it's definitely not good news. On this side, Mu Jiashu and Yunshin have finished their discussion. He gives the demonic soul shaker to him to get used to first. As for the modifications, Mu Jiashu needs about a week to draw up a new blueprint. He also cheerfully announces that when the product is finished, he will give Yunshin a 70% discount. He feels like he's struck gold. The academic credits he saves can be used for Yuntang later. Assistant Lee at this moment also rushes over to announce the bad news. Many rifts, large and small, have suddenly appeared in Xinlong Nation. Monsters corroded by the dark aura have invaded the cities. It's expected that a beast tide will form soon. What's worse is that the cities around the rifts are all small cities. They don't have enough strength to stop the beast tide. And Dongyan City, Yunshin's hometown, is also among them. As soon as Yunshin hears this, his face changes. Damn it! My sister is still back home, in the teleportation hall. Yanfu is currently busy dispatching experts for support. Though he is old, his sharp eyes still catch two familiar figures. It's Assistant Li and Yunshan, of course. Yanfu roars. Yunshan, the instructors are going for support. What's a student like you doing here for fun? Hurry up and go back to your studies. Yanfu's wrath seems like it could sweep through all of Jiangnan. But this time, Yunshin can't obey. Because if he can't even protect his own family, what's the point of becoming stronger? Assistant Li at this moment also steps forward to speak for him. She says that Yunshan was brought from Dongyun by her. She will be responsible for his safety. Yanfu sighs deeply. He knows he can't stop this kid. So he just asks him to be careful. With the green light, Yunshan immediately dashes onto the teleportation platform. He and Assistant Li travel to the defense corps located on the outskirts of Dongyun City. Pan Junmin. What's the situation? Pan Junmin is the commander of the defense corps, a warrior by profession. Level 35, second tier. As soon as he sees Assistant Li, he hastily reports the situation. The beast tide is attacking the city gate. All the soldiers have gone to meet them. But Dongyun hasn't had a beast tide in nearly 20 years. So most of the soldiers are not strong enough to fight back. Assistant Li is a third-tier expert. So her arrival is like a lifeline for Dongyun. Yunshan, follow me quick. Assistant Li wants to lead Yunshan to the city gate. But when she turns around, this kid has vanished like a ghost. Assistant Li runs after him. Outside the city gate, monsters are attacking ferociously. The soldiers are all fighting bravely, determined not to let them break through. However, because peace has been restored for a long time, the elite forces have all been transferred to the front lines. The strength of the people here is basically nothing compared to the beast tide. Just as the soldiers think they're about to die, a large fireball and a whirlwind appear. After that, they combine to form a raging flame storm. So damn cool. A horde of monsters is instantly sent flying. Unable to fight back, the soldiers look at each other, bewildered. They thought a powerful mage had come to support them. But what mage would use Wind Eye? That's a basic shaman skill. At that moment, Yunshin charges in on his mount. Seeing this situation, he feels a bit relieved. This beast tide has been stopped for now. The soldiers are stunned again. Just looking at that mount is enough to know how powerful its owner is. Yunshin jumps down from his mount's back, introducing himself briefly. First-year student from Jiangnan University. Yunshan, here to provide support. There are still more people on the way. The soldiers find the name familiar, then immediately realize he's the top scorer from their hometown. They are both admiring and proud, praising him endlessly. Yunshan, however, doesn't have time to care about these empty words. He just wants to know the situation here. Have any members of the Advent organization appeared? But none of the soldiers have seen them. There's only a horde of monsters. Yunshan's brows furrow tightly. They're not staying to help the monsters attack the city gate, so they've snuck into the city. If so, what is their goal? Before he can find an answer, Yuntang calls. Needless to say, Yunshan is overjoyed to hear his sister's voice. It turns out that because of the monster invasion warning in the city, the teachers had led Yuntang and the others to the school's safe room for shelter. Yunshan breathes a sigh of relief. As long as you're okay, that's good. But Yuntang's next words make his scalp tingle again. But it seems like some people just arrived outside the safe room. They're dressed rather strangely. They don't look like teachers. I don't know who they are either. Yunshin doesn't have time to think much. He directly rushes towards the school. Don't you dare open the door. I'll be right there. At this moment, at number 3 middle school where Yuntang attends, those strange men have approached the safe room. However, in their eyes, this room is no different from a mud hut. And the target of these bastards is indeed Yuntang. Because Yunshan is too hard to get to at Jiang University, they switch their target to his sister. To control Yunshan, the leader gets extremely excited just thinking about the reward, the war god's essence. He carries a large blade, and in one move, unleashes the violent slash skill. The door of the safe room instantly shatters. Dust fills the air. The students inside are like a flock of lambs, trembling with fear. The men in black enter, scan the room, and quickly identify which child is Yun Tang. They walk straight towards her. Yun Tang's head teacher rushes forward with a dagger, but she's no match for these bastards. A single flame break sends the teacher flying straight into the far wall. It's no wonder, since she's only a level 23 first-tier assassin. These men in black are all second-tier or higher. With such a difference in level, it would be strange if she didn't lose. And they don't have time to waste here. Grab Yun Tang, then we'll teleport away immediately. The leader with the blade walks down the stairs step by step. Yun Tang trembles, repeatedly calling for her brother. Big brother, save me. In Yun Tang's most desperate moment, a miracle happens. Yun Shen's face isn't seen yet, but his weapon has arrived. He uses that throw skill again. The body of the bastard standing in front of Yun Tang is instantly pierced like a kebab. The remaining men's faces turn pale. Seeing this demonic phantom, they know Yun Shen has arrived. However, these bastards were also prepared. They know throw is Yun Shen's strongest long-range attack. They also know the trick he uses to retrieve his weapon. Therefore, they have studied how to counter it. To prevent Yun Shen from retrieving his weapon, looking at the demonic phantom on the ground, one of the men in black starts to get greedy. This is an 8-star weapon, a truly rare treasure. Now it belongs to me. But before his filthy hand can touch the demonic phantom, it's stomped on and crushed. Yun Shen appears, giving the opponent a hateful look. Right after that, he uses the charging punch skill of a brawler to send the opponent to his grave. There are still 2 left. Yun Shen throws the toad dagger that Principal Yi gave him. The 2 men see that the weapon is just an ordinary dagger and become careless. But this thing is indeed a treasure. In one move, it kills one of them before he can even gasp. Yun Shen reaches out and pulls Yun Tang into his arms. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine. Big brother, look behind you. The bad guy is about to run away. The last one is busy trying to escape. Yun Shen just killed 3 of them in a matter of seconds. This is definitely not the level of an ordinary person. When that spatial mage was defeated, they thought it was Yianfu who did it. But seeing the situation today, it's clear that Yun Shen killed him instead. The bastard runs for his life. But Yun Shen calmly comforts Yun Tang. Don't worry. He can't escape. A second later, he pulls out his new weapon and transforms it into its sniper rifle form. Yun Shen raises the gun and decisively pulls the trigger. The bullet, carrying terrifying mana, pierces straight through the last man in black. Yun Shen dusts off his hands. That was a beautiful quadra kill. His performance just now makes Yun Tang's young friends gasp in admiration. Yun Shen suddenly has a few more future wives to raise from childhood. And at this moment, Assistant Li has also arrived. She loudly scolds Yun Shen for leaving his post. But when she sees the bodies on the ground, Assistant Li roughly understands the situation. They were all second-tier professionals. This kid is too much of a beast. Assistant Li sighs. Based on the current situation, because he possesses the Demon Lord's essence, Yun Shen has become a juicy target. It seems they'll have to take Yun Tang with them. Assistant Li returns to Jiang University and immediately reports the situation to Principal Yi. They are still not sure about the Advent organization's purpose, but it's clear as day that Yun Shen is being targeted. Now, Assistant Li really wonders if the Demon Lord's essence that Xia Qingcheng gave Yun Shen was a good thing or a bad thing. Yianfu strokes his long beard. He knows the Demon Lord's essence is just a trigger. The war between the righteous and the dark has been going on for a long time. It's just that in the current situation, Yun Shen is a genius of the righteous side. So it's understandable that the Advent organization wants to kill him. Of course, they won't just passively defend. Right now, all the academies have formed demon hunting squads to fight back against the opponent. This is both a chance to counterattack and a way for students to accumulate experience. Jiang University has also selected a team. They will go to the battlefront with other academies under the guidance of instructors. As for Yun Tang's matter, Yianfu has also made arrangements. In 2 days, the girl can enroll in a school affiliated with Jiang University. Her safety will be guaranteed. so Yunxin doesn't need to worry anymore. Yunxin has now brought Yun Tang to visit his dormitory. The little girl is very excited. Perhaps because she's used to living in poverty. She hasn't adapted to luxurious things yet. Even Yunxin's flower demon is being played with like a toy. Yun Tang's schooling is settled. But Yunxin is still thinking about how to make her worthy of stepping into a middle school affiliated with Jiang University. Thinking of this, Yunxin starts to ask, Yun Tang, by now, you should have awakened your talent, right? Yes. Speaking of which, Yun Tang sighs deeply. The classes these past few days were supposed to be for talent awakening, but they were interrupted by the beast tide. Seeing this, Yunxin throws her a bottle of awakening potion. This was made from the soul-cleansing grass he worked so hard to get last time. Yun Tang holds the potion, both happy and worried, because she heard this stuff is very expensive. Even rich young masters don't have it. Big brother, maybe we should sell it for money? Yunxin is fuming. He went through so much trouble to get this potion, and all she can think about is money. You're too materialistic. He urges her to drink it all. When they were young, Yun Tang's potential was even higher than his. With this potion, she will definitely awaken a good talent. Yun Tang obediently listens and drinks it all in one go. Yunxin is full of anticipation. Normally, the first talent awakening leads to some phenomena. Even with a cooking talent, you'd get an itch to cook upon seeing food. Do you feel anything strange now? A little bit. But I don't know how to describe it. But I really did drink it all. If you don't believe me, take a look. Yun Tang rushed over, shoving the empty potion bottle in front of Yunxin. He was shocked. Not because Yun Tang had actually drained the bottle, but because her speed just now was too fast. Could it be that Yun Tang has a talent for acceleration? The thought had barely formed before Yunxin dismissed it himself. If it were just a normal acceleration talent, he would have noticed it. After all, Yun Tang was only level 5. A moment ago, she was standing next to the flower demon, 2 to 3 meters away from him. But in the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him. Yunxin felt this wasn't a spatial skill. Then there was only one other possibility. Yun Tang, did you feel anything strange when you ran over to me? Yunxin asked urgently. No. I just walked over normally. But you're the one being a little weird. You keep looking over at the flower demon instead of me. Yunxin confirmed his suspicion was correct. It wasn't that Yun Tang ran fast. It was that she had directly skipped the process of moving from the flower demon to him. It made him see only the result, not the process of her moving toward him. Her talent was of the time element. A talent even rarer than the space element. Yunxin was happier than if he'd won the lottery. If a spatial mage was a strategic level genius, then a time mage was the core of the strategic level. Yunxin immediately took out his phone to contact assistantly. Shortly after, they brought Yun Tang to Jiangnan University's awakening room. Yianfu also came. Yunxin was a bit hesitant. Headmaster Yi, she's just a middle schooler getting her talent identified. There's no need to trouble you with this, is there? As soon as the words left his mouth, Yianfu immediately gave Yunxin a piece of his mind. What do you know, you brat? This is the time element. It's extremely rare. Nothing like it has ever appeared in the history of all of Jiangnan. Do you have any idea how rare this is? Yunxin thought he was going to drown in Yianfu's spit. But right after that, both of their gazes fell upon Yun Tang. She had really awakened. It was the S+ rank talent, Time Flow. Its effect was to accelerate or decelerate the flow of time for a target upon contact. Yianfu was so happy his hair and beard stood on end. Liaka, hurry, make the arrangements. Promote her directly from the regular class to the highest level class. Find the vice headmaster of the magic division to teach her. Also, this matter must be kept absolutely secret. It's top secret, under Yianfu's orders. Assistant Li didn't dare to delay for a second. Yianfu was also smiling so wide he couldn't close his mouth. You've done a great service, Yunxin. It really is the time element. I'm going to contact the Ministry of Defense right now. Yianfu teleported away, leaving only Yunxin and his sister. Yun Tang still had no idea what was going on. Yunxin was overjoyed, but it wasn't convenient to explain it to her yet. He could only remind her to never let this get out. Otherwise, he feared the Advent organization would stop at nothing to kill them both. In fact, they were already stopping at nothing. But sitting around and waiting to die was not in Yunshin's nature. Instead of waiting for them to come find him, Yunshin thought it was better to strike first. No sooner said than done. He went to Jiangnan University's dungeon hall that very day. He walked up to the registration counter and declared loudly, "First year Yunshin, requesting dungeon access. Level range, 21 to 30. Difficulty, nightmare. Quantity, all of them." The students of Jiangnan University were also rushing to do dungeons to train their strength. Due to the tense war situation, they had to force themselves to become stronger to protect themselves. 2 second-year students came to the dungeon hall today to request access, but were told that all dungeon access from level 21 to 30 was currently monopolized by a single student. Moreover, he was frantically breaking all the dungeon clearing records. Holy crap, for real? Which kid is that strong? That kid. Who else could it be but Yunshin? He was currently walking with a party of oddballs, having just set a new record in the Dwarven Land dungeon. The moment this announcement reached the hall, it stunned the crowd of students. Holy hell. He's already broken the records for 4 dungeons this morning. As expected of Brother Yun. He's a damn beast. Hey, look at what he's doing. Is he going to keep going? And indeed, he was. Yunshin didn't rest for a single second. He immediately proceeded to the next dungeon. Among all the students at Jiangnan University, Yunshin was probably the only one who dared to go this hard. This time, the dungeon he entered was the graveyard, on nightmare difficulty. The atmosphere inside was incredibly tense and horrifying. The ghouls were also diverse, ranging from white mist to zombies. Yunshin scanned the area with a deadly gaze. The monsters here are mainly undead, so fire and light attribute skills should be the most effective. As it happens, Yunshin also wanted to test his new nether demon flame. Compared to normal flames, this thing was much more powerful. It could shape the flames and even burn souls. Yunshin flicked his wrist. The blue flame in his palm grew larger. He shaped it according to his will, turning it into 2 massive dragons. Wherever the blue dragons flew, the undead were completely incinerated. This was a nightmare-level dungeon, yet this young man cleared it in the blink of an eye. It was a bit tiring, sure, but Yunshin didn't want to rest yet. He went directly to the next dungeon. Outside in the main hall, announcements of Yunshin setting new dungeon records kept popping up. The students stared, more and more bewildered. Just how many records does this guy have to break before he finally stops? Nico saw this too. She couldn't stop her body from trembling. Yunshin, could he be planning to? The situation grew more serious when Assistant Li Yaka reported it to Headmaster Yi. Many students had seen Yunshin return to his dorm, nearly exhausted. He couldn't even walk steadily anymore. After all, a normal student could only clear 1 dungeon a day. 2 at most, and that was with a team. But Yunshin was now clearing at least 4 dungeons a day. This was clearly gambling with his own life. Yanfu pondered for a long time. He knew that striving to level up was a good thing. But for some reason, he had a bad feeling about this kid. Before he could even find Yunshin to have a word with him, the boy showed up at his door. The moment he saw Yunshin's face, Yanfu knew this kid was about to stir up trouble again. And sure enough, right after, Yunshin presented a card. "Headmaster Yi, I want to join the demon hunting squad." Yunshin's words were as light as a feather. But Yanfu was furious enough to die. "You lunatic. Joining the demon hunting squad is something only 3rd-year students and above can do. Even if a 2nd year wants an exception, they have to be an elite. And you've just barely set foot in your 1st year. Listen here. Even if I agree, Dean Xiao won't." Yanfu could no longer control his volume, roaring directly in Yunshin's face. "Well, about that." Yunshin gave an awkward smile, pointing to the card in his hand. "Master has already agreed." Yanfu opened the card. Inside was indeed Xia Qingqing's handwriting. The content was very simple. "Old Yi, approve this immediately, or I'll come find you. P.S. Put him in Kathy's squad." Yanfu was so angry he was speechless. Like master, like apprentice. This pair was nothing but a couple of crude brutes. Yunshin knew Headmaster Yi was still worried, so he proactively suggested that the headmaster use an appraisal skill to check him. Yanfu did as he said. After several days of grinding, Yunshin had reached level 26. His basic attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and endurance, were all around 300 points. His pile of talent skills were all high level, the lowest being B rank, and the highest S rank. He also had 2 special skills, Godly Point and Night Pupil. Putting everything else aside, his talent skills alone were enough for Yunshun to crush most other students, and his attribute stats were well-rounded. Yeonfu couldn't find a reason to stop this kid, even if he tried. He let out a long sigh. If you're so confident, then do as you please. Yunshun returned victorious. After he left, Assistant Li and Yeonfu started discussing again. Liyaka was very worried. They both knew the Advent organization was targeting Yunshun. Yeonfu knew that kid's personality all too well. He had already guessed that he wanted to actively hunt the enemy before they could hunt him. Forget it. Since Xia Qingqing specifically placed him in Kathy's squad, she must have her own arrangements. That day, in Chong'an Town, Kathy's squad was furious. They all believed that a first-year student like Yunshun would just be a burden to the entire squad, and a classless wanderer at that. Even if he was the national champion, he was just the champion among a bunch of newbies. Some thought Yunshun was the scion of a powerful family who had parachuted in. Others thought he was a coward who used connections to leech off the squad and get school credits with them. Kathy also had a headache seeing the team's morale wavering. She really didn't understand what Xia Qingqing was planning. Yunshun's strength was indeed formidable, but he already had enough resources and school credits. He had absolutely no need to risk his life by joining the demon hunting squad. She had also heard about the beast tied in Dongyun, which made her even more worried that Yunshun wouldn't be able to control his emotions. While she was lost in thought, Yunshun finally appeared. Instructor Kathy. Sorry I'm late. The final member of Squad 7. Yunshun has arrived. Fall in, Kathy announced in a loud voice. Yunshun slowly walked forward, overhearing quite a few unpleasant whispers about himself. Hey, the credit leech is here. But he didn't pay it much mind, because at that very moment, the system had sent a new mission. This time, the mission was to rank first in contribution in the demon hunting squad. The rewards were a boundary-breaking stone and a 10-death revival grass. Yunshun was a little disappointed. Because the mission was so simple, the rewards didn't include any new skills or talents. But the other 2 rewards weren't bad. The 10-death revival grass could be given to Yuntang, and the boundary-breaking stone could be used to upgrade the quality of his equipment. After Yunshun successfully joined the team, Kathy immediately briefed them on the squad's upcoming operation. These days, the Advent organization has been colluding with demon science to cause destruction in the small cities of Long Kingdom. They've even started targeting elementary and middle school students. Their methods are utterly despicable. Kathy had just received intelligence from the local defense corps. It said that a group of people had recently occupied a warehouse at a port in the lakeside area. According to the investigation, they were very likely followers of the Advent organization. Their mission was to eliminate them. Kathy led her squad, marching with great momentum toward the lakeside area. She released her natural perception skill. She could see that there were a total of 28 people inside the warehouse. They all carried the dark aura, so they were definitely members of the Advent organization. Kathy also gauged their strength. Most of them were second tier. Among them was one who was the strongest, likely a third-tier officer. The squad members weren't afraid at all. On the contrary, they were a little excited. They were all elite students from Jiangnan University. The people in that warehouse, they just saw them as walking school credits. Since you're all so confident, then go. The moment Kathy finished speaking, the students rushed toward the warehouse. The first one used explosive slash. With a single blow, he sliced the roof of the warehouse clean off. The people inside looked up in confusion. They saw from the sky. 10 kids were charging down crazily. They held different professions, but they had one thing in common. They were all on a killing spree. The low-level followers were getting completely wrecked. They frantically sought out their third-tier officer to report the situation. Bishop, a lot of people suddenly attacked us. We don't know their numbers. Are we going to have to abandon this operation? That third-tier officer was no slouch either. Just like Kathy, he had already sensed the enemy's strength. There are only 10 people attacking us. Most of them are second tier. Kill them all, he ordered coldly. The situation quickly changed. The followers of the Advent organization became much more confident after realizing the situation. At first, they were scared because they thought a large army was attacking. After learning the strength of both sides, they became very arrogant. Two Jiangnan University students charged forward together. One used Purple Flame Strike, while the other used Earth-Shattering Slash, striking at the opponent's shoulders. But the follower just chuckled. He had elementalized his body into ice. He took no damage at all from the two strikes. Clearly, this was a water element mage. The two students began to worry. Damn it, you're obviously so powerful. So why would you betray humanity? Compared to our supreme master, what are insignificant humans? The elemental mage became enraged. The two students were immediately at a disadvantage. They knew they should run, but their hands and weapons were frozen to his body. They couldn't pull them out. Just then, a bullet flew by, piercing straight through the mage. The students looked in the direction the bullet came from. It was Yun Shun. They were utterly shocked. This kid took out a second-tier elemental mage with a single shot. What was even stranger was that his bullet could pierce through the guy's invulnerable elementalized body. They were shocked. But Yun Shun was thoroughly enjoying himself. That new sure-hit skill I got is really useful, especially when combined with a sniper rifle. I was aiming for his leg just now, but it hit his chest instead, and it even ignored the enemy's effects. Yun Shun quickly reloaded. There was a whole bunch of other enemies hiding below. This was a good opportunity to practice his sniping skills. Yun Shun stacked a series of effects. Every bullet he fired hit his opponent's heart. They were completely bewildered. They were clearly hiding in areas out of the line of fire. So how were they still getting hit? But only Yun Shun himself knew the reason. Meanwhile, the other students were watching Yun Shun's performance with wide eyes. Every shot has been a bullseye. What kind of terrifying, demonic skill is this? Seeing that the situation was not good, the third-tier leader quickly ordered his men to take out the enemy sniper first. The moment the order was given, at least a dozen followers charged toward Yun Shun. You shameless bastard. How dare you sneak attack us? Die? The students finally snapped out of it. Seeing the enemy trying to overwhelm Yun Shun with numbers, they rushed to support him. But Yun Shun, facing a dozen second-tier professionals, didn't flinch at all. The weapon in his hand transformed, becoming a sword again. Oh, you want to play close combat? Then I'll play with you. Yun Shun, sword in hand, confidently charged forward. Everywhere he passed, his sharp blade greeted the enemy with a friendly slash. Yun Shun was surrounded by the followers, but he was clearly the one with the upper hand. In fact, the other 9 students hadn't even had a chance to support him. They stood below, just staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. My God, am I seeing things? He's taking on so many dark followers by himself? They finally understood the situation. Yun Shun wasn't some damn freeloader here to leech credits. He was clearly the one carrying the entire team. The blue flame flickered, and within it, it was as if ghouls were wailing. Yun Shun calmly stepped out. He was surrounded by a raging blue fire, which made old Zhou exclaim in shock. That's the nether flame, which only exists in the dark world. How is it on a kid who isn't even level 30? Moreover, his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. Could it be? He looked at Yun Shun's back. His entire body continuously radiated a demonic aura. Yun Shun himself was so focused on fighting that he paid no attention to old Zhou's words, making him talk to himself like a fool. I remember now. Yun Shun, the classless individual who absorbed the demon lord's marrow and has a bounty on his head from the organization. Old Zhou let out a contemptuous smile. At this point, the mission doesn't matter anymore. As long as I bring this kid's head back. With a whoosh, he transformed into a black shadow and lunged toward Yun Shun. The reward is higher than any mission. But suddenly, a rope shot out, looking like a green viper. It wrapped around old Zhou's leg, stopping him in midair. The person holding the other end of the rope was Kathy, third-tier officer of the Advent organization. Your opponent is me. Old Zhou immediately turned his head, his voice filled with utter terror. This is bad. On the other side, Yun Shun stood with his spear, motionless in the middle of the battlefield, surrounded by the corpses of all his enemies. Everyone who saw this was in awe. So strong. At least 70% of the dark followers were wiped out by him, and those were all second-tier professionals. The members of Kathy's team discussed among themselves. Could it be that only a third-tier expert can stop him? Another member responded. What are you thinking? Instructor Kathy is dealing with the third-tier expert. It's not our turn. Yunshin cut off their argument. Let's go. The destination is up ahead. Elsewhere, a city map was unfurled. A monotone voice rang out. The topographical survey has progressed quite well. It was a group of people in black hoods. One of them, the leader, gave an order. We have confirmed the locations of the elementary and middle schools. We'll begin the operation tomorrow night. Let them know the terror of the dark world. Suddenly, one of them looked puzzled. Then they all started pointing at each other. I think there's someone behind you. No one believed anyone else. What are you talking about? You're clearly the one with someone behind you. A subordinate noticed something was wrong. Not good. At the same time, he pulled out a map. One that was an unusual, pure black color. The wooden door was hit by an external force, shattering into pieces. A member of Kathy's team stood outside and shouted, Brother Yin, we're here to provide backup. You ran too fast, we couldn't keep up. Let me peel that for you. Here. The leader was stunned by the scene before him. Contrary to their worries, Yin Chun casually tossed one of the enemies aside, leaving them dumbfounded, stammering out words. Is it all taken care of already? He wiped a smudge of dirt from his face. Then he walked past them. Let's go. To the next target. The group was incredibly lively on the way. Following Brother Yun means living the good life with 3 full meals a day. They fawned over Yun Chun, making him the center of their world. One held an umbrella, another brought water. Brother Yun, have a Coke. Clinging to a god's thigh is what really matters. Are you tired? Do you want to sit and rest for a bit? Watching from afar, Kathy felt helpless. This operation was originally intended to train the students. But now, Yin Chun has handled all the work. The demon hunting squad might as well change its name to the picnic squad. The phone in her hand vibrated. Message notifications kept flooding in. Although she didn't know what news awaited, Kathy asked urgently, Hello? What? I understand. I'll request backup from another squad. Hearing that, the students turned around. Miss Kathy, what's wrong? Our team has Brother Yin. Why do we need backup from another squad? Did a tough enemy show up? Kathy reassured them. It's fine. But it's not just a standard difficulty. At our next destination, the enemy has 2 third advancement officers. One of them is a high-ranking executive. Scene changes to another location. At a castle that looked classical, yet equally magnificent and majestic. Commander Tiger, a fat man in a military uniform, stepped out to meet them. I represent the corps stationed here. Thank you all for the reinforcements. Yunshin lowered his binoculars, looking toward him. Even from this distance, I can still sense the dark aura. He couldn't hide his annoyance. It's so intense. They aren't even hiding it. And the local garrison only just discovered something was wrong? Tiger tried to explain. Actually, we discovered it a long time ago. But due to the owner's status, no one dared to investigate. If the dissent organization hadn't acted so arrogantly, and if the higher-ups hadn't issued orders, we wouldn't have dared to target him. Suddenly, someone walked over with a look of disdain. As the defense corps serving as the people's last line of defense, you're just making excuses, allowing the enemy to accumulate power, while pushing all responsibility onto your superiors. It was the 1st Battalion arriving for backup, led by Lu Miaoling. She didn't hesitate to mock him directly. Utterly cowardly. Someone in Kathy's team exclaimed in admiration. I didn't expect the backup to be Squad 1. The person next to them added. In terms of strength, they are the strongest among all demon hunting squads because they have Jiang University's strongest student. Everyone recognized her identity. Student Council President Lu Miaoling. Yunshin used his skill to inspect her. This person is very strong. Although she's only level 46, 2nd advancement, the sense of oppression she gives off is no less than Ms. Kathy, who is at the 3rd advancement. Miaoling noticed Yunshin standing there. She also inspected him. Why is that junior only level 26? He hasn't even changed classes yet. Could it be he's that number 1 freshman? The young man standing next to Miaoling's side in complaint. Yunshin is the best seed of the new batch at Jiang University. To allow him to participate in such a dangerous demon hunting squad operation, the principal is truly too cruel. Tiger cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. Since everyone is here, let's formulate a battle plan. I'm quite familiar with the manner. I can lead everyone to a suitable entry point. Miaoling showed visible contempt. Is that so? But I have no intention of acting with you. She pointed straight at Tiger and mocked him. Your defense corps ignored the gathering of dark cultists. I'm afraid you've received quite a few benefits from them. Panicked and stuttering. Don't you dare slander me. Saying that, Miaoling opened a projection from her phone. Before gathering, I stopped by the manor to investigate. I gathered quite a bit of intel. Using sensory skills, I've mapped out the internal personnel distribution. The projection displayed a blueprint of the castle. Miaoling explained. Aside from the guards posted around the perimeter, most of the dark followers are inside the manor. The majority are at the second-tier level. Everyone listened and watched. There's also a teleportation reinforcement point in the rear. At least 15 dark followers are guarding it, including a third-tier officer holding the fort. Once the battle starts, that reinforcement point will be a major problem. Miaoling proposed a risky idea. I want the two instructors to lead the main team in a frontal assault to draw the enemy's main attention. I'll circle around to the back alone and take out the reinforcement point directly. Once successful, we'll form a pincer attack and level the manor. Her daring made Kathy's team members admire her. Infiltrating alone, the president is too fierce. She wants to solo a third-tier officer, and she was able to gather intelligence and form a plan in such a short time. As expected of General Lu's daughter, Miaoling walked away with a confident stride. If no one has any other objections, I'll leave the rest to you all. I'm going to deal with the reinforcement point. The two of them watched her back as she left. She's so assertive, isn't she? Commander Tiger, led everyone closer to the castle. A member of Kathy's team nodded in analysis. The spot the garrison commander chose isn't bad. The visibility here is quite wide. High ground. It's a pretty good ambush point. When we attack, we can use long-range magic to strike first, inflicting high damage on the enemy, without taking unnecessary risks. Yun Shun felt a sense of doubt. Something's not right. Why is such a good attack point completely undefended? Yun Shun looked around, and I feel like there's a dark aura all around us. As he was thinking, strange energy began to appear behind them. Kathy looked at the black wisps of air flying everywhere. What's happening? It's the dark aura. This concentration, it's definitely not from a normal small rift. Tiger's form became monstrous. He laughed like a madman. The grave I so carefully chose for you all. Not bad, right? He gradually dissolved into black smoke, like a snake shedding its skin. Tiger revealed his true form, a demon with bat-like wings. Pathetic humans. Kneel before me. The entire team was crushed to the ground, screaming. The pressure is too strong. My equipment is being corroded. I can't move my body. Kathy also spoke, vaguely guessing something. This level of aura, could it be? Yun Shun gritted his teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. He's a demon scion from the dark world. Tiger, in his demon scion form, flew into the sky. He was surrounded by a blood-red energy sphere. The dark aura from it swept out in all directions. Kathy shouted to Alan beside her. Call for reinforcements now? Alan stopped her. I can't. The communication device is being corroded by the dark aura. I can't send a signal. Kathy felt a bit helpless. Damn it. Are we just going to let them slaughter us? She suddenly noticed a problem. Wait. His rank is also third tier. Although demon scions are stronger than humans, to be able to suppress us with just the dark aura, he must have used some kind of trick. The suppressed team members still cursed defiantly. Bastard. No wonder you let the dark followers gather. So the garrison commander was a traitor all along. How could you turn on your own kind? Tiger looked down contemptuously. My own kind? You think you're worthy? I have long since received the grace of my Lord, shedding this weak mortal shell, and cleansing myself of this filthy human blood. I have transcended into a demon. He looked at everyone writhing on the ground with pride. The fact that you can only kneel before me now is the best proof. Tiger suddenly noticed something. How are you able to move? It turned out Yun Shun was still standing tall, weapon in hand. His entire body had transformed into the Night Lord. The weapon in his hand became a sniper rifle, aimed straight at Tiger. I can do more than just move. I can do a lot more. He opened fire. The bullet shot straight toward him. Beginner sniper skill. Sure hit, heart-piercing bullet. Tiger crossed his arms in front of his chest, blocking the bullet. Despite the blue flames burning brightly, he was annoyed. This is the talent of the Night Lord Matriarch. To think I'd run into that classless kid. What a stroke of luck. Tiger landed on the ground and dashed toward Yin Shun. Next, I'll show you just how foolish a choice it is to provoke a third-tier demon scion. He was only halfway there when he was blocked by a barrage of fireballs from Yin Shun. Tiger tilted his head back, took a deep breath as if preparing a powerful technique, and let out a massive roar. He used the sound waves from his demon roar to extinguish the fireballs. Yin Shun split into two, one on the left and one on the right, using the beginner knight skill, Shadowless. Tiger sneered loudly. A cloning technique. You dare show off such petty tricks in front of an expert? He threw a punch, straight at the Yin Shun who was swinging his sword. Go ahead and use all your little tricks. At my level, seeing through to your real body is all too easy. Sword and fist collided. Energy erupted in an instant. Yin Shun was completely overpowered. He was sent flying, crashing into a large rock not far away. The other clone didn't give up and attacked from behind. Beginner knight skill. Tiger reached behind him. A mere clone. Just the clone of a kid over 20 levels below me. It's nothing. The people kneeling below watched in despair. So this is a third-tier expert. The difference in attribute points is just too great. So what if his beginner skills are powerful? How can they compete with high-level skills? Tiger stood there, laughing scornfully. Kid, aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? Come on. Yin Shun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and retorted. I'm not as good a fighter as you. But if you're so amazing, then hit me. Don't just stand there like a wooden post. It's too easy. His words angered Tiger. What do you mean? Yin Shun threw a dagger at him. What I mean is you've lost. He reached out to catch the dagger. You can't even scratch me. And you dare talk about winning? With just this piece of trash dagger of yours? Suddenly, it vanished on the spot. Tiger was shocked. It reappeared right in front of his eye. He broke out in a cold sweat. Yin Shun charged forward with his spear. Didn't you say I couldn't do anything to you? He used the beginner sergeant skill, charge. If you're so tough, don't dodge this move. Let's see which is harder, your eye or my dagger. Tiger leaped to the side, cursing as he jumped. Damn you, you brat. A scratch appeared on his cheek where the dagger had grazed him. He landed in an open spot, quite a distance from his original position. But suddenly, his foot was caught in a bear trap. Tiger then noticed vines sprouting up from all directions. He realized, crap, his goal wasn't to hurt me, but to trap me for a short time. Could it be that he's figured it out? Yin Shun leaped high into the air. See, no matter how strong you are, you're just a third-tier demon scion, not a demon lord. So how could you suppress an instructor of the same rank, rendering them unable to move, with just your dark aura? The wisps of aura were still rising like living creatures. Besides, normally, the dark aura seeps out from rifts. But yours is the only one rising from the ground. Obviously, you've used some special trick. He kicked off the air, aiming his spear at the center. The most likely possibility is that you've placed a device underground to amplify the dark aura. An item that important. You would definitely find a way to protect it. The weapon stabbed straight down. A series of cracks spread out from the point of impact. Even when you had to take my attack head-on, you stood still. That's what gave you away, you idiot. Instead of relying on your attributes, try using your brain first. From the spot he stabbed, a beautiful purple gemstone was revealed. As it began to crack, a pitch-black aura poured out from within. The black smoke spread, and a purple power radiated in all directions. Tiger tore through the vines. He shot toward him. Damn it, I'll kill you. But he was only halfway through his punch when he was restrained by two control skills. It was Nature's Grasp and Lightning Lock. He could do nothing but curse. Damn it, let me go if you don't want to die. Kathy and her colleague smiled triumphantly. Have a taste of what it's like to be unable to move. Now it's a fair fight. Yin Shun dashed in one direction, not forgetting to give instructions. Instructors, I'll leave this to you. I'm going into the manor to deal with the followers. Kathy waved cheerfully. I have faith in your strength. But be careful. At the old, dilapidated, and gloomy castle, a white mist covered the ground. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. A familiar blue flame erupted through a window. Everyone inside the castle ran around in chaos. Enemy attack. What blind fool dares to burn our house down? Yun Shun held the flame in his hand, looking incredibly excited. I just got my ass handed to me. I'm still pissed. Mind being my punching bags for a bit? Yun Shun charged forward, wielding a spear to drive away the black-robed figures around him. Seeing his swift and agile movements, the black-robed figures cried out in alarm. No, this kid is too strong. We can't fight him at all. Damn it. How can such a monster exist? Where are the reinforcements? Why haven't the reinforcements from the rear arrived yet? One of them spoke up. If this continues, even with more people, it won't be enough for him to kill. Another turned and asked, is there no other choice? With that, the man tilted his head back and shouted, fellow believers, rather than be killed by him, let us offer our lives to our supreme Lord. The Lord will avenge us. And all of them chanted in unison, the Lord will avenge us. From where they stood, a raging fire erupted. He realized what was happening and thought, to so decisively sacrifice themselves. They're a bunch of lunatics. I have to stop them quickly. Instantly, they were torn to pieces. Yun Shun was annoyed. I was a step too slow. With so many dark followers sacrificing themselves, I'm afraid they're going to summon someone troublesome. But this so-called sacrifice is, in the end, just a skill. Yun Shun began to move, using a series of skills at once. He was certain, as long as it's a skill, it can be interrupted. Suddenly, a blood-red abyss appeared before him. Dark secret art. Gate of sacrifice. From that thing, it began to crack and slowly move. Then, a hand with sharp claws shot out. He warned, don't even think about coming out. Beginner's sergeant skill, assault. One might think Yun Shun would be afraid, but he didn't hesitate to stab forward with his spear. His face was full of excitement. It's working. It's retreating a little. As expected, for a demon scion from the dark world. Even with a sacrificial portal, it's not easy to cross over. Again, Yun Shun let out a roar. Then he stabbed hard, making the hand tremble. Suddenly, he swiftly changed his weapon to the storm axe. He swung his arm back with great force. Final blow. A powerful axe strike came down. Get back. Under his ferocious attack, the hand gradually retracted, and the portal closed completely. The space returned to normal. Yun Shun let out a breath. Good thing I stopped it. The aura of that demon scion was very strong. It's at least 3rd tier. If it had really come out, I would have been done for. His eyes were still fixed on where the portal had been. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. It seems. The situation really is quite dire, isn't it? The closed gate opened again. A 3rd-tier demon scion appeared nonchalantly. Right. Little human. Yun Shun was wary. I was careless. How could so many followers only open a single gate? Facing a 3rd-tier demon scion alone is not a wise choice. Let's explain a bit. In this world, level is the basis for class advancement. Each class advancement not only grants a large number of attribute points, but also allows one to learn higher intensity skills. A normal person can undergo their first class advancement at level 10, which is the 1st tier. Level 30 is the 2nd tier. Level 60 is the 3rd tier. Level 90 is the 4th tier. The more class advancements one has, the stronger they become. Yun Shun stared at his opponent without blinking. In this human world, 3rd-tier experts hold extremely high status in society. Their strength goes without saying. And in front of me is a 3rd-tier demon scion, even stronger than a 3rd-tier human. Yun Shun stood up straight, his spear held tightly in his hand. Running is definitely not an option. The transformation state has 13 seconds left. If I want to survive, I have to end this fast. Seeing this action, the demon scion, Wuming, laughed. You still dare to draw your weapon? Does the talent of the Night Lord Matriarch give you that much confidence? Suddenly, for wings sprouted from his back. Perhaps you still don't understand. Your head is worth a lot of money. Assuming it reaches the hands of the Demon Lord, that is. Not to be outdone, Yun Shun vanished on the spot. Flash step. Yun Shun had already appeared behind him, delivering a powerful slash. The sharp wind blade was just inches away from its target. But then he threw a punch straight behind him. You insignificant human. You can't even harm a single hair on my body. The punch not only broke his attack, but also sent Yunshun flying into a wall. He coughed up blood. This bastard is just overwhelming me with his attribute points. I can't defend against it at all. While he was still dazed, the enemy lunged straight at him. Too fast. Flash step isn't fast enough. A terrifying explosion occurred. Smoke and fire billowed everywhere. It seemed he was gravely injured. But Yunshun quickly changed his weapon. Demonic Soul. Invincibility S+. Seeing this, Wuming was surprised. Not injured. A damage immunity skill? Paying him no mind. Yunshun's weapon transformed into a dagger. Now, the tables have turned. He thrust the dagger straight at the enemy's face. In an instant, it was about to reach the center of his brow. He roared in anger. Attacking the eyes again, he used his strength to slam him into the floor. You despicable human. Wuming continuously stomped on him. Stomping and cursing. Take this, and this, and this. Taking the beating, Yunshun could only defend. The invincibility time is almost up. But my preparations are also complete. He glared. Smoke seemed to rise from his ink-black eyes. Suddenly, he pushed back with all his might, sending the third-tier demon scion flying. Caught off guard by the counterattack, he could only growl. What's going on? Yunshun held up a small doll and said, I told you. The tables have turned. He held the object out in front of him mockingly. It seems your hair couldn't stop my dagger. The atmosphere immediately fell silent. The two stood facing each other without a word. A moment later, Wuming snapped out of his shock. He looked at the smoking wound in the middle of his chest and wondered, what just happened? Why did I take a hit from my own attack? Yunshun didn't answer him. Instead, he held up the doll in his hand. If the Advent organization is willing to be dogs for your dark world, then a master like you must know where their headquarters is, right? After speaking, Yunshun stared at him, thinking, compared to the military might of the Xinlong Kingdom, the Advent organization is nothing. But the most troublesome thing is that they operate in the shadows. I have to find their nest to wipe them out completely. The third-tier demon scion ignored him and charged forward again. You want important intelligence? Not a chance. Even if they are dogs who would die for us. Yunshun didn't even bother to react. He simply twisted the doll's arm. Is that so? Instantly, the third-tier demon scion's arm was twisted behind his back. The pain made him stumble, crashing to the ground a short distance from Yunshun. But he still refused to give up. He raised his good hand toward his opponent. Chains! He roared in fury. Go to hell. Before the chains could reach him, Yunshun squeezed the doll in his hand. Still resisting? It seems you still don't understand your situation. The third-tier demon scion's body was immediately crushed. Twisted in a grotesque way, black blood spurted out, and he screamed in despair. Though his eyes were dazed, he remained defiant. Kid, you dare to kill me? The demon lord will never forgive you. He stared at Yunshun and screamed. Join us, or die. That is the choice you have. Yunshun didn't answer him. A bright blue flame ignited in the hand holding the doll. If we can't negotiate, then there's no need to talk anymore. The doll in his hand was gradually consumed by the hot flames, turning to ash. The same flame erupted all over the third-tier demon scion's body. But he laughed like a madman. So what if you kill me? Humanity is about to enter its darkest hour. As he screamed, he condensed a small pink orb from his head. Joining the Advent organization and submitting to the dark world is the only way out. Even if I die, I won't let you go. Right after that, the small orb shot straight forward. Yunshun couldn't react in time and was hit. You can't escape. But not long after, only his mumbling voice remained in the cave. Can't escape. Then, silence. Yunshun broke out in a sweat. He touched his neck in frustration. Damn it. I was careless. I didn't expect it could still counterattack in that state. He felt no pain. It seems it wasn't a direct damage skill. At that moment, a spiral symbol with 3 small dots around it gradually appeared on his neck. I'll go back and have Teacher Xia take a look. Looking at the completely motionless enemy, Yunshun said to himself, if it weren't for the cursed doll, even if I were in perfect condition, it would be hard to damage it. Being able to cut its hair was thanks to the glimmering dagger. With such a large gap in levels, it's not just about the overwhelming difference in attributes. The skills of a third-tier expert, whether active or passive, have a much higher attribute scaling than beginner skills. For example, 1 point of strength used with a beginner skill might do 10 damage. But with a high-level skill, it could do 100. The same goes for agility and defense-type skills. This is why classless individuals have no future. Yunshin slumped onto a nearby rock. Even if my talent can increase a skill's quality, to fight a third-tier demon scion, I need not only attribute points, but also powerful skills. As he was catching his breath, a fireball flew toward him from behind. The moment it got close, Yunshin glanced back. In the split second before the explosion, Yunshin forced himself to use a skill. Flash step. He managed to dodge in time and shouted. Tiger had appeared there at some point. One of his hands was glowing with a faint pink energy. Yunshin, I've suffered quite a bit because of you. We need to settle this debt properly. He frowned in annoyance. He looked at him and asked, Why is it you? Where are the instructors? Tiger was covered in scratches. They're still alive. But, he paused for a moment, then said bluntly, their condition is no better than mine. Back with Kathy's team, they were also in a sorry state. Her clothes were tattered, and she was sitting on the ground. Damn it, that bastard got away. After so many years of peace as instructors, our actual combat skills have regressed too much. The others weren't much better off. No matter what, at least none of us died. But Yunshin's situation is hard to say. Hey, is our squad 7 missing someone? Hearing that, Kathy had a guess. Could it be? Back to Yunshin's location. He was now panting, facing Tiger. His whole body was trembling from exhaustion. He was out of breath. The situation is very dangerous. I used too many transformation states at once in the previous battle. Now that the duration is over, the negative effects are all hitting me at once. Yunshin knew his own condition better than anyone. Right now, I can barely even stand. Even if I die, I have the 10-death revival cross. At least before I die, I have to wound him. Tiger saw Yunshin raise his weapon, but his arm was trembling uncontrollably. He sneered. Kid, you still dare to pull out a weapon? Do you really think you have a chance of winning? Kneel and submit now, and I'll spare your life. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at him. If he can be recruited into the dark world, the demon lord will surely reward me greatly. However, even though Yunshin had reached his limit, he charged forward without the slightest hesitation. Submit my ass. Tiger wasn't afraid either. Then you can piss off. Just then, the sound of someone jumping echoed. A figure suddenly appeared in midair. Right after, a foot slammed straight into Tiger's neck before he could even react. The force of the kick was immense. So much so that it sent his large body flying headfirst into a rock. Yunshin, who witnessed everything happen so quickly, was stunned. Who was that? The person who arrived was the girl from Kathy's team. But her appearance was gradually changing. Mr. Yun, no matter what, you are the master's only beloved disciple. If I didn't prepare thoroughly, then her appearance changed into that of Xiaoyu. She smiled at him. How could the master bear to let you walk into danger? Xiaoyu stood with her arms crossed, shielding Yunshin, perhaps having recognized who she was. Yunshin understood. No wonder Teacher Xia made me join Instructor Kathy's squad. So that's why? It's because you were here, Xiaoyu. She turned back and smiled warmly. I was originally sent to investigate a few things. My succubus identity can easily cause trouble. Following a team is more convenient. And since Mr. Yun wanted to join the demon hunting squad, the team I was on was the best choice. On the opposite side, the demon scion from the dark world struggled to his feet and asked, Why? His face was now filled with unwillingness and confusion. He roared, You are of the noble succubus race. Why would you reveal your true form and side with humanity? Xiaoyu suddenly let out a charming laugh and replied, Because my everything, both my heart and my body, already belong to my master. And you, who oppose my master and harm my master's beloved disciple. Her eyes were now filled with nothing but love for her master. Suddenly, Xiaoyu sprouted 2 pairs of wings and flew into the air. She unleashed a technique and shouted, Atone for your sins with death. The demon scion felt he couldn't win and spread his wings to flee. Damn it! Behind him, there was no way Xiaoyu would let him escape. She yelled, Don't even think about running. Demon King Armament. Chains of the Void. Chains shot out, binding his limbs, and making it impossible for him to move. He turned back helplessly and demanded, "The Demon King armament. You were a demon lord. Why would you submit to a human?" Xiaoyu clenched her fists and replied, "Do you even need to ask? Of course, I was conquered, you idiot. Otherwise, who would give up the position of a lord to become a servant?" She continued to clench her fists, causing the chains to tighten. Execution. The demon scion from the dark world was defeated by this technique, confirming her opponent's utter defeat. Xiaoyu landed on the ground. Yunshin spoke up from behind. "Were you defeated by Teacher Xia?" Hearing this, she answered shyly, "That's how it was at first. But after following the master for a long time, I accidentally fell in love with him." Her answer made Yunshin feel awkward. He thought to himself, "I probably shouldn't ask any more questions." Xiaoyu took his hand. "How did Mr. Yin manage to defeat a third-tier demon scion? You're amazing. I'm falling for you." He laughed and scratched his head. "You really do fall for everyone you meet." Xiaoyu replied, "What can I say? I'm a succubus." After their exchange, she summoned black orbs that enveloped the two demon scions while explaining, "Their corpses are very useful. I made sure to keep them intact." The two of them continued to walk forward. Xiaoyu spoke up, "This manor happens to have that thing. Conveniently, I can help Mr. Yin use it right away." Her words made Yunshin curious, and he asked, "The demon scion corpses have a special use? How do you use them?" Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with excitement. She said mysteriously, "By sacrifice, of course." The two of them, one after the other, walked up the steps toward the altar. Yunshin was intrigued by what was in front of him. "So this is the altar used for sacrifice to connect with the gods. This is the first time I've ever seen one. I've heard that many god-tier items like divine potions and divine equipment are obtained through sacrifice." Xiaoyu waved her hand to clarify. "To get god-tier items, you have to sacrifice a demon lord. Although they're not as good as a demon lord, two third-tier demon scions can still be exchanged for something decent. That's why I made sure to keep the corpses intact." Yunshin had a question and turned to ask, "This altar belongs to the dark followers. Logically, it should be an altar used to sacrifice humans, right? Humans can use it too." She continued, "It mainly depends on the type of altar." Xiaoyu explained clearly, "The nature of the altar itself doesn't differ. It's a medium to connect with the gods. If the offering is human, it will connect with the gods of the dark world. If it's a demon scion, it will connect with the gods of the human world." After her explanation, she looked at Yunshin and gestured with her hand. "Next, Mr. Yin just needs to stand before the altar and pray to the gods. The gods will respond." Yunshin followed her instructions, closed his eyes, and stood before the altar, thinking, "I need a powerful skill suitable for a classless individual, strong enough to fight a third-tier expert. If it's a god, they can definitely do it." As he thought, Yunshin raised his hands in a gesture of offering to exchange for power. A pillar of light appeared from the altar, as if in response to his plea. Suddenly, he shouted, "Sacrifice!" As the altar lit up, the corpses of the two demon scions were gradually absorbed. Yunshin felt a new power flowing into his body. Next, he opened his eyes wide after the fusion. The system displayed, "Fusion technique, A. Freely fuse skills to create diverse variations." Note, fusion consumes a lot of mana, not guaranteed to be stronger. If attributes and forms are incompatible, fusion will fail. Effectiveness will be reduced. Yunshin, feeling the new power, exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, a fusion technique. Although it's only A rank in quality, for me, it's better than an S rank skill." Xiaoyu, standing below the altar, said cheerfully, "Congratulations, Mr. Yun, on completing the sacrifice. I still have a mission, so I must be going now." Yunshin looked at her and replied, "I also want to go over there and check on the situation. The president might need help." At the teleportation reinforcement point, Yunshin's figure suddenly appeared among the scattered corpses. A woman's voice echoed from the mountain. It was the student council president, Lu Miaoling. She looked at him arrogantly. "Junior, did you come here to help? Unfortunately, it's already over. The school credits belong to me." Yunshin stood below, looking straight up at her and thinking, so strong. To defeat a large number of second-tier dark followers by herself is one thing, but she even took care of a third-tier officer. Lu Miaoling sat there, looking down at Yun Shun with a sharp gaze that made him feel she wasn't even injured. What a terrifying woman. At the Weaponry Academy, in the dean's office, Xiao Yu stood before the desk, reporting, "Master, I did not fail my mission. I successfully protected Mr. Yun on this trip. Mr. Yun completed the sacrifice, and his strength should increase greatly." She presented a file and continued, "Also, there is some bad news. Humans who can transform into demon scions have appeared within the Advent organization. At the same time, I also obtained some intelligence from the manor." Across from her, Xia Qingqing reached out to take the intelligence report. The more she read, the more shocked and angry she became. So this is their next target. How audacious. In the crafting room of Jiangnan University, the atmosphere was very peaceful. Mu Jiashu explained hastily, "My apologies. Due to the urgent war situation, I was deployed to the front lines to supplement logistics for a while. It caused a bit of a delay. I only recently returned." Hearing this, Yunshin sympathized with his busy schedule. The front lines are the main battlefield, after all. "I understand." He asked cheerfully, "How's the blueprint?" He replied proudly, "It's done. I guarantee it will meet your requirements." At this point, Yunshin took out a weapon and continued, "Then please reforge this demonic soul. For me as well. Also, I have a new request. I hope its quality can be raised to diamond." Hearing this, his eyes widened in shock. "Diamond quality? You have to know, only the top-tier individuals from noble families can use diamond-quality weapons. The price is very expensive. Do you have enough school credits?" Yunshin seemed to ponder for a moment. He put a hand to his chin and replied, "Probably enough. After participating in the demon hunting operation, I should have about 100,000 school credits now." Hearing this, he was even more shocked and shouted, 100,000. Kid, don't tell me you wiped out an entire nest of the Advent organization." Yunshin scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Not really. It was mainly from killing a third-tier demon scion. The reward was quite high." Meanwhile, he couldn't believe it. "That's a third-tier demon scion. Don't talk about it like you were just killing a chicken." While thinking, Mu Jiashu took the weapon. A month passed. He suddenly slung the weapon over his shoulder and smiled confidently. "Just leave it to me. In 10 days, I guarantee you a brand new demonic soul." The scene changes. On a certain road, 3 people were talking. The one on the left said, "Brother, have you heard? The Global Hegemony Tournament is about to start. Top-tier geniuses from all over the world will be participating." The one on the right chimed in. The one in the middle didn't understand and scratched his face, asking, "What does that have to do with us?" Seeing this, the one on the left replied, "I heard that because our Jiangnan University won the freshman exchange competition, we've earned the right to represent the Xianlong Kingdom." The one in the middle thought of someone and said, "Is that so? But for such an important competition, they'll definitely choose people from the third-year seniors. We first-years don't have the qualifications to participate." Over on this side, Yun Shun was completely focused. He was watching his weapon fuse with a purple stone. Suddenly, the purple stone let out a sound, signaling a successful refinement. As expected, after the series of sounds, the weapon appeared with a brand new look. Limit broken. Yun Shun held the weapon in his hand and exclaimed, as expected of the boundary-breaking stone from the system. It successfully raised the magic array's quality to platinum. I also gave the spare Tin Death Revival Cross to Yun Tang. It's a decent life-saving measure. While he was enjoying the new power from his weapon, the thorn beast suddenly appeared behind him happily. Seeing this, Yunshin reached out and lifted her up. I also brought Little Thorn with me when I was power leveling before. Now, Little Thorn's level is about the same as mine. Combined with the fusion technique, it should provide some good support. Just as he finished his thought, a knock came from the door. He called out, "Come in." Xiao Yu appeared at the door and quickly announced, "Mr. Yun, the master is calling for you." He went with her to the Weaponry Academy. To the dean's office. There were 3 people standing in the room. Xia Qingqing crossed her arms and assessed him. "Not bad. This demon hunting trip has helped you reach level 30. If it were any other student, they would be considering their second-class advancement by now." Hearing this, Yunshin added, "After all, a third-tier demon scion gives a lot of experience. Unfortunately, I don't have the chance for a class advancement." As he spoke, He pulled down his collar to reveal his neck. Oh right, Teacher Xia. There's something I wanted to ask you about. After revealing the circular mark, he recounted the previous incident. A demon scion, before it died, put this mark on my neck. I don't know what it is. Xiao Yu saw the mark and panicked, crying out. The soul-chasing seal of the demon of severance. It's a coordinate skill. Once activated, it locks onto a target and initiates a relentless pursuit until the target is dead. At the same time, Qingcheng quickly ordered, Xiaoling, hurry to the treasury and get the sea god statue grease. The situation was urgent. Xiaoling ran to get it while replying. Yun Shun repeated in alarm. Relentless pursuit. Is there a way to remove it? Xiao Yu shook her head. It's a skill that belongs to the laws of nature. Unless you sacrifice a demon lord to have a god intervene, even a fourth-tier grand priest of light can't remove it. Xia Qingqing suggested. Let the 172nd demon lord, the demon of severance, Duan Yi, take action. The demon of severance is under her command. She can retract the soul-chasing seal. As if finding a lifeline, he asked, where is the demon of severance, Duan Yi? She pouted and answered helplessly. In the dark world. And by the way, all 72 demon lords are demon gods. You can't handle them right now. Yin Shun was also at a loss. So that's like saying there's no way. At that moment, Xiao Ling rushed in, presenting a box. Master, here is the sea god statue grease. Hearing this, Qingcheng said, give it here. She quickly opened the box and said, luckily, I killed a sea god statue a few years ago. She said as she applied the ointment to his neck. I refined quite a few materials from its corpse. The sea god statue grease can conceal the soul-chasing seal. But the effect is limited in time. It can only be a temporary solution. Indeed, the moment the ointment touched his skin, the mark vanished. After applying it, she handed the box to Yin Shun. You take this. Remember to apply it once every day. Before the grease runs out, you must find a way to remove the soul-chasing seal. Yin Shun looked at the box while listening to her warning. Otherwise, all your movements will be exposed to the enemy. You'll face relentless pursuit from the Advent organization and the dark world. The situation made him worry. He thought to himself, this isn't good. Xia Qingqing cut off his train of thought. The matter of the soul-chasing seal is temporarily resolved. Now, you can be considered someone who has fought a demon scion. What is your impression of them? Yin Shin suddenly spoke up. Otherwise, all your movements will be exposed to the enemy. They're like people. Qingqing agreed. That's right. They are indeed like people. But some demon scions look exactly like humans. Like Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling. She thought of the two girls and recounted. If they don't emit a dark aura and hide their horns and tails, no one would doubt them if they claimed to be human. As she imagined it, she spoke slowly. In fact, if you were to pass through a rift to the dark world, you would find the scenery there as beautiful as paradise. The two of them talked about the dark world together. Yun Shun replied in disbelief, Teacher Xia, your description is too strange. I always thought the dark world would be a place like hell. Qingqing explained, there are places like that there too. Just like our world, there are places with harsh environments. The biggest difference between our world and the dark world is the mana concentration. The concentration on our side is much lower. She continued to explain, when a connecting rift opens, the world with the lower concentration has gas constantly pouring into it from the other world. Upon contact, it causes a corrosive phenomenon. Plants are destroyed, and low-level monsters go berserk. Images flashed through his mind as she spoke. If you were standing in the dark world, the air would seem normal. It's just because we live in this world that we find it uncomfortable, no matter how beautiful the scenery is over there. To us, it's hell. Yunshin now understood. No wonder some humans are willing to be hunting dogs for the demon science, despising their own bloodline and bodies. Yunshin continued, even cleansing their own souls, to accept this so-called evolution. So the dark world really is a higher-level world. With that, he reached out to her and asked, in that case, demon scions coming to our world are also affected? She replied, that's right. But over the years, they have become more and more adapted. The increasing frequency of war is a clear sign of that. She suddenly changed the subject. It's too early to talk about these things with you. Right now, there's something more important I need you to do. You know, I sent Xiao Yu over there not just to protect you. Xia Qingqing got to the main point. She had another mission. You know about the global hegemony tournament, right? Yinshun was confused by this topic. Yes. After all, the students are all talking about it. But that's a matter for the third-year students. Hearing this, she replied, it's because the third-year students are stronger. The spots go to whoever is stronger. According to our intelligence, the Advent organization's next target is the global hegemony tournament. If I go there, it will alert them. As she spoke, she pointed at him and gave an order. Next, you must participate in the global hegemony tournament and stop the Advent organization's plans. Her command made Yun Shun's eyes widen in surprise as he asked, what? As he finished, a system notification appeared. Achievement mission. Detecting that the host is eligible to participate in the hegemony tournament. Achievement missions are now available. This time, individual rankings will receive corresponding rewards based on personal achievements and failures. Yunxin scratched his cheek awkwardly after reading it. It seems, I have no choice but to participate. 5 days later, an announcement rings out. The global hegemony competition officially begins. The student guaranteed a spot is the student council president, Lu Miaoling. The remaining spot will be selected from the third-year students. The contestants have entered the arena. Next, the referee's voice was loud and clear, but it was cut short by a strange object flying in. The first match begins. The object slammed into the ground, causing a massive tremor that panicked everyone. What's happening? It's not over. Another weapon plunged down at the speed of light. Everything in the arena turned into chaos. Dust and smoke filled the air, making people scream in terror. Could it be an intruder causing trouble? No way. After the smoke cleared, Yunxin appeared with a cool image, sitting majestically on the weapon. Sorry, seniors. This spot. I'm taking it. Yunxin stood majestically before the panicked gazes of the crowd. The atmosphere suddenly became buzzy. What is going on? Why is a freshman here? All attention poured toward him. That kid is Yunxin. He is indeed very strong. But this is a competition for third years. Suddenly, a voice rang out, silencing everyone. Silence. Miaoling stepped forward with a stern expression. Is the competition for the spot only for third years to fight over? Why don't I remember such a rule? As long as one's strength is sufficient. Any student has the qualification. However, the people here didn't take those words seriously. They continued to protest. Damn it, I didn't expect the president to side with him. There are only a few spots. There aren't even enough for the third years to share. On what basis should a freshman be allowed to participate? Miaoling's face darkened. Her voice became ruthless. It's just adding one person. Are you telling me you don't even have the confidence to beat a freshman junior? Everyone quickly rushed toward Yunxin. Damn it, since it's come to this, there's no other way. Yunxin, right? Now we'll show you what third-year strength looks like. People sitting in the stands were gossiping. These guys don't know about Yunxin's performance in the demon hunting squad yet. That's the ruthless guy who farmed 100,000 credits. The big shot of our Team 7. Someone is about to get wrecked. Those people were fighting amongst themselves to get to him. Give me face. Let me go first. I'll fight the first battle. Today I'll make him lie on the ground. While fighting, they were interrupted by the person they looked down on. Come at me all at once. Yunxin looked pensive. Yunxin spoke up. Talking to you. As if greased. The crowd quickly rushed forward. Everyone's face looked ferocious. HAA. Don't waste time soloing him. Everyone attacked together. Finish this quickly. Yunxin easily blocked the attacks from his opponents. He shouted loudly. Yunxin faced the crazed crowd alone. They launched attacks together. Ice Crystal Dance. Dark Wave. Red Lightning. Yunxin remained calm, parrying the moves. Demon Flame Form. He threw the 2 flames in his hands, shouting loudly. Fire counters ranged attacks. Yunxin held a spear for close combat. Everyone in the stands was surprised. Why can this kid's beginner skills match second advancement skills? Moreover, his stats are unbelievably high. Ordinary third years really aren't his match. But wait. Suddenly, a masked figure flew into the air. He attracted everyone's attention. A member of the student council is making a move. That person pointed straight at Yunxin. Bullying the few with the many is a bit shameful. But this is the price for being warlike. Go, kid. Painting the ground as a prison. A large hexagon suddenly appeared under his feet, making Yunshin slightly panicked. Then the hexagon turned into a prison, locking the target inside. Yunshin tried using the beginner swordsman skill, Void Slash, to break it, but failed. However, he didn't feel disappointed. On the contrary, he was impressed, as expected, of the Celestial Master skill from the Taoist's second advancement. Truly formidable. If it were the old me, this would indeed be quite awkward. Jiangnan University is truly full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Yunshin smiled slightly, waved his hand. Another circle appeared on the outside. But unfortunately, I have changed now. The crowd outside still didn't understand what was happening. They were just eager to beat him to a pulp. He's trapped. The Celestial Masters, painting the ground as a prison, cannot be broken from the inside. Even spatial skills won't work. Get him. Summoning circle result. A young girl gradually condensed with thorny vines around her. Fusion skill, Summoner. Contract summon and Druid, growth. The girl fully revealed herself, standing with hands on hips, holding thorny vines as weapons. Contract summon. Thorn Maiden. Monster. Thorn Maiden, Xiao Jing. Level, 30. Quality, Platinum. This appearance made the stands explode. What is that? A beginner skill can't summon a platinum monster. That's not right. Its quality seems to be temporarily boosted. I've never heard of this skill before. Xiao Jing was extremely excited seeing herself in her current form. I got bigger. Yunshin, standing inside the cage, was dissatisfied. Hurry up and deal with those people. And free me while you're at it. Not making Yunshin wait long, she quickly demonstrated her ability. Sowing seeds. These seeds quickly flew toward the opponents. When they touched, they burst into raindrops. What skill is this? Doesn't seem to cause damage. But someone realized the problem. Not good. Many plant-type monsters have splitting abilities. Could it be? Yunshin created a giant vortex in the air. Mage, Water Tomb, and Shaman, Gale. Waiting for the seeds to grow naturally is too slow. Better to accelerate it. Fusion skill, Wind and Rain. In moments, a heavy rain poured down, making the opponents extremely angry. The seeds multiplied continuously upon meeting water. This made them grit their teeth in pain. Tiny thorn maidens kept popping out, hindering their movements, making them scream in frustration. Damn it! Get off! The scene suddenly became chaotic. Opponents had them clinging to their heads, pulling at their clothes. Some even got their cheeks pinched and dragged away. Don't cover my eyes. I can't see. Let go. Roots wrapped tightly around the hexagonal box. Thorn vine raid. Freed. The ground near Yunshin was no longer flat. If it's painting the ground as a prison, you just need to use external force to destroy the ground where the skill was activated. The prison will naturally disappear. The figure in the black cloak, standing high above, exclaimed. Interesting. Next, I'll have to use my full strength to deal with him. But a voice rang out that surprised that person. I say, aren't you guys ashamed? Dealing with a freshman kid is one thing. But a student council member using their real skills too? A person stepped onto the arena, speaking as he walked. At least fight fair and square, one-on-one. The person revealed himself. Student Council Vice President, A.O. Chong. Level, 42. Class. Second Advancement Corpse Driver, Black Impermanence. The other third years saw this and quickly dodged. I didn't expect the Vice President to make a move. Didn't he say he wasn't going to participate? Although he's a second advancement, he has a record of fighting a third advancement instructor to a draw. We're out of a job. A.O. Chong looked up at the stands. President, it seems you think very highly of this unclassed kid. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to give me the qualification to date you. Miaoling agreed immediately. Premise is that you can win. A.O. Chong happily walked quickly to Yunshin. You heard that, right? My desire for a date will make me full of vigor. Be careful. Yunshin gave an order. Xiao Jing. This guy is very strong. You can't do much here. Return. She quickly complied. A.O. Chong smiled eerily, gripping his weapon firmly in his hand. Smart choice. Keeping it would only waste mana. Next, the real battle begins. Yunshin got into a ready stance. Just as well. I also have a few new things I want to try. Dust and smoke swirled around. Visibility was limited to the maximum. A.O. Chong and Yunshin stood on opposite sides. The referee asked again according to procedure. This match decides the spot for the global hegemony competition. Do you have any objections? Ao Chang replied. Of course not. If even I am not his match, others shouldn't even speak. The referee quickly announced. Match start. As soon as the match began, Ao Chang waved the stick in his hand. For the sake of dating the president, I won't hold back. Extremely eerie. From that wave, a gray wave poured out, calling forth vengeful spirits. The summoned ghosts were extremely resentful, screaming as they were released. I hate. Who can pay for my life? I was wronged. Everyone must pay with their lives. Surrounded by vengeful spirits, Yunshin silently assessed the situation. It's a debuff skill. My stats are dropping sharply. Raising his staff high, holy light cleared the area, making those ghosts retreat. Luckily, this sinister skill isn't hard to deal with. Priest beginner skill, purification. The vengeful spirits dissipated. Ao Chang's figure loomed over there, flying right in front of Yunshin, swinging the stick straight down. However, Yunshin quickly blocked that fatal blow, using vengeful spirits to block vision for a surprise attack. This step was predictable, but something puzzled him. What? His strength is very low. The weapon also feels like hollow wood, neither sharp nor heavy. Such an attack wouldn't cause much damage even if it hit. Why choose close combat? Ao Chang changed his move, striking from the side. Fighting with me. You don't have time to space out. Not letting Yunshin react, the stick struck straight onto his elbow. The weapon in his hand fell, making him grimace. His whole body trembled. It hurts. The sharp sword tip plunged into the arena floor. Yunshin hurriedly retreated. Ao Chang chased immediately. Have another stick. He gritted his teeth, feeling his body's condition. My right arm can't exert force anymore. It's like it disappeared. But there's no sign of injury. What is going on? Ao Chang waved the item in his hand and said smugly, because my weapon is very special. Special enough to decide my class. It is the stepping stone that unlocked the unique class, Black Impermanence. The game world and reality merged, causing many mutations. Due to various reasons, some unique classes were born. Absolutely the most special existences. To obtain them, not only are the conditions strict, like this morning stick. I found it by chance in a tomb when I was young. Thanks to it, I specially spent effort to change to the hidden class corpse driver and successfully advanced to Black Impermanence. Up until now, it has accompanied Ao Chang through many battles. Just holding it allows one to see other souls. It can even be used to bypass the physical body directly and strike the soul. Ao Chang narrowed his eyes at Yunshin. Your right hand is like that because your soul was injured. But the damage from one hit isn't large. It will recover in an hour. However, Yunshin stood there listening. There is one point about you that interests me greatly. Inside you, there seem to be two souls. The root cause for this kind of situation is usually split personality. Could you be the same? He suppressed the pain, reaching out his hand, thinking, split personality? I haven't seen that. If that's the case, where did that other soul Ao Chang saw come from? The summoned sword flew back to its master's hand. Yunshin spoke calmly. It seems. Only by snatching your weapon. Can I see a few things, huh? Ao Chang was furious. Veins popped on his face. Stealing my weapon. He screamed incessantly. You bastard. Mongrel. Devil. This weapon belongs to me. It is my everything. Even my parents can't touch it. And you want to take it away? It seemed everything had gone beyond Ao Chang's control. Ao Chang rushed toward Yunshin like a madman. I'll make you scram. I must make you scram. Yunshin just stood there, speechless. I just wanted to hold it and look. It's not like I won't give it back. This guy's anger is too weird. Is he that petty? Ao Chang threw down a pitch-black ball. Eat this. The thing thrown out was the swamp of vengeful spirits. It spread out like a marsh. From the swamp, piles of black arms rose up, grabbing tightly onto Yunshin's legs. Suddenly, a light flashed, like the dawn driving away 10,000 demons. Yunshin stabbed a brightly glowing sword into the ground, breaking the swamp holding his legs. Scatter. Exorcist beginner skill. Dispel evil. He felt his status and frowned. So annoying. It's a debuff skill again. Even though I escaped in time, my agility points were still drastically reduced. Yunshin rushed forward, left hand gripping the sharp sword tightly. If stats are reduced, I can't fight properly. Must end the battle quickly. One sword surpassing wind. Swordsman beginner skill, void slash. Ao Chang blocked the slash. Sarcastic tone. Useless. Just as planned. Yunchen just curled his lips slightly. Not necessarily. From above. A copy of him flew out like a soul, leaving the body. Assassin beginner skill, clone. Opposite him, Ao Chang didn't back down either. Summoning a ferocious ghost. Sharp ghost possession. The clone and the sharp ghost clashed in the air. The original and Ao Chang fought in close combat on the ground. Yin Chun was sweating profusely. Damn it. Falling into a disadvantage in close combat. Soloing against a debuffer. The impact is too great. The sharp ghost suddenly extended its arm, smashing straight down. Yin Chun froze. The shadow of the attack seemed to cover his whole body. Yin Chun was quickly knocked flying far away. The clone was nowhere to be seen. Ao Chang was gaining the upper hand. Morning stick. Summon spirits. Swamp of vengeful spirits. Yin Chun was so tired he couldn't resist, helplessly watching the swamp gradually cover him. Before long, he was trapped in a black cage. Ao Chang laughed with great delight. Watch me push your stats to 0. One more hit with the stick is enough to torture you until you wish you were dead. But Ao Chang saw something unexpected. Blurted out. The black cage was broken from the inside. Yun Chen's voice echoed out. Since it's come to this, let's see if your debuff skill is stronger. Or if my buff skill is stronger. A stream of power radiated outwards. Yun Chen stood in the beam of light like a god descending. Fusion skill. All class base state fusion. After the light gradually faded, Yun Chen appeared with the all class base state. Myriad wheel. After seeing Yun Chen's myriad wheel form, Ao Chang was stunned speechless. In this form, Yun Chen's energy was off the charts, no longer inferior like before. Detailed stats of myriad wheel rank A are as follows. All stats increased by 500%. Resistance increased by 150%. Damage increased by 80%. Duration, 45 seconds. Upon ending, enters a weakened state. All stats reduced by 99%. His transformation caused a stir among the audience below. What skill is this? Buff effect, so scary. Completely at the level of a high-tier skill. Can't unclassed people only use beginner skills? Even Yun Chen himself had to marvel at this form. This is a high-tier state skill only third advancements possess. But with my mana, I've already used more than half. Ao Chang stubbornly crowed loudly. Useless, even if your state has buffs. No matter how much you add, I can strip it all away. It's just a waste of a little time. Facing his weakening ultimate move, Yun Chen only replied coldly. Not necessarily. Rapidly using swordsman beginner skill, draw slash. He closed in on Ao Chang with godlike speed. With my current agility, dodging your skills isn't hard. Ao Chang quickly summoned armor to protect himself. Sharp ghost armor possession. But Yun Chen's strength was indeed not mediocre. An explosion that blew away the arena was proof of that. His attack was blocked by Ao Chang. Thanks to successfully summoning the spirit body, he had a chance to crow a few more sentences. Useless. High stats are just for show on an unclassed person. Don't dream of fighting me relying on beginner skills. Yun Chen declared coolly. If so, then I just won't use beginner skills anymore. He immediately used fusion skill, swordsman, void slash and swordsman. Upward slash simultaneously suppressing Ao Chang. Sure enough, his weapon couldn't withstand it and cracks appeared. Yun Chen decisively put all his strength into a void slash, completely repelling the opponent. The show wasn't over yet. He clenched his hand into a fist. Fusion skill, pugilist. Ice fist and strongman. One blow with full power. Yun Chen aimed straight for Ao Chang's abdomen. Throwing a punch with terrifying power. Ice crushing heaven. Can't dodge. He flew backward at a numbing speed. After a long while, the dust settled. Only then did the audience see Ao Chang's figure. He coughed up blood, coughing a few times, considering himself truly done for this time. The audience watching the first match was once again in an uproar. My God, what kind of damage is that? Moreover, I've never heard of many of the skills he used. What on earth is up with this kid? Yun Chen coldly walked to the morning stick, wanting to confirm what happened earlier. He stepped on it. A sensation running down his spine made him realize immediately. Yinchen whispered to himself in surprise. So, it's this feeling. Ao Chang ignored his body and hugged his weapon tightly, sobbing. Weapon. My weapon. I don't know if it can still be fixed. Yinchen walked up to him, asked directly. Surrender or continue fighting? Ao Chang answered without hesitation. Surrender. I surrender. With tears and snot running down his face, he begged Yinchen. Please don't take my weapon. It only belongs to me. It is my everything. Under the cold rain pouring down, he reassured him in a low voice. I didn't intend to steal it. Besides, I don't need it anymore. So the familiar feeling he had was because, earlier in the arena, I stepped on a broken piece of the morning stick that was chopped off. In his hand was a fragment of Ao Chang's weapon. Looking at the looming figures in front of him, Yinchen knew one thing for sure. It really allows one to see human souls. Facing the mirror, he discovered something even stranger. Like Ao Chang said, almost everyone has only one soul existing. Like me, the reflection in the mirror indeed showed Yinchen in another blurry shape. There are two souls, based on the form of both. He analyzed clearly. One of them is my own. Like everyone else, connected to the body. Looking at the other soul, Yinchen noticed the difference. But the other soul is different. It connects one end to me, and the other end connects to the sky, quietly touching it through the mirror. A hypothesis arose in his mind. If I'm not mistaken, this soul very likely comes from my system. Does the system have life? Or? Yinchen clicked his tongue. It seems things are getting more complicated. At that time, Lanaka was reporting the situation to Yi Yanfu. Principal Yi, we have the list for the hegemony competition. He laughed heartily. Quite fast. Sipping hot tea, he asked calmly. I thought they'd have to fight for 2 days to get a result. Who is participating? Lanaka quickly replied. Lu Miaoling and Yunchen. Hearing that, he choked on the tea he just sipped. Yi Yanfu burst out questioning. What? Isn't it for 3rd years to fight over? Why did that kid run in there? Lanaka replied calmly. Perhaps it was Vice Principal Ha's instruction. I noticed he didn't intend to before. Hearing this, he became pensive. If it's that Ha girl's idea, this time it's definitely not just simply participating in a competition. Yi Yanfu sensed a big event. Looks like she's about to make a big move. Xiao Yuya reported to Ha Qingqing. Master, Mr. Yin did not disappoint you. Successfully secured the spot. No surprise. Within calculations. But this is just the beginning. For him, the harder things are yet to come. She asked about something else. How is the military side? How much manpower did they agree to provide? Ziyu quickly replied. Due to the current urgency at the front lines, the military can only guarantee the minimum level of support. Xiao Luo added some information. Each area can roughly support 20-something second advancements. 2 or 3 third advancements. Just hearing that was enough for Ha Qingqing to get to work. Next, we'll be busy. A smile that was both excited and amused bloomed on her face. In the days that followed, Yunchen continued to attend the all-class course as usual, trying to complete daily missions too. Attributes and skill proficiency of various classes also improved rapidly. At the same time, across more than 500 countries. After fierce fighting, participants had also been selected. They departed one by one to the host location. The Holy Empire. Of course, not everyone was just there to participate in the competition. A shady-looking figure spoke coldly. Get up. It's time to let the world feel. Along with his accomplices, smirking, the fear from the darkness. It wasn't until a month later that Yunchen had time to visit Yuntang. She was throwing a tantrum at him. I'm so mad. While helping him pack, she pouted regretfully. It was hard enough to get through the first semester and get a rare break. I wanted to play with you, resulting in you having to participate in a competition. Yunchen laughed, trying to comfort his sister. No choice. Special situation. Anyway, I'm on a mission. Watching Yuntang determinedly stuff everything into the suitcase, he whispered a reminder. Pack less stuff. It's a world-class competition after all. Basic living supplies will definitely be provided. But she ignored him, stuffing more the more he reminded her. Isn't it because you stuffed your inventory bag full? Can only bring an extra suitcase. Yunchen stood up and sighed, explaining to her. Inventory space can only be expanded after class advancement. Mine is too small. Just the weapon set takes up more than half the space. Yuntang curiously asked her brother. I heard some big shots are amazing. Their inventory bags can even fit a palace. Is it because they advanced many times? Yunshin rubbed his chin, speaking in a low voice. Not necessarily. Seems like they have to use a precious material called spatial soil. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, so Yunshin quickly spoke. Come in. Opening the door, he saw Nico shyly waiting for him. Can I walk with you for a bit? The two of them walked silently side by side. Nico sadly told Yunshin, I have to return to the Silver Moon Forest. Return to accept the trial. To advance to Moonlight Hunter. A girl came all this way to say goodbye, yet he only coldly said, Oh. Nico panicked and scolded Yunshin endlessly. I said I have to go back. This reaction is too normal. We won't see each other for a while. Contrary to her, Yunshin didn't seem very attached. Isn't going home for a break very normal? Do I have to happily send you off? Nico was furious. You're pissing me off. She angrily blamed herself. Oh my god, why did I take a liking to this guy? Taking out a treasure necklace, Nico blushed and told Yunshin. Anyway, thank you for your help this semester. Like lending credits and stuff. Consider this small gift a repayment. Absolutely no other meaning. Okay. At least Yunshin accepted the necklace and appreciated her a bit. Thanks. But why a necklace? Feels weird. This is the item Nature's Protection. Special type. Effect symbolizes the friendship of the elf race. Basic stats +1. Holder gains increased favorability with elves. Note, only those with elf queen bloodline are qualified to gift this item. Afraid Yunshin would misunderstand, Nico panicked and rambled. You definitely don't. Don't think nonsense. It's just a normal necklace. Absolutely doesn't represent any love token or anything. You can understand it as a challenge letter. All right. It's a challenge letter. After giving the token, she turned and ran away fast. Not daring to look back. Accepting the necklace means you accept my challenge. You wait. Wait for me to return after my second advancement and settle the score with you. Yunshin was speechless because he didn't understand the meaning of that item. Her competitive spirit is too strong. Suddenly, Lu Miaoling's voice rang out from behind Yunshin. Junior. She sternly reminded him. Let's depart. The two of them boarded the airship to the gathering point at incredible speed. Inside the extremely stable spaceship, there was a guide for them. Sun Fei warmly introduced himself. I am Sun Fei. Honored to be the team guide this time. If you need anything, just say it. As long as it can be done, I will do my best to strive for it. Lu Miaoling sipped her tea and coldly dismissed him. Then you go busy yourself with other things first. Sun Fei quickly bowed and responded briefly to her. After the door closed behind Sun Fei, Yunshin humorously told Lu Miaoling. This instructor, compared to leading the team, I think he looks more like a servant. She didn't refute but confirmed immediately. Correct. His responsibility is to serve us. With a dignified look, she explained to Yunshin. Most instructors are at the 3rd advancement level, but our strength is enough to fight 3rd advancement experts, and we have a better future than them. So their attitude towards us will also be different from ordinary students. Even actively currying favor is normal. Yunshin commented in a low voice. Truly realistic. Contrary to his pensive look, Lu Miaoling decisively continued. Strength determines everything. Your status is exchanged for with strength. Just accept it. Yunshin quickly presented the question in his heart. Speaking of which, the college entrance exam, freshman grand competition, national exchange competition, global hegemony. President, don't you feel there are too many competitions? Clearly the front lines are so tense. Isn't having so many competitions a waste of resources? Lu Miaoling explained firmly to him. Just the opposite. It is precisely because the battle lines are unstable that competitions need to be organized. The purpose of this contest is basically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We have been fighting in the dark world for a long time. Currently, strategy is extremely important. But cultivating new strategic talents is also extremely important. And competition is the simplest and most effective way to distribute resources. Lu Miaoling analyzed thoroughly for Yunshin. Actually, since the college entrance exam, you have joined the war for resources. Good universities have good resources. Your objects of contention are students of the same term. She laid the cards on the table for him to see the core issue. The freshman grand competition is the same. Whoever is strong gets more resources. The national exchange is a struggle between schools. Schools with high rankings will get more resources from the state. The nature of the global hegemony is the same. She calmly spoke of things not taught in school. There are many disputed territories and neutral zones in the world. Within them are large amounts of dungeons and necessary resources. Leaving them alone is a waste. Forcibly seizing them easily causes war, causing humans to fight each other. And the purpose of this global hegemony is to decide the ownership of these areas. Resting her chin on her hand, Lu Miaoling concluded, "The country with excellent results will be judged as the country with the most potential. Will gain the right to use disputed territories or neutral zones. This is the experience gained from many years of fighting the dark world that humans themselves have obtained." Yun Chen now understood the conspiracy theories of the cultivation world. So that's how it is. Sinking into thought, Yun Chen began to ponder reality. Compared to war, this is indeed a good way to resolve disputes, saving time and effort. It can also. Suddenly, Lu Miaoling cut off his train of thought with a shocking sentence. "Right. After arriving, we should also go on a date." Yun Chen wasn't paying attention, so he replied perfunctorily, "Uh-huh." When his brain caught up, he froze. Lu Miaoling didn't hesitate to attack directly. "Huh? What? A date? The vice president bet a date with me when fighting you, remember? Since you won. Is there a problem with me giving you the reward?" Her logic made Yun Chen feel weird. Sounds reasonable, but it feels wrong. Moreover, I don't consider dating you a reward. Hearing this, she was also taken aback. Dating me doesn't count as a reward? Yun Chen shrugged and replied frankly, "Of course not. If you pay me to walk with you, it's not impossible to consider." Miaoling was visibly amused after hearing his answer. She laughed heartily and said happily, "Interesting, Junior. You are truly too interesting. First time seeing someone like you." She quickly switched to serious mode, different from her joking manner earlier. Miaoling extended her hand and repeated the invitation. "Little Junior, I now formally invite you. After arriving at the Holy Empire, can you go for a walk with me?" Yun Chen stood up, took her hand, and decisively accepted. "Possible. I also want to walk around in another country. Convenient for gathering intel." While in the mood, he bluntly added, "Right? Are you paying?" Miaoling sternly threatened him. "Mention money again, and I'll get angry." As expected of the Holy Empire, people entering and leaving this place were crowded and bustling. Sun Fei enthusiastically guided Miaoling and Yun Chen into the city. Streams of people walked continuously in the abundant light. This aroused Yun Chen's curiosity. "What is that light at the city gate?" Sun Fei quickly explained to him. "Don't mind it. It's a type of effect from a special divine artifact." He happily explained to Yun Chen that it can remove disguises, stealth, various types of effects. After all, due to the competition, the flow of people here has increased sharply. Hard to avoid bad elements mixing in. Taking some precautions is normal. Stretching refreshingly, Yun Chen exclaimed. Finally arrived at the Holy Empire. The journey here was indeed a bit tiring. As soon as they stepped through the city gate, Miaoling grabbed Yun Chen's hand, dragging him along. She beamed and said, "Let's go. Start our date." Miaoling and Yun Chen strolled the streets together, happily looking at the scenery on both sides. Holding an ice cream, she commented excitedly, "As expected of the Holy Empire. Foreigners everywhere." Yun Chen replied coldly, "Obviously, in a foreign country, of course there are many foreigners." Not minding at all, she patted his shoulder heavily. "Of course I know. Just wanted to stir up the atmosphere." "Who told you to be so silent along the way, Junior? Doesn't look like a date." Those pats made Yun Chen pale. This person, once close, she reveals her true nature. Wasted my thought thinking she was a quiet beauty. A beauty in food described Miaoling best. That looks delicious. After eating, she excitedly visited everywhere. Strange swimsuits. Do people really wear these? Feeling overwhelmed, Yun Chen found an excuse to slip away. Suddenly remembered, I have something to ask Instructor Sun. I'll go find him. Actually, in his heart, he was thinking, following her is too troublesome. Better to act alone. How could she let him escape easily? Miaoling quickly draped her arm over Yun Chen's shoulder. Using force with one arm, She shoved the ice cream into his mouth with the other. Teacher's son is busy with check-in procedures. He doesn't care about you. Don't dream of slipping away. Eat the ice cream. Knowing he couldn't run, Yunshin reluctantly followed. Okay. Let's go walk ahead. In his heart, he calculated urgently. Forget it. Ignore meowing. I have important matters to handle. Yunshin remembered Ha Qingqing's instructions. Just need the operation to succeed. Guarantee that in the future, there will be no more dark believers in Xianlong Nation. His hand clenched into a fist with firm determination. Whether for myself or for Yuntang's safety, must succeed. While walking with meowing, he thought to himself, the Descent organization's next target is the global hegemony competition. Best if I can find the dark believers before the competition starts. Killing them beforehand can save a lot of trouble. As if granted a wish, the building behind Yunshin suddenly exploded. Black smoke billowed up at the scene upstairs. People panicked and shouted, "Bomb explosion! Get out of the way! Could it be a terrorist attack?" Yunshin quickly noticed something strange. That place has dark aura. Meowing agreed with him immediately. Sure enough, you detected it too. This isn't luck. From the smoke, a figure flew out. Looks like the dark forces are frantically hunting their prey. The pursuer screamed, "Damn it! Don't dream of running." A guy chasing closely shouted fiercely, "Today you must die." Elgar panicked, running and screaming, "Help! Help me!" Yunshin attacked immediately. Using one hand to knock out the nearest guy, he shoved him hard into the wall, messing up his features. The remaining guys ganged up on Yunshin, rescuing their accomplice. Bastard! Seeking death. Naturally, they were taken down by Meowing in a split second. She arrogantly humiliated them. Sneak attack. Meowing unleashed fox tails and decisively continued. Is very nasty behavior. The witnessing crowd marveled endlessly. So strong. Seemed to be foreigners. Very young. Could they be participants of the global hegemony competition? Yunshin also quickly noticed the weapon she just used. Foxtails. Is she a beast man? No. Those aren't simple tails. Watching Meowling's wagging tails, he judged silently. I can feel mana flowing in the tails. Compared to beastmen, she's more like a yokai. The dark guy he was choking stammered and screamed. Let me go. Yunshin sternly questioned him. Came at the right time. Saved me a lot of effort. Next, I have a lot of questions. Despite doing a good deed, the city police appeared and arrested both of them. Stop right there. Fighting is prohibited in the city. Follow us to the station. Yunshin could only click his tongue and curse silently. Came too fast. Although they were finally released, a whole day was wasted. Damn it. My first date ever was ruined like this. Yunshin told Meowling in a low voice. Unfortunately, those three were confirmed as dark believers. Handed over to that side for processing. Doesn't concern us anymore. Turning to Elgar, he took the initiative to introduce himself. My name is Yunshin. Her name is Meowling. From Xianlong Nation. Who are you? Why were you targeted by dark believers? Just as he stammered a few words, I am. His stomach growled loudly. Feeling compassion, Yunshin gently suggested. Probably should find a place to eat first. The three of them went to a nearby restaurant to dine. Elgar ate like a horse, plate after plate. Mouth full of food. It took a long time for him to finish. Yunshin watched with respect. How long have you been starved? Meowling commented wearily. Looking at his clothes, he's probably from a remote small country. Some small countries don't have good economies. The people even starve to the point of eating dirt. Although eating and drinking like that, Elgar still tactfully offered his meager money. This is my meal money. Don't know if it's enough. Yunshin signaled refusal and decisively suggested. No need. You can exchange intel for the meal money. Tell me everything you know. Elgar happily obeyed immediately. Thank you, Brother Yun. He quickly told the whole story. My name is Elgar, from the Kingdom of Salatia. Came to the Holy Empire to represent my country. Participating in the global hegemony. Through his story, the Dark Believer's plot was partially revealed. Result is, not long after arriving, I was captured by that group. They wanted to kill me. Replace my identity to participate in the competition. Luckily, I brought a special item. Managed to blow up the prison and escape. Then I met you guys. Yunshin asked seriously. Just that. Elgar scratched his face and enthusiastically added. I also heard them say. Their accomplices seemed to have successfully replaced other contestants, wanting to do something big in the competition. Despite such shocking news, Miaoling seemed more amused than worried. Just tiny dark believers. Just a bunch of rats using dirty tricks daring to have such big guts. On the contrary, I want to see what tricks they want to pull. After extracting the news, the two of them walked back to the gathering place together. Yin Chun grew suspicious. I just feel everything happening today is too coincidental. Very smoothly met a dark believer and got intel. Yin Chun looked at Miaoling and pointed out frankly. Moreover, that Elgar's strength really came to participate. Doesn't have other motives? She quickly agreed with his deduction. On this point, I believe it. Salatia is in a remote, poverty-stricken area. Based on her knowledge, she continued explaining. Although called a country, the total national power is at most equal to a normal city in Xianlong Nation. The whole country doesn't have many third advancement experts. He came to participate probably wanting to get a ranking. Earn some resources for the country. Yunshin nodded in a low voice. Is that so? He had already made a decision in his heart. Tomorrow the competition starts. Killing beforehand is hopeless. Looking at the bright moon high above, he was a bit concerned. Can only see what moves they will make. Miaoling smiled and told him. Right, Junior. Actually, I noticed it early on. Didn't expect you to be so trendy. Turns out the mark on his neck had lost its makeup layer, so she saw it. Even got a tattoo on your neck. Doesn't look like your style. Yun Chun touched the mark in surprise, thinking. Poseidon's mark. It's gone? Could it be it was removed when entering the city? Suddenly, Yun Chun's brain came up with some interesting plans. So that's it. Seems the hegemony competition has something to play with. The next day, a crowded scene took place at the Holy Empire. Teleportation Hall. Walking proudly into the hall were Yun Chun and Miaoling. The two entered, attracting much attention. Yun Chun looked around and said to Miaoling, the people here are all very strong. He looked at the people standing in the hall and had a thought. Most are hidden classes. Rare classes occupy very few. Not a single normal class. Yun Chun glanced at the others. As expected of geniuses from countries all over the world. Miaoling saw him paying attention to the small fry and admonished him. Junior, using class to determine strength is extremely careless behavior. Clearly you yourself are an unclassed freelancer, but you aren't weaker than anyone here. A combat soldier unleashing skills like strength, energy, sword techniques through spherical orbs. Indeed, hidden classes, whether in attributes or skill intensity, are higher than normal classes. But this doesn't represent everything. Race, bloodline, talent. These things and the degree of harmony with one's own class are also extremely important. A normal warrior perfectly harmonized with their class is not necessarily weaker than a hidden class. He was lectured but accepted it happily. My thinking was too shallow. A thought flashed through Yun Chen's brain. Data cannot represent everything. I should know this best. Not lingering too long outside the hall entrance. The two quickly walked inside to everyone's surprise. Look, it's the participants from Xianlong Nation. That girl, I heard, is the daughter of the Guardian General, General Liu. One of the candidates for champion. Some lecherous guys kept looking at her and praising her. So pretty. Has a special, beautiful feeling. Someone sensible growled and scolded. Don't just pay attention to appearance. This is an extremely tough opponent. Must avoid conflict with her. Everyone suddenly shifted their gossip to Yun Chun when they saw him standing next to Miaoling. Speaking of which, who is the kid next to her? Use appraisal to check. Why hasn't he changed class yet? Probably just to fill the numbers. Xianlong Nation is one of the 5 great nations after all. This level is too poor. The scene was noisy with gossip, adding a guy with a voice like a loudspeaker shouting. I said it. Just relying on trash from remote small countries. Also worthy of participating in the global hegemony competition? Kagori appeared huge in the middle of the crowd. His massive height frightened many people. He shouted aggressively, threatening. Blocking the way. Wanna die? Believe it or not, after the competition, this young master will crush you all. His ferocious appearance revealed, whispers about him started. It's the 3rd prince of the Behemoth Empire. Possessing the golden Behemoth bloodline, Kagori. Damn it. Why did this violent bastard come too? He's not just scaring people with those words. Because he actually has a record of abusing many people to death before. As soon as Kagori's identity was revealed, everyone fearfully begged him, Sorry, respected third prince. Please forgive us. We shouldn't have appeared in front of you and dirted your eyes. Elgar stood opposite him, secretly trembling and praying. Please don't notice our existence. Please ignore us like ignoring ants. Yunshin looked at those people bowing and scraping to a vile person and felt a bit indignant. That's a bit too much. Miaoling also had to utter a few sentences. Not every country is as strong and peaceful as Xianlong Nation. Compared to the Behemoth Empire, which is quite warlike, the Behemoth City appeared in imagination under his cruel rule. Plus those small countries are too tiny. It's no exaggeration to say, if they really dared to provoke Kagori, it wouldn't matter if Kagori led his followers to destroy their country. Acting weak and flattering is the survival method of small countries. Dignity is a luxury for the weak. Kagori shamelessly thought highly of himself, patting his chest proudly, looking at the lowly people kneeling on the ground. Don't be so scared. I am a very kind behemoth. I know very well you are here representing your countries. So I decided to help you and give you a very beautiful choice. He reached out his giant hand and grabbed Elgar's head to rub it. Kagori gave him a terrifying smile as he trembled like a leaf. During the competition, be my slaves. Work for me. I will reward you with lots of resources. Ignoring Elgar's fear, he continued speaking threatening words. Anyway, with your strength, even if you luckily enter the second round, you won't get many resources. What if I directly use more money to hire you? This young master's weekly spending is enough for your country to use for a year. Speaking of which, those who weren't willing also had to worship him like a savior, willing to dedicate strength for you. Yunshin looked at him high and mighty and felt unhappy inside. Kagori might not keep his promise. Very likely he'll discard them after using them. She understood everything but couldn't intervene, so she just stood aside pitying them. That's right. But they have no choice. A pair of high heels and slender legs moved step by step on the floor with a female voice ringing out. Mr. Kagori, everyone here represents their country in the hegemony competition. Lucy walked up fresh in a princess dress to mock him. You publicly forcing participants from other countries to be slaves is very unseemly behavior. Her beauty upon appearance made the gossip even more lively. She is participant of the Holy Empire, the host of this hegemony competition. Also the princess of the Holy Empire. Lucy, so pretty, not just beauty. To represent the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great nations, in the competition, her strength is unquestionable. An absolute candidate for champion. There's a good show this time. He calmly crossed his legs on the chair looking at the girl, replying lightly. What kind of princess are you? I didn't force anyone. Clearly they volunteered. She also knew his face well, so she insisted on confronting Kagori. Is that so? She squatted in front of Elgar questioning him. Are you really willing? If you are wronged, you can tell me. The Holy Empire will not harbor any form of bullying. Elgar stammered a reply. His threat was too great, making him unable to escape and answer against his mind. Willing. Miaoling stood with crossed arms listening to those words and sneered. This girl is truly fake. She said all the nice words. Who can't see that people are afraid of their country being retaliated against? If she really wanted to protect them, then directly ally with their countries. What's the use of just saying nice words? Having her honor publicly touched. Lucy walked towards her. Miaoling. You still speak as interestingly as ever. She watched her arrogantly approach and showed distaste. Don't call me so intimately. I don't recall being close to you. She retorted, not to be outdone. Is that so? Never mind. I didn't come to find you anyway. As soon as these words finished, she walked towards Yunshin, making a bunch of people gossip. What? The noble Princess Lucy went over there not to find Miaoling? Then who is she looking for? Could it be that guy? Impossible. Ignoring all the gossip, she lifted her dress and bowed respectfully to him. You must be Mr. Yun from Jiangnan University. Pleasure to meet you. Ms. Ha Qingqing. Your master has helped our royal family a lot. Yin Chun froze hearing her speak. Ha teacher's parents once helped the Holy Empire's royal family? He couldn't help but be shocked by the news shaking his mind right now. So amazing. Never heard teacher Ha mention it. Lucy saw his blank face as if he didn't understand, so she questioned. Could it be you don't know? Ms. Ha's parents were the previous guardian generals of Xianlong Nation. Although they died in the war with the Dark World, their war achievements are unmatched. She spoke a lot, but didn't forget to provoke the girl behind. If Ms. Ha's parents were still around, the position of guardian general might not have fallen to someone's father. Miaoling couldn't hold back cursing when bad-mouthed. Sure enough, a hateful woman. The onlookers outside didn't understand what was happening, just looking at the two girls' expressions and making up stories. Although I didn't hear clearly what they said. But Lucy and Miaoling's faces are quite ugly. Looks like they're about to fight. Could it be? Damn it. Just a trash worthy of two noble people being jealous like that? While everyone was talking chaotically, the lights in the hall suddenly turned off. A goofy MC appeared high up, holding a mic speaking. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for traveling far to participate in the global hegemony competition. Next, I will explain the rules to everyone. The hegemony competition has a total of 2 rounds. Round 1 is the qualifiers. The place he mentioned is a cold place full of terrifying snow monsters. Participants will be divided into random pairs and teleported to the central area. Extreme Ice Realm. There are many dangerous monsters in the Ice Realm, and your mission is survive in there for 7 days. At the same time, kill as many monsters as possible to earn loot points. The MC led the speech like a crazy person with all sorts of ugly poses. The top 100 people with the highest total loot points will advance to the second round, Arena. Same as the previous term. The Arena round will be broadcast live globally. Strive to show your talents in front of everyone and win resources for your country. Geniuses. As soon as they heard the format, everyone was petrified. They panicked, fearing for their own fate and their countries. What? Only the top 100 can enter the second round? Participants from over 500 countries. 2 people per country. Meaning round 1 eliminates 90%? Truly unexpectedly fierce. After that, a blue light appeared on the hands of all participants along with the MC's instructions. Next is the special item for the qualifiers. Has been delivered to your hands. Recorder. It can record and store the loot points you receive, conveniently reminding you that it can still be stolen. Yunshin looked at the recorder in his hand and understood. So that's how it is. Encouraging fighting over them. Elgar received the recorder and hurriedly turned to the ferocious guy, speaking fearfully. Lord Kagori, the competition has random teleportation. If I can't find you by then, I can't serve you. He quickly came up with a plan, leaving him no way to deny. Small matter. Just leaving a mana mark is enough. Dare not to come find me and think carefully about the consequences. As soon as everyone entered the first round, the MC's voice rang out the rules again. Finally, the qualifiers have restrictions on consumable items. At most, you can use healing potions and mana potions. Moreover, bringing food is not allowed. Once a violation occurs, the recorder will record it. Disqualification. The participants held their recorders and quickly sped away, creating strong blue streaks of light. Next, I declare, the qualifiers officially begin. All players proceed to the Extreme Ice Realm. At the competition site, towering snow mountains appeared amidst the cold sky. This is the Extreme Ice Realm. Yunshun and Miaoling's figures quickly appeared in the freezing place like the North Pole. He walked ahead while looking back to discuss. Next, have to live here for 7 days. She heard him speak and teased a few sentences. And it's 2 people alone. Consider it a date, huh? Having said that, Miaoling stretched wearily, worrying. Surviving 7 days. There are many things to think about. Yunshin shared her thoughts and spoke along. Indeed, water can be replaced by snow. But food isn't necessarily easy to handle. His face became serious. Anyway, must scout the surrounding situation first. His hands reached out before the snowy background. Using fusion skill, mage, mana fluctuation, and mechanic. Echolocation. Next, Yunshin's hands touched the icy ground. Immediately, circles gradually radiated out surrounding him and Miaoling. Right in the middle of that freezing blizzard. His power stream transmitted everywhere. Miaoling rested her chin on her hand, looking at Yunshin with admiration. Even his tracking and sensing type skills. Freelancers are truly all-round, huh? He didn't listen to her, but just counted. 1, 2, 3. Luck isn't bad. There are 3 monster nests nearby. After consulting the surrounding situation, Yunshin quickly concluded and dragged her along. First, get food and loot points. Dark caves at the foot of the mountain appeared in the cold area before the two. A group of ferocious bears growled, waiting for prey. This is a monster. Snow Mountain Giant Bear. Level 43. Aptitude. Gold 4 stars. Next to them were snow porcupines full of sharp spines. Snowfield Piercer. Level 41. Aptitude. Gold 3 stars. And finally, humanoid goblins eyeing the two. It's a monster. Ice Goblin. Level 44. Aptitude. Gold 4 stars. Yun Chin's body radiated flames with bright blue light. He looked leisurely at the monsters. I'm just lighting a little fire. No need to be so angry. Immediately after, his eyes narrowed as he frowned. The figures of the monsters became larger and larger in his vision. Yun Chin wasn't afraid at all and punched them with several shockwave palms. His clenched hands contained immense power. Big fists don't represent powerful fists. No more words with the little demons. Yun Chin quickly created a punch to block the monster's attack. He used fusion skill, Pugilist, Flame Fist, and Strongman. One blow with full power. His punch created a sturdy energy beam slamming straight into the middle of the monster group. The monsters were beaten badly, losing the strength to resist, only able to scream in pain. Meowling happily stood aside watching him show off and praised. Truly a talented junior, with a human body fighting monsters of such physique. And it's level 36 fighting level 43 monsters. Not everyone can do that. Suddenly a drop of water fell on her shoulder, startling her. Immediately after was an ice rain pouring down from the sky. Hard hailstones fell continuously from above to her feet. Meowling looked into the distance and saw a goblin waving a staff controlling the hail. It's the Ice Goblin's skill. Can cause slowing status abnormalities. Seeing them focusing their attacks on her, she understood. Ignoring little junior and targeting me? She happily accepted this attack and added a sentence. Seems you guys also understand. A furry tail appeared in her hand. She casually stroked it. Whose threat is greater, huh? Fire element. Immediately after, a bright red flower appeared in the snow. Incinerate. Those goblins were quickly burned by the eerie fire and pain. They gradually disappeared with screams hidden under the terrifying firelight. Finally, all that remained was black ash in the snow. Those remnants fell down bit by bit. Pitiful monsters defeated before they could even fight. Yun Chin, fighting the ancient snow apes on this side, also had to turn back to look at her with surprise because the power emitted was overwhelmingly large. He glanced at her, his heart stirred. Elemental magic. She is an elemental mage? No. The skill form is very different. Sounds of shattering earth and rocks rang out under an attack force. A shocking tremor rose where they were fighting. The ancient ape roared angrily, slamming its hand on the ground, cracking it into slabs. Monster. Ancient snow ape. Level 51. Aptitude, Platinum 5 stars. Two arms with two extremes of water and fire appeared together attacking the monster. The two launched attacks blowing away the beast, making it scream. She couldn't help saying with disgust. So noisy. Yun Chin was also annoyed and raised his voice in dislike. Noisy. Amidst the falling snow, a loud cry from the beast ended their lives in the cave. After that battle, it was late at night. The two sat by the fire grilling food. He finally opened his mouth to complain. Busy all day. Yun Chin held the item in his hand, unable to hold back his thoughts. Finally cleared 3 monster nests. Killing a normal monster only gets 1 loot point. Boss is 50. Meowling sat next to him, hearing the voice, glanced over. Even if loot points are split evenly, the harvest today is still a lot. Based on this situation, passing the qualifiers is no big problem. After talking about that fierce battle, he personally held the meat skewer. Although this is a monster, they are easy to find here. Yun Chin handed the meat to her, signaling ladies first. Here, meat is cooked. She looked at the black piece of meat in front of her with a bit of disgust. It's burnt already, but she still reluctantly took the meat skewer. In the future, let me cook. Seeing her criticize his cooking, Yun Chin boldly retorted. Burn a bit is better than raw. You eat it. Looking at the burnt meat in his hand, he couldn't help remembering the person at home. Normally at home, Yin Tang cooks. My skills are indeed poor. Meowling looked at the charred meat skewer and added Yun Chin's excuses, feeling extremely annoyed. Master and disciple really have the same virtue. Cooking tastes bad, but the logic is eloquent. Speaking of which, Miaoling thought of the black plate of meat from the past. It haunts her to this day. 7 years ago, my father and I were invited by Dinha to her house for dinner. Among them was a dish she enthusiastically cooked herself. The result was too tragic to look at. I said Dinha cooks badly. She even acted like it was natural. Ha Qingqing appeared in Miaoling's subconscious with a not-so-good impression. Otherwise, why would I need a maid? Yinchun was a bit horrified hearing her recount. Didn't expect Ms. Ha to have this side too. After talking for a while, he remembered the scene of Miaoling fighting. Yinchun curiously asked her, "Right, President. What exactly is your class? Feels like an elemental mage. But the skills are very different." Miaoling pretended to be disappointed hearing him ask. "No wonder Junior kept looking at me. Thought you had taken a liking to me. Wasted my hesitation on whether to accept you." Yinchun couldn't handle the flirting and criticized. Best not to. Amidst the bright firelight, Yinchun silently listened to Miaoling chatter. "I am indeed an elemental mage. But due to bloodline and talent relations, the skills underwent great changes. Simply put, I can use elemental magic of 9 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning." Hearing her list sound incomplete, he reminded her. "What about the other 2 types?" Miaoling acted mysterious, covering her mouth like a secret. "Wanna know? At least wait until we are closer." At the competition headquarters, many people were busy with smart devices in front of them in the Holy Empire data reception room. A serious voice rang out amidst the noise outside. "Today is the 3rd day of the qualifiers. How is the participants' situation?" The person speaking was the Grand Commander of the Holy Empire, Edward. The assistant standing in front of him reported on the competition situation. Princess Lucy's loot points have reached 1,700, holding first place firmly. Currently, the top 100 contestants have loot points above 500. He was a bit excited hearing that. Truly good news. What about casualties? The assistant quickly reported a series of statistics to his boss. This hegemony competition has a total of 1,178 participants. Up until now, 375 people have lost their recorders, probably snatched away. Additionally, 117 people have lost vital signs. The death toll is higher than expected. Edward breathed a sigh of relief hearing the death toll. This casualty number is still acceptable. The assistant suddenly felt itchy to speak. A bit gossipy, asking Edward, "Grand Commander, I have something unclear. Why don't we use surveillance cameras directly for the qualifiers? That way at least we can clarify the cause of death of the contestants." Is it because the capital required is too high? He frowned slightly when mentioning that sensitive issue. The capital required being too high is a fact. After all, the extreme ice realm is too large. Using surveillance cameras consumes a large amount of resources. But more importantly, not necessary. In reality, conflict between sects, forces is always obvious. He added a bit more thought. Everyone knows, not all countries live together in peace. Religious beliefs, territorial disputes, racial discrimination will make some countries hostile to each other. Actions like stabbing and killing each other are unavoidable. Although the existence of the World Union laws prohibits war between countries, but some hatred still needs to be released. The qualifiers are exactly such a stage. They can freely kill the opponent's geniuses or bully geniuses from small countries. To vent hatred, of course, things like that cannot be monitored. His assistant nodded as if understanding the issue. No wonder every global hegemony competition. The qualifiers don't keep video records. But isn't doing so violating the treaty of selecting talents? Resource distribution? Edward spoke about this very calmly. He swayed slightly, then continued. Countries that can't even pass the qualifiers. Giving them resources is just a waste. Right. How are the participants representing the 5 great nations performing? The assistant spoke up after hearing him confide. Most are ranked high, but there are also surprises. For example, Miaoling and Yunshun of Xianlong Nation. Returning to the heavy blizzard scene in the Arctic, Yunshun and Miaoling's figures appeared simultaneously according to the assistant's words. They are currently ranked 93rd and 94th. Could be eliminated from the top 100 at any time. If participants from the 5 great nations can't even enter the second round, then it'll be funny. She laughed arrogantly, seeing the results the two achieved. Junior. Feels like our coordination is truly invincible under heaven. Only a day and a half. Already wiped out all monster nests within 100 miles. Yinshin was different. His face was a bit serious, thinking about the future scene. But that also means the remaining time we are all free. Cannot kill monsters. Thoughtfulness showed clearly on his facial muscles. Currently our scores are both 532. If it were just a normal dungeon instance. Indeed, not a bad result. But the problem is the path to getting loot points isn't just one. The clock with the hour hand inching forward bit by bit. As monsters decrease, the number of survivors will increase. Over time, the loot points in the hands of contestants will accumulate more. Monsters will decrease. Harder to find, meaning the later it gets. Killing people will be more beneficial than killing monsters. Those who win by harming people watch the weak being defeated miserably and smile sinisterly. Yinshin drew experience for himself through this competition. Not few people understand this point. At the same time, many people will do so. Although I don't know our current ranking. If we want to stay in the top 100, we can only make a move on contestants. Having said that, Yinshin was also helpless. But the important thing is how to find other contestants. She was also troubled by this. People are much harder to find than monsters. Unless there is suitable bait to lure them. Speaking of which, Miaoling's words dragged on and ended with a risky idea. For example, the tiny unclassed freelancer of Xianlong Nation. Is there any bait more fragrant than this? Perhaps this is the most realistic plan for the current situation. From there, footsteps were gradually imprinted on the snow. Yinshin walked alone in the cold area with an excited mood. I just spent an afternoon walking around aimlessly, at the same time intentionally leaving mana traces. His sharp eyes glanced behind, where something was lurking. Unexpectedly, his thought appeared precisely because of the malicious people hiding behind large ice blocks. So many fish took the bait. 2 world competition participants belonging to the wolf and vampire races stood nearest to him. The sharp-nosed werewolf turned to tell his accomplice. I smell many auras around. Seems like not few people are targeting this kid. Should we make a move? The vampire looked at Yinshin with thirst. Of course. He and that Miaoling are in the same team. Definitely have not few loot points. Yinshin's lonely figure fell into the sights of the hunters, making them drool. If Miaoling isn't nearby, then this is the best opportunity to swallow this piece of meat. After discussing, they ran quickly towards him together. Let's quickly finish this. Take the recorder and retreat. Other lurking groups saw the opponents act and rushed out too. They continuously fought over the juicy piece of meat that was Yinshin. Don't dream of snatching it. That guy's loot points are mine. He looked at the bullies targeting his points and wasn't happy at all. It seems. You guys really treat me as weak, huh? He immediately used fusion skills to destroy them. Pugilist, stomp, and martial artist, quake. A sky-shaking shockwave caused the earth to shake violently. 5 greedy guys were beaten badly by this move of Yinshin, screaming. Others who hadn't rushed out yet saw this move and shrank back in fear. This intensity, basically the intensity of a high-tier skill only 3rd advancement experts can use. What background does that kid have? Absolutely not, just tagging along to fill numbers. His strength is enough to fight 3rd advancement experts. He's a monster on the same level as Miaoling and Lucy. Those who didn't know better and got hit by Yinshin's palm ran away in fear. Damn it, we were tricked. Run. That kid pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. How could he let them off easily when the points they had were very high? To take revenge, Yinshin pulled out long green vines appearing. Immediately, those thugs were tied up tight. Damn it, what's happening? Why in the snowfield? Are there thornflower demons? Thornflower vines appeared at the summon command, wrapping around the contestants. What bound them were thorny vines wrapped around. Yinshin watched them struggle violently and mocked. Disdainful, you guys hide in the dark, thinking yourselves careful hunters. But you don't know? His voice rang out very quickly, overwhelmed by the power of blue fire from the spear in his hand. You are just prey. The contestants, burned in pain, could only scream. What fire is this? Basically can't be extinguished. So hot. Dying. Spare us. We won't dare again. We'll give you all our loot points. Is that okay? Miaoling sat behind a large rock, watching Yunshun coolly deal with them. She couldn't hide the joy on her face. Seems I don't need to act. When they handed over all the points, they ran for their lives in fear. Damn it. Why pretend to be weak when you're so strong? Despicable. Loot points I worked hard to earn. They kept complaining, making him disgusted by the attitude of thieves crying thief. Clearly you guys treated me as Miaoling's accessory. After fighting for a while, finally, he got to sit down on the ground. Hugging the pile of recorders in his hands, Yunshin's heart rejoiced endlessly. Used too much demon flame. So tired. As expected of geniuses from various countries. Truly hard to deal with. Looking at the pile of points in his hands, he seemed attracted, ignoring the surroundings. Harvest isn't bad. Earned over 3,280 loot points in one go. Even splitting evenly with the president, it's a lot. Other contestants using stealth witnessed the whole scene just now. Just looking made them sweat in fear. Their stealth was the Phantom Hunter skill, camouflage. Elgar, hiding behind an ice block, watched Yunshun happily counting points and couldn't help admiring. So strong. Mr. Yun is too formidable. Definitely a potential seed for champion. The others didn't think like him. They only eyed the recorders in his hand, weapons ready to attack. So what? Now he must be a spent arrow. Even us can definitely win. So many recorders. Offering them to Lord Kagori will definitely get a big reward. They took advantage of him being off guard to rush up and snatch his points. Risk it. Yunshun heard the noise and turned to see a bald guy twisting with echo magic walking towards him. These rats. Finally couldn't hold back and made a move, huh? Once again, blue flames appeared in Yunshin's hand. When they rushed in was exactly when that light flared up. Conveniently deal with them. Right at the most urgent moment, Elgar hurriedly ran to stop them. Stop. The remaining contestants were about to stab weapons into Yunshun, but froze at his blocking. Don't hurt him. All three contestants looked at him like that, stunned. He looked at his lonely back and couldn't help but be moved. This kid. The bald guy screamed loudly at Elgar's face as he stood blocking Yunshun. Elgar, do you know what you are doing? These three contestants loudly scolded him. Damn it. Why is this idiot our teammate? If we don't earn enough loot points today, Kagori will be angry. Elgar was helpless too, but now only knew to explain to stop his teammates from causing trouble. I know. But Mr. Yun once saved my life. There's still a little time until evening. I will think of a way to find new targets. His next words made Yunshin's face turn black. So everyone spare him. Don't make it hard for Elgar. Yunshin immediately handled all the lowlifes alone. Hands bearing bright blue flames appeared before everyone's eyes. No need to be so troublesome. I can handle it. Looking at the terrifying power he emitted, they ran away in fear. Damn it. This guy still kept some strength. With Elgar blocking, we might not win. The figures of the three despicable guys faded along the path of the Arctic extreme ice realm. When everyone had left, Elgar immediately knelt before him, begging for forgiveness. Sorry, Mr. Yun. I didn't think they really dared to make a move. Sorry. I have to go. Finished speaking, he hurriedly ran away with his teammates. Wait. Don't leave me behind. Miaoling, hiding until now, showed her face and said a few sentences. Elgar still hasn't realized. The person saved wasn't you, but his teammates. Her hair covered one eye, making her face look deeper. After he returns, he'll probably be punished quite severely. Right? Yunshin heard that and curiously asked vaguely. Why? In the qualifiers, everyone is an opponent. He and I only met once by fate. Suddenly his face changed expression. Carrying a sharp spear, he walked forward solemnly. But regarding Kagori's loot points, I am very interested. She heard Yunshin beating around the bush and despised it. Truly a guy cold outside, but hot inside. Can't you be a bit more direct? The sky gradually darkened. A large campfire was built, very cozy. Kagori aggressively held a leg of meat, gnawing it clean. He spoke rudely while his mouth was still full of meat. Honestly, originally, I didn't hope you trash would be of any use. So I told you to just target the weak ones. In case your luck is bad. Meeting a strong enemy and being defeated is also within expectations. Two tusks growing upside down like two horns moved with his mouth. But, for some unknown reason, the operation failed. Then it relates to the attitude problem. Eyes full of ferocity stared at those who displeased him, uttering threats. A dog that doesn't listen doesn't need to be kept. Elgar knew he was talking about him, so he continuously cowed out. Extremely sorry. But Mr. Yin once saved me. I couldn't ignore it. Please give me another chance. Elgar's excuses didn't reach Kagori's ears at all. He just leisurely raised his voice to bully. No need to be so scared. I am a gentle behemoth. Of course I will give you a choice. Smash your brain. Or level your country. You decide. Words light, but hitting the target straight. The contestants from the same country as Elgar immediately fearfully begged Kagori not to touch their home. Why is it like this? Lord Kagori has always kept his word. Elgar must pay for his stupid action. Hearing this, Elgar gritted his teeth in resentment. He had to abandon all dignity to bow to the person intending to harm his country. Though trembling with fear, Elgar still stubbornly bowed lower. Then a sound rang out. Elgar's head completely hit the ground. He kept trembling, uttering each sentence. Please spare my country. Kagori looked at the submissive person in front of him and licked his lips in delight. His shameless voice rang out again. Then, as you wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Kagori froze as a gun barrel was pressed straight against his head. Yunshin appeared majestically pointing a gun at his temple. Gun equipped with eerie soul weapon, shotgun form. Elgar looked up seeing his benefactor and was a bit happy, but also worried for him. Mr. Yun. The three guys begging earlier saw him standing arrogantly and were totally shocked. What happened? When did he get over here? Completely undetected. My God, could it be he wants to stand up for Elgar? Yunshin didn't care what they said, only focused on the shameless Kagori. Retract your foot. He seemed not afraid at all, still constantly provoking Yunshin. If I don't. He didn't give Kagori any face and shot straight at the temple, making him unable to defend in time. The gossiping contestants watched the bullet fall and were terrified. He really shot, and used a shotgun pressed against the temple too. Murder. About to kill someone. Kagori was shot like that, but wasn't injured or bleeding. Instead, he glared at him with dagger eyes. Although strong, Yunshin was startled seeing him still safe. Only singed the fine hair. He didn't expect the kid to have such big guts. Immediately pulled out magic power to defeat him. Kid, you really dare to attack. A monstrous face from Kagori's belly seemed to want to fly straight at him, rage of the ancient beast. Not hesitating too long, Yunshin continued to pull out more combat weapons. Fusion skill, master of ammunition, electromagnetic amplification and sharpshooter, shooting curtain. Immediately after, two huge streams of power collided, creating a scene hard to distinguish the winner. What he shot was explosive thunder. With that high-level power, Yunshin quickly blocked his attack. Kagori looked at his scorched hands and didn't expect him to be so strong. This kid, what kind of trash is he? Clearly an expert of the same level as Meowling. I have to get serious. After fighting, Yunshin also used appraisal to observe him. Fusion skills can only cause superficial wounds. Defense is terrifying. What the hell is this thing? He suddenly saw lines of information about him. Kagori. Level, 53. Race, Golden Behemoth. Class, Ancient Beast Warrior. These things made Yunshin look at him with some fear. Damn it, the level gap is too big. Visible information is limited. Kagori used a technique to enlarge his body, then stepped powerfully, creating shaking noises caused by War Stomp. Yunshin wasn't outdone and dodged his attacks very quickly. He was still struggling with tactics and didn't notice Kagori standing behind him since when. Kagori raised his fist, preparing to give him a sky-falling blow. He glanced at him sideways and sneered. Fist. His hands grabbed the transforming weapon, Tonfa. Determination radiated strongly following Yunshin's inner self. I'll fulfill your wish. Just as Kagori landed a punch, Yunshin also threw an uppercut blocking his attack. Two bodies, one large, one small, confronting each other made the melon-eating gossipers exclaim. So strong. What kind of monster is he? To be able to fight in close combat with a golden behemoth. Kagori's figure grew larger and larger. The mouth opened wide following the growth of his body. Explosive heavy finger. He wasn't discouraged before that despicable guy. Staring intently at Kagori preparing fusion skill. Pugilist. Ice fist and strongman. One blow with full power. Yunshin's small body raised the gun, shooting ice crushing heaven to attack the giant. Action done. He immediately used force to jump up. Then Yunshin landed on his shoulder. Take the chance to finish him. Kagori looked at him with hatred. He just wanted to mince him into 100 pieces now. Arrogant kid. Still want to defeat this young master. Without saying a word, Yunshin pointed the spear straight at his pupil, closing one eye preparing to destroy that eye. Kagori wasn't inferior, immediately transforming into another huge form thanks to releasing the golden behemoth bloodline. He aggressively threatened the small figure being knocked away. Kid, giving you two choices. Be stomped to death, or be squeezed to death. At this moment, after Kagori released the golden behemoth bloodline, he turned into a monster as big as a mountain in front of Yunshin. People standing far away saw this and exclaimed in terror. Too scary, like a monster among monsters. This is the true power of Lord Kagori. Beside those fearful words, some commented on Yunshin's fighting style. But that kid is also very weird. Can use any weapon, not to mention a bunch of messy skills. Kagori aggressively raised his hand as if about to give the arrogant guy in front of him a strong blow. Kid, if you don't choose, then let me help you choose. Just as he finished speaking, his punch rushed towards Yunshin with wind-tearing speed. The giant's heavy punch slammed into the ground, destroying the ground in an instant. Luckily, Yunshin jumped up in time to dodge the punch. While hovering in the air, he quickly turned around. A red glowing sword slashed forward. A strong slash on Kagori's hand, but he looked strangely calm. Yunshin landed and looked up at where he just slashed. Not a single wound, not even a scratch. He was amazed by this guy's defense and exclaimed, "Skin is too thick. What if I use this move?" A decision was made quickly. Yunshin used fusion skill, swordsman, void slash and swordsman, upward slash. After the skills fused, Yunshin unleashed a powerful sword strike, void slash. Kagori laughed scornfully at Yunshin's attacks. Useless. This little damage is nothing. There was still not a single mark on his body after taking that extremely powerful attack. Yunshin continued to launch attacks all over the giant's body, but it seemed all was in vain. Witnessing the scene above, Elgar thought in terror. There are over 500 countries in the world, and the only country founded solely on the strength of one race to become a top empire is only the behemoth race. The reason lies in the behemoth's terrifyingly strong body. Lord Kagori is a golden behemoth. The body intensity is even a level higher. Golden behemoth belongs to legendary giant beasts. Ancient texts once recorded. Its body is so strong that non-divine power cannot break it. It is indeed true. For someone who has awakened the golden behemoth bloodline, he can trample others underfoot easily. Elgar's train of thought continued while Yunshin held his sword rushing towards Kagori. And to be barely called divine rank power, at least must be a 4th advancement class holder. Plus, the hidden class Ancient Beast Warrior has an extremely large strengthening effect on physique, making Kagori, who is only 2nd advancement, never defeated even when facing 3rd advancement experts. This battle, I basically can't imagine how to win. At this moment, Yunshin changed to another fusion skill to try stabbing towards Kagori. Fusion skill, swordsman, charge and swordsman, thrust. The piercing charge stabbed straight into his body, creating an ear-piercing sound. It seemed this attack wasn't useless like the others. He was able to cause damage to Kagori. The wound is very shallow, like a needle pricking an elephant. Didn't cause any real damage. Could it be I can only use Myriad Wheel? No. The side effects of Myriad Wheel are too great. Yunshin landed on the ground, feet rubbing against the surface creating a long groove. He calculated in his heart. After the time is up, I won't be able to deal with others. Pity that tearing space requires spatial talent to use. Otherwise I would have dealt with him long ago. While Yunshin was thinking, Kagori attacked. A stream of red power gathered in his fist. Rage of the ancient beast. Stop scratching an itch. Even if this young master stands still for you to hit, you will be the one to die. The punch smashed into the ground right where Yunshin just stood. He quickly jumped back to dodge. Facing Kagori's power, Yunshin still calmly provoked him. Is that so? Then stand still and let me hit. Simultaneously, he used another fusion skill. Druid, tentacles, and druid, growth. Giant vine bind. Huge green vines rose from the ground. They quickly wrapped around Kagori's 2 arms. restricting his movements. When Kogori couldn't move, Yunshin quickly jumped onto the giant vines, rushing in front of him. This time, he found Kogori's weakness. Seems you are very confident about your defense. What if the part attacked is the eye? Seeing this, veins popped all over Kogori's face. He screamed in rage. Despicable kid. He stopped joking and started fighting seriously. Gathering power. Rage of the ancient beast. The vines wrapping his arms were destroyed quickly. Monkey speed. Kogori swung his hand, wanting to grab Yunshin to stop him jumping around. Yunshin's move suddenly changed, turning into a toad pouncing towards Kogori. Seeing the toad flying towards him at high speed, he exclaimed in horror. What? Luckily for Kogori, he reacted quickly and bit down on the toad. In his heart, he sighed with relief. Too dangerous. Just then, other giant vines suddenly approached and wrapped around his neck. Yunshin gently controlled the vines to tighten around Kogori's neck, making him realize his intention. What? His target wasn't the eyes? Could it be? Kogori was still thinking when Yunshin flew over, smashing the weapon hard into his teeth, creating a loud thud. When the weapon was stabbed into Kogori's teeth, Yunshin used the next fusion skill, Mage. Fireball and Pugilist, Palm Wind. Smoke poured out from right inside the giant's mouth. He screamed. It hurts, then fell backward. Yunshin jumped off Kogori, but he was determined to punch him to the end. Damn it. Go die. Giant vines continued to wrap around his fangs and ears. Yunshin smirked. It seems. Inside your body isn't as tough as your skin. Next, he launched a decisive blow containing immense power straight into Kogori's throat. Another exploding flame spear. Kogori was in so much pain he coughed up blood. He let out a long scream. The giant was defeated, but Yunshin didn't let him go. Don't rush. There are still a few holes on your body. He landed a strong blow on Kogori, deforming him, and simultaneously spoke words that terrified him. If I explode your nostrils, burn your respiratory organs, how many minutes can you live? Kogori was beaten back to normal human form. He squatted down, fearfully begging for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. I surrender. Please don't explode me. I guarantee I won't touch Elgar and his country. Spare me once. Explode again, and I'll really die? Nialing came over to stop Yunshin, saving Kogori's life. Junior, that's enough. After all, he is a top genius. Maturing a few more years, he can go to the battlefield to contribute. Yunshin showed a cold expression, calmly stating the condition. Spared is fine. Hand over all the recorders and loot points. In his heart he thought, indeed. Reducing humanity's future combat power at this time isn't a wise choice. Kogori used trembling hands to give the loot to Yunshin, voice still containing fear. Yunshin turned away and said, Let's go. Nialing looked at Kogori with pitying eyes. Kid, save your strength to fight the dark world. Bullying small countries doesn't count as skill. At night, under the bright full moon, Yunshin and Nialing sat together before a warm fire. She said, Hard work today, Junior. Go rest. Let me keep watch tonight. After all, after today's battle, Yunshin spent not little energy, then fell asleep. The next morning, the sun rose high. Clouds drifted lazily. Seems the weather today is very beautiful. Yunshin hadn't woken up yet when he was awakened by loud shouts. Not good. Something big happened. What is it? Junior is still sleeping. Just tell me. He yawned and walked over to them, asking with a sleepy voice. What's up? Elgar stood there panting, eyes wide open, stammering out a name. Kogori. Lord Kogori is dead. Somewhere, Kogori had lost his life in a very terrifying state. Both Yunshin and Nialing didn't expect this situation to happen. Both exclaimed in unison. What? Nialing's surprised voice rang out. What did you say? Kogori is dead? She looked at the other person with a worried face. Why is it like this? Although he was heavily injured, it wasn't fatal. Yunshin also added with a serious face. I fought him directly. I also understand his strength. Just speaking of defense, he is absolutely on par with a third advancement demon descendant. Even better. Even if heavily injured, he's not easily dealt with like that. Elgar rubbed his head in confusion. I don't know the specific situation either. I was sleeping at the time. Suddenly heard a noise, so I took a look. Then saw? He recounted. There were a few dark believers standing over there. In front of them was Lord Kagori's corpse. Elgar kept trembling, holding his head in fear. Those guys really sneaked into the qualifiers. Even killed someone. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been killed by them too. Too scary. Miaoling was a bit suspicious. I've killed at least a few hundred dark believers. Relying on them to kill Kagori? He affirmed. I'm not lying. Before, when I was captured, I heard they have a person who is the young leader. Seems to be the son of the Descent Organization's Grand Commander. The Dark Believers coming this time are especially strong. Different from normal. Yunshun probed with a serious face. There was this intel too? Why didn't you say it when we ate that day? Elgar spoke fearfully. Accidentally forgot. Yunshun started to tease. Is that so? But speaking of which, the young leader counts as a big fish. Dealing with him will definitely be a big blow to the Descent Organization. The problem is how to find him. Elgar spoke up with some fear. My class is Phantom Hunter. Best at tracking and hiding. In Kagori's camp, there still remains. Their aura. Just need to return. I have a way to locate them. If you want, I can lead the way. Yunshun walked and spoke very confidently. Then thank you for your bravery. Let's go. Scene changes to the observation room. Whispers rang out. Done for. The third prince of the Behemoth Empire lost vital signs. First time in history, a heavyweight participant died in the qualifiers. The national power of the Behemoth Empire is strong. An existence only second to the 5 great nations. A man gritted his teeth and spoke up. Miaoling and Yun Chen's loot points suddenly increased sharply. Not long after, Kagori died. Even a fool can guess what happened. The Behemoth Empire is very warlike. If news leaks, very likely leading to them making enemies with Xianlong Nation, even declaring war. Currently, humanity cannot have civil war. What to do? Edward shouted angrily. Calm down. Just an accident. What is there to panic about? The extreme ice realm is inherently dangerous. Accidents happening is common sense. He quickly speculated. Perhaps Kagori is just the beginning. At this moment, the 3 of them, Yunshun, Miaoling, and Elgar were trying to run very fast towards the camp. Elgar looked back, urging the 2. Everyone hurry up. If too much time passes, the aura in the camp will disappear. Then finding that group will be much harder. They responded in unison. Yunshun suddenly felt strange. His eyes widened. Serious face, realizing something. A tornado appeared in front of him. The other 2 quickly dodged to the side. Yunshun spoke up angrily. A thought immediately popped into his head. The visitor is very strong. From within the tornado, a woman's voice rang out. Sorry. Seems you look very rushed. Can you stop for a bit? A beautiful woman appeared, winking and speaking calmly. I want to take your loot points. Elgar was extremely terrified. Sweat pouring out nonstop. Princess Lucy. This time we're done for. Our time is very tight. Cannot delay. But Yunshun remained cold, showing no emotion on his face, looking at the person in front. He spread his hands and spoke up. There are dark believers mixed in the qualifiers. Need to deal with them. No time to play with you. Move aside. Lucy had no intention of letting the 3 go. Putting her hand to her chin, speaking in a mocking tone. Is that so? Then that's truly done for. But compared to rats in the dark, I am more interested in you guys. What to do? Right at this moment, Miaoling stepped up, blocking in front of Yunshun, telling them, you 2 go. Don't waste time. She crossed her arms confidently, making a decision. Leave this fake woman to me. The 2 of them quickly continued moving. Lucy constantly teased Miaoling. Mr. Yin just abandoned you like that? And left? Seems you aren't liked by him much, huh? But Miaoling trusted Yunshun very much. She stroked her long hair, smiling slightly. Don't talk nonsense. Junior clearly likes me very much. He just... Immediately her power exploded. Trusts my strength, that's all. Lucy was also extremely smug, spreading her arms, creating mysterious black-purple power. Is that so? Then I'm afraid I'll disappoint him. Immediately after, both of them rushed into a fight, creating a huge explosion covering the surroundings. Yunshun and Elgar arrived at the camp. They were standing in front of a blood-covered corpse. That was Kagori. Yunshun squatted down, reaching out to touch the mangled body. Regarding Kagori's fatal wound, many wounds, still retaining a lot of elemental mana. Looking at the wounds, there are over 6 types of weapons that cause them. He was ganged up on to death. Elgar stood behind him with eyes full of murderous intent, hiding his weapon with malicious intent, but still pretending to agree. That's right. Lord Kagori died so miserably. Their methods are truly cruel. Strong power. He swung his hand attacking Yinshun, smiling a victorious smile. Attitude completely different from before. Mr. Yun, you must be careful. His weapon rushed towards him, but Yinshun easily dodged, smiling as if knowing this beforehand. Replying, no need to remind. I am always careful. The smile on Elgar's face disappeared, replaced by an expression of disbelief. What? Yinshun turned back to him shouting his name. Elgar. Immediately, he held his sword slashing towards him affirming, the one who killed Kagori is you guys. That sword created a long wound from his shoulder down. Yinshun coldly bent down, gaining momentum to attack, while declaring, although I don't know why you let me here, but since you dared to attempt to kill me, killing you first is definitely not wrong. He swung his sword to slash Elgar, but suddenly a woman rushed out hugging him to dodge the attack. Young leader. Behind Yinshun suddenly appeared a guy with a ferocious face, swinging an axe towards him shouting, go dot. Yinshun immediately reflexively raised his sword to block the attack. Their weapons clashed. He stood motionless holding back the other guy's attack. If he let go a bit, he would be hit immediately. Above appeared two more guys aggressively rushing to attack. Yinshun immediately used his skill. Explosive slash. Fusion skill, pugilist. Stomp and martial artist. Quake. Earth-shaking heaven shock. One stomp on the ground created a massive shockwave knocking them flying outwards. The woman earlier worriedly asked Elgar, young leader, are you okay? Looking up, opening one eye replying, unexpectedly. Caught off guard. Almost got slashed to death. Elgar looked at the smoking wound on his chest and said, luckily it's just this little injury. Still can recover. Yinshun saw this and speculated. The wound healed? Could it be taking medicine? No. Medicine doesn't have this kind of efficiency. Phantom hunters also don't have healing skills. What is this about? Another thing surprised him. Moreover, they took one of my fusion skills and can still stand up, completely far exceeding the strength of participants from small countries. Yinshun became more serious, adjusting his collar and predicting, it seems, another tough fight. They stood in the middle of the frozen land, surroundings emitting strong aura and desolate bleakness. Scary. Elgar looked at him. Yinshun, since when did you suspect me? He glanced down at him, speaking coldly. From the start I never trusted you. He looked down on them with disdain. Truthfully, just arrived at the Holy Empire the first day and discovered dark believers. Saved someone from their hands and got important intel. Too coincidental. Too lucky. After that, Yinshun recalled the past. Speaking of which, until I discovered the soul tracking mark was exposed. Only then understood. It wasn't me being lucky. Discovering you guys. Very likely you guys already grasped my position early on. Actively sought me out. Elgar raised his hand, asking in confusion. Could it really just be a coincidence? Yinshun considered it obvious. The extreme ice realm is vast. Finding monsters is tiring. Let alone finding people. But you could find my position. Could that also be a coincidence? He looked at them, sharply analyzing. Afraid you exploited the characteristic of the Phantom Hunter class. Recorded my aura before entering here. After arriving at the extreme ice realm, always grasped my position. At the same time specially chose a suitable time to appear. Elgar could only smile bitterly. Speaking of which, you are also too much. At least I protected you once. You also stood up and acted against Kagori for me. Asking with a pitiful tone, if not trusting me, need to do that? He replied emotionlessly, I just wanted his loot points. Conveniently seeing how long you could act. Yinshun looked at him, evaluating. As for protecting me, even more nonsense. If you hadn't detected meowing in the dark, afraid you would have long joined hands with your accomplices to attack me. Yinshun looked around himself, being constantly surrounded by countless people. Speaking, like, right now. Elgar smiled bitterly, raising his hand saying, truly a tough guy. No wonder the organization put such a high bounty. Then he waved his hand, concluding, but it doesn't matter. He gradually sank into his camouflage. Vanish. Before that, didn't forget to say, because next, you won't even have bones left. He looked around, then closed his eyes thinking, camouflage is just deceiving visually. The entity won't disappear. My echo magic is enough to sense. Echo magic. Seems Elgar still doesn't know this point. If not, he gradually opened his eyes, sensing a guy rushing from behind. Not bold enough to run straight over here to attack. Yunshin immediately dodged that rapid attack, counterattacking instantly. One of them thought in surprise. What? The other was angry. Dodged it. He quickly unleashed a skill. Pugilist beginner skill, Stomp. After that, Yunshin continued to unleash a move. Pugilist beginner skill, Punch. The move hit a guy hard, making him fly far away on the snow, colliding quite a bit with the desolate ground along the way. This guy screamed in pain, cursed once. Damn it. He didn't express any opinion. Just rushed up saying, "Deal with you first." But right then, a tentacle was rushing towards him. Those huge tentacles appeared right behind Yunshin's back, startling him. He turned back to look at it, thinking to himself, Dark High Priest's dark tentacles? Yunshin turned around, gathering power in his hand thinking, can't dodge, can only hit head-on. He unleashed a move. Another exploding flame spear. The girl who was Elgar's accomplice revealed herself weakly. He rushed over. Dark High Priest is a squishy class possessing debuff skills. Control stuff is very annoying. Prioritize dealing with that woman first. Fusion skill, Swordsman. Charge and Pugilist. Pursuing step. He utilized footwork, saying, Flash step. The girl said worriedly. Too fast. Yunshin held the sword slashing down, roaring, Die. A loud explosion. But when the dust cleared, she wasn't scratched at all and even donned a battle suit. He wondered, why? Just relying on the Dark High Priest's power. How can she lift a great shield? Even wearing paladin armor? She greatly appreciated his surprised look, smirking. Being able to use skills of other classes. Not only you. She controlled the tentacles to rush forward, ordering, Dark tentacles. Another guy also started channeling a fist technique. Raptor form supplementing Grandmaster. Explosive double fist. This guy shouted, Die. He looked at that. Body flicker. Yunshin was surprised by that power. These guys. Could it be they all have dual classes? Moreover, their stats are also very high. Afraid they have eaten something like Demon Lord's marrow. Originally, I suspected. What did they rely on to kill the heavily injured Kagori? Now looking at it, they indeed have that strength. He looked at both. Whispering analysis. That guy utilized the supplementary inertia of the grappler skill to strengthen the Grandmaster skill. The formation law absolutely has the level of a high-tier skill. That woman too. Utilizing the paladin's characteristic to supplement her own squishy weakness. Neither is easy to deal with. Shadow. Another voice rang out. Kid. That was a voice coming from behind him. That guy said, Where are you looking? Shouting loud. Explosive flame wave slash. Yunshin quickly retreated back. Observing him carefully, he keenly realized. Thinking. Utilizing mage skills. To strengthen the power of magic swordsman skills. Indeed a not bad combination. Yunshin started utilizing power. Assassin. Stealth shadow. On one side. Another guy rushed over. Finally found a chance to give you a fatal blow. Berserker. Violent rage strike. Assassin's speed plus Berserker's explosion. This blow you will surely die. But not letting him have his wish. He immediately shouted. Body flicker then disappeared, making this guy utter a surprised sound. He stomped on the ground far away. He looked at them, speaking disdainfully. So what if you add a class attribute skill? Just some tricks I'm tired of using. Just this level. Can't beat me. Yunshin in ethereal form smashed the weapon of the world competition participant down where he was standing. That guy had a bewildered face. Sweating buckets. His face dark with fear, gritting his teeth saying to Yunshin, You say, we can't beat you? Then that guy powerfully smashed his weapon boom onto the ground screaming loudly. What a joke. He used skill. Berserker, strengthen. Still not sparing Yunshin. That guy continued to powerfully rush straight to where he was falling in the air and said loudly, You are just an unclassed freelancer. Combining some trashy beginner skills. On what basis can you fight with me possessing dual class skills? Yunshin calmly looked at the person in front. His weapon activated. Fusion skill, Pugilist. Swaying dodge and martial artist. Crushing step. That guy rushed straight to Yunshin, but only slashed Yunshin's shadow because he used the skill, Phantom step. He smashed the axe straight down, shattering a patch of ground, and Yunshun managed to dodge far away. A girl standing elsewhere immediately used a big spell. Dark High Priest. Dark Tentacles. Above Yunshun appeared a huge light, sword rushing down. Paladin. Holy Punishment. Two powerful moves aimed at where Yunshun stood, but he used Phantom Step to dodge. The guy earlier still rushed over, shouting angrily, "Go die? Die." He jumped into the air, dodging the attack, and thinking, indeed, these guys have many complete skills of multiple classes, compared to me only knowing beginner skills. Indeed, a level higher. If it were before, facing them, I could only run. That guy still had no intention of sparing him, creating a flame on the weapon, stabbing straight towards Yunshun. Explosive flame wave slash. Yunshun continued to dodge the attack. But now it's different. I possess fusion skills. No longer like them, just combining skills. Yunshun quickly landed. Serious face, looking at the person in front. But even more than that, is creating skills. Another guy rushed straight down from the sky. Two hands were two flames. Take this. Yunshun continued his thoughts. As long as I master enough beginner skills. Fusing skills. He confidently affirmed. I can create skills enough to handle any situation. Then quickly summoned power. Assassin. Clone and shadow slash. Warning. A shadow bearing Yunshun's shape appeared, blocking a punch from him. Shadow puppet. He was blocked and jumped back, shouting angrily. What the hell is this? Yunshun, standing behind the black shadow, turned back, smiling, then calmly replied. Normal not to have seen it. After all, it is an existence only I can create. Unique. Shadow puppet. Possesses all assassin skills of the main body. At the same time inherits 75% of stats. Then Yunshun pointed towards the bald guy, ordering his shadow to rush straight at him. Play with him. The black shadow rushed over fast as lightning. Eyes emitting murderous intent, throwing a punch straight at him, making him raise his hand to block with difficulty. This monster's stats are very high, almost equal to his main body. The bald guy gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist this punch, trembling, thinking. Basically not the level of a beginner skill. Yunshun's shadow clone was also countered, making the arm knocked back a distance. The bald guy seized the opportunity to quickly counterattack. Just a clone. Don't look down on people. Punches wrapped in flames were continuously thrown, but Yunshun's shadow clone blocked them all. The girl standing behind raised her staff high, preparing to unleash a skill, saying angrily, "What messy skill is this? Trash." Suddenly green vines appeared from nowhere, rising from the ground, wrapping around her. Xiao Jing appeared and said grumpily, "No, bullying master." She used her spell. Vine bind. She saw that and rushed over disdainfully, saying humiliatingly, "Just a thornflower demon. Also dare to find trouble with me?" Xiao Jing didn't give up either, using her power. A series of vines from behind shot straight forward. Beat bad person to death. The two sides rushed into battle. Moving so fast, only streaks flashing in the sky were seen. Yunshun was calmly standing right below. He watched the two girls fighting, then smiled, saying, "So what if possessing paladin skills? Just a slightly cheaper squishy product. Xiao Jing is enough to handle you." Two guys seized the opportunity to rush from behind, attacking Yunshun, and said loudly, "Kid, where are you looking?" He turned to look at them. "You guys are the ones looking elsewhere. Still haven't noticed under your feet?" Hearing that, they hurriedly looked down at their feet, stepping on something black protruding just a bit. They started emitting ticking sounds. Immediately after, a huge crimson tornado appeared, swallowing the two inside. Fusion skill, mechanic, danger setup, and shaman. Wind eye? They were buried in the fire tornado, screaming in pain. Damn it. Trap again. Despicable. The bald guy felt something wrong. Quickly stomped the ground, flying up, intending to run away. Situation not good. Must retreat. Unexpectedly, a sniper muzzle was pointed straight at his back. It was Yunshun. He raised the scope to his eye, aiming carefully, speaking calmly. Can't escape. After locking the target, Yunshun pulled the trigger. Immediately, a bullet shot straight at him, making the bald guy explode right in midair. So one guy went to meet his maker. On the side of the two girls fighting. Yunshun calmly walked over. Next, only you left. She saw Yunshun approaching and panicked. Don't come here. A while later, 3 contestants were tied up by vines. In front was Yunshun, standing with crossed arms, looking down, saying, Until the battle ended, still haven't seen Elgar move. Also can't sense his position. Could it be seeing the strength gap, so he abandoned you guys and ran? Although tied up, she still laughed arrogantly, humiliating Yunshun. You are too delusional. Relying on you also worthy for the young leader to act? From the start our target wasn't you. Just conveniently dealing with you. That's all. Yunshun's face went blank in disbelief. What? I'm just a secondary target? His eyes immediately lit up, realizing something. Then their real target is. He looked at Xiao Jing, instructing. Xiao Jing. While they aren't paying attention, leave something on them. Then you can return. She boldly replied. Then Yunshun gathered strength to speed off. Fusion skill, swordsman. Charge and pugilist. Pursuing step. He urged himself while running. Faster. Wind flash. In his heart Yunshun worriedly thought. Must make it in time. On Miaoling and Lucy's side, fighting deformed the ground. Both were exhausted. Clothes covered in dirt, looking at each other angrily with no intention of sparing the opponent. She panted, smirking, commenting. Miaoling. Sure enough, you are as formidable as rumored. Miaoling's eyes were also very scary, responding. You aren't simple either. Able to force me to use 7 elements. Among peers, you are the first. But this is the end. Miaoling raised her hand, creating a red sphere, speaking seriously. We are both about to be exhausted. Use the final move to decide victory. You must withstand it. At least don't die. Her eyes instantly lit up with surprise, realizing something. A shadow appeared with eyes full of murderous intent and a perverted smile, holding Miaoling's hand. It was Elgar. He said. Compared to her, you should worry about your own life. Her chest was pierced by him. Miaoling gritted her teeth, suppressing the pain, looking at the thing piercing her chest, unable to resist. Miaoling was pierced through the chest by the weapon, groaning in pain. She was bleeding a lot now. Whole body trembling, glancing back. Special cursed item? So that's it. Looks like this is a trap plotted for a long time. Especially targeting me. Elgar licked his lips pervertedly, looking at Miaoling, saying. Regarding status and strength. Among the participants, no one compares to you. Even Yunshun or even Lucy won't do. Only by dealing with you can we sleep soundly. Lucy, hearing these words, her face darkened, putting her hand on her mouth, speaking terrifyingly. You mean, that bitch is stronger than me? She looked at Elgar with an inhumane face. Truly a mouth that makes people disgusted. Directly tearing your mouth apart would be better. Elgar still kept calm, speaking to her. Princess Lucy, with your current condition, fighting me isn't a smart choice. Or are you saying you intend to risk your life for an outsider? Scene shifts far away. Lucy stood motionless, having nothing left to say. And Miaoling, pierced by Elgar, was trying to stand firm. Elgar smiled, looking at Lucy, saying, Very good. Take this chance to run quickly. Otherwise wait for me to finish dealing with Miaoling. You won't escape. Suddenly a stream of power flew past his face, startling him, not understanding what happened. Miaoling's eyes radiated murderous intent, angrily gripping the weapon head of his, shouting, Incinerate heaven. Immediately, she created a huge explosion around, making Elgar fly far away. Taking that chance, Miaoling stomped the ground, jumping high to escape, creating bright red sparks. Elgar still tried to hold onto the ground with difficulty, thinking, while I was threatening Lucy, she cut off the bone spear, even had that much strength left? Then he said angrily, truly impossible to deal with. Elgar immediately flew into the sky, chasing her, leaving Lucy behind and shouting, But so what? You won't escape. Lucy stood below, clasping hands, praying. But on her face couldn't hide the satisfaction and joy. Miaoling, in the final stage I will avenge you. She smiled, uttering terrifying words. Rest in peace. At a piece of land with many long trails of blood. Miaoling's heavy running steps, trying to escape Elgar's pursuit. Every step was drops of blood flowing nonstop. She was gradually exhausted from blood loss. On her chest still remained the piercing item. She heavily gripped the item head, but behind Elgar had caught up. He raised his hand, adjusting the skill to hunt Miaoling. Hunter's Spear. A series of weapons formed from Elgar's power rushed down at Miaoling. She heavily dodged the attacks, cursing in her heart. Damn it. Ultimately still careless. Originally thought even if Dark Believers acted, the target would be Little Junior, who made many enemies with them. Her eyes still showed determination, not giving up. Didn't expect, on the contrary, it was me who attracted trouble. Miaoling dodged all attacks. Elgar continued using another skill. Shouting affirmation. Don't dream of dodging. Dragon Slayer slash. A sword slash blew away everything in front. Miaoling luckily reacted in time and dodged to the side. The slash left a huge crack on the ground, still lingering a bit of power. She wearily held her chest, almost exhausted trying to speak. Phantom Hunter and Dragon Slayer Warrior. Didn't expect not only dual class, but dual hidden class. The Dark World could actually do to this extent. Truly formidable. Elgar replied with a dark face. Hand carrying a blade. Thanks for the praise. Are those your last words? Miaoling's face was pale now. Actually, I guessed early on Dark Believers would act in these few days. So every day, I thought how to protect little Junior. But no matter what I couldn't expect, I was the one needing protection. Elgar coldly swung the blade down. Very regrettable. No one can protect you. No one can do it. She immediately looked up, smiling a confident smile of a winner. He said that. Did you hear? From nowhere, Yinshin suddenly appeared. Little Junior. He gently swung his sword, blocking the blade, slashing down, making Elgar retreat back a long distance. He saw him and gritted his teeth, angrily looking forward with hateful eyes. Yinshin. On Yinshin's side, warily looking forward, but still asking, Miaoling. Sorry, President. I came late. Her strength was very weak, she said. Coming late will deduct credits. Elgar, standing over there annoyed, only knew to curse. Damn it. Those trash failed. Before my eyes, soloing Yinshin isn't impossible. Problem is how much strength Miaoling has left. If she risks death pouncing on me, it's also very hard to deal with. Smoke appeared, blurring his body. He seemed a bit disappointed. Although not killing her is very regrettable. But the basic goal has been achieved. Risking more is a stupid action. Yinshin walked near Miaoling, intending to pull the sword out. Miaoling, with a pale, lifeless face, glanced at him. He ran. Not chasing. Yinshin just coldly replied briefly. No time. Yinshin's hand held the sword in front of her chest, announcing. Next will hurt. President, endure it. He decisively pulled the sword tip out, making Miaoling scream in pain and spurted a lot of blood. Then Yinshin quickly used a skill to heal her. Fusion skill. Priest. Healing light and druid. Growth. Pale blue power rays covered Miaoling. Life. Red light. The wound on Miaoling's chest gradually healed. Yinshin held the knife tip from that wound, asking curiously. The wound healed. But what is this black thing? She looked down sadly, answering hesitantly. Curse. Yinshin held the thing full of black stains, and Miaoling explained about it. The bone spear Elgar used to stab me is a special cursed item. Will reduce all my stats by 80%. Lasting continuously for 7 days. Roughly also because of this he agreed to leave. He raised his hand. The bone spear also gradually disappeared. I also know purification type skills. She looked towards him. This curse is very powerful. Must have a 4th advancement light high priest to remove. Miaoling's face weakly looked at Yinshin. Now the injury has recovered. But stats are suppressed too strongly. Completely in a weakened state. Little Junior. Next you just go alone. Don't delay collecting loot points. I'll rest for 2 days then find you. Suddenly something quickly passed by. Turning around, Miaoling was already on Yinshin's back. This filled her head with question marks. Yinshin understood and said, leaving a weakened person behind. This matter. I can't do it. Then her eyes looked elsewhere, gently saying, thank you. Yinshin carried Miaoling, crossing the snow mountain. She held onto his shoulder, whispering, actually you ignoring me is fine too. Even if I'm weak. Meeting normal contestants I can protect myself. At worst hand over loot points and run. He tilted his head, emphasizing she is just a normal contestant. But if meeting Dark Believers, they not only have hidden classes, but also second classes. Compared to loot points, Miaoling's life is what they aim for. She rested her hand on her forehead, sighing. Why did that bunch target her? Clearly Little Junior is more hateful. Yinshin blankly told the president to be humble because the number of Dark Believers killed by Miaoling wasn't less than him. Yinshin seriously added, but the president doesn't seem surprised they have dual classes. Miaoling sighed. Her old man has a special identity. This matter was known early on. Just didn't expect dual hidden classes to appear. She recalled dark entities with glowing eyes, wanting to possess dual classes. Only can use Demon Lord's marrow, War God's marrow, Dharma God's marrow, Martial God's marrow, So for convenience, they collectively call it War God's Marrow. Miaoling remembered the smugness when Elgar pierced the opponent. War God's Marrow principle is like Demon Lord's Marrow. Needs a 4th advancement expert's heart. However, it's stronger, helps increase stat points, skills, and the user has the expert's class. Miaoling frowned worriedly. Elgar's 2nd class is also a hidden class, meaning the War God's Marrow he used was made using a 4th advancement hidden class expert's heart. Yinshin pondered. Originally thought dual classes were unbelievable enough. Didn't expect there are dual hidden classes. How many means does the Dark World actually have? What exactly is their purpose sneaking into the competition? He still steadily walked the remaining distance. They stopped before a large round pedestal. Inside were 4 small rings arranged reasonably. We arrived. She surprisingly slid down from Yunshun. Unexpectedly. Just the 4th day we arrived at the teleportation exit. According to rules, this place only activates on the 7th day. Miaoling stretched then sat down. Still quite some time. Little Junior find a place to earn loot points. I've had enough feeling of being a burden. Staying here waiting for the competition to end is fine. He looked around, joking that she is just a burden. Without him, even eating had to steal monster eggs, let alone anything else. Moreover, their loot points were enough to enter top 100. No need to continue suffering. She was shy, smiling lightly when teased like that. Miaoling turned when Yunshin reassured. Next, just rest assured lying down. End of qualifiers. Crowds flocked in. Whispering sounds everywhere. Someone complained. 7 straight days tired to death. Fighting monsters and people. Also worrying about sneak attacks. Couldn't sleep well. So miserable. These days were terribly horrifying. Someone suddenly smelled something strange. What smell? So fragrant. That person suddenly realized that thing. Smelled the famous traditional cuisine of Xianlong Nation. That person saw this and couldn't help speculating. Could it be? They froze seeing those 2 carefree cooking. Everyone was stunned. Speechless before this scene. Yinshin ate while inviting. Quite a lot of people. Want to eat together? But have to prepare bowls and chopsticks yourselves. I didn't make that many. They started resenting the 2 in front. Too much. We worried about this and that every day. He just ate hot pot like that. Are we really participating in the same competition? Is there any justice? When Miaoling calmly enjoyed this meal, they couldn't help being annoyed. Especially that Miaoling. Eating refreshingly. Participating in competition or vacationing. She heard. Resting chin on hand joking. Not vacationing. It's a date. Those people widened eyes. Is there a difference? Damn it. As expected of Xianlong Nation's top genius. Bringing an accessory guy also living so well. The gap between people is too big. Suddenly the teleportation exit radiated many blue streaks, attracting everyone. She and Yinshin stood up. Time to go back. Many tall stone slabs appeared around one by one. Next, everyone stepped into them together. They teleported to the competition site. Assistant Edward invited contestants into the passage behind to the rest area. Tonight, staff will collect recorders. Top 100 loot points will enter the arena round. Taking place tomorrow. Yinshin stepped up asking. The teleportation array leaving the extreme ice realm can only lead here? Assistant Edward. Correct. This is the path that must be passed. Anyone must come here to accept recording. He thought about Elgar's sinister eyes while announcing. Then good. I have important intel. Qualifiers have dark believers mixed in, led by Elgar of the Kingdom of Salatia. Every dark believer has dual classes. Assistant Edward heard and couldn't help being stunned. What? Dark believers? Dual classes? He laughed loudly, thinking how can there be dual class holders? The Holy Empire guards strictly, using divine artifacts to remove disguises. How can dark believers mix in? This matter is too absurd. An unbelievable bad joke. Yinshin's face turned black. Hey you, do I look like joking? Just catch them. Appraising identity is enough. Assistant Edward's face was ugly, sweat running down temples. Then he strained his neck arguing. If there really are dark believers, then better kill wrongly than miss. So how do you want me to believe you? Arrest people based on your words? He smiled smugly. Rest assured. I prepared. Very quickly you guys will see. Assistant Edward shouted. Quiet. Silence covered. He slowly informed. Contestants quietly line up. Accept recording to pass. Suddenly, there was a murmur. Damn it. What the hell is this? People were attracted by the scream. Damn it. Monster. Assistant Edward looked up from the recording board in hand. He said sternly. Who is causing disorder? Causing trouble? Don't need competition qualification anymore? Thorn flower vines suddenly grew out of people. Directly giggling sounds echoed. Several world competition participants were horrified as many vines climbed up, wrapping around them. Why is it like this? Could it be a branching skill of plant-type monsters? Monster! Assistant Edward shouted at those contestants. Daring to summon monsters in the main city. Assistant Edward pointed, criticizing. These 3 contestants' attitude is very abnormal. Disturbing order. Arrest them all, take back for interrogation. Subordinates raised sticks, rushing towards them. Night came. In a high classroom. He knelt behind Edward, holding a wine glass. Assistant reported. Grand Commander. Through appraisal, interrogation completely confirmed. Those 3 are dark believers. At the same time, they all possess dual classes. He tilted his head. Surprised. Truly extremely bad news. Assistant Edward looked up, explaining. Luckily, we discovered early. Next, just need to catch their leader Elgar too. Even if the dissent organization has any plan, it will be stopped. Edward, holding the red wine glass, turned back leisurely, saying, Just do as you said. I will arrange people to handle it. You timely discovered dark believers. Is an extremely great merit. His face full of depth continued. Perhaps we can have a drink. Cheers. On this side. Miaoling laughed heartily, making Yunshin feel awkward. She sat on a chair, resting chin on cheek, praising. Little Junior is truly bad. Specially ordered thorn flower vines to leave seeds on them. I heard those 3 were arrested. This time, rest assured. He replied absent-mindedly. Just to ensure a bit. If nothing unexpected, Elgar can't participate in tomorrow's competition. Right, President? How is your condition? Curse removed yet? Hearing this, Miaoling, dissatisfied, covered her face. Not yet. I searched the whole main city. Support class holders 3rd advancement and above are all busy saving people. She remembered contestants full of wounds on hospital beds, mostly from powerful countries. Even champion seeds of the 5 great nations. They only had 1 breath left. The best one hit by curse. Cannot compete. The situation is truly miserable. Miaoling raised her hand, seriously saying, Many people heavily injured. Afraid dead people aren't few. The Holy Empire just needs to declare fierce competition. Casualties are normal. But this situation in previous competitions is unimaginable. Yin Chen's eyes were sharp, cold, decisive. Definitely dark believers acting. But what is their purpose? Killing geniuses of countries? Feeling not quite like it. No matter what, their plan ends here. She gave the thing in her hand to him to see. Happily encouraging. Little Junior. Competition schedule also ended. Trying to go on stage also just loses face for Xianlong Nation. You bring my loot points and work hard, okay? Yinshin took it, while admiring, replying, I will try my best. The next day, on the stands packed with audience, Assistant Edward stood on the high podium, excitedly welcoming everyone. Welcome to the competition arena. Experiencing fierce qualifiers. We selected 100 strongest geniuses. He enthusiastically reached out, introducing. And today, these 100 geniuses will proceed to the harsh arena. Based on precedent, this arena will also be broadcast live globally. As soon as those world competition participants full of spirit stepped out, Assistant Edward excitedly shouted, Next, please invite contestants into the arena. Also warmly welcome them. At Dongyun Academy, teacher Zhang Sheng cried emotionally. Dreaming didn't expect. Our school students have a day participating in global hegemony competition. That's right. Being able to be his homeroom teacher is truly my honor. A teacher clenched hands, gritting teeth, complaining. Thanks to Yin Shun, freshman status increased, becoming the dean's proud disciple, even comparable to vice principal. Damn it, why don't I have a student like that? Other teachers only sighed. At Jiangnan University, the final competition begins. Our Jiangnan student went on the world stage. Quickly watched the excitement. Someone took the chance to sell. Buy grilled corn cola combo, everyone. Only 1 credit a set. Yin Tang admiringly showed off to everyone. Look, that is my brother. The person competing is my brother. He is the most formidable. On the monitoring screen at Nico's house, Yunchen's image appeared. Her mother happily teased. Didn't expect our daughter to be interested in competition. Also a strange thing, huh? Is he the boy who got your necklace? Tastes not bad. Nico hearing these words. She turned shyly. Mom, don't talk nonsense anymore. Focus on watching the competition. I just want to observe and learn from strong experts fighting. Absolutely not because of him that I watch. At the competition site, Assistant Edward announced. Contestants have entered the arena. All world competition participants looked forward hearing him announce qualifier results. Based on precedent. Next we'll announce qualifier loot points ranking. Assistant Edward raised his hand, signaling everyone to look at the big screen. Let's see contestant rankings. The ranking board appeared one by one. Salatia, Elgar. Holy Empire, Lucy. Xianlong Nation, Yunchun. White Eagle Empire, Akma. Northern Bear Empire. The whole stand exploded. Surprised. What? Princess Lucy only second? Who is first? From a small country never heard of. Meowling? Where is the champion seed? Based on what did Xianlong trash rank third? Is there something shady? Meowling glared. Gritting teeth, cursing silently. Elgar is still on the list? What is the organizing committee doing? Could it be didn't discover he is a dark believer? Impossible. Elgar glanced disdainfully at the chaotic crowd. Just a small matter already chaotic like that? More terrifying things have only just begun. Yunshen looked at him gloomily, as if thinking something. He frowned worriedly. He can still appear. Afraid there is only one reason. Hope my guess is wrong. Assistant Edward continued stirring the atmosphere. This competition contestants all apply random group fighting mode. Ranking higher. Then national resources more. Next I declare. He declared. Global Hegemony Competition Round 2. Arena round officially begins. Strive for national resources. Geniuses. Right then, huge glass spheres hovered, approaching participants. Those world competition participants were stunned looking up at that huge thing. And Assistant Edward kept screaming. Many other spheres descended one by one from above. They stepped in. Suddenly Yunshun and another person detected something. The sphere brought the first two contestants into the arena. From afar, Hanbaran praised. Truly an interesting way to enter. But more interesting. First round meeting an unclassed trash. System update. Kingdom of Mulbaron. Class. Necromancer. Smiling a savage smile. Let the battle end quickly. Finished speaking. Hanbaran summoned dark tentacles towards the opposite side. Tentacles getting longer and longer. Around him were bone spirits. System board introduced them. Summon necromancy. Skeleton soldier. Summon necromancy. Undead knight. Summon necromancy. Skeleton archer. Yin Chun was submerged into darkness by his move. Indeed. Quickly ending is better. Suddenly, his eyes glowed red. Rushing towards them. Hanbaran couldn't help being stunned. What? Shadow escape, shadow slash. Startled realizing. Damn it. He is using my monster's shadow to move. Hanbaran hurriedly rolled his eyes searching for Yun Chen's figure. Where? He is now hiding in the shadow of some monster. Suddenly, a sharp blade pressed close to his neck from behind. Hanbaran stiffened. That was also when he spoke up. Not monster. But your shadow. Finally, he had to raise hands, reluctantly surrendering. Shadow slash counts as my counterclass. Basically can't fight. I surrender. Suddenly, a frantic scream rang out. My God, what is that? Why can that guy have weapons of many classes? Also possess dual class skills? Yin Shun and Hanbaran both bewilderedly turned towards that direction. Audience stunned seeing a ball covered in dark energy. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Why is it like this? Could it be dual classes and legend really exist? That person gaped. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. On Elgar's side, he stood in midair with a skinny body, hand holding a great blade, surrounded by streams of dark power. His opponent standing below also took attacking stance. Strands of black power curled like tornadoes gathering around him. Elgar exhaled satisfied, then laughed madly. His face now became more terrifying. Two colored eyes with a confident smile. This is the feeling of using full power. Refreshing. Elgar's opponent standing below, although a bit scared, still said loudly. Arrogant. Although don't know how you sneaked into the finals. But daring to appear in front of me. The knight raised weapon gathering power, shooting forward a strong move. Elgar's figure loomed in the released energy source. Then prepare to die. Audience sitting below watching happily said. It's Holy Knight Kristen of Kingdom of Thea. Decided. He once fought a third advancement instructor to a draw. Is a real genius. Rush up kill that arrogant dark believer. But unexpectedly, Elgar disappeared since when? Kristen exclaimed confusedly. Where is he? Elgar now appeared behind Kristen since when? Cold face. He swung sword slashing. Kristen only had time to glance sideways, then half his body was covered. Tiny insect also dares to crow loud. Kristen's body collapsed on the ground, and Elgar raised the sword coolly. Who gave you that courage? Audience below witnessing this scene fearfully said. Killing without hesitation. Dark believers are too evil. Top genius of Kingdom of Thea was killed, feeling there might be big trouble. Elgar arrogantly stepped on Kristen's body, laughing loudly mocking. Weak humans, did you see? No matter how your army hides news, cannot erase the truth. Multi-classes really exist, wanting to have this power, only by believing in the Supreme Lord. He continued threatening, next I will kill all top geniuses you call, one by one. Quickly welcome fear from the dark world. Everything happening just now was captured by the lens. Seeing him so arrogant, audience couldn't hold back speaking up. Bastard. Just a dark believer daring to be so arrogant. Rebelling? What are participating geniuses doing? Quickly act to kill him. At the same time, a group of people watching the match via TV. One of them angrily said, hateful guy. But the older one in the middle was calm. No problem. Our country's genius will act. Let him be arrogant a while longer. The remaining masked guy also thought. Dual classes really exist. Moreover, seems very strong. If have chance to catch. Trying to join isn't impossible. Damn it. How can I raise thought of betraying humanity? But conflicting thoughts kept appearing in his head. But seems he was attracted by Elgar's power. In head only remained one thing. Having one more class is truly too alluring. At control room, bald guy angrily stood up shouting. Damn it. Why did things develop like this? Still standing there doing what? Quickly cut the feed. Edward slowly stood up. Too late. Elgar declared war on all humanity. Things reached this point. Cutting only raises unnecessary suspicion. Bald guy worriedly proposed. Then let's just let things develop in a positive direction. If he really takes first place, everyone will lose faith in the future. The cost will plummet. Edward looked ahead. I'm afraid this is the true goal of the Advent organization. They're scheming to use the championship tournament to announce his class to the world. It will cause widespread panic. And at the same time, it will attract those who crave power to join them. The bald man grew even more flustered. So what do we do? Edward calmly offered a suggestion. What if we let him continue to participate? We have the strongest, Princess Lucy. She will handle everything. Back to Elle. He laughed arrogantly and mocked. Weak. Weak. You're all too weak. All of Elle's opponents were sent home at the beginning and end of the month. No one who faced him survived. Elle stepped on a large man lying motionless on the ground. He was one of his opponents. He spread his arms and jeered. Are these the geniuses you were talking about? They're all too weak. The audience below was once again terrified. Everyone's voice trembled with fear. The demon of the White Eagle Empire. Klovisky of the Northern Bear Empire. They are all top-tier geniuses. And they all died at Elle's hands. That guy doesn't just have a hidden job class. His stats are also unbelievably high. Can no one really defeat him? Lou Meowling, standing in the back, fumed silently. If it weren't for this bastard using the qualifying rounds to eliminate any threatening opponents, the situation would absolutely not be like this. As long as I'm in peak condition, I could step onto the field right now and crush him. Her trembling, clenched fist clearly showed her rage toward Elle. Damn it. Elle placed his hand on the sword stuck in the ground. His voice was provocative. Next. Who's the next one to die? This many people isn't even enough for me to kill. Suddenly, a swirling black vortex appeared behind him. He glanced back to look. It turned out to be Lucy. She looked at Elle and gave a sarcastic smile. Long time no see, Elle. You're still as detestable as ever. The audience below saw a glimmer of hope. Oh, she's finally making her move. The strongest genius of the Holy Empire. One of this year's championship contenders, Princess Lucy. Go, Princess. Kill that guy? Lucy didn't rush to attack, but gently placed a hand on her chest. I can feel it. This is everyone's expectation of me. It's so passionate. From behind Lucy, streams of black power began to emerge. She continued to murmur, "It's so heavy." A pair of large black wings had formed behind her, making her look like a fallen angel. Let me respond to you all. The audience below erupted in another round of discussion. I heard there was a strange phenomenon when Princess Lucy was born. She received the favor of the gods and possesses the power of the world. One person looked at Lucy's wings and wondered, "Black wings? Something doesn't feel right. Isn't her class angel?" A woman below heard this and couldn't help but speak up. "You foreigners only hear the surface-level rumors." That was true at first. But one time, when the princess went out to play, she was ambushed by dark believers. Danger was imminent. She continued her story. To protect her attendants, the princess willingly gave up her holy class. She fell from grace. An image of Lucy holding her head high with her black wings spread appeared. A true fallen angel. A dark, black substance even streamed from her soulless eyes. She gained a power that was evil, but far greater. And she saved everyone. The woman was so moved that tears streamed down her face. It even made the two people behind her feel a bit awkward. She will definitely win this tournament. The princess is truly too great. Just like how she saved her attendants before. Only someone so noble, so elegant, and so powerful like her can stand against L. The man behind them pointed to the arena, having noticed something. Speaking of fighting L, I've noticed another very formidable guy. Everyone was focused on L and forgot about him. In an arena shrouded in dust and smoke. This is probably where Yun Shun is competing. He's just like L. He's been fighting this whole time and has never lost. Moreover, the speed at which he defeats his opponents is on par with L. It seems he's even faster. He's a participant from the Mystic Dragon Empire. An image of Yun Shun appeared, looking back with an extremely cold expression. The classless individual, Yun Shun. At this moment, the announcer spoke with excitement. Here we go, here we go. The strongest genius of the Holy Empire. The woman blessed by the gods versus the dark believer. This is truly an early final match. Lucy and Elle stood facing each other. Surrounding them were the motionless bodies of those he had defeated. The MC's voice rang out again. Everyone, let's witness her magnificent form. Princess Lucy carries our hopes. She will surely execute this dark believer. The audience below heard this and roared heroically. Kill him. Kill him. Let him know what a foolish act it is to betray humanity. If you can't even kill a dog of the dark world, what makes you think you can defeat the demonkin? Elle heard these words. He contemptuously put a finger in his ear to clean it. So noisy. Just how many people do I have to kill to make you all shut up? Lucy had already flown up at some point. She giggled with satisfaction. She clasped her hands together under her chin, a satisfied smile on her face. But in my hands, their voices are like a beautiful, clear melody. With that, she flung her black wings forward. Countless black feathers shot out, tearing through the wind. Elle had no intention of blocking this move and used a skill to dodge. Phantom Step. Lucy's attack was too powerful. The arena was shattered by this single move. She smiled, exposing her opponent. During the qualifying rounds, you used despicable tricks to eliminate almost all the top-tier geniuses. If they were still here, would you still dare to be so arrogant? Then, she pulled her wings back, gathering power for her next attack. Her mouth never stopped talking. But you only killed a few second-rate fighters. Lucy flapped her wings, creating a tornado that trapped Elle in the center. At the same time, she reminded him, don't overestimate yourself. Looking at the arena from the outside, the tornado she created had enveloped the entire stage. Only her silhouette could be seen flying in the air. The audience cheered endlessly. What a terrifying skill. Even a third advancement expert probably couldn't handle that. As expected of Princess Lucy. She's just too amazing. That bastard must have been torn to shreds. Haha. Lucy waved her hand to the side, and the tornado vanished. The stage was completely empty. Not a single person was left. But she looked down in surprise, not seeing Elle anywhere. He dodged it. No, that's not right. He can use camouflage. I don't know where he's hiding. Instantly, he appeared behind Lucy, who was completely unaware. He raised his greatsword, building momentum for an attack. His face wore the smile of a victor. My esteemed princess. Where are you looking? She froze in place. Her eyes widened in shock. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough. Lucy grunted from behind him. A few drops of sweat had trickled down her face. El swung his sword down. Dragon slaying slash. Lucy immediately brought her wings forward to block the attack. But the force was too great, and she couldn't block it, getting knocked to the ground. Lucy struggled to get up after the attack. The ground was covered in cracks. Elle looked down from above. She continued to get up. Her breathing was ragged as she panted heavily. Elle had no intention of sparing his opponent. He gathered his strength and charged down. As Lucy dodged the attack, she thought, his stats are unbelievably high. I can't fight him head-on. I have to create some distance. Elle wore a triumphant smile. He answered her earlier statement. Lucy, it seems you've misunderstood something. His hands continuously gathered power. Did you really think I struck first because I was afraid of you all? An extremely powerful move was unleashed. Crimson wind absorption. Lucy couldn't resist. She could only raise her hands in front of her face and cry out. HNGHA. Elle instantly teleported to her and grabbed her by the throat. He lifted her up with one hand. A confident smile played on his lips. I just like to minimize the risks, that's all. Lucy recognized the move from before. Choked until she trembled, she still managed to speak. The crimson wind absorption of a wind thunder sorcerer. I can't believe you have a third hidden class. Elle winked in praise. Congratulations. You got it right. Someone as smart as you deserves a reward. After speaking, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a black hole appeared behind her. I'll send you to the dark world. Go and receive the favor of our Lord. Seeing this, Lucy panicked and begged, no. She was dropped into the black hole. She reached out her hand in a hopeless gesture. No. After Lucy was dropped in, the black hole began to close and then vanished. The people outside who saw this scene had their hopes completely dashed. Everyone was drenched in a cold sweat of terror. Elle took the opportunity to mock them. Why is it so quiet now? Weren't you all so passionate just a moment ago? Speak up. The crowd was no longer as arrogant as before. Everyone was terrified. How could this happen? Princess Lucy. She lost. And she was sent to the dark world. I can't even imagine the torment she'll endure in the dark world. I don't believe it. So many talented contestants participated. And a dark believer like him can defeat them all? Even if they took turns, they could have worn him down and killed him. Another contestant was brought into the arena. He jumped in surprise, not having had time to react. Elle saw this and gave a terrifying smile. So you're my next opponent. The other guy immediately turned and fled, tears streaming down his face. No, I forfeit. I was automatically teleported here. I don't want to fight. I don't want to die. Let me out of here. The contestants in other arenas also began to forfeit one by one. I'm not fighting anymore. If I keep fighting, I'll definitely have to face him. 3 hidden classes in one person. Who knows if he has a 4th hidden class? Fighting a monster like that is just asking to die. Let me go? All the contestants were gradually becoming terrified. Even Princess Lucy couldn't beat him. What do we have to fight him with? One person covered his face, unable to face the reality. It's impossible to fight. I don't want to die. Teleport me out of here. Most of them were afraid of death. Without a moment's hesitation, they declared, I want to withdraw. Elle threw his head back. He laughed endlessly like a madman. Huh. Geniuses. So these are humanity's geniuses. Everything that just happened was broadcast live to the outside world. His demonic voice traveled everywhere. The people fell into a state of absolute terror. The sound of panicked chatter overlapped. Princess Lucy lost. The other geniuses were scared off. We can't even handle a tame dog of the dark world. What hope do we have against the demonkin? We're doomed. This world is doomed. But one person noticed something. He pointed forward. Wait. There's one person who doesn't seem to be afraid of him. He's even proactively stepping onto his stage. The MC's voice rang out. There is still one genius who has not submitted. He is not afraid. And he will not surrender. He wants to fight. Yunshin stepped onto the stage. He coldly delivered the final line. It's time for this farce to end. At this time, in the swamp of the undead, a large, somewhat old castle appeared before them. Inside, everything was in ruins. A girl was sitting calmly on a chair with her legs crossed. It was Xia Qingqing. Beside her were 2 servants. Below them, 3 men were kneeling with their hands tied. The one in the middle seemed to be the leader. He had a look of displeasure on his face. The 2 beside him didn't dare to make a sound. Xia Qingqing finally spoke. Hiding your headquarters in monster territory. No wonder it was so hard to find. Within the Mystic Dragon Nation right now, all of your Advent organization's strongholds have been wiped out by the army. And I've destroyed this place as well. Do you have anything else to say? The man roared with anger. Xia Qingqing, didn't you retire to become a university professor long ago? Why are you still targeting us? He was the Grand Commander of the Advent organization, Elvis. Xia Qingqing spoke calmly. Who says a university professor can't catch rats? And big rats at that. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say your Advent organization has been annihilated. But you don't seem to care much. Hearing this, Elvis threw his head back and laughed loudly. The 2 beside him also smiled. Annihilated. You're the one who doesn't understand the situation, Xia Qingqing. He continued to boast. If we calculate the time, my son should have already revealed his multiple classes to the entire world by now. At the same time, he is slaughtering his way through the tournament stage. When humanity sees all this, they will be shrouded in despair. In their pursuit of survival or greater power, they will choose to become dark believers. They will surrender to the dark world. Elvis continued proudly. So what if you destroyed our headquarters? In less than 3 years, the Advent organization will rise again. And we will be even stronger than before. The ones who are about to be annihilated are you humans. Huh? Qingqing remained unmoved by his words. She calmly analyzed the situation. Everything you've said is indeed possible, but that's all predicated on your young master being able to achieve final victory. Then, the person beside her turned on a projector. A clear image of Yunshin facing off against Elle appeared. Qingqing stated with confidence. Unfortunately, right now, he is about to face an insurmountable mountain. The scene shifts back to the match. Elle's face darkened. He stood tall and proud. He saw Yunshin and sneered. Yunshin, I gave you several chances to live. But now you want to die? Fine. I'll grant you your wish. As Elle spoke, he pointed his great sword at Yunshin. Yunshin showed no fear and stepped forward. Is that so? I don't seem to remember that. Then he stomped his foot hard on the ground. He had instantly teleported behind Elle. In his arms was the body of a heavily injured person. Was it me you were letting live? Elle turned around, slightly startled. Humph, when did he get behind me? Yunshin ignored him and carried the defeated contestant out of the arena. These participants are indeed not as strong as you. But they never surrendered. They fought you until the very last moment. He continued speaking after placing the person inside a bubble. Compared to you, who became a dog for the dark world just for power, they are completely different. The other contestants lying scattered on the stage were all lifted into the air by small tornadoes. Even though they were now corpses, he used a beginner martial artist skill. Mini tornado. They were safely moved out of the arena. Yunshin's voice continued to echo steadily. Though defeated, they are glorious. The spectators below were buzzing with discussion. This guy, that's Yunshin, right? Although he's not famous internationally, he seems different from the others. If it's him, maybe he can really defeat that dark believer. Elle saw this and spoke with a voice full of pride and contempt. It seems he's given those humans a little hope again. But his eyes became fierce. Love nothing more than extinguishing that hope. He immediately lunged forward, using a dragon-slaying hero skill. Rainbow Charge. Meanwhile, Yunshin remained calm where he stood. Elle's attack rushed forward. He struck down with great force, but hit nothing but air. He couldn't help but be surprised and thought to himself, it's like this again. He just suddenly vanished. Yunshin had instantly appeared behind him. He coldly swung his spear to attack. It's normal for you to be surprised. After all, every dark believer who has seen this move is basically dead. A fused skill combining spearman and warrior. Raging strike, followed by explosive war spear. And you will be no exception. The attack struck Elle directly, giving him no time to react. His body contorted upon contact with the spear. He was sent flying by the attack. Not letting up, Yunshin continued with another fused skill. Mage, Fireball, and Sorcerer. Wandering Wind. A blue tornado shot out from the staff in his hand. It flew straight towards his opponent. Giant demonic gale. El gathered all his strength to try and resist. Thunderstorm. But he still couldn't stop Yinshun. He was directly swept up high by the tornado. The blue tornado shot straight towards him, while El could only stare at his feet. He thought in a panic. How can this be? The attack hit him head-on, leaving El with no way to defend. His body went into freefall after the blow. He couldn't help but feel terrified. My high attributes, plus my hidden class skills, and yet I was broken through head-on. He landed safely on his face. Yunshun leaped high into the air again, then thrust his spear toward El, who was lying battered on the arena floor. But what he stabbed was not the real body. He was a bit surprised. An illusion. Immediately after, Yunshun was surrounded by numerous clones of El. An observer below shouted, "It's that move. The Phantom Hunter's multiple illusions." Princess Lucy lost because she didn't know what was happening. All her skills hit the illusions, and his real body defeated her. Be careful. The clones flew in a high-speed circle, forming a whirlwind that trapped him inside. El said smugly, "Kid, you're dreaming. This is the strength of a Phantom Hunter." Instantly, all the illusions rushed toward him. "You won't even know how you died." Yunshun calmly transformed his weapon. Fusion skill, fighter, and martial artist. Ice fist. Inch-bursting ice cloud. With one blow, he slammed his opponent flat onto the ground. Standing before El, who lay motionless on the arena floor, Yunshun declared, "At least, I know how you're going to die." From a distance, a cloud of smoke was rising from the center of the ring. That was where Yunshun had beaten El to a pulp. The audience below saw this and exclaimed in surprise. A direct knockout. That Yunshun is too strong. The dark followers are like toys in his hands. His opponent is probably dead. Someone noticed something unusual and shouted, "No, he's still alive." Indeed, smoke began to rise from his wounds. Moreover, his injuries were healing rapidly. Seeing this, he looked down to observe. The wound had now almost fully recovered. El glanced at Yunshun and taunted, "I possess the blessing of the 172 demon lords. My body is immortal. You can't kill me." The moment he finished speaking, he received another shock. His eyes widened in horror as he looked forward. Yunshun ignored his words and continued to attack. Martial artist. Shattering step and fighter. Stomp. He stomped down hard on El, causing the ground around them to shatter. It broke into pieces. Just looking at it, you could tell the power of this move. "Then I'll just stomp your body to a pulp." He stomped crazily. His face was smashed flat against the ground, but he still gritted his teeth in anger. His black eyes opened wide, with a golden glint in the center. El roared with hatred. "Bastard! It's not over yet." He released a wave of dark power that enveloped the surroundings. Yunshun was pushed back by the opponent's shockwave and had to struggle to stand his ground. El now appeared like a demon once more. Behind him were several streams of power that looked like wings. "Kid, it seems you still don't understand the situation." Seeing this, he felt a little uneasy and thought, this feeling. He's no longer human. To be precise, his entire body had now turned demonic. Only his head retained a human form. The wings had formed, and there was a dark halo behind his back. A faint blue power emanated from his surroundings. "I have used 2 War God's marrows. I possess 3 hidden classes." A blue power began to radiate from his arm. At the same time, he roared angrily at his opponent. "You are just a classless wanderer, at best a low-level substitute for me. Phantom Hunter. Dragon-slaying warrior state. Dragon-slaying power, wind and thunder sorcerer. Wielding wind and thunder." That stream of power shot straight toward Yunshun. He continued to speak. "I never even considered you an opponent." He looked at the approaching technique warily. Immediately, a corner of the arena was covered in dust and smoke. It was enough to show the power of this skill. Windstorm. He had no intention of stopping. El raised his hand, gradually forming a black spear. Piercing spear. The spear grew larger, and he decisively threw it straight down, creating a massive explosion. The arena shattered, and large pieces of rock flew everywhere. The audience watching this was terrified. The power of that skill is unbelievable. It's on a completely different level than before. His attribute points were already unbelievably high, and now he has the states of 3 hidden classes on top of that. It's hard to imagine how strong he is. We're doomed. We're doomed. El swooped down with a proud expression. This is the great power that only the dark world can bestow. In the smoke, the faint figure of Yunshun lay motionless after taking the hit. El swung his great sword, imbued with red power, straight at him. Feel this with your life. But unexpectedly, El's attack was blocked by a golden weapon. It was Yunshun in his super-dominant myriad wheels overlord state. He only needed one hand to easily block El's sword. El sensed something was wrong and gritted his teeth. His whole body trembled as he thought. How could he block my attack? What's going on? Yunshun raised an arm and moved it close to El's head. He spoke coldly. You like playing with attribute points? Then as you wish. The golden hand moved closer to his opponent's head, preparing to give him a flick on the forehead. A single flick to the forehead sent El flying far away. As a result, his head slammed straight into a large rock behind him. He couldn't stop coughing up blood. Instantly, Yunshun teleported to him. He swung his sword, slashing straight at his body. El reacted in time, raising his great sword to block the blow. He gritted his teeth in frustration. The blow was so strong that the rock behind him cracked. Yunshun raised his light sword high. Golden rays of power radiated from it. He gathered his strength for one final strike. Fused skill, magic swordsman, blazing flame slash, and warrior. Raging strike. A slash of immense power was unleashed. It sent El crashing through the large rock. He flew straight out of the arena and slammed hard onto the ground. The audience saw this and was left with their mouths and eyes wide open in awe. This is a special arena prepared for the championship finals. Even a third advancement expert would find it extremely difficult to destroy, and yet it was shattered. These two guys are more monstrous than the last. El is as tenacious as a leech. Even after that powerful blow, he could still struggle to his feet. Damn it! His face was covered in blood. He spat out each word with hatred. I used 3 parts of the essence of the war god. How? How could I still not beat you? Yunshun stood coldly before his opponent. Because push-ups are very important. El's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't understand what the other was saying. Push-ups. Immediately after, a hand grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. El's power was now gradually dissipating. He struggled to escape his opponent's grasp. TCH. Yunshun repeated his arrogant claim from before. You just said, I can't kill you? El's whole body trembled in pain, but he remained arrogant. I received the blessing of a top-tier demon venerate. Even if my organs, bones, and muscles are all shattered by you now, I still won't die. You're using such a powerful state. The side effects must be significant, right? When the time is up, the one who dies will be you. Huh? Yunshun heard him. He just replied indifferently. Is that so? A blue flame gradually appeared in his hand. Fused skill. His finger directly touched El's throat. At the same time, he executed the move. Mage, Fireball, and Magic Swordsman, Blazing Flame attachment. Instantly, a blue flame erupted in the middle of the city. Mystic Demonic Flame. In the giant flame, the figures of Yunshun and El were faintly visible. The people in the stands saw the scene before them as a sign of hope. They began to shout excitedly. He still has this move. No matter what attack, he can't be killed. Then just burn him alive. I don't believe he'll still be alive after being burned to ashes. We've won. We're about to win. Hurry and burn him. El, in the flames, was blackened and almost turned to charcoal. Only then did Yunshun let him go. His entire body was still engulfed in blue flames. He fell to the floor with a thud. The audience's cheers continued to pour in. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. Yunshun finally couldn't maintain his myriad wheels state any longer. He reverted to his normal form. He panted heavily, exhausted. The side effects of the myriad wheels state are extremely strong. My attributes are almost completely drained. He looked forward with weary eyes. The backlash is too great. Right now, even a normal person would be difficult for me to deal with. Seeing El burn to a crisp, with smoke still rising from his mouth as he lay motionless on the ground, Yunshun felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it's all over. The people watching the live broadcast on the screen also cheered enthusiastically. Ah, we won. 3 hidden classes. An immortal body. And he was still defeated by us humans. We won. The world still has a future. Haha, a hero. Yunshun is a true hero. But then, once again, someone noticed something unusual and pointed. Wait. Am I seeing things? On the screen was L's arm. That guy's hand. It seems to be moving. The people watching the live broadcast also noticed this. They became panicked. What? He's moving? We're doomed. Yunshun has clearly entered a weakened state. He's no match for him. Oh my god. He's not dead, even after all that. It's no exaggeration to call L a leech. He sat up again. He laughed and said with a contemptuous tone, "You think mere flames can burn me to death? Too naive." Yunshun retorted, "Mere flames? Then you're underestimating my flames." Even though he was very weak, Yunshun patiently explained, "At the very least, it's an S-rank existence. It has the special effect of burning souls. So what if you're immortal?" L began to feel dizzy. He was surprised by Yunshun's last statement. After being bathed in fire for so long, your soul is about to be extinguished. His vision swam. His body couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Damn it. My consciousness is fading. His expression was one of utter disbelief. Is this the feeling of death? His vision was gradually closing. Even at death's door, he still wanted to drag his opponent down with him. I can die, but he absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, he will sooner or later bring disaster to the dark world. Miaoling, standing in the audience, felt that something was wrong. She cried out in alarm. Not good. He struggled to raise his arm. He continuously muttered, "Demon Venerate Lord, please accept my final sacrifice." A black hole gradually appeared behind Yunshun. L's arm trembled. He poured his last bit of strength into this move. Reverse gate. Lock. Yunshun also recognized this. Divine flash. He turned back heavily to look and thought. A last-ditch effort before death. As expected, I have enough mana left to use divine flash once. Suddenly, a mark was branded onto his neck. Yunshun cried out in pain. Arg. He clutched the mark on his neck and stood frozen in place. The black hole was gradually forming and closing in. That guy locked onto my soul with a seal. Once it's cast, it's a guaranteed hit. I'm doomed. I can't dodge it. A hand touched his face. It was Miaoling. She pulled Yunshun away from the black hole. Junior. The hole grew larger and larger. It sucked in everything it touched. She looked at the scene before her in horror. That was close. We almost got caught. Yunshun turned to warn her. President, you shouldn't have come here. My soul-chasing seal has been activated. This skill, the black hole had now risen high into the air. It aimed for Yunshun and charged towards him. His voice continued to ring out steadily. Is a guaranteed hit. The black hole shot straight down, sucking both Yunshun and Miaoling inside. It left a giant crater in the ground. The people in the stands below cried out in fear. L was gradually fading away. His mouth still wore the smile of a victor. So what if you're strong? In the end, I still won. His head also began to fade. But he still managed to shout one last sentence. What do you think happens to a human who falls into the dark world? Do I need to say more? Just wait to be torn to shreds by the demon venerate lords. Haha. After that, he completely vanished. Although they had defeated L, no one could be happy. Damn it. We had clearly won. Damn dark believers. When they can't win, they resort to sacrifices. Damn it. An elf girl placed a worried hand on her chest. How could this happen? A vein fist slammed down on the table. It was Principal Yanfu. He roared with anger. Damn it. What are the organizers doing? Why didn't the 4th Advancement Expert Station here do anything? Where was the person in charge of controlling the arena? Are they all dead? We shouldn't have let them participate in the first place. Then, a girl rushed in to report. Principal, something terrible has happened. Inside a large sphere, there was the figure of a person. The girl continued to report the incident. The flow of time in the Academy Square suddenly experienced a violent fluctuation. The surrounding trees and buildings began to decay and weather, and many students were affected. Inside the sphere now was Yun Tang, Yunshun's younger sister. Her eyes were wide and she had lost consciousness. Tears streamed down her face. A panicked voice rang out. Yun Tang's power has gone berserk. The students outside shouted to each other. Run! Stay away from her. I got too close to her just now, and half of my body turned into an old man's. Who is that female student anyway? From inside the sphere. The girl gritted her teeth and uttered a single word. Brother. Perhaps after learning that Yun Shun had been sent to the dark world, Yun Tang lost control of her power and it went berserk. Back to Qingqing. Elvis, kneeling below, laughed mockingly. The final victory still belongs to our Advent organization. The only genius who could defeat L is dead. Humanity will ultimately fall into despair. Her face darkened. She did not reply to him. Xiao Yu, beside her, transformed her arm into iron chains. You dare to laugh? The chains tightly bound Elvis's neck, causing him to cough up blood. She continuously threatened him. Laugh again, I dare you. Go on, laugh. Keep laughing. Xiaoling also spoke respectfully. Master. Mr. Yun He. Qingqing replied calmly. He was just sent to the dark world. He's not dead. I was planning to send him there for a trip anyway. This just moves the schedule up. She brought her fingertips together and asserted with confidence. I trust my own judgment. This predicament is not enough to defeat Yun Shen. Somewhere else. The black hole that had sucked in Yun Shun and Miaoling appeared. It gradually vanished, letting the two of them fall freely. They quickly landed on the grass below. He shielded his eyes with his hand and looked around. Behind him, she wondered, this is the dark world? The other person continued. It's just as Teacher Xia said. It's completely different from what I imagined. Suddenly, a pained cry from Miaoling came from behind Yun Shun. Yun Shun turned to look. She was writhing on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. He thought in alarm, crap. I almost forgot. The air here is entirely dark energy. Although it doesn't affect me. It's different for the president. Yun Shen knelt down near Miaoling. He spoke reassuringly. President, hold on. Then he immediately took out a potion vial. He drank it all in one go. Then he summoned his staff to help Miaoling. The staff moved closer. A layer of power gradually enveloped Miaoling's entire body. Beginner priest skill. Purify. She writhed on the ground, surrounded by wisps of dark energy. As Yun Shin struggled to maintain the barrier for her, he thought to himself, I'm still in a weakened state right now. Even with a mana potion supplement, I can't use the purify skill many times. Suddenly, he noticed something. His eyes darted behind him to observe. It was a seemingly harmless demonkin. He instantly became vigilant. Not good. It's a demonkin. The demonkin reacted even more extremely. He was terrified when he saw the two of them. Humans. He immediately turned and fled. We're doomed. The evil humans have invaded. They're going to slaughter our village. Guards. Demon researcher. Yun Shun's eyes widened in surprise when he heard these words. Miaoling weakly reached out. We can't let him escape. But he quickly reminded her, don't move. We don't have that much energy. Yun Shin popped the cap off another potion vial, preparing to drink it. Beside him, several more vials were floating. He spoke as he drank. The dark energy in this world is endless. Purify can only buy time. President, you need to adapt to the environment. Otherwise, you'll eventually be corroded and turn into a monster. She replied with difficulty. I know. I'm trying. Miaoling pressed her lips together tightly. Her whole body trembled, but she remained resolute. It's just a little bit of dark energy. Then her whole body immediately shot up. A powerful stream of blue energy radiated out. It was accompanied by a few bolts of lightning. Don't even think about corroding me. A black tail had now grown from behind Miaoling. She was back to her usual healthy self. Yun Shun, beside her, saw this and said, You succeeded. Miaoling put her hands on her hips and explained. My final two elements are yin and yang. Yin is somewhat similar to dark energy. So that helped me. From behind Miaoling, an army of demonkin was swarming towards them. He stood and watched them. But it seems now is not the time to relax. The demonkin looked at the two of them and shouted arrogantly. While humans must die, sacrifice their bodies to the gods. Then they all shouted in unison. Yunshin looked at them with some apprehension. These demonkin aren't strong. At a glance, they only have the strength of first to second advancement. But my weakened state won't end for another half hour. President, you're also in a cursed state, so it won't be easy to fight. Just as he finished speaking, Miaoling's hand grabbed his. Instantly, he was on her back. A million question marks appeared in his head. Miaoling ran off while giving the final answer. Then of course we choose not to fight. Hold on tight, Junior. He couldn't help but exclaim. She runs so decisively. The demonkin saw this and gave chase, shouting, "After them! Don't let them escape." Then they cast Shadow's gaze. Because she had to carry Yunshin on her back, Miaoling had a hard time dodging their attacks. Long-range attacks. Time to test my movement skills. Pay attention, Junior. Don't fall off. Miaoling weaved and dodged the incoming attacks. Her hands still held tightly to the person on her back. After running for a long time, blood was trickling from the corner of her mouth. She had clearly been hit many times. But she asserted, "Nice, nice. A perfect dodge. My fundamentals are solid, huh?" Yunshin looked at the injured Miaoling and replied, "The only one who perfectly dodged was me. As for you, you took one." She sped up instead of answering. She continued to take long strides, quickly moving forward. Miaoling's entire body had begun to bleed severely. She was covered in wounds. She smiled as if she had achieved her goal. "Ha, just minor injuries. Besides, we've reached our destination," he asked in confusion. Miaoling put her foot out in front to brake sharply. Yunshin got down, but Miaoling was too tired to stand steady. He looked at what was in front of him and asked in surprise, "President, could it be that you?" She couldn't even stand steady, but still did her best to announce, "This is it. I looked all day to find this beautiful terrain." Miaoling grabbed his wrist and threw him inside. "I don't have much strength left to carry you. Go hide in there. Don't run out and cause trouble for me." Yunshin, completely drained of strength, fell to the ground. Not long after, he immediately sat up and slowly analyzed the situation. "Crap. The only advantage of this terrain is that as long as I guard the entrance, I can protect myself. But the disadvantage is also clear. If the president defends the cave entrance, she'll also lose any room to maneuver. There's no possibility of retreat." He stared at his hands and made a judgment. "Right now, even if I join the fight, I'll just be a burden. My weakened state still has 18 minutes left. I just have to get through it." Yunshin shouted to Miaoling, who was standing guard in front of the cave. "President, if you can't hold on, you have to run. Don't push yourself to the end." She stood firm and confidently guaranteed, "Ha, running away is not my style. Let's go. Let's fight a battle to the death." The front of the cave was now shrouded in smoke. The image of Lu Miaoling appeared, powerfully confronting an entire army of demonkin. They continuously launched their attacks. Plague, Burst Flame, Blood Claw, Shadow's Gaze. Miaoling was no less formidable, using her skill, Annihilating Burn. Her attack clashed with the enemy's barrage of skills. Combined with the many hits she had already taken, she gradually weakened. Soon, she couldn't hold on any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it. This little bit of fire is really useless." Yunshin, inside the cave, called out worriedly, "President," but his reason stopped him. I can't go out. Right now, I'll only get in the way. I have to restrain myself until I get through this weakened state." Miaoling, guarding the outside, turned back and gave a satisfied smile. As expected of my junior, he's not letting his emotions cloud his judgment. A very smart decision. She gathered her strength to create fox ears and a tail. Elemental magic consumes too much mana. It's hard to fight for a long time. Her eyes opened wide, flashing red. Her fingernails also grew longer. She made a decisive choice. If that's the case, Miaoling had transformed into a half-human, half-fox form. I'll use a form more suited for close combat. Blood-level steel sword. Heavenly mystic claw. The demonkin, knowing no fear, charged forward to attack in unison. "All humans deserve to die. They will only slaughter us. Kill her." Miaoling angrily shouted back at them. "Don't twist the truth. You demonkin are the ones who deserve to die." A chaotic battle erupted. Miaoling charged into the midst of the demonkin, attacking wildly. But they were numerous, and she was injured. She was struck in the back by one of them. Immediately after, a barrage of attacks surrounded her. After a long brawl, Miaoling slumped down, panting. It seemed her strength was completely depleted. She thought to herself, to be beaten so badly by a bunch of low-level demonkin. It's true that a tiger in the plains gets bullied by dogs. The demonkin, however, seemed terrified of her power. This human is too scary. She's clearly so heavily injured. How can she still resist until now? Could she be immortal? Moreover, with her strength, she could have easily escaped, but she didn't. Hearing this, The corner of Miaoling's lips lifted slightly. She stated firmly, "That's impossible. I have to protect someone very talented." From inside the cave, Yunshun listened to her words echoing back. "Although I don't know how he does it. My junior's potential is limitless. He gets stronger every day. As long as Yunshun can continue to grow, he will bring infinite possibilities to humanity." Then, Miaoling placed a hand on her chest. She declared clearly, "Trading my life for his is completely worth it." A demonkin from the crowd rushed forward and shouted angrily, "Delusional. None of you will survive." Despite her strength, the fact that she was exhausted was undeniable. She didn't forget to give Yunshun one last piece of advice. "Junior, I can't hold on any longer. With your intelligence, there must be a way to buy more time. Get through this final weakened state." The demonkin's greatsword swung down. Miaoling managed to say her last words just in time. "This date is finally over." The demonkin shouted, "Die!" Suddenly, his greatsword was stopped by an arm and broke in two. Yunshun's voice rang out, "No, the date is still going." Miaoling couldn't help but be surprised and asked, "Junior, is your weakened state over?" Yunshun's current appearance was a bit tattered, but he still coolly replied, 3 seconds left." "But what 3 seconds? It's no trouble at all. Invincible. For 3 seconds, I'm immune to all damage and control effects." The demonkin with the broken greatsword was in a state of absolute panic. He then ordered his underlings to charge. "How can this be? There's something wrong with this kid. Charge. Kill him." They all rushed forward at the same time. Each with a different move, they shouted, "Kill him. Evil human. Die." Yunshun's face darkened coldly. As he struck, his mouth continuously muttered, "Skill fusion." The countdown begins. His fist had gathered into a blue flame. Mage, Fireball, and Brawler. Charging fist. The countdown ended. Yunshun shouted as he threw a punch towards them. Cloud-piercing demonic flame fist. The flame quickly incinerated all of them, leaving only their pained cries. Miaoling finally let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally over." He took something out and replied, "Not necessarily. Encountering these demonkin was just a coincidence." Yunshun smeared something on the mark on his neck. "But if I don't deal with this thing, the pursuit could become inevitable." The mark was blurred by the substance to camouflage it. He looked off into the distance. "Besides, there's something in that direction that caught my attention." A while later, at the cave where Yunshun and Lu Miaoling had stayed, a large, powerful-looking demonkin was approaching. Following behind was another demonkin. Kalata coldly asked the one behind him, "The trace of the soul-chasing seal ends here. Are you sure humans appeared?" The other one fearfully knelt down and begged, "My lord, Supreme Demon, Great Duan Yi Demon Clan, how would I dare to deceive you? It's all true." He turned back to look. "According to your description, that person must be Yunshun. But I don't know what trick he used to hide the soul-chasing seal. I can only track him this far." The subordinate quickly speculated. "Could it be that the damn human ran away?" Kalata looked towards the high mountains in the distance and said thoughtfully, "They can't, because ahead of them is a dead end." He continued his explanation. "That place is the boundless Forbidden Mountain Range. Legend says it's a land forbidden by the gods. No one can enter, not even the 72 demon lords, let alone cross it." With that, Kalata stepped forward. "They will definitely be stopped there." Only now could his face be seen, along with a very triumphant smile. "Every step radiated power, and I just need to slowly catch up. The only thing awaiting them is death." Elsewhere, rows of towering mountains. In a simple place, heavy breathing could be heard. "Huh." It was Yunshun's voice. He was doing push-ups when the curtain was lifted. Miaoling entered and exclaimed in surprise, "Junior, you're so diligent with your basic training. Even in the dark world, you don't stop." Yunshun wiped the sweat from his face. Training the body is very important. He knew very well that. Both attribute points and skill points rely on this daily quest to accumulate. "I can't stop for even a single day." Besides, in front of Yunshun was an information summary panel. Quest. Championship Tournament Quest. Detecting that the host has won first place in the Global Championship Tournament. The highest reward for this quest will be issued to the host. Achievement. Global Championship Tournament Champion. Reward. Breath of Space. World-breaking stone. Reward, lucky potion. Blank blueprint, armor. He sighed in admiration. The reward for the championship tournament has finally arrived. Looking at the items on the screen, Yunshin pondered thoughtfully. Breath of space. It can be used to create spatial treasures, expanding the subspace. An extremely powerful feature. Many great figures use it to build mobile palaces. Teacher Xia's treasure vault was made using breath of space. The effect of the world-breaking stone is simple. It can allow equipment or items to break their level limits, reaching a higher tier. The effect of the lucky potion goes without saying. Only this blank blueprint is something I've never heard of. It must be a special item that only the system can grant. The quality and grade are determined by the materials. Outside, Miaoling felt like she was being ignored. Yunshin was lost in a deep train of thought. If I have good materials, I might be able to create a decent item. She spoke up, a little bewildered. Junior, what are you spacing out for? Let's eat breakfast. Only then did Yunshin return to reality. The two of them sat down at the table to eat. Suddenly, Miaoling exclaimed, "Luckily, I still have a lot of monster meat from the extreme cold ice field in my bag. Otherwise, we would have starved to death." She picked up a piece of food. Miaoling continued happily. But then again, it's a good thing you were able to find this village in such a desolate place. The surrounding space was covered in cobwebs. She commented, although it's a bit dilapidated. It looks like it's been abandoned for decades. But it's better than sleeping under the stars. While eating, Yunshin brought up the past. President, don't you find some things about this tournament strange? For an event as important as this on a global scale, the Holy Empire would definitely have arranged for fourth advancement experts to be present. But from beginning to end, they did nothing. He recalled the image of Elle in the match not long ago. Furthermore, the rules of the qualifying round only allowed basic potions. Even food was forbidden, yet Elle was able to bring a special cursed item. Even after I reported the matter of the Dark Believer to the higher-ups, he was still able to compete normally. His chopsticks were about to pick up the next piece of food. If I'm not mistaken, it's... Suddenly, Miaoling's attitude became tense. Her chopsticks shot out and blocked his with lightning speed. Don't say it. Miaoling's voice lowered with a warning tone. I know what you want to say, but we don't have any evidence. No matter what, it's just speculation. For us right now, the most important thing is to get through the difficult situation before us. Yunshin sat up straight. His face was dark, revealing only a slight smirk. It seems the president already has the answer in her heart. She just doesn't want to face it, not wanting the atmosphere to become more tense. Her voice quickly urged him on. Hurry up and eat. We should get going. The two finished their breakfast and left. On the road, she called out softly, Junior, standing before a towering mountain. Miaoling asked curiously, Is this your destination? It gives me a very bad feeling. The towering mountains, interspersed with each other, created a majestic natural landscape. But crossing it would be truly difficult. Yunshin looked up and assessed it. But this is the only place we can go. Two humans suddenly appearing and killing so many demonkin. Things must have gotten chaotic. The two of them turned to look behind them. The way back only holds death. Standing before the vast mountain ranges, his voice continued to echo steadily. I've also used my scouting skills on the surroundings. Within 1,000 miles, there are no signs of life. With our food reserves, we can't go around it. Besides moving forward, we have no other choice. The two stood on the cliff. Yunshin suddenly raised a question. Moreover, there's one point I'm very concerned about. From within, I can vaguely feel a familiar and strange aura. He voiced the biggest question in his mind. What exactly is on the mountain? Miaoling turned and tapped on the mountain wall. The material feels very hard. It doesn't seem like we can force our way through. I'm afraid we're stuck here. Yunshin reached out his hand and suggested, Let me try using a skill. The moment he touched it, the protective barrier disappeared. He exclaimed in amazement. The barrier gradually faded, revealing a path on the other side of the cliff. She was just as surprised. Junior, what did you do? He quickly denied it. I didn't do anything. It opened on its own. Observing the front, Yunshin couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe this place has a mountain cave. The two of them immediately jumped to the other side. As soon as they entered, the scene before them made them both freeze. Miaoling moved closer, wanting to touch it. What on earth is inside? A corpse? Just a second later, she realized in horror. These things. They're all coffins. Yunshin immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. Don't touch them. He tried his best to persuade her. I have a very bad feeling about this. It's best not to touch them. The two of them were extremely tense. What's even worse is, these coffins give me a very familiar feeling. Looking at the coffins piled up here, Yunshin speculated fearfully. What is the source of this feeling? Could it be that the people inside are acquaintances of mine? Or, am I also one of them? This place is my final resting place. Damn it. This feeling is too awful. I don't want to stay here a moment longer. A while later, Yunshin moved forward and called back to Meowing. In any case, let's leave first. She didn't want to stay here either and replied. Looking at his back, Meowing was a little surprised. The emotional fluctuation from my junior is so strong. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Elsewhere, Kalata shouted. What is this? He stared intently at the protective barrier outside the place they had just passed through. The forbidden mountain range that is absolutely impossible to enter has been broken. Kalata couldn't believe it and kept scratching his head. Impossible. Absolutely not. I must be seeing things. But it really has been broken. Kalata stood there, muttering to himself. According to the legend from decades ago, the boundless mountain range suddenly fell from the sky. When it fell, it carried a divine light, leading to a celestial phenomenon. The story continued. Just its aftershock alone caused the surrounding 10,000 miles to have all its living creatures completely annihilated. Even decades later, no life could be born there. A single crimson eye stared out at the world. To be able to perform such a feat, only a god could. The destruction of all surrounding life seemed to be a warning not to enter. Next was a scene of demonkin gathering in one place. If it was an object descended from the gods, then for the 72 demons at the pinnacle, it was also a great temptation. After more than 10 years of exploration, they found no sign of the god taking action. The great lords chose to join forces. What was left was only a bloody battlefield. In the end, no matter what method they used, they couldn't enter. Finally, they had no choice but to give up. Kalata said, trembling. A place that even top-tier demon venerates couldn't enter has now been. After a moment of speculation, he quickly turned around. This matter is far beyond my control. I must quickly report to Lord Duanyi, the Annihilator. Back to Yunshin. He stood with his arms crossed, silently thinking about something. Meowing, beside him, was cooking a pot of soup. Suddenly, the mark on her chest disappeared. She also noticed it and cheered happily. The curse has finally disappeared. Junior, we should think of a way to go home. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to be paying attention, Meowing called out in confusion, Junior? Only then did Yunshin snap out of it and reply. She sat opposite him and asked with concern, Junior, what's wrong? Ever since you saw those coffins, you've been spacing out a lot. Are you thinking about the coffins? Or are you homesick? He smiled gently and replied, I am indeed a little homesick. I'm mainly worried about Yuntang. At the same time, he was also concerned about the coffins. Of course, I'm also very concerned about the coffins. But I don't have any clues. His train of thought continued. There's no point in pursuing it further. He recalled a skill shaped like a green cross. As for a way to go home, it's not like there isn't one. After all, I still have the rebirth cross on me. If I die, maybe I can be resurrected in the human world. Yunshin silently looked at Meowing, who was scooping food in front of him. But it's only a possibility. What if I'm resurrected in the dark world? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, even if it succeeds, it means leaving the president alone in the dark world. It's a rather extreme method. Only then did he stand up and speak. President. Next, I plan to go to a town where demonkin live for a walk. To gather some basic intelligence. You stay here and wait for me to come back. He thought to himself. The president is more than capable of protecting herself now. Meowing was startled and asked in surprise, What? A human like you is going to a demonkin town? Isn't that just asking to die? Yunshin just replied calmly. Of course, I won't be going as a human. His entire body then began to transform from the bottom up. He quickly became like a demonkin. The transformation process couldn't hide his handsomeness, and he even looked cooler. This time, I look like a demon. After an unknown amount of time, he had arrived at a place that looked like a town for demonkin. The inhabitants here dressed no differently from ordinary humans. When they saw Yunshin pass by, they exclaimed in amazement. That guy over there looks so cool. He seems to be from the Dark Knight Demon clan, but he looks a little different. Probably a half-blood. He glanced around and silently assessed the situation. Although there are certain differences in appearance, the way of life for demonkin is not much different from humans. I don't see any products of science and technology. Maybe they didn't develop in that direction. It could also be because this place is too remote. Yunshin stopped in front of a restaurant and made a decision. If that's the case, there's a pretty good place to gather intelligence. The receptionist inside saw a customer enter and warmly welcomed him. This brave demon, what can I get for you? He held up one finger. Give me a few of your signature dishes. Yunshin glanced at the demonkin playing cards at a table. He thought to himself, it seems demons also discriminate based on race. I used the skill of the Dark Knight female venerate. My appearance seems to be more like the Dark Knight Demon clan. He sat down at a table, propped his chin on his hand, and got down to business. Time to start gathering intelligence. Beginner hunter skill. Enhanced senses. Countless overlapping conversations echoed in his head. Will that damn lord ever stop? My son is only 16, and he's already been dragged off to be cannon fodder. Have you heard? Carrot from Lata Street has become a mid-rank demon. So impressive. When will the rent ever go down? What he heard did not satisfy Yunshin. Too much useless information. I need to filter it. Suddenly, a hand slammed a plate down in front of him. He wasn't even sure if it was food. Sir, your food is here. Raw ghost octopus tentacles and swamp bubbles. Enjoy. The waiter handed him a piece of paper. Also, here is your bill. Yunshin carefully read the contents. 3 Martin coins, huh? He thought to himself. I can understand it. The script and language are linked to the human world. That saves a lot of trouble. He took out 3 purple coins and gave them to the other person. It's just a personal judgment. The demonkin I killed dropped a lot of these things. They must be money. Yunshin glanced down at the plate of food in front of him. His hand trembled as he took a chance. As for these dishes, I hope my stomach can handle them. After leaving the restaurant, he walked and commented. The taste wasn't bad, but just thinking about that weird stuff in my stomach makes me feel sick. Then he sighed, somewhat satisfied. Luckily, it was all worth it. I waited a long time and got a lot of intelligence. Yunshin began to explain the mechanics of this dark world. Unlike the human world, the dark world did not merge with the game. It has always existed, and it has always possessed magical power. Due to the strong applicability of magic, the dark world did not develop science and technology. In addition, the ranking of demonkin is also different from humans. There are low-rank demons, mid-rank demons, and high-rank demons, demon venerates. These correspond to humans as first advancement, second advancement, third advancement, and fourth advancement class holders. Images of powerful-looking demonkin appeared. Among them, the top-tier experts among the high-rank demons are called demon lords. Most of them have their own territories, and the 72 demon pillars is the nickname for the most top-tier group among the demon venerates. He continued to think. He raised his hand to touch the part of his neck where the mark from L was. They are also the rulers of their own races. For now, this is all I know. The fat of the sea god statue will run out sooner or later. The soul-chasing seal must be dealt with. Suddenly, as if he had sensed something, his cautious eyes glanced over to observe. The demonkin behind him were running as if a dog was chasing them. Run! The Lord's guards are here again to capture soldiers for cannon fodder. Don't take me. I don't want to go to the battlefield to die. Rover was leading the guards. He raised his holy scepter and spoke loudly. What are you running for? It is your honor to be able to go to the battlefield. To sacrifice for me, the great demon lord, is your supreme glory. He immediately ordered the guards to charge forward. Hurry up. Anyone between the ages of 15 and 60, regardless of gender, capture them all. They replied in unison. The unlucky demonkin who were captured resisted fiercely. Damn it. If it's so glorious, why don't you go to the front lines? I don't want to die. Let me go. The guards quickly noticed Yunshin standing proudly and fearlessly. Why is that kid just standing there? He's so calm. Another one shouted. Calm my ass. He's probably scared stiff. Get him. He slowly walked over and spoke calmly. You don't need to capture me. I'll go myself. He thought to himself, this is actually an opportunity. At the city of Toloco, a carriage, escorted by guards, was entering the city. The captured demonkin, including Yun Shun, had gathered in one place. Above them were the captain of the guards and a high-ranking demonkin. Rover spoke up, questioning. Lord Steward, why have you come here today? Baha replied briefly. The Lord is out on business. For now, I will inspect the quality of the new recruits in his stead. Begin. His feet quickly stepped forward. He responded clearly. He spread his arms and spoke loudly to those below. Congratulations. You have transformed from ordinary commoners into mighty warriors. From now on, you will dedicate your lives to this great world, to the great Lord. Now, kneel and swear your loyalty. A demonkin couldn't hold back and pointed straight at Rover, shouting. Who wants to be loyal? You clearly forced us to come here. I won't be cannon fodder. I want to go back. Right now? A tragic scream rang out. He had kicked the insubordinate one, who was now lying flat on the ground. The man's eyes rolled back as he coughed up blood. The others who saw this scene trembled in fear and instinctively backed away. So cruel. What? He clearly didn't do anything. He just talked back. Rover clenched his fist and issued a stern warning. Do you know why I'm the one training you, and not the other way around? Because I am stronger than you. In this world, strength is what matters. He roared. Now kneel. Immediately after, the demonkin all prostrated themselves on the ground. They didn't dare to utter another word. Only Yun Shun, in the back, still stood coldly in place. Rover saw this and angrily pointed at him, shouting, You kid over there, why aren't you kneeling? Yun Shun looked at him with contempt. Because you are not worthy. Rover laughed mockingly. Haha, I'm not worthy. You dare say that I, the strongest person here, am not worthy? He asked in a low voice. Kid, where did you crawl out from? What's your name? A soldier from behind spoke up. Reporting, Captain. Rover listened while looking at Yun Shun. His registered name is Wu Ji. He enlisted in Zhongping today. He looks very unfamiliar. He might be from the outside. Having his answer, he turned back to ask the demonkin in the high place. Is that so? Lord Steward, although we are short on soldiers right now, for the sake of discipline, killing one or two, the Lord won't blame me, will he? Baha showed a face of slight boredom. Of course. This is a necessary sacrifice. Rover happily stretched his muscles. Then I won't give him a chance to beg for mercy. I will take his corpse. Before he could finish, Rover was kicked and hang it on the city gate. He coughed up so much blood he couldn't stop. He managed to finish his sentence. For display, he was sent flying by Yun Shun's kick. He still didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? I was hit. I was hit by a new recruit. 2 fingers formed a sword sign. Enveloped in blue fire, they pointed at the opponent's temple. The blue fire burned fiercely. He had, without anyone noticing, walked to his side. It seems. The strongest person here is not you. Yun Shun calmly walked on, leaving the fire to burn the captain. Soon, the flame gradually receded because there was nothing left inside. The others immediately showed fear. The captain is dead. He died without even being able to resist. The captain's strength was already at the high end among high-ranked demons. Baha realized this was not a good situation. Something's not right. This Wu Ji is clearly a high-ranked demon. He immediately turned, wanting to flee. He infiltrated this place. He must be up to no good. I must quickly report to the Lord. But as soon as he turned his head, he saw Yun Shun's calm face, which gave him a scare. It sent Baha into a state of extreme panic. He was forced to break suddenly. How? Yun Shun analyzed sharply. According to what that dead guy said, it seems that as long as you have enough strength, you'll have everything, right? If I kill you, can I also have a status like yours? Baha immediately knelt down. He cowed out earnestly. Esteemed high-rank demon lord, I'm just a small-time manager. I don't have any status. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Yun Shun replied indifferently. A small-time manager? Then you have your uses. I can spare your life. From now on, you will follow my arrangements. He acted like a coward, making all sorts of promises. Rest assured, my lord. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. Next, he looked at the weak demonkin. Go back to where you came from. You are not needed here. He thought to himself, demons going to the front lines to fight humans. Of course, The fewer the better. The demonkin heard those threatening words and hesitated for a moment. Then They were extremely grateful and then quickly left. Thank you, high-ranked demon lord. This is great. We can finally go home. Late into the night. The stars were sparse. The moonlight shone down on the magnificent castle. In a room of that castle, Yunshin sat at a desk reading a book. Beside him was Baha. My lord, why did you ask me to find so many books? He couldn't help but feel curious. Many of the contents are just ordinary things. There's no need to read them so intently, is there? The book was suddenly slammed shut impatiently. He turned to mock him. You asked too many questions. Baha bowed his head in fear. I'm sorry. It was this lowly one's impudence. Yunshin opened the book again. He was deeply impressed. As expected of a demon lord's archive, the information is very complete. Whether it's the races of the dark world or its history, there are detailed explanations. The book contained a lot of information. The dark world has over 100 races of demonkin. Although there are many half-bloods, the 72 great clans are still the main body. In the past, in a snow-covered mountain region, much like human history, there was also territorial division among the demonkin. They fought for resources, a history of continuous warfare. High above, a demon with wings so large they could obscure the sky, until a demonkin named Hugo the Demon appeared. Next was a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. No one knows where the void demonkin came from. They only know that he suddenly appeared, relying on his absolute strength. In just 3 years, he unified the entire dark world. A single blow from the demon was like the palm of a god. He became the supreme existence. After that, he divided the dark world into 72 nations, ruled by the 72 strongest demonkin, which are the 72 demon pillars. From then on, the current situation was formed. With the place marked by the handprint as the center, many different territories were divided, due to the mutual checks and balances of the 72 pillars, plus the absolute prestige of the void demon. The dark world finally ended its endless wars. Some time passed, until 70 years ago, a creature called a human suddenly appeared. They tore through space and invaded the dark world. They slaughtered the demonkin. The demonkin rose up to resist and declared all-out war on the humans. Yunshin noticed something strange. That's not right. From what I know, humans don't have the strength to invade the dark world. Just defending the border on the front lines is already extremely difficult. His finger traced each line. The information in this book must be fabricated. But what is the purpose of doing so? Until he came across a rather coincidental number of years. Moreover, this timing is also very subtle. 70 years ago was exactly when the human world began to merge with the game. Is it all a coincidence? Or is there another hidden story? He closed the book. He suddenly spoke up and asked, Baha, what do you think of humans? The other person replied without hesitation. Extremely detestable. From his expression to his way of speaking, his hostility was clear. They destroyed our peace. Moreover, my important comrade was tortured to death by humans. Right before my very eyes. Yunshin calmly stood up and continued. Before your eyes? You mean there are actually humans in the dark world? And you've even met them? He asserted with certainty. Of course. Humans do all sorts of evil things. Sooner or later, I will exterminate them. Finally, he understood. No wonder when I first arrived here, the common demonkin were so afraid of me. It seems the actual situation is very different from what I imagined. I need more intelligence. The system panel suddenly appeared. 9 times out of 10, there's a new quest. The information was clearly written on the panel. Chain quest. Detecting that the host meets the conditions. Distributing chain quest. Stage 1. Become a demon lord. Quest reward. Large amount of experience. Stage 2. Unlocked after completing Stage 1. Yunshin read it with growing interest. Haha. What an interesting quest. Coincidentally, I also need to raise my status to get more intelligence. He slowly walked away from the desk. Baha. What are the conditions to become a demon lord? Baha hesitated slightly. Well, he hesitated for a moment, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, this question, could it be that he wants to? Yunshin's scared the other to death. He obediently confessed. First, you need the bloodline of a Dark Knight demon. Only those with Dark Knight bloodline are qualified to become a lord. He tilted his head and looked over. He continued to ask, "So look at me. Do I meet the conditions?" Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Baha repeatedly affirmed, "You do. You're more than qualified, my lord, aside from your slightly smaller frame. Everything else is exactly like a pure-blooded Dark Knight demon." Yin Shun was satisfied. His mood finally relaxed a little. The Dark Knight female Venerate is the ruler of the Dark Knight demon clan. Relying on my innate transformation skill, it probably won't be a big problem. He asked again, "What other conditions are there?" He used his hand to describe a chopping motion. "You need to kill the current demon lord and take his demon king armament." Yin Shun walked down the steps. He commented along the way, "Very good. You've served that lord for so long. You should change your taste." The city gates opened wide. The drawbridge was being raised. From outside, a fiery red bull, with something like a throne on its back, led an army into the city. Sitting on the throne was a muscular demon. He raised a glass of red wine. The demon lord, Bodhi. He glanced at the city guards. He was puzzled. What's going on? The guards' morale doesn't seem right. Could something have happened in the city? A soldier jumped out. He knelt before Bodhi. "My lord, our captain is dead. He was killed by an outsider demon kin." Bodhi shot to his feet. He crushed the wine glass in his hand and roared, "What? Where's that guy? I'm going to kill him right now." The other pointed inside. Although he replied loudly, his face showed clear fear. "He's waiting inside." He cursed. "Bastard." Bodhi ran and threw open the indicated door. On the Lord's throne, Yin Shun, or rather, Wu Ji, sat comfortably. Below, 2 armored soldiers stood on either side. He smiled leisurely. "This chair is very comfortable. Let me sit in it for a few days. How about it?" These words made the other person tremble with anger. Bodhi was furious. He summoned a hammer. His muscles tensed like rock. "You're dead." He slammed it down. The floor cracked, sending up dust and smoke. Explosive heavy strike. The shockwave traveled in a straight line, like a snake lunging at its target. It reached the foot of the throne. The 2 soldiers hurriedly moved away. The butt of the spear suddenly slammed down, blocking the attack. Yun Shun held the spear. His sitting posture was extremely majestic. Such a good chair. It would be a pity to destroy it. Bodhi shot up. So fast he became a black shadow. High in the air, he raised his hammer over his head. He shouted, "Bastard! That is my seat. You are not qualified to touch it." The hammer was about to hit him. Yin Shun prepared to block. The spear swung so fast it was a blur. It deflected. The giant hammer. The 2 fought fiercely. Yin Shun was agile. Bodhi was like a powerful demonic beast. The pressure was immense, so strong that outsiders couldn't see the situation clearly. The soldiers standing far away were terrified by this battle. This is a fight between high-ranked demons. So strong. We have no way to interfere at all. He immediately struck down with his spear. His opponent raised his hammer to block. Surprisingly, he was sent flying. The hammer also slipped from his hand. His hands trembled. Bodhi found this opponent quite interesting. He looks like a weak kid, but he has immense strength, and he's fighting me in close combat. Not bad. Not bad at all. He raised his hand. Without anyone noticing, he had put on a blood-red gauntlet. "Kid, you just took several of my attacks head-on, right?" He stood his ground. Bodhi pointed his palm straight at the enemy. Energy formed sharp fangs. "It seems you're very eager to become nourishment to make me stronger." Flames suddenly erupted from Yun Shun's body. It was clear that even the owner himself couldn't hide the surprise on his face. The flames flowed towards the gauntlet. His eyes glowed so red they looked like they had lights in them. Bodhi was extremely excited. He laughed arrogantly. "You are indeed a delicious delicacy. Power. Keep pouring out." The flames continued to be sucked away. The amount increased. He calmly analyzed the situation. "My attributes are being drained, and he's getting stronger. Is this the Demon King armament? It's quite troublesome." A blazing fire erupted from his gauntlet. "Kid, my hand of plunder doesn't just simply steal power. I will let you die by your own skill. Feel the terror of the Demon Lord." Haha. He waved his hand and immediately shot out the powerful skill he had just stolen. Fireball. That super powerful skill was a fireball the size of a palm. It flew as slow as a turtle. Yun Shun's face showed contempt. He punched it with his bare hand. Bodhi's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could only stand there, frozen. The soldiers were shocked. Am I seeing things? That kid isn't an incredibly noble demon? He's fighting on par with the Lord. Why is his skill so weak? Even I can make a small fireball like that. A blue flame condensed in Yunshin's hand. It can even steal the target's skills. That's beyond my expectations. A pity. You can't handle my skills. Fused skill. Mage. Fireball. Magic swordsman. Blazing flame attachment. The flame expanded like a meteor. It crashed down on where Bodhi was standing. Cloud-devouring demonic flame. The blue fire exploded. He screamed tragically. Ah, he must have gotten a few burns. But he quickly rushed out of it, looking unharmed. He held out his gauntlet. Bastard. Don't get too cocky. He used Phantom Step to dodge to the side. Still want to steal my attributes? As long as I don't get hit. That Demon King armament of yours will be useless. Suddenly, his spear transformed into a sword. He aimed straight for the target. Fused skill. Swordsman and Void Touch. Swordsman. Leap. He slashed down in an arc like a crescent moon. Void Cutting Slash. Yunshin landed safely and unharmed. Bodhi followed suit, but he landed on his face. He sheathed his sword and wondered to himself. This is a demon lord? Besides the somewhat troublesome Demon King armament, his strength seems much weaker than I thought. His eyes were filled with disappointment. This performance is completely incomparable to Xiao Yu, who is also a lord. The soldiers were terrified. He lost. Lord Bodhi lost. He really lost. Are we about to? Baha quickly took the lead. He decisively knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord Wu Ji. Greetings, Lord Wu Ji. The others saw this and followed suit. They all knelt on one knee. Greetings, Lord Wu Ji. Yun Shun gave a slight, smug smile. So this is what it feels like to be a lord. Not bad. The gauntlet suddenly appeared on his hand. It was clear he had taken the opportunity to steal it. As for this Demon King armament, it's worth studying. A brief introduction to the brand new weapon. Demon King armament. Hand of Plunder. Race restriction, Duan Yi Demon. Quality, legendary. Attributes, strength, agility, and dexterity all plus 800. Effect, steel type skills. Plunder. Success rate plus 40%. Effect, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to randomly steal an opponent's skill or attribute points. When the target's attribute points are higher than the user's, the plunder success rate will decrease. Plundered attribute points will disappear after 24 hours. Skills can be possessed permanently. Note, a high-level Demon King armament passed down for 1,000 years in the Dark Knight Demon Clan. It symbolizes the great Demon Lord. Yunshin looked at it floating before his eyes. He was delighted to have gotten such a good item. A high-end legendary equipment. In the human world, this would be considered a supreme treasure that only the top families could possess. He stared at it intently. His gaze unconsciously became affectionate. My steel skill has always been very limited. When I use it, the success rate is very low. He put it on his hand. It felt like it merged with his body. It didn't hinder his daily activities. Now with the Hand of Plunder, I can both plunder and steal during combat. It will definitely have a strange and wonderful effect. But he also quickly realized a problem. That's not right. He clearly had such a powerful Demon King armament. But Lord Bodhi wasn't that strong. Could it be that all demon lords are at this level? Baha heard this and replied respectfully. Esteemed Lord, it seems you have misunderstood something. It's not that Lord Bodhi was weak, but rather that our entire Dark Knight Demon Clan is currently too weak. He recalled the magnificent scene from before. 3 years ago, a human passed through a spatial rift. She led an army and invaded our world. Her landing point was our Dark Knight Demon Nation. At that time, Baha was still young. He stood mixed in with the crowd. At that time, I was just a small guard. I only dared to watch from a far corner, although I only saw her from a distance. That scene is something I will never forget. Black lipstick, blue hair with pink tips. Indeed, Baha was deeply impressed. Qingqing's gaze was extremely cold. There was no emotional fluctuation. It was as if in her eyes, all demonkin were just ants that she could annihilate with a wave of her hand. He recalled the desolate scene she had single-handedly created. He said, from then on, our nation experienced an extremely brutal massacre. In just 3 short days, 15 demon lords died in battle. 3 demon venerate lords all died. The soldiers also suffered countless casualties. Even Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling had no strength to fight back. Even our supreme commander, the great 171st Demon Pillar, the Dark Knight female Venerate, was also killed by her. What's even more outrageous is that the two strongest demon lords both surrendered and submitted to her coercion. Yunshin looked away, clearly feeling guilty. He could only give a wry smile. I've basically guessed who that woman is. I didn't expect Teacher Xia to be so dominant back then. She directly invaded the dark world. Baha's eyes were sad. Luckily, in the end, a powerful demon lord took action and drove her back. Otherwise, I'm afraid our Dark Knight Demon Nation would have been truly annihilated. He understood the problem and voiced his thoughts. So, because all the strong demons were killed, they had no choice but to promote Bodhi to fill the numbers. He sadly nodded in agreement. That's right. So many territories couldn't be left unattended. Originally, our Dark Knight demons could rank 60th among the 72 great demon clans. Now we're ranked last. Then he continuously bowed his head. Although I don't know why the Lord is dissatisfied with the conscription. This was also done out of necessity. I still hope you will issue an order to resume it. Yunshin pointed his finger and firmly refused. Impossible. I want you to issue a new proclamation. From now on, my territory will no longer conscript. Taxes will be halved. All demon kin should strive to live well. No one is going to the battlefield. Baha heard this and was shocked. What? Providing more resources to annihilate humans is the mission of all demon clans. To openly violate this will cause big trouble. He glanced over. He threatened him with a chilling tone. Do you want to defy my order? He quickly backed away. He instantly became obedient. I will carry it out immediately. I'll go right now. Yunshin tapped the system panel. He muttered to himself. I don't plan on staying here for long. So what if there's a problem? At worst, I'll just slip away. Whatever. In any case, I'll get the quest reward first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. He was surprised by the information he had just received. My level is increasing. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, he couldn't help but be amazed. 43, 44, 45, 46, as expected of a system reward. Such a large amount of experience. I leveled up 6 times in a row. This feeling is really not bad. He looked at the system panel excitedly. Now that the first stage of the quest is complete, the second stage is about to be unlocked. The moment he read it, he saw some surprising information. The control panel displayed a few words. Quest. Chain quest. Stage 1. Become a demon lord. Quest reward. Large amount of experience. Completed. Unlocking stage 2. Quest content. Yunshin realized this wasn't going to be easy. I can't believe this is the second stage. System. You've really given me a tough one. He went out for a walk on the streets. The surrounding demon kin were very welcoming. Wow. It's the Lord. The Lord is so cool. Look over here. I will follow the Lord forever. Suddenly, someone spoke up with a question. Why is there a human next to the Lord? He was immediately silenced. Shut up. You can tell she's a slave just by looking. Miaoling looked around in surprise. It's only been a few days, and you've already become a lord. And it seems you're very popular. Yunshin still acted indifferent. Lowering taxes and abolishing conscription. It's only natural that this kind of treatment would be welcomed. The wide-open door welcomed them. Baha was already waiting there. He bowed his head in a salute. Welcome back, my lord. May I ask how to address this slave lady you've brought back? She heard this and was a little flustered. Slave? Yunshin explained. You can call her Little Lingzi. Also, she's not a slave. She's an attendant. Baha respectfully gestured with his hand. He motioned for them to enter. To have a human as an attendant. The Lord is truly magnanimous. Next, please come to the warehouse to take inventory of the war supplies. The deadline for submission is approaching. That detail instantly caught his attention. The warehouse. It's definitely worth a look. Yunshin and Miaoling walked in, standing in the middle of the vast warehouse. The items inside filled the entire room. She looked at this pile and couldn't hide her surprise. What an abundant storage. The quality is also extremely high. She thought to herself, it's completely on par with the national treasury of a mid-sized country in the human world. Yunshin looked at Baha and gave an order. Baha, you go outside and stand guard. I don't want to be disturbed while taking inventory. He obediently followed. Miaoling quickly got to the point. What do you plan to do with these things? If they are war supplies, I'm afraid they'll be used against our human world. He wasn't worried at all. He raised his hand and summoned a dark space. Isn't it simple? Just clear it all out. Everything was sucked into the space, as if an invisible current was carrying everything away. She watched this scene in utter amazement. Impossible. With so much, a basic backpack space can't possibly hold it all. Moreover, Junior hasn't even advanced his class yet. His backpack space is even smaller than a normal class holder's. Yun Shun watched the dark space gradually dissipate and slowly explained. I obtained a breath of space before. I used it to expand my backpack space. A warehouse of this size. I could fit 10 of them with room to spare. Now, only one heavy weapon remained in the warehouse. He expressed his thoughts. In this entire warehouse, only this thing caught my attention. Yun Shin closed his eyes to concentrate better. Around the staring eye, there were many blue patterns. The appraisal skill has been activated. I'll take a closer look before taking it. The weapon's information was immediately updated in detail. Demon Tentacle Annihilation Cannon. A special war-destroying weapon of the Dark Knight Demon Clan. Can be installed on structures. Can also be used alone as a weapon. When in use, the user's strength must reach 1000. Before firing, a large amount of mana must be accumulated. Charging time is 15 seconds. He exclaimed happily. Good stuff. Although this thing is a bit troublesome, it also has great uses. Miaoling from behind suddenly asked, by the way, Junior, what are your plans for the future? You're not really planning to be a demon lord here for the long term, are you? He smiled and hesitantly revealed, of course not. My next step is, the words came out as light as a feather, to become one of the 72 demon pillars. The notification panel showed the second stage. Quest. Chain Quest Stage 2 unlocked. Quest Reward. Mobile Palace. Blank Blueprint. Jewelry. Quest Content. Become one of the 72 demon pillars. The vast room was empty. There was no furniture left. Miaoling was surprised. She asked again what? The 72 demon pillars? She didn't believe Yinshin could do it. You want to become one of the 72 demon pillars? Absolutely impossible. Even a genius like you would need to grow for a few years first. He began to explain. Normally, it would definitely be impossible. But coincidentally, the situation of the Dark Knight Demon Clan is very special. Imagine it as a game of chess. He said. I mentioned it on the way here. The Dark Knight Demon Clan was killed by Teacher Xia to the point of losing its foundation. Now, only 3 old demon lords hold the entire situation. The piece representing Bodhi is broken, because he is no more. Of course, their level is different from that Bodhi guy. They are true demon lords. This is a 3-way stalemate. Currently, those 3 demon lords are dissatisfied with the status quo. They are constantly fighting among themselves. As long as one can control the entire race. At that time, even if they just throw resources at it, they can create a demon venerate. Yin Shun turned his head to speak to Miaoling. According to Baha, the 3 of them actually understand. Continuing to fight internally will only weaken the nation further. So they decided that after 1 year, they will have a decisive battle. The winner will rule all. She raised her hand again, signaling him to pause. You mean you want to participate? I don't think that's a good idea. For us, the most important thing is still how to return to the human world. He began to persuade her again. As for how to return to the human world, I actually already have a clue. But President, it was so hard to get to the dark world. To just go back like this. Would you be willing? Miaoling heard this. She was silent for a moment. Then she said, Indeed, I wouldn't. At the very least, we can do something to reduce the pressure on the front lines. If we can make the demonkin fight among themselves, that would be even better. She was also worried. But won't this be too much pressure for you? Facing 3 powerful demon lords alone. You clearly can't do it right now. Yun Shin agreed with this opinion. That is indeed the case. But the only way to increase my strength in a short time. I have it. The space began to sink into a quiet darkness. We can do it like this. Outside, Baha stood quietly, waiting for his superior to come out. He turned and walked out. He looked at Baha. Baha, I've finished taking inventory. Lock up the warehouse. He replied while closing the door. Yes, my lord. When he looked inside, A horrifying sight appeared before his eyes. Cold sweat broke out. The warehouse is so empty there isn't even a speck of dust left. Baha was bewildered. He couldn't believe his eyes. It's empty. He turned his head to look at him, puzzled. My lord. Yunshin acted as if it was a matter of course. I took my things from my warehouse. Is there a problem? Baha scratched his cheek and thought. This entire warehouse is empty. This is clearly robbery. He said, You are the lord. Of course, you can take as much as you want. But this stuff has to be submitted to the 3 great lords. This will cause a big problem. He didn't see it as a big deal. He waved his hand. If there's a problem, just tell them to find me. Go do what you need to do. Hearing this, he collapsed to his knees. He was completely desperate. We're doomed. We're doomed. How did I end up with a lord like this? If we anger the 3 great lords, this city is going to be destroyed. Elsewhere, a female demonkin with thread-like wings behind her asked, What is this? Looking at the opposite corner, this demonkin had an hourglass figure. She was dressed very appropriately, covering what needed to be covered. She looked at the entrance and said, The Forbidden Mountain Range has really been broken. Kalada also replied in fear. The specific reason is unknown, but it's very likely related to the 2 humans who came to our world before. Perhaps they triggered some important condition. Duanyi repeated. Her lips were very pale. Humans. Then she began to speculate. It must be Yunshun and Lu Miaoling who were reverse teleported here. The area beyond the mountain range is the territory of the Dark Night demons. They must have fled there. He asked, Should we pursue them? But she replied calmly. Normally, it would be worth pursuing. But right now, there are clearly more important things to do. She stepped inside the barrier. She said, Let's go. Let's see what's inside the mountain range where the god descended. She stepped inside. She continued, What exactly is hidden here? The 2 of them had just landed. Kalada shouted in surprise. They're all coffins. Duanyi raised her hand. She emitted a strange kind of energy. Interesting. I'd like to see whose corpse is inside. To make a god specially descend a mountain range. That energy clung to one of the coffins. Affected by her power, it began to shake violently. A rattling sound came from inside. He was surprised by this. What is this coffin made of? It took a blow from Lord Duanyi, the Annihilator. And only a crack appeared. Duanyi used more power. She clenched her fist. Break for me. The coffin quickly cracked. The lid shattered. Inside was a corpse. It radiated a terrifying dark power. Kalada knew the identity of this corpse. This body. I have an impression of it. It's Tatara of the Devouring Demon Clan. He was surprised. A genius from 60 years ago. But didn't he die in the war long ago? Why is his body here? She was indifferent. It doesn't matter. No matter how glorious your status was in life. Once you're dead, you're just a corpse. Duanyi looked down. Her eyes were full of contempt. Worthless. Then she touched the coffin. But this coffin is very extraordinary. The material doesn't look like it's from our dark world. And it can't be a product of the human world either. It's very valuable for research. Open them all and bring them back. Kalada asked again. Are we really taking them? This is a god's property. If we anger the god. But she didn't take it seriously. She asked back, So what if we do? She examined the corpse at close range. Except for sacrifices, the god has never interfered with our world. If this action can really make the god appear. She licked her lips. Duanyi said again. I'd like to see for myself what this so-called god is really like. In the center of the city. From a distance, it looked vast and boundless. In the main hall of a large house, the voice of the auctioneer echoed. Thank you, nobles from all over, for gracing us with your presence. Welcome to the Antalya City auction. I can assure you all, the auction items today are definitely precious. Yun Shun watched the auction with Miaoling standing behind him. The fastest way to increase strength is through equipment. He looked at the blueprint scroll in his hand and said, The blank blueprint from the system is very convenient. Just put in the materials and you can create armor. I've always prioritized weapons in my equipment. He looked at it. My armor is just ordinary. It's considered a weak point in my equipment. Equipment is also categorized. There are mainly 5 pieces of armor. They are chest plate, belt, and shoulder guards. Rare armor can even be combined into a set, possessing an additional set effect. Yunshin thought to himself. Currently, I have 2 S-rank materials in my backpack. I found them in the warehouse. If I put 5 S-rank materials into the blank blueprint, I wonder what quality of armor I can make. The old man shouted loudly. Next, I would like to announce. The auction officially begins. He raised his hand. Next, please admire the first auction item. It was a cage. Inside was a trapped demonkin girl. A young girl from the Dark Elf clan. The auctioneer's voice was excited. The first auction item. A young girl from the Dark Elf clan. Starting price. 380,000 mana crystals. This rare item immediately caused a stir among the bidders. To have a Dark Elf for auction in our Dark Knight demon territory is rare. Indeed, if it were a Duan Yi demon, it would be quite common. But she doesn't look bad. Worth buying for fun. In a secluded spot with Yun Shun, Miaoling was naturally curious. A Dark Elf, huh? They're considered a separate elf race of the Dark World. This is my first time seeing one. Junior said. There are also conflicts among the demon kin. Capturing other demon clans as slaves is not uncommon. She secretly observed his expression. But Junior is usually like an iceberg. He seems completely uninterested in women. He definitely won't make a move. Who would have thought Yin Shun would bid a straight price? 380,000. Miaoling was stunned, her mouth agape. The auctioneer immediately shouted excitedly. I didn't expect a lord to bid so quickly. 380,000 mana crystals. Is there any higher bid? He even emphasized the rules of this auction. Those who can sit in the private rooms are all esteemed demon lords. I wonder which territory it is. Usually, the private rooms are empty. This time, there's probably only one lord. To compete with a lord over a mere slave is not a wise choice. Hearing him say that, the crowd below fell silent. Who would dare to compete? 380,000, going once. 380,000, going twice. 380,000, going 3 times. Sold. The second auction item is. Yun Shin naturally won Chi-Chi. When he heard a knock on the door, he coldly gave an order. It turned out to be someone from the auction house delivering his purchase. Esteemed lord, the slave you wanted has been brought. Please inspect her. Yun Shun tossed him the auction money and quickly concluded. The mana crystals are all here. You may leave. The stone he held in his hand was a spatial mana stone, a storage tool of the Dark World. After the transaction was complete, he respectfully bowed and left. Miaoling laughed with delight and commented. So Junior is also interested in beautiful women. Just like Principal Xia. Making a contract with a Dark Elf maid isn't bad. He stood up to correct her. President, it seems you've misunderstood something. It's true that I have an A-rank soul contract. It was originally a gift from Principal Yi. Yin Shun walked over to Chi-Chi and stated firmly. But I don't intend to use it on her. She cowered before his wave of the hand. But he was simply removing all her shackles. Then he smiled kindly and officially told her, Congratulations. You are free. Chi-Chi bowed 90 degrees, endlessly grateful. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Please, my lord, tell me your name. I will definitely repay your kindness. Yin Shun turned and waved his hand dominantly. My name is Wu Ji. I am the lord of Toloco City. There's no need to repay me. You should go back soon. Don't get caught again. Chi-Chi didn't dare to hesitate and quickly said goodbye. Thank you, my lord. As soon as she was gone, Miaoling immediately teased him. I'm telling you, Junior. The dark elves of the Dark World are different from the elves of our world. They're also considered a type of demon kin. You bought her and then let her go. You're too kind. But Yun Shin just replied firmly. Rest assured, President. I have my own plans. The auctioneer was still stirring up the atmosphere below. Next, I present to you all the 8th item. It is an extremely rare and precious material. Taken from deep within the wind-sealed stone forest. It can be used to craft armor or weapons. It can also be refined into death origin power to strengthen the body. Presenting the item, he announced the price clearly. Its name is the Death Origin Stone. Starting price. 7,600,000 mana crystals. The crowd below immediately erupted in commotion. The prices were continuously shouted out. 8 million mana crystals. 8,300,000. 8,800,000. 9 million. 9,700,000. Finally, the item Yin Shun had been waiting for was revealed. Baha's intelligence was correct. This auction really does have an S-rank material. As long as I get it. I'll only be 2 S-rank materials short of completing my armor set. From the high private room, he decisively placed a bid. 12 million mana crystals. The crowd was stunned by his extravagance, but still tried to win the mana stone. He's bidding again. As expected, for such a good item. The Lord couldn't possibly pass it up. But so what? The Death Origin Stone is also important to me. They continuously raise the price. 12,800,000. 13 million. Without wasting words, Yunshin shouted a sky-high number. 20 million mana crystals. With his vast resources, he naturally wasn't afraid of anyone. A contest of wealth? I have the accumulated wealth of an entire city from many years. You all can't compete with that. Knowing it was a done deal, the auctioneer immediately concluded. 20 million. As expected of the Lord. Truly a generous bid. Is there any higher bid? The crowd below could only watch helplessly as the item was taken. Damn it, the Lord is playing for real. Even if we nobles are rich, we can't beat the wealth of an entire city. There's no comparison at all. We can only give up. The sound of his gavel echoed throughout the auction hall again. 20 million, going once, twice, 3 times. Sold. Congratulations, esteemed Lord. The precious Death Origin Stone now belongs to you. Suddenly, the stage was rocked by a massive explosion. A group of strangers swarmed in from both sides of the hall. It looked like it was caused by dark believers. The demon clans were stunned and whispered among themselves. What's going on? The auction house is under attack. Could it be that the damn humans have appeared? The illegal intruders became even more excited, slaughtering everywhere. So many demon kin. And they're from the demon clan too. This time, we can kill to our heart's content. They all ganged up and attacked indiscriminately, not caring who their target was. The demon clan suffered heavy losses. Those who could escape just ran for their lives. Not good. It really is humans. Please don't kill me. I can give you mana crystals. As many as you want. Quick, notify the guards. Damn it. By the time the guards get here, we'll be dead. Run. Their appearance naturally stunned Meowling. They're humans? She asked Yunshin in a daze. Why are there humans in the dark world? He calmly observed them with his arms crossed. I don't know. Their strength is not weak. Second advancement, level 40 to 50. Among them are 2 third advancement members. Indeed, they are not opponents that an auction house of this level can handle. Looking at the empty display stand, he became even more annoyed. Moreover, the material I need was also stolen. After sweeping through the auction house, the humans led their group back. A bountiful harvest. They excitedly discussed among themselves. The auction house had so many good things. My backpack space can't even hold it all. And we could conveniently kill so many of these different species. It's truly satisfying. The High Priestess of Light quickly interrupted them. But our mission is not yet complete. The newly arrived High Priest needs many precious materials for his third advancement. Now that we have the Death Origin Stone, looking at the map, she plotted a course for the whole team. We should head to the next point on the treasure map. But things weren't that easy. Yunshin had quickly pursued them to this place. He spoke with a dominant voice, warning them. Rob and run. How interesting. We have a lot to talk about. The humans, relying on their numbers, immediately took a fighting stance. I can't believe there's someone not afraid of death who chased us. Let's deal with him quickly. He transformed right in front of them. I think there's been some misunderstanding. In his true human form, Yunshin continued cheerfully. Perhaps. He crossed his arms and told them brightly. We can talk. Yunshin and Meowling stood face to face with the group of humans who had plundered the Demon World auction house. After seeing his transformation, one of them boldly guessed. Could he be a human disguised as a demonkin? The High Priestess seemed more cautious. It could also be a demonkin disguised as a human. Yunshin questioned the group sternly. You are humans, yet you are not corroded by the dark energy. You slaughter demonkin without any hesitation. You don't seem to be dark believers either. Who do you serve? How did you get to the dark world? What is your purpose? Suddenly, his demeanor changed instantly. It turned out the High Priestess, without a word, summoned a long spear and launched a preemptive strike at him. Of course, Yunshin and Meowling were able to dodge it easily. He roared in anger. It seems they don't want to talk. She and her group cast a support spell together. Holy dew. Under the effect of the resistance-boosting spell, the humans all received immense power. Power. It feels like endless power is surging through me. They roared in fury. It seems the High Priestess can't wait to crush them. They ganged up and charged towards Yunshun and Miaoling. Facing a burly man, she still insisted on reasoning with him. I'm not lying to you. We really are human, not demonkin in disguise. Slaughtering our own kind in the dark world is just too foolish. But he shamelessly cursed back. What the hell are you? You think you're worthy of being our kin? Die. Meanwhile, Yunshun was busy fighting 3 of them at once. A young man with a spear decisively stabbed at his weak point. He bent down slightly to dodge the attack and mocked him sarcastically. Attacking my lower body right away? It's rare to meet a fellow countryman. Shouldn't we be a little happier? He roared back in response. Demonkin or human, it doesn't matter. Those who do not worship the Lord are all heretics. He unleashed a radiant flame triple strike straight at Yunshun. Atone for your sins with your lives. Seeing their comrades' majestic display, the remaining humans were incredibly excited. Taking a full power blow from a 3rd advancement expert head-on, that guy must have been turned to ash. His body and soul have been thoroughly purified. He should be at peace now. The one who launched the attack was also arrogant, certain of his victory. But his expression quickly turned to shock. Because he had blocked the tip of his spear with one hand, as light as a feather. I've even killed 3rd advancement demonkin. Just a bunch of 3rd advancement holy knights like you. With just a light squeeze, he shattered the spear tip. Think you can kill me? Yunshun's voice was low and threatening as he declared. If you can't purify me, then I'll purify your brains instead. The human with the spear could only stammer in shock. He did as he said, using a fused skill, martial artist. Ice fist and power fighter. A full power blow gathered into his fist. But this is a physical purification. After building up momentum to unleash glacial heavy heaven, the human's time was up. He threw a world-shaking punch, punching him thousands of feet away. Of course, there was no way he could block such a powerful move. The human lay motionless on the ground. No matter how much of a big shot he was, now he was just a name. After making an example of him, Yunshun cocked his head and told them, the difference in strength is too clear. This time, we can talk. But they charged at him like moths to a flame, seeking a ticket to the afterlife. This life is not worth dying for. Everything for the great Lord. Kill him. He continued to reason with them. What a bunch of lunatics. Of course, Yunshun and Miaoling had cleaned up all the small fry. They only tied up the High Priestess and one other. She frowned and told him, these guys are all crazy. Their attack method is clearly suicidal. I couldn't hold back. I killed them all. Glancing at the corpses behind him, he whispered coldly, killed them all. Without any hesitation, Yunshun even praised Miaoling's divine skills. As expected of the president, you don't hold back at critical moments. He observed them and continued. Most of their classes are Holy Knight and Holy Swordsman. This girl is also a 3rd advancement High Priestess of Light. They're quite holy, aren't they? She nodded in agreement with Yunshun's assessment. Indeed, these classes are extremely common in the Holy Empire. But this place is the Dark World. Looking straight at her, he questioned her sternly. If I'm not mistaken, the humans causing destruction everywhere in the Dark World and continuously attacking demonkin are also you guys. Tell me your purpose and the power behind you. Maybe I'll join you. Suddenly, a strange mark lit up on the High Priestess's forehead. Join. The only ones qualified to join our Advent organization are us. Those willing to sacrifice everything for the Lord. Miaoling sensed danger and quickly pulled Yunshun away. Not good. It's the Edict of Judgment. Get back. She cursed them before the mark activated. Die, you heretics. As soon as she finished speaking, her body exploded in a self-destructing blast. Faced with the power of the explosion, he quickly used a fused skill. Mage, Magic Shield and Druid, Guardian Vines. He cast Shield of Life, creating a sturdy barrier of plants to shield Miaoling and himself. In the distance, a human suddenly stirred. He opened his eyes wide and decisively took advantage of the chaos. The opportunity has come. The smoke from the explosion took a while to clear. Thanks to the plant barrier, the 2 of them were safe. Miaoling explained grimly to Yunshun. The Edict of Judgment is a special item from the Holy Empire. It's triggered when the user believes they have violated a rule. It's like a self-destruct device. He stated firmly. To carry such a dangerous thing on them, they're truly insane. But that alone is not enough to take us down with them. After the explosion, his treasure was finally revealed. The Death Origin Stone also dropped. Conveniently, a treasure map and a few other things also dropped. Consider it an unexpected gain. In addition, there's Yunshin used his appraisal skill to learn about the white feather in his hand. But surprisingly, both its quality and effect could not be determined. This white feather is similar to the black feather that dropped from the initial Dark Believer. Neither can be appraised. It might be some kind of identification symbol. That woman called herself the Advent Organization before she died. I wonder if it's related to the Advent Organization in our world. Miaoling reasoned deeply and proposed a hypothesis. It could just be another organization with the same name. After all, the Dark Believers' Advent Organization is extremely devoted to the Demon Kin. They hope for the advent of the Demon Kin. But these guys are the exact opposite. They take pride in killing Demon Kin. And they are not loyal to the human world either. On this point, he immediately agreed with her. That's right. I wonder what this Advent Organization wants to descend. By the way, President, there's one more thing. It turned out Yunshin had long noticed a human playing dead to escape. You specifically killed everyone just now. Actually, one of them slipped away. Yunshin and Miaoling walked over to the corpses to examine them. He had already understood her intentions. President, you let him escape on purpose, didn't you? Miaoling nodded and replied immediately. As expected, I can't hide anything from my junior. Miaoling continued to speak to him in a stern voice. After all, with lunatics like them, it's very difficult to get information from them. Leaving one alive to lead the way. If things go smoothly, we might even have a chance to infiltrate their organization. Looking at the corpse of the one who used the power-boosting spell, she sneered in contempt. These guys slaughter common demon kin. It looks like they're on the side of humanity. But Miaoling had long seen through the deep intentions of this group of humans. In reality, they can't cause any real damage to the dark world. On the contrary, they increase the hatred of the demon kin towards humans. It will only lead to more frenzied revenge. Looking at the bigger picture, it's truly like a catalyst for war. Miaoling's determination was now firmer than ever. To do such a thing as a human is truly despicable. I must find out their purpose. Yunshin replied frankly, You know, I can't accompany you. I probably don't need to tell you how dangerous it is for a human to act alone in the dark world. Miaoling wasn't offended at all and even invited him to help. So Junior is worried about me? That's so heartwarming. But I want to infiltrate a human organization. Even without the ability to disguise myself as a demon kin, it's fine. She flirted happily with Yunshin. I don't want to always be behind you, Junior. It's been a long time since I found something to do. I should be happy. Although he was a little worried about her, he just remained silent. Miaoling took the initiative to embark on the task of tracking the strange humans alone. Goodbye, future demon lord of the 72 pillars. He watched her go and said seriously, Be safe. She waved her hand without any lingering attachment. Miaoling replied cheerfully, You too. After saying goodbye to her, Yunshin quickly made his own plans. He transformed back into his demonkin form, Wu Ji, and thought to himself, including the Death Origin Stone. I now have 3 S-rank materials. I have no clues for the remaining 2. I'll go back and ask Baha first. Suddenly, the scene before him left him stunned. His city guards were lying scattered on the ground. As soon as they saw Yunshin appear, they immediately reported to him. My lord, the high-rank demon under Lord Carlos has attacked. We couldn't stop them. As expected, he had anticipated this scenario. Carlos, one of the 3 great demon lords who hold the real power of the Dark Knight Demon Nation. He arrived earlier than I expected. Walking straight into the city, Yunshin didn't forget to instruct his soldiers. Take the surviving guards for treatment. As for the rest, I'll handle it. At that moment, Ross was trampling on Baha with his own arrogance. He stood on him, furious. Just a small, remote city. And you dare to refuse to provide war supplies and soldiers? Who gave you this courage? Under his oppression, Baha remained resolute and unyielding. It was all the Lord's order. We were just following orders. Moreover, years of conscription have led to a large number of residents fleeing the territory. Everyone also recognizes his way of doing things. Ross didn't let him finish and stomped on his head, pushing it into the ground. He questioned him shamelessly. Compared to the orders of the 3 great demon lords. What is his order? I didn't realize you were so loyal. Is it because of his weak strength? He declared in a stern voice. There is that reason. After all, I also have relatives here. Although the Lord's orders are perfunctory, he has indeed given them a better life. Of course, more importantly, his style of doing things. I like it very much. Thinking of Xia Qingcheng, he continued to explain. Ever since the Dark Knight Demon Nation was invaded by that terrifying woman, Toloco City has not only welcomed a new lord, because everyone knows the lord was intentionally promoted and lacks strength. There will always be dissatisfied high-ranked demons who want to replace him. Baha pointed out the injustice without any hesitation. But no matter who becomes the lord, they are no exception. They will only worship the 3 great demon lords. Using all his strength to stand up, Baha continued firmly. Only Lord Wu Ji is different. His trust in Yun Shun was absolute. Serving someone like that is much more comfortable than serving those cowards. He doesn't bow his head to anyone, no matter who he faces. Hearing this, Ross became annoyed and punched him in the back. Comfortable, right? He unleashed a flurry of punches, beating Baha like a punching bag. Even more comfortable now? More comfortable now? So, are you still comfortable now? He reached out and grabbed him by the neck. Although he was being choked, Baha still held a firm belief. When the Lord returns, he will definitely not let you go. The arrogant man declared with a cocky tilt of his head. Is that so? You still don't get it. The master of this city is about to change. He looked straight at him and arrogantly continued. Lord Carlos ordered me to kill Wu Ji and replace him before officially taking the position. Cleaning house isn't a bad idea. Just as Baha's life was in danger, Yun Shin appeared in time. He grabbed Ross's hand, restraining him from doing anything more. He growled, his voice filled with fury. My house is not for you to clean. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Shun broke his arm. He screamed in pain. Knowing he had met his match, Ross temporarily retreated to keep his distance. Looking at his broken arm, he unconsciously felt fear. This isn't right. I didn't even sense his presence. This guy's strength is far beyond my expectations. Plus the Demon King armament. I'm no match for him. He coldly told him to deliver his ultimatum to his master. When you go back, remember to tell Carlos. He doesn't need to come find me. In 1 year, at the decisive battle, I will go find him. Tell him to wash his neck and wait. Ross turned to leave, furious. Just you alone want to touch the throne of the 72 demon pillars? Very well. You will pay the price for this foolish thought. But of course, Yun Shin wasn't going to let him go so easily. I didn't say. He teleported in front of him and continued in a stern voice. You could leave. Ross was terrified and stammered. What do you want? Without wasting words, he punched him straight in the stomach. Yun Shin quickly used a fused skill. Shadow Stream Assassin, Shadow Steel, and Martial Artist. Link Strikes. He used Divine Thievery on him. And just like that, he stripped him of everything valuable on his person, leaving nothing behind. The soldiers watched Yun Shin's technique, all of them stunned. What's going on? The Lord clearly just hit him. But you can see with the naked eye? They said to each other with delight. He's about to be stripped clean. Ross was extremely humiliated and could only curse him. Bastard. Wanting to regain his honor, he charged at Yun Shin. I have to kill you. But his punch only made a light thud sound, having no effect at all. Ross thought helplessly to himself. This isn't right. This feeling is like my attack has become extremely weak. Why is this happening? Could it be that his defense is too strong? And my equipment is also. He arrogantly let him understand. Attribute points. Equipment. Skills. Money. Everything you have now belongs to me. Touching his chest with one hand, Yun Shin gloated. Right now, you are extremely weak. He really only pushed him lightly. Ross was sent flying hundreds of meters, so heavily injured he couldn't move. He couldn't even take a single blow. Yun Shin had officially defeated the arrogant Ross, bringing justice to the soldiers in his city. Knowing he was outmatched, he could only roar helplessly. My strength. My equipment. It's all gone. Why is this happening? Why? The guards, though covered in injuries, were extremely excited. In such a short time, A dignified high-rank demon was so easily defeated. He was even stripped of everything. Our Lord, is his strength so terrifying? He sat on the throne and coldly asked them. My guards, it seems you were beaten quite badly by him before. Yun Shun rested his chin on his hand and watched the show. Now he has no strength to resist. What do you plan to do? Although they understood what he meant, the guards were still a little hesitant. They explained to him in fear. But he is Lord Carlos's subordinate. Who would dare to touch him? Beating him up for a moment of satisfaction. I'm afraid we'll face retaliation later. Moreover, he is a noble high-rank demon. What right do we have to touch him? Yun Shun crossed his arms and called out to his loyal subordinate. Bah! His eyes blazed with fury. He questioned him majestically. Are you like them? Yun Shun's voice seemed to contain all the helplessness of the lower class, like Baha and the guards in the city. Just because he is Carlos's subordinate? Just because he is a demonkin from the 3 major core cities? So in front of him, you are just like insects? You have no complaints even if you are trampled to death? These words finally touched the dissatisfaction in his heart. Baha decisively walked over to Ross. The guards watched and buzzed with discussion. What does the Lord Steward mean? Does he want to make a move? Impossible. He's probably just checking on the opponent's injuries. He has always been cautious in his actions. He definitely won't make a move. That's right. He's good at talking and handling complex matters, but fighting. Don't be ridiculous. Even at this point, he was still arrogant. A bunch of lowly creatures living in this remote territory. You dare to touch me? Your lord is already on a dead-end path. Lord Carlos will kill him sooner or later. Are you foolish enough to die with him? Baha, who had been holding it in for a long time, didn't waste words and kicked him decisively. The guards saw this and their mouths dropped open in amazement. That's Lord Carlos's subordinate. The Lord Steward actually dared to make a move. Did he take the wrong medicine? He's crazy. This is the real Lord Baha, as expected of Yun Shun's most loyal subordinate. He lectured everyone loudly. Do you still not understand? This is the attitude of the 3 great demon lords towards us. Even though we are of the same clan, he killed his way in here. He showed no mercy. Are you content with being such lowly ants? Facing him on the throne, he stirred up the people's hearts with a stern voice. Now, the opportunity to turn things around is right before our eyes. Our Lord Wu Ji is about to become one of the 72 demon pillars. You don't even dare to touch a high-ranked demon who has lost his power. What right does such a coward have to be his subject? What right do you have to follow him? Yun Shun called out in a loud voice, urging everyone to support him. Sell your lives to me. Overthrow the 3 great demon lords. Or continue to live a lowly life here. Be an ant for the rest of your lives. His voice echoed as he frankly concluded. I give you the right to choose. His overwhelming presence finally moved the hearts of the demon clan under him. The 3 great demon lords, what are they? I've long been displeased with them. Providing soldiers for the front lines was supposed to be a shared responsibility among the territories. But they took their share and forced it upon us, leading to us being hated by the commoners. Now, we are the future subordinates of a great demon lord of the 72 pillars. Our status is different now. To beat a noble high-ranked demon. Just thinking about it makes me tremble with excitement. The guards, filled with murderous intent, surrounded Ross like hungry tigers surrounding their prey. He panicked and shouted, You, what do you want to do? You filthy things. You dare to touch me. You can't bear the consequences. At this point, of course, none of the guards respected him anymore. They ganged up on him without mercy. The 3 great demon lords. Whoever wants to endure this anger can endure it. Compared to a future demon lord of the 72 pillars, what is a high-rank demon? A great future of soaring to the heavens awaits us. You bastard are only fit to be our stepping stone. Hit him hard. Ross screamed tragically. You bastards. In the end, he was beaten to a pulp by the guards and thrown outside. He lay motionless for a long time in pain. With a swollen face, Ross struggled to get up. I will report everything. Lord Carlos will definitely not let you go. After the guards had their fill of beating him, they came to their senses and were horrified. The Lord's words just now were like magic. I suddenly lost my mind. Oh my God. What have I done? We're doomed. We're going to be retaliated against. What do we do? Baha, who had started it all, also sat huddled in a corner, crying. I must be crazy. To do such a thing, Toloko City is about to be destroyed. Only Yunshin calmly reassured everyone. Everyone goes crazy sometimes. No need to be afraid. He thought to himself. Encouraging these guys' courage is really not easy. It turned out that he had used a fused skill, warrior, war cry, and spearman, inspiring excitement, to successfully rally the people. If I hadn't secretly used a skill to push them, I'm afraid they wouldn't have dared to make a move in the end. Of course, it's also because they had resentment in their hearts. Otherwise, no matter what skill I used, it wouldn't have been so effective. Looking at Baha's embarrassed state, Yunshin felt a great deal of sympathy. Although doing this is a bit of a dick move. Luckily, the goal has been achieved. Now, besides selling their lives to me, they have no other choice. I will also do my best to fulfill my duty. To give them a higher status. He quickly gave him a new order. Baha, here is a new mission for you. Use all the mana crystals and resources. Strengthen the guard's quality as much as possible. He looked at the spatial mana stone, unable to believe that he was being so generous. This is the storage from the previous warehouse, Lord Rodney. Most of it is inside. Although everyone knows that strength is the only truth. But no lord would invest so much capital like this. Yunshin urgently asked for more information. Before, I arranged for you to go and inquire about S-rank materials. Is there any progress? Baha honestly shook his head and replied, no, that thing is very hard to find. To be able to encounter it at an auction once was already lucky. He then took out the human's map and excitedly told him. It seems the only remaining clue for now is this treasure map. Baha, you take a look too. Is this thing reliable? As an expert, he understood it at a glance. The route is not complicated. Cross the endless desert, the lost swamp, the city of nothingness, and you can reach it, the flame demon purgatory. Suddenly, Baha realized the hidden meaning of this map. He urgently reported to Yunshin. This isn't a treasure map at all. It's clearly a trap to lure demons. It was within his expectations, so he wasn't too surprised. You mean it's fake? There's no treasure inside, he explained in a low voice. If you really follow this map, let alone S-rank materials, you might even find an incredibly rich treasure. But the problem lies in the destination, the Flame Demon Purgatory, the territory of the raging Flame Demon clan. According to Baha, this place could be called a forbidden land of brutality. The raging Flame Demon clan was a demon-kin race that existed before the Void Demon divided the 72 demon clans. They were extremely powerful. Their overall strength was not inferior to any of the 72 demon pillars. But then one day, the entire race was suddenly wiped out. The specific reason is debated. Some say they angered a god and were annihilated. Others say they angered the Void Demon and were exterminated. But no matter the process, the Flame Demon Purgatory definitely holds endless treasures. Therefore, many powerful demons, even demon venerates, have traveled thousands of miles to go there. In the end, let alone any gains. Just being able to return alive was considered lucky. Ultimately, out of concern, he clasped his hands and suggested to Yunshin, please forgive my impudence. My lord, it's best to give up. Even without mentioning the Flame Demon Purgatory, the endless desert alone has countless demonic beasts. The Lost Swamp is even more dangerous. No demon-kin has ever come out of it alive. He became even more determined to set out on the expedition. I, on the other hand, feel it's worth a try. At least it won't be a waste of effort. Yunshin thought excitedly to himself. It feels like a secret dungeon. It's also very challenging. Moreover, with so many divine skills in hand, staying alive won't be a problem. Baha sighed and continued with concern. My lord is always so adventurous. I hope you can also think about the city. This journey is long. I don't know how long you'll be gone. If the great demon lords send people to attack again, he decisively cut him off. They won't. With the strength I've shown, unless they come themselves. Sending more demon-kin will just be sending them to their deaths. And in 1 year is the decisive battle for the 72 pillars. Compared to dealing with us, they will definitely accumulate strength and focus more on themselves. As expected of a steward, his suggestions were all very reasonable. My lord makes sense, but it's better to be prepared just in case. At the very least, please bring the sensing crystal and the return to city scroll. Once the city is in trouble, as long as my lord is not in a special space, You will be able to return at any time. Yinshin took them and decisively gave Baha an order. Prepare the supplies for the journey for me. We leave tomorrow. At this moment, somewhere in the dark world, Miaoling had successfully infiltrated the stronghold of the Advent organization. I infiltrated so easily. These guys are surprisingly naive. Her method was to shout the slogan, "Sacrifice everything for the Supreme Lord." I just wore their clothes and shouted their slogan, and they considered me a comrade. It might also be because of my human identity that it was so easy, although I don't know who the Lord is. Shouting Lord is always right. A human spoke respectfully. The new high priestess has arrived. Let us pray today to the Supreme Lord. That person walked up to the high platform step by step. But that person's identity was what truly stunned Miaoling. What's going on? The new high priestess is. After seeing the high priestess's face clearly, she cried out silently in her heart. Lucy. A group of people gathered together to pray. Lucy's voice rang out. Supreme Lord, your will makes us strong. Your tolerance allows us to grow. She bowed her head and clasped her hands together, speaking piously. Serving you is our honor. We will offer you everything. For you. Miaoling, standing behind, observed all of Lucy's actions and thought to herself. Who would have thought I'd meet an old acquaintance in the dark world? And she's living much better than me. This situation is really not good. If I'm recognized, I'll definitely be in trouble. Her expression became even more tense. Sweat dripped down. But I don't have any appearance-changing skills, nor do I have any face-changing items. Should I retreat? I might not have a chance to infiltrate the inner circle like this next time. Her eyes narrowed. She was very conflicted. What should I do? Oh, right. There's something I can use. Lucy on the stage turned to face the crowd and spoke cheerfully. Thank you all for completing today's prayer with me. Next, I have something to report to everyone. Unfortunately, her face was bright and radiant as she continued. The believers who previously helped us collect the reincarnation materials have all been wiped out. The crowd below heard this and was very surprised. They cried out, What? All wiped out? The captain and 2 other reincarnation priests too? Those despicable demonkin. Killing them won't be enough. Lucy's dark black hand reached out, accompanied by a comforting voice. Everyone, please don't be sad. She began to explain. They sacrificed their lives for me, and at the same time, for the Supreme Lord. Even in death, they surely have no regrets. But in order to communicate with God more smoothly, my reincarnation must finally proceed. Currently, we are still missing a lot of materials. One person among them did not agree with Lucy's conditions. He raised his voice in retort. The high priest is the mouthpiece of God. She can even communicate directly with God. She is more important than any of us. But the materials high priest Lucy needs are too difficult to find. We have to accept the risks. Even if it's for God, we shouldn't throw our lives away. Surviving allows us to do more for God. Miaoling squeezed through the crowd, causing everyone to look at her with confusion. She spoke loudly. A bunch of cowards afraid of death. Her steps were full of charisma and decisiveness. Is this all your faith in God amounts to? Miaoling looked down at the crowd like a superior and spoke aggressively. How noble is the high priest? She only wants a few materials. For her. Even if we have to steal, rob, or die, isn't that only natural? Why do you still hesitate? Lucy was very satisfied with Miaoling's words. She reached out her hands and exclaimed happily, Oh my, what pure and devout faith this is. Hurry, hurry, come to me. Tell me about yourself. Miaoling was quite flustered at this moment. She answered hesitantly, My name is Xiaolingzi. Damn it. I forgot the damn name. Xiaolingzi. I'll just use the name my little brother gave me. Lucy spoke excitedly. What an interesting name. Why is your face wrapped in bandages? Are you injured? Miaoling answered decisively. That's right. I was disfigured by demons in the past. But I believe the Supreme Lord will sooner or later help me restore my appearance. My face. She exuded a gentle aura as she listened to Miaoling. She replied with satisfaction. Such devout faith. It's truly mesmerizing. There is only one regrettable thing. Your voice sounds very much like a lowly pig I once met. Hearing Lucy insult her, Miaoling was extremely annoyed. She was cursing silently in her head. You're the pig. Your whole family are pigs. Calm down. Calm down. Feathers were falling slowly. She held Miaoling's hand encouragingly. But clearly, She is not worthy of being compared to you. I will report everything about you to God. Your faith. Lucy's black wings spread out like a fan, enveloping both of them. It is completely worthy of moving the Supreme Lord. The people sitting below exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God! This is a miracle bestowed by the Master. Her faith has truly moved God. Lady Lucy, please forgive our previous rudeness. Even if we have to steal or rob, or even lose our lives, we will definitely help you collect the materials. Please be sure to tell God about our faith. Miao Ling looked up and felt her eyes twitching. She sneered inwardly. Miracle? My ass. Clearly, these are just flashy skills and props creating visual effects. These people must be mentally ill. So easy to fool. Lucy reached out her hand and said, Believe her, Xiaolingzi. I hope you will lead the new team to search for materials. Are you willing to take this on? Miao Ling replied reluctantly. Of course. My great high priest. Although she agreed verbally, she didn't want it in her heart. She narrowed her eyes and thought. Still playing the hand-kissing game, huh? Disgusting. Just wait. Wait until I bring you in here. I'll make you lick my feet. On the other side, Yunshin's footprints were imprinted deeply on the ground. He walked while reading a book. He used his finger to point in the direction he needed to go. Endless desert. Endless. This way. Yunshin stopped and said, It doesn't belong to any demon tribe. A danger zone. Two giant monsters were standing on a stone ledge looking down. This place is named so because there are countless monsters inside. He drew his sword, preparing for battle. Well then, let's enjoy this once more. His eyes narrowed. It's been a long time since I felt the thrill of hunting monsters. Yun Chun gripped the sword tightly in his hand and rushed forward like the wind. Fusion skill, swordsman speed, plus swordsman sky slash. He slashed a horizontal golden arc that looked magnificent. The roars of hundreds of monsters rushing towards him echoed. He calmly fought them one by one. A monster's hand swiped past his eyes. Yun Chun skillfully dodged it. He thought while fighting. The terrain here is open. The monsters are scattered. Killing them one by one takes a lot of time and effort, even though I brought enough supplies. A flying monster passed in front of his eyes. He quickly struck it with his hand and thought, but I don't know how long it will take to get out of this endless desert. Therefore, controlling consumption is very important. The number of monsters was increasing. They piled up on each other, forming a shield wall. First, injure them. Attract their attention. Now, the shield wall made of monsters is almost formed. Yun Chun began to calculate in his head. Flash. Then concentrate the attack. The monsters were now like a solid wall. Then destroy them neatly. He began to use a fusion skill. Mage, binding arm. Magic dispersion. A blue light flew out from his weapon. The blue wave bound the giant frog-like monster. Yun Chun jumped up, creating a sparkling green energy source. That energy flowed down onto the pile of monsters. The two energies mixed together, creating a beautiful flow. He looked towards them. He held a gun in his hand and sighed. Insect-type monsters. Sounds troublesome. Weapon equipped. Demon element. Terror. Form. Shotgun. Rapid-fire pistol. Yun Chun glanced to the right. At this moment, green slime kept flying towards him. Monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. He sat down in front of a monster corpse and said, Unlike in the dungeons, here, killing monsters doesn't drop equipment. Even if you want to get raw materials, you have to process the corpses. Fortunately, I still get experience points. It's not a fruitless battle. Yun Chun reached inside the monster's body to take something out. Besides, monsters here drop something that dungeon monsters don't have. A sparkling pink stone appeared. He looked at it and said, Magic crystal essence. Full of dark magic. It can be absorbed by demons to become stronger. Coins of a similar color were falling slowly. Magic coins can become a common currency in the dark world. Because they are made from magic crystals, it has value in itself. He looked to the left and spoke. Attributes plundered by the plundering hand won't exist permanently, but skills can be learned directly. And using demon skills requires consuming dark magic. A blue flame combined with demonic energy. Theoretically, as long as I have dark magic and learn the demon art skills, I can directly use the low-level skills of the jobless drifter. Yun Chun told himself, ignoring the limit of low-level skills for the jobless drifter. This behavior is like exploiting a bug, whether it can be done or not. I'll only know if I try. 3 months later, in a cave on a mountain, a strange dim purple light emitted from inside the cave. Yin-chun was sitting on a rock. He looked at the scenery below and spoke. Grinding monsters for 3 months. Reached level 67. Collected a lot of loot. He looked up and continued. This amount should be enough for me to try. Even if I fail, I can sell them for money. I won't come up empty-handed. Afterward, Yunchen looked towards the cave entrance and told himself, I've placed a large number of traps at the entrance. No need to worry about safety. He stepped inside the cave. Streams of purple light flew towards him one after another. Yunchen's voice rang out again. Everything is ready. Let's start. He started coughing. His body felt very painful and uncomfortable. Yunchen exclaimed, It hurts. He looked down at his hands and saw black cracks. Feeling something was wrong, he cried out, My body is collapsing. Why? His hands had gray patches that looked disgusting. Yunchen exclaimed in surprise, That's not right. This dark force wants to destroy my body first, and then reconstruct it. Heal. Heal. No matter how many times he called, it didn't work at all. He lamented helplessly. Now my body, from bones to muscles, blood vessels, flesh. Yin-chun was helpless in the face of his situation. Is completely transforming into a demon. Black aura surrounded him from behind. Slime secreted in all directions, forming a solid cocoon. He thought wearily. Powerful strength is constantly pouring out from within my body. Yin-chen's eyes were glazed over. Sweat kept pouring down. Is this the power of darkness? He was gradually losing his consciousness. A voice rang in his head. Teacher. Teacher. He recalled the conversation with Ching-chung. Yin-chen walked behind her and shouted. Teacher. If you say the fundamental difference between the dark world and our world is the higher concentration of magic in the air. His face was serious. If we humans live in the dark world and adapt, can we become as strong as the demons? Ching-chung held out a finger and answered, It's possible, but on the condition that you must adapt. This kind of adaptation isn't just surviving, but completely adapting like a demon. Even being able to use the unique dark magic of the dark world. A drop of water fell from the purple liquid. Ching-chung continued, Just like the saying, quantity leads to a change in quality. The extremely high magic concentration causes the magic in the dark world to mutate, forming a type of dark magic superior to ordinary magic. Demons have stolen our skills before. The result was that skills used with dark magic had significant effectiveness. Yunchen asked curiously, What about humans using demon skills? She answered, Impossible. Demon skills can only be used with dark magic. Ordinary magic won't work. Ching-chung began to explain in detail. On the other hand, they can use our skills, but we cannot use theirs. It's unfair, right? But that is the undeniable reality. Inferior things will forever be inferior to superior things. That is the rule. Yun-chun rubbed his chin and muttered, But I can use the Demon Lord talent and the Netherworld Flame. Those are demon things. She pointed at him and spoke. The Netherworld Flame is just a seed item. It only becomes your skill after absorption. As for the Demon Lord talent, it is bestowed by God. Only God can defy the rules. Change the rules. Even create new rules. Ching-chung spoke decisively. Only God. She walked up to Yin-chun. If you want to obtain the power of demons. She put her hand on his shoulder and said seriously. You can be like those dark believers. Be forcibly injected with dark magic. As long as you absorb enough, you will be able to completely transform into a demon. Ching-chung leaned close to his ear and whispered, But doing so means you will forever cease to be human. Next, she said a sentence that made everyone ponder. Do you want that? Back to reality. Yin-chun was speaking with great difficulty. Of course, those green slimes stabbed into his body like knives. No. He bowed his head and said weakly, This is just an experiment. I won't stop at nothing for power. And if humans cannot possess dark magic. Yun-chun clutched his head. His face showed tension. Then I refused to absorb it. He widened his eyes. Then looking at his hands, he was devastated. I can't stop it. He was in shock. His mouth kept crying out. Once this thing starts, there is no turning back. A blue flame radiated from Yun-chen's hand. Super self-healing. Even super self-healing is useless. It seems this is not a simple injury. The blue light became more intense. He stood still like a statue, looking up and thinking. It's more like I violated a certain rule. And that rule now wants to erase me. In that case, the resurrection cross might also be nullified. Cracks appeared on Yun Chen's face. He stammered. A familiar feeling. In a hospital room. Yun Chen was lying on a bed. Beside him was Yun Tang. Am I dying again? The heart rate monitor was beeping. With a gaunt face like a dying old man. Yun Tang beside him was crying and begging. Brother, don't close your eyes. You must keep your eyes open. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me alone. Before passing away, Yun Chen looked up at the ceiling and thought, I'm sorry, Yun Tang. I want to live too. But I can feel my consciousness gradually fading. His eyes slowly closed. I can't stop it. Not even a little bit. Facing death. I can't do anything. Suddenly, another scene appeared. Yun Chen floated on the water surface. Consciousness fading. He still couldn't stop it at all. It's this feeling of helplessness again. Just like back then. Is it going to end like this? He woke up and surfaced powerfully. No, not this time. I've died once already. Death is no stranger to me. There must be a way to survive. Yun Chen propped his hands on the ground and looked down. Even with the naked eye, one can see. There aren't many differences between human and demon bodies. If we talk about the biggest difference, it's just that the demon body can fully adapt to dark magic. Dark magic is ultimately just a type of power. Under the water, he saw the image of Wu Ji appear. It just needs a suitable container. Like a demon body. If that's the case, what if I use a fake body transformed by a skill to trick it? Yun Chen didn't say much and pulled that person to the surface. Perhaps, it can be considered a container. Inside the cocoon, a heavy voice emitted. Come here. Come here. He regained consciousness and shouted. I won't resist anymore. If you want to enter, then enter. Those slimes rushed towards him like a tornado. Yun Chen shouted. Merge into my darkness. Merge into my skill. I accept it all. His shout broke the silence. The cocoon cracked. Stones from above cracked. They fell slowly. He opened his black wings. Looking at his hands, he exclaimed calmly. It seems to have succeeded. Bloodline. Dark Knight S+. Transformed by fusing dark magic. In the bloodline state, attributes and skill effects are enhanced. The body completely transforms into a demon. Can use both dark magic and ordinary magic. Yun Chen raised his voice. The body, originally a skill of the Dark Knight Empress, absorbed by me through the demon god seed. It is not only an orthodox magic skill, but also protects the body. Linked to the body and capable of evolution. He pretended that the body under the Dark Knight state was his true body, tricking the limiting power of darkness, making it only modify the body after he transformed. Thus, what it modified wasn't Yun Chen, just the form of the skill. Once the skill is deactivated, he will return to his human state. Of course, he won't be able to use dark magic anymore. Yun Chen looked at his hand, heart full of gratitude, to be able to do this. I have to thank Dark Knight from the 72 Demon Pillars. Truly a powerful skill. Furthermore, it hasn't finished evolving yet. It has potential, but I can't transform it into another form. Any missing condition? I know I was dominated by the heavenly force of the rules. Yun Chen looked up, as if realizing something. Now, my actions can be considered cheating the rules. But the one who set these rules seems to have not discovered it yet. Before he finished his sentence, a noise suddenly came. He quickly glanced over. A black beast with yellow eyes rushed in. It looked very ferocious. Following, it was an army of monsters flooding in. Yun Chen immediately guessed. It seems they were attracted by the commotion when I absorbed the dark magic. Seeing this, he smiled smugly. Very good. I'll use you guys to test my new power. Saying that, Yun Chen widened his eyes. A gloomy stream of dark power radiated out. When the monsters sensed the dark aura, they suddenly froze. He looked pleased. My vision has also changed completely. Standing before the immobile monsters, Yun Chen spoke. It seems the key to evolving the Dark Knight Empress's talent skill is dark magic. Night Vision S+. After casting the skill, everything in the user's vision can be frozen until the dark magic runs out or the user actively cancels it. Note, the more targets chosen to freeze, the farther the distance, the greater the dark magic consumption. Note, When the target's attributes are higher than the user's, the rate of dark magic consumption doubles. Yinshin pulled out his staff, excitedly said, "Let's try using dark magic with other skills. Druid's beginner skill, Vine Entanglement." As soon as he finished speaking, purple tentacles full of sharp thorns grew rapidly. They wrapped tightly around the frozen monsters. He commented, "Not bad. The tentacles that were originally normal have now grown thorns, retaining the original effect while increasing damage capability." Yunshin held up his scepter, shooting blue flames to burn them all. The monsters exploded within the flames. Yunshin continued, "The fireball also has additional explosion and splash effects. Power increased by a level." He added, "Besides, the skill that surprises me the most is none other than clone." He was happy. "I can clone one more time." Yunshin held out both hands, summoning a water clone and a fire clone. He wondered, what if I use fusion techniques? Fire clone together with water clone. Can clone one more time. What if I use fusion techniques? Fusion technique. Dark swordsman, fire enchant, and assassin, clone dash fire demon. Inherits 65% of the main body's attributes. Masters all assassin skills of the main body. Attacks deal fire attribute damage. Fusion technique. Taoist, thunder summon, and assassin, clone dash thunder demon. Inherits 65% of the main body's attributes. Masters all assassin skills of the main body. Attacks deal lightning attribute damage. Yunshin and his two clones stepped closer to the monsters. He commanded, "Quickly." The two clones rushed forward, working together to blow them away. 3 months later, Yunshin muttered while walking, "Worthy of being called the Endless Desert." It took a total of 7.5 months to reach the end. His bags were full of monster parts. Of course, it's also because I killed all the monsters on the way. If I just walked, it wouldn't have taken that long. Luckily, the harvest is quite rich. Just the spatial bag alone is almost filled with monster corpses. Yunshin continued, "My level has also increased a lot. In terms of attribute stats alone, I'm not inferior to most level 3 reincarnated hidden players. After all, the accumulation of magic crystal essence and daily quests gave me significant attribute stats." Yunshin, human, level 67. Basic attributes, without equipment bonuses. Strength, 913. Health, 913. Agility, 911. Intelligence, 911. Endurance, 911. Main weapon, strange. Platinum array breaker. Secondary weapon, strange. Diamond 3-star soul shocker. Special weapon, legendary plundering hand. Innate skills, all-rounder, A+. Fusion technique, A. Demon body, S. Night vision, S+. Super self-healing, S. Invincible, S+. Sure hit, S+. Gloomy fire. Casting speed, A-. Double cast, A-. Special skills, flash, S-. Staffless casting, A-. Common skills. In the world, there are still many other powerful people. Yunshin pondered. Even so, to compare with level 4 reincarnated god-level players, there is still a big gap. After all, the deeper you go, the more absurd the experience required to level up becomes. For ordinary reincarnated players, the rewards are greater, and level 4 players have many ways to obtain items that boost attribute stats. As for demon lords, it goes without saying. Yunshin thought while walking. Becoming one of the 72 demons is just the first step. There are greater dangers to deal with. I must become stronger. He stopped. In front of him was a desolate and remote place. Second area. Lost Swamp. Arrived. Yunshin opened the system. Speaking. New quest activated. Extermination quest. Detected host meets conditions. New quest issued. Quest content. Destroy the shell of illusory destruction. Failure penalty, none. Reward, blank weapon blueprint. Yunshin raised his hand, wondering, shell of illusory destruction? What is that? This place doesn't look like it has monsters. Moreover, this place is filled with poisonous gas, although odorless. It feels very eerie. The swamp isn't poisonous either, although it has certain corrosive properties, but not strong. It would take at least half a year to corrode my skin. He stomped on the ground to check if it was safe. Then he pulled out a talisman, saying, "But ultimately, it's not something good. Let's try to dispel it. Fusion technique, Paladin. Purification plus Taoist. Exorcism talisman. Great filth cleansing talisman. Yinshin stood there for a while. The talisman still had no effect. He looked disappointed. No effect? Either the environment here is harmless, or this place has become so bad that I can't dispel it. But currently, I'm still missing 2 S-rank materials. It would be a pity to turn back now. Suddenly, beasts approached. Yinshin was surprised. It seems this place isn't devoid of living creatures, but they seem to have no intention of fighting me. Suddenly, he tensed up, as if realizing something. Yinshin looked down. His hand was covered in purple slime. So that's it. From the moment I stepped into this place, I was already hit. He felt dizzy. Surrounding him now were monsters. They were rushing to grab him. One had caught Yinshin. Just as it was about to open its mouth to swallow him, a black shadow rushed out to attack the monster. Yinshin was still in a coma. Behind him, the black shadow stood guard, protecting him from the monsters. In his dream was the image of Yun Tang pushing a wheelchair. On it was Yinshin. He groggily opened his eyes and whispered, "Warm sunlight. Weak body. Is this me?" Suddenly, she put one hand on her hip and pointed the other straight at him, shouting angrily, "Today is a good day for you to be discharged. Why are you suddenly talking nonsense?" He widened his eyes in surprise. "Yun Tang? Discharged? Has my body completely recovered?" She replied happily, "Of course. Finally, I can rest assured and go back to school to continue my university studies." Then she clenched her fist with determination, winked, and laughed. "But don't worry. I will work part-time in my free time. I can definitely take good care of you. Don't worry about money. Colleagues in the shop even call me the working fairy." Yinshin frowned slightly upon hearing this. What the hell is a working fairy? Then he propped himself up and spoke. "No matter what." He looked up at the sky and smiled. "I won't let you shoulder everything." Yinshin seemed to regain hope and affirmed, "It's time to get to work like before." Scene changed to a room. Yinshin was sitting in front of a computer screen. He moved the mouse to the character creation section, clicked, and shouted, "It's him." Yinshin continuously clicked on the appearing links. Immediately after were a series of articles about him. The genius Yinshin, once unrivaled, has finally recovered and returned. The top-tier player in mechanics, and also extremely good at game sense, has returned. He created a completely new character. Unexpectedly, his choice this time is the free-spirited, jobless drifter. Can he continue his glorious history? At the same time, Yinshin's character appeared and rushed straight at the monsters. With just one sword strike, he successfully defeated them all. A voice rang out. "Congratulations, Yinshin. Cleared. Has a chance to win the championship of this dungeon clearing competition. Also enough to break the time record." The narrator continued. "Cleared. Cleared. Genius player Yinshin passed all stages. Killed all bosses. Successfully won the championship of this national online competition. Congratulations to player Yinshin representing the Huaxia competition zone. Winning the championship of this national competition. Do you have anything to say?" Yinshin quickly grabbed the mic and looked straight ahead to answer. Gold cup in hand. Everyone submits immediately. Scene changed to the school. Yun Tang ran over, hugged his neck, and burst into tears. "I finally graduated. I will work hard from now on. Now let me support you." And then she took him to a restaurant. Yun Tang laughed while picking up meat. "This restaurant sells good food, right? I got my salary today. Let me treat you to this meal." In the following days, Yun Tang always returned home looking dejected. "Hateful. I'm so angry today. The boss made me work overtime again, but refused to give me extra money." Followed by a series of happy moments of the two siblings. Yun Tang popped a party popper for his birthday, smiling brightly. "Brother." Next, she pointed towards the sea and spoke excitedly. "Brother." Then Yun Tang stood in front of the camera, closed her eyes, and spoke. "Brother." In the park, the two walked together. Suddenly, she glanced at Yinshin and smiled. "Brother, lately, I feel like you have something on your mind." Suddenly spacing out. "Could it be you want to find me a sister-in-law? Then I have to help." Hearing this, he looked up at the sky and hesitated. "Something on my mind?" Then Yinshin began to express his feelings. "After all, the world is so beautiful. It really makes me reluctant to leave." He continued. "But sooner or later, it has to end. I should go back too." They faced each other, the atmosphere suddenly falling silent. Yin Tang kept the smile on her lips. Oh my. So you knew I was fake all along. Everything is fake. Yunshin looked at her and smiled gently. No matter how beautiful an illusion is, it's ultimately just an illusion. Not enough to make me lose my way. Even so, I wanted to be lazy. After all, such a life is truly my long-held dream. Suddenly, she rushed over to hug him and said with a pleading voice, "Don't go, okay?" He gently patted her head and replied, "I can't. There is still a little sister waiting for me. By the way, there are quite a few things that need to be resolved." And then Yunshin continued, "Regardless of whether reality is sad, happy, boring, or whatever, ultimately, one must face it. Staying here is simply running away. Back to the battle." He just escaped from the flashback and was a little startled. Yunshin looked ahead and thought, "Before entering this place, I hid the shadow demon in my shadow. Otherwise, I wouldn't have casually stayed in the illusion." It also successfully completed its mission. Suddenly a voice spoke up. "Awake?" He was startled and turned his head. "President, didn't you want to infiltrate the inner circle of the Descent organization? Why did you come here?" Miao Ling heard his question, pointed at the crowd, and spoke. "Helping the leader collect materials. Followed a few believers here. But it seems they don't want to leave now. On the other side, they constantly uttered superstitious words. Finally met the master. This is the paradise the master bestowed upon us. I want to stay here forever to serve the master." She brushed the slime off her shoulder and continued. "According to my observation, after the mist here accumulates on the body to a certain level, it will condense into a slime. This slime can not only make people fall into illusions, but also paralyzes pain nerves and the five senses. Even if you cut off their limbs, you can't wake them up. People with weak will or high desires are very easily led astray." Miao Ling didn't stop. "So this place is also a famous suicide holy land in the dark world. Many who have lost hope in life will actively come here, just wanting to die in a beautiful illusion. Not just demons, but also quite a few demon beasts that stray here will become confused. I guess the world in their illusion is a place with endless meat to eat." Then she bent down, looked at Yunshin, and spoke. "By the way, what's with your face? You look more like a demon than before. At first, I didn't dare to recognize you. Thought I was seeing things." And then he transformed back to his normal form and smiled at her. "Because of absorbing dark magic. This skill mutated, so my appearance became like that. Fortunately, I was lucky. I can still keep my human identity." Miao Ling widened her eyes, smiled, and exclaimed, "Absorbing dark magic?" The military spent a lot of effort researching this aspect in the past. The result was still failure. I didn't expect a junior to succeed. If your method is popularized, it will definitely be a huge improvement to the combat power of the entire human world. Immediately, he explained. "First, you must have the 72 Demon Lord talents. Besides, that talent must be capable of evolution. Also, there must be enough magic crystal essence. Otherwise, you will only turn into a demon kin. No different from dark believers." Yunshin added helplessly. "Also, even if the above conditions are met, I still almost lost my life. So don't popularize it, okay?" Hearing this, Miao Ling frowned slightly. "It seems this method can only be used by you." Suddenly, he looked at her and asked, "All right, how is your side progressing?" Miao Ling turned away dejectedly. "For the past half year, I relied on schemes to rob resources and became a cult leader. Considered a small leader, but still inferior to our acquaintance Lucy. She is a high priest, served by a bunch of believers every day. Extremely comfortable." Yunshin frowned slightly, put his hand on his chin, and thought. At the same time, he spoke. "Lucy? So that's it. No wonder she easily lost in the competition. I thought she was reckless. Now it seems everything was carefully planned." Miao Ling sighed and spoke. "Who says it isn't? Moreover, the Descent organization here has a deep relationship with the Holy Empire." Then she glanced at Yunshin and continued. "According to my investigation, most humans in the organization were brought back by the Holy Empire when they were infants, adapted to life in the dark world from a young age, plus being brainwashed, calling themselves sacred believers. The professional systematic doctrines used also come from the Holy Empire." She didn't stop. In their eyes, whether human or demon, As long as they are not in the church, they are heretics. Need to be eliminated. He immediately asked a question. Dark believers worship demons, desiring the descent of demons. If they are also called the Descent Organization, then it means they want something to descend. Miao Ling frowned and said in a low voice. Suddenly, above the two of them were images of black crows flying constantly. Yunshin spoke in confusion. Next, he said, as far as I know, whether it's the dark world or the human world, apart from sacrifices, God does not interfere in anything. Yet they want God to descend? Are you sure about that? Miao Ling tilted her head looking at him and replied, not sure. After all, we don't understand much about God, at least with the current situation. Although Lucy claims to be able to communicate with God, most of it is her trickery. She frowned and continued, let's not talk about this anymore. Junior brother, did you come here because you saw that treasure map? Wanting to go to the Vima Purgatory? Yunshin was surprised and pointed at Miao Ling asking, could it be senior sister too? She heard and replied, only a fool would go. I came just to do a mission. I won't even enter the next Void City. He was silent at Miao Ling's words. Because it's too dangerous inside. She didn't stop there. After all, it's the ruins of the entire Tyrant Flame Demon clan. Enough to make the 72 demon pillars red-eyed with envy. Miao Ling's knowledge gradually surfaced. She continued to recount. There were countless demons aiming for that place. But they all failed. Even if they tried their best, they couldn't even see the shadow of the Vima Purgatory. Miao Ling's feelings could be seen through those words. It was all because of a city blocking their way. No one knows what's in that city. But as long as you step inside, no demon can walk out. Even a demon lord would face the same fate. Stepping in there means turning into nothingness. Cannot exist anymore. So that place is called Void City. Next, Miao Ling reached out her hand and spoke. Junior brother, listen to a piece of advice from senior sister. Let this journey end here. Go back to the stronghold. I will think of a way regarding the S-rank material. After all, I am a cult leader now. I have some power in my hands. Secret operations shouldn't make it impossible to get it. Yunshin immediately interrupted. No, too dangerous. You are in the enemy camp now. If discovered, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the Descent Organization alive. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. Before, the president was willing to die to protect me. If I agree, I'm afraid she won't care about her own safety. Yunshin stood up and continued. I will think of a way for the S material myself. Just trust me. I have a complete plan. At the same time, he continued his train of thought. I must obtain the position of the 72 demon pillars. I must complete the defensive equipment. He walked away, leaving Miao Ling behind. He waved his hand as he walked. Now there is less than half a year left until the battle with the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Time is very urgent. We bid farewell here. Yunshin looked down at the dry bones on the ground. He frowned and spoke. There are no living things here anymore. I haven't seen the blood shell mentioned in the mission either. He looked around and said to himself, I don't know if it's my illusion or not. These demons and demon beasts. Instead of saying they were corroded and rotted, it would be more accurate to say they look like they were digested and absorbed. Yunshin approached quickly and concluded. It seems. He stood in front of a city with countless gloomy airs. I have arrived. The next location. He looked up at the gloomy castle and spoke. Is this Void City? From the inside, I can't sense any breath of life. It's also very quiet. Yunshin immediately lowered his voice. Like a dead city. But he wasn't afraid because of that. He confidently stepped inside the city. At least I have life-saving skills. If I encounter danger, I'll just activate Invincible. Then use Flash to escape. No matter what's inside, there will be a way to deal with it. Suddenly Yunshin stepped on some secret barrier. His foot accidentally triggered a blinding light. It seemed to want to swallow him and then gradually disappeared. Like teleporting to another dimension, causing him to lose all consciousness. Immediately, Yunshin started and opened his eyes wide. His mouth kept gasping for air. Only then did he realize he was in a strange place. He frowned, gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and said, It hurts. What happened? At the same time, he thought to himself, I clearly remember entering Void City. Where am I now? He kept wondering in his head. Also, what's with the injuries on my body? What exactly happened? When I entered Void City, from afar, Someone's figure appeared. Suddenly a voice spoke up. "You're awake?" Yinshin looked up and wondered. "You are." At the same time, he thought, "What's going on? This little girl is a demon kin, but I can't tell which tribe she's from. Moreover, I clearly have a human appearance now, yet she doesn't have any hostility towards me." After seeing Yinshin wake up, little Nana turned away and shouted an announcement. "Great! Great! The outsider with the unclear face has woken up. Everyone, come and see. Our efforts were not in vain." He really woke up. They heard the announcement and came running like watching a good show. A demon in Void City heard this and smiled. "I told you, that herb is extremely effective." The demon beside him rubbed her head and replied, "Don't be smug. Clearly, that faceless guy has good health. Uncle Rita ate your herb and died instantly. It's my first time seeing an outsider. It's great that he didn't die." Then she ran to him and asked happily, "What's your name? Where do you come from?" Yunshin staggered up, hesitating. Suddenly little Nana looked at him and spoke. "I don't know why. Even up close, I can't see your face clearly. It's just blurry. Like there's nothing there." Then she offered a suggestion. "How about we just call you Void?" "Void." A demon heard the name she gave a thumbs up, and laughed. "Void. This name is pretty good. Extremely fitting. Seems like little Nana is very good at naming." Then she ran over, held Yunshin's hand, and spoke. "I discovered you first, so let me take care of you. Let's go. Follow me home." He heard that and stared slightly. "Home." Next, Yunshin began his internal monologue. "Just like that, I was led home by little Nana. Living in this village." He told more about the story of this village. Then Yunshin understood that the ancestors of these demons all came from a place covered by the flames of war. To avoid the war, they took refuge here, isolated from the outside world for hundreds of years. No disputes. No killing each other either. Like a paradise. But Yunshin kept wondering in his head. "I also don't know why. They can't see my face clearly. My voice. They can only hear buzzing. Not clear. My body is also blurry. They can't guess my age or gender. This makes them feel very illusory. Like I don't exist. That's why they feel the name Void fits very well." Yunshin continued his train of thought. "Fortunately, they don't discriminate. Extremely friendly. Accepted me. Living with them makes me feel comfortable and satisfied. Staying here forever might not be a bad choice." Outside the thatched house, Yunshin sat there relaxed and spoke. "This is what you call life. Strange, but interesting. Full of infinite possibilities. Those people really created some very cool things. I am truly convinced." Suddenly he put his hand on his head, grimaced, and exclaimed, "It's that uncomfortable feeling again." At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. "In the 3 months since I came here, I occasionally say strange things. Even I don't understand them myself, even though they are words I have never thought of." At the same time, little Nana walked out with something in her hand. She spoke. "Void. As promised yesterday, I'm here to teach you how to write. Let's start with the most important one." Then little Nana held out a stone in front of Yunshin and said, "Look, this is your name. Void." Suddenly, the demons in Void City hurriedly walked and spoke. It appeared again. "We have to go over there quickly. Hurry. Hurry up. Don't let that person die." Yunshin found it strange, so he immediately looked at them and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" A demon turned back to look at him and replied, "We discovered another injured outsider. This outsider is different from you. We can see their face clearly. They even look very much like us. There's a new person in the village again." Next, little Nana looked at Yunshin and spoke happily. Actually, the first time an outsider appeared, everyone was very afraid, worried about encountering bad people. Unexpectedly, Void is both cute and kind. This outsider is definitely just like Void. So everyone isn't afraid at all, even very welcoming. He heard that and frowned slightly, replying to her, "This way of thinking is very dangerous." At the same time, several demons of the Tyrant Flame clan lay miserably on the ground, groaning constantly. "It hurts." The Tyrant demon held his head and screamed, "Damn it! The cliff of illusory destruction is much more dangerous than I imagined. Haven't found the treasure yet, but got injured all over. I should have listened to father's advice from the start." The others started to complain to him. "Young master, the clan leader has warned countless times. Absolutely do not enter the cliff of illusory destruction in the Lost Swamp. But you insisted on exploring. This is great. Even we are implicated. He was angry to the point of embarrassment and dropped a dark red gem. This trivial matter. Don't forget my identity. At worst, I'll crush this sensing quartz. As long as my father shows up, it will be hard for us to die. And looked thoughtful when speaking. No need to worry about not having enough time. Next, the tyrant demon remembered the positions on the map. After all, our tyrant flame demon clan's territory relies on the cliff of illusory destruction. And the lost swamp is connected to the cliff of illusory destruction. With my father's full speed, it would only take a few seconds to get here. But the others looked around anxiously. However, clearly, we were at the border of the lost swamp and the cliff of illusory destruction. Yet suddenly fell down here. Where is this place we fell into? It's my first time seeing it too. Suddenly a group of people approached. The rustling noise immediately attracted the tyrant demon's attention. The native demon villagers rejoiced. Saw them. The outsiders are here. Everyone, come over here quickly. On the contrary, the tyrant demon's subordinates clicked their tongues secretly. So unlucky. Meeting demons of other tribes at this hour. Although we can't tell which tribe. But luckily they look very weak. Take the opportunity before they return to the tribe to report. Let's strike first. But just as they were about to strike, someone raised a hand to stop them. It was Tyrant Flame raising his eyebrows and ordering, "Don't attack." They don't seem to have any intention of fighting. His group was immediately suspicious. Normally, the young master has the strongest killing intent. Why did his personality suddenly change? Unaware that they were being cursed by him silently. A bunch of idiots who know nothing. Purple pupils. He observed the native villagers. Ancient dark markings. These people are clearly the pure-blooded ancient race recorded in ancient books. So he pretended to cry for help. Help! Help! My injuries are so severe I'm about to die. Is there no one kind enough to help me? In his heart, he plotted maliciously. The pure-blooded ancient race went extinct 1,000 years ago. These demons are truly living fossils. Whether selling them as slaves or using them for research, they are extremely valuable. Finally, the tyrant demons group was brought back to the village by the native demons. Everyone, come and see. More outsiders have arrived. Their injuries are too serious. Bring all the herbs over here. Hurry and help treat them. The tyrant demon was delighted when he saw clearly. Pure-blooded ancient race everywhere. We hit the jackpot. Scanning each person before his eyes. If we capture them and breed them to produce more, then money will flow in like water. Yunshin silently watched the tyrant demon group. When he saw little Nana step forward, "I want to help too." He immediately stopped her. Lines of analysis flashed through his mind. Long-term peace has made these demons forget the cruelty of the outside world. Their strength has weakened over generations. They simply don't realize. The existence of outsiders is very likely to lead to a catastrophic disaster. Little Nana looked at him suspiciously. "Void. Why won't you let me go?" Yunshin hesitated again. "This," he cried out in his heart. "Damn it. I can't speak. No matter how hard I try, my lips can't produce sound. This situation hasn't happened just once." His whole body just froze. Just like some situations in the outside world. And a few words enough to change their minds. I can't say them out loud. Clearly, I'm there too. But it's like I'm just a spectator. Can only watch helplessly as the situation progresses. And I can't change anything. Next, Yunshin couldn't suppress his depression. Under such circumstances, I can basically guess what will happen next. And then time gradually passed. After a week of healing in the village, the injuries of the Tyrant Flame Demon Clan demons gradually recovered, leaving under the happy farewell of the entire demon village. One day, it was a refreshing early morning. Yunshan went up the mountain to chop wood as usual, because he wanted to contribute a little to everyone. However, when Yunshan returned to the village, everything had changed. He froze at the scene before him, because waiting for him was a horrific scene of destruction. Flames raged violently with corpses scattered everywhere. That tyrant demon was holding little Nana by the neck, laughing maniacally. "This is the result of resisting me. If you refuse to be livestock, then die all of you." She could only cry out weakly. "Void. Outsider." Finally strangled to death. Cruelly right in front of Yunshan. His eyes glared in anger. Body strength exploded. As he roared, "Damn it! Damn it!" In just a breath, He rushed right behind the tyrant demon's subordinates. Clearly all our lives. Why are you so cruel? An angry arm swung and destroyed two of them. Then he screamed and declared, "Die all of you." A punch landed, sending rocks flying everywhere. Yunshin approached the tyrant demon, who was stammering. You. He still fearlessly raised his voice to threaten. "You faceless bastard. Do you know my father is the clan leader of the tyrant flame demons? Dare to lay a hand on me, and you will die miserably." But in an instant, he turned into a pool of fresh blood. He provoked disdainfully. "Then tell him. Come here." From the air, a light flashed. The tyrant flame demon clan leader really fell from the sky. He brought his face close and growled. "Who the hell are you? Why can't I see your face clearly? How dare you kill my son?" And received a scornful answer from Yunshin. "I just simply wanted to kill." Then the scene disappeared. Only Yunshin was left sitting there alone. His whole body returned to its normal state. "Looks like it's over." Long hair covered his expression. No matter how realistic the experience was, ultimately, it was just an illusion. Even the illusion with Yun Tang I could reject. Just relying on this thing can't affect me at all. Walking step by step in the ruins. But the scenery around here is very familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere. Suddenly Yun Chun accidentally stepped on a small stone slab. So he frowned as he lifted it up. It's the stone slab little Nana used to teach me to write my name. He turned his head to look at the whole scene. Could it be that everything was not an illusion, but actually happened? Yunshin looked at the desolate scene covered by smoke and fire in front of him and muttered, "Familiar village. Familiar place. Identical stone slab. The only difference is, this place has crumbled into ruins." He seemed to realize something. It seems, everything before was the truth. It happened. Not a simple illusion. It didn't appear to target me, but it's like I accidentally intervened. Realizing the truth made Yunshin sad. From the beginning until now, I was just a spectator. Didn't participate in anything. Couldn't change anything either. Continuing towards the volcano in the distance. Baha once said, "The tyrant flame demon clan existed a long time ago." The actual time that illusion happened must have been quite long ago. Holding his chin in thought again. After the tyrant flame demons were destroyed, the environment here should have gradually recovered to its original state. Why is it so dilapidated? Suddenly, the volcano exploded, making him suddenly cry out. Volcano. The volcano is boiling as if going crazy. Lava with extremely high and dangerous temperatures shot out from the volcano. Yunshin moved while dodging the incoming lava. It shot out continuously, forcing Yunshin to retreat to a safe place. After standing stable, he suddenly stared in astonishment in one direction. Monsters born from the crater were running around screaming. Hungry. So hungry. And then they discovered him and rushed over. So hungry. The relentless attacks from them confused Yunshin. Dead matter gathering into living things? He began to take out his weapon and point it straight at them. Whatever the hell you are. Piercing through is enough. The tip of the sharp weapon pierced the monster's head but didn't budge, making Yunshin shout in disbelief. Too hard. Suddenly, another monster sneak attacked him. At this moment, Yunshin could only raise his weapon to block. Its punch was so strong that it melted Yunshin's weapon. What the? The lava monster continued to strike powerfully, knocking him far away. Yunshin's weapon was corroded, making him look extremely miserable. Clearly looks ordinary, nothing special. Unexpectedly, it has such power. Even a ray breaker can't handle it. Can't stubbornly confront them. Before he could think of a countermeasure, the monster launched a molten lava attack at him. While Yunshin used force to jump up to dodge this move, the lava poured down where he just stood. The monsters gathered and started launching lava at Yunshin. Can't stand still and take the hits. He began to counterattack. Flash. After the move was launched, Yunshin landed safely. But it seemed ineffective as the lava continued to rush forward, surprising him. Blocked all the moves? Just as he finished speaking, it slammed straight into him, forcing him to defend. After taking that hit fully, Yunshin fell into a difficult situation. These monsters look very stupid. But unexpectedly, they can predict my landing spot. Their judgment ability is too strong. Suddenly a figure flew down. Void appeared from above, observing Yunshin. It seems. It was this brat who intruded into my memory zone. No wonder it wasn't destroyed. Turns out it's a human? continuing to cross his arms and evaluate. So what if it's a human? Dealing with the power of some scattered remnants is already this messy. Not qualified to explore the abyss. Hope he realizes it. Don't throw his life away in vain. Yinshin looked at the burn mark. I have absorbed the netherworld flame. Extremely high fire resistance. Enough to be immune to most fire attribute moves. But I still got burned. This fire is very formidable. At least on the same level as the netherworld flame. The mindless monsters kept launching lava at Yinshin. And he began to combine mage skill, water curtain, and shaman skill, cold air. I haven't unleashed my true power yet, so you think you're tough? Lava and ice collided with a shout. Ice soul waterfall. Not stopping there. Yinshin continued to cast the next move, multicasting. Combining mage skill, falling thunder, and shaman skill, hurricane. Thunder rumbled. In the sky, bolts of lightning struck straight down combined with tornadoes, causing the monsters to shatter into pieces. Void stroked his chin, studying. This skill? So that's it. Letting me see the existence of such an interesting skill. Not bad. Quite unique. Laughing heartily, as if discovering something interesting. If that's the case, meeting you once isn't impossible. The condition is that you can see the rules there. Suddenly Yinshin turned back to look where Void had just disappeared. Looking up at the high sky, thinking, was it an illusion? Probably not. Whatever. Not thinking about those things anymore. Back to the current situation. He began to analyze. The strength of these monsters definitely reaches level 3. But no magic crystals dropped after killing them. It seems they don't belong to the demon beast species. At this time, Yinshin looked curiously towards the erupting volcano. Even spewing lava can turn into powerful monsters. There must be some formidable existence inside that volcano. I'll go over there and check. Everywhere was full of monsters with ear-piercing cries. Hungry. So hungry. Yinshin currently used the beginner assassin skill Stealth. The closer I get, the greater the number. Although their intuition is very strong. They look too stupid. As long as I don't enter combat state, relying on stealth is enough to cope. Stopping at the top of the volcano, Yinshin suddenly discovered something strange. Sure enough, there is something inside. The distance is too far so I can't see clearly. So he used the beginner hunter skill, Eagle Eye. That is, Yinshin clearly saw the Tyrant Flame clan leader being tied up, so he exclaimed. The clan leader of the Tyrant Flame Demon clan. Scene changed to Jiangnan University. Everyone was preparing for the ceremony, but for some reason, the atmosphere seemed strangely serious. Qingling turned around and wondered. Isn't today the opening ceremony for the last semester of us sophomores? Why are juniors participating? Feicheng immediately replied. Not sure. Probably something big to announce. He sensed something was about to happen. Look. The people standing behind Principal Yi are all wearing military uniforms. Probably from the military. They fight on the front lines all year round. Unexpectedly, they have time to come to the university. I'm afraid it's nothing good. Hearing this, Qingling complained. I feel like ever since Brother Yun had his accident, our days have suddenly become miserable. The number of courses has increased a lot. Even outside of class time, we have to do combat drills. Feicheng was startled and quickly stopped her. Don't mention Brother Yun. He looked at Nico standing behind and warned. You know it too. After Brother Yun had the accident, Nico's personality changed 180 degrees. Wearing that cold face all day long. If she hears you, she'll go crazy. Just then, Principal and Fu spoke up. Silence. Summoning everyone to gather here is because there is something to announce. Surely some students have detected the abnormality. His face became unwell. In the past year, the number of combat subjects has increased significantly. Dangerous dungeons that were originally banned for students have now all been opened. This led to casualties not only among students, but also among some instructors. The reason for such a situation is because he dragged out his voice, then suddenly spoke quickly. From today onwards, all sophomore students, juniors and instructors will go directly to the front lines to participate in combat. All dangerous subjects and combat drills are to make it easier for everyone to survive on the battlefield. The students immediately panicked in fear. What? In previous years, only seniors went to the battlefield. I didn't expect the scope to expand to sophomores so soon. It seems the situation on the front lines is much worse than we thought. We're doomed. We're doomed. I heard that even seniors suffered heavy casualties after going to the battlefield. Aren't we just going there to throw our lives away? Ignoring everyone's commotion, he ordered the next step. Next, the soldiers in the army will base on rank and profession to assign everyone to suitable war zones. Hope everyone cooperates. This matter concerns everyone's life and death. The soldiers also quickly received orders and got ready. At her office, Ching Chung was having a visit from soldiers on the front lines. Tian he bowed 90 degrees and shouted, "General, please return to the army. The situation on the front lines is very bad. We need your strength." They pleaded, but she couldn't help but be annoyed. Is it because of the Holy Empire? I said it from the beginning. If we don't execute that bunch, sooner or later they will become a hidden disaster. He explained with difficulty. What you say sounds simple, but the Holy Empire and our Xianlong nation both belong to the 5 great nations. We are the combat force against the Dark World. If we really strike, both sides will suffer, even if we can use the lowest cost to kill their high-ranking officials. The remaining 4 countries are not enough to fight the demons. Moreover, we have no direct evidence that they have surrendered to the Dark World. She coldly refuted. It's because there are too many people who think like you, that they dare to be unscrupulous. Even after letting countless new geniuses die in the competition, they just casually apologized and considered the matter closed. Isn't that why the new students representing the future have decreased? Tian he sighed. If the front line is breached now, can we still talk about the future? Ching Chung sneered. You guys compromise time and time again. Doesn't mean the Holy Empire will give their all on the front lines, right? What she said depressed him. It is indeed so, but what other way is there? Quite a few high-ranking national officials realize that the Holy Empire is already a malignant tumor. But we can only let them develop. After all, once forcibly destroyed, perhaps the front line will collapse immediately. What humans will face is only extinction. His face suddenly became tense. But now, the thing having the biggest impact on the front line is not them. It's the devouring demons. Tian He's anxiety grew as he faced them. Until now, we could hold back the demons on the front line. The main reason was that they found it difficult to adapt to our world. Their combat power was also significantly weakened. However, now the devouring lord of the second pillar doesn't know what method he used to make the demons of the devouring demon clan quickly adapt by devouring humans. So the pressure on the front line has doubled. However, regarding his worry, Ching Chung remained indifferent. So that's it. Then it is indeed a big trouble. But unfortunately, for now, it's not yet time for me to join the fight. Perhaps due to too much pressure, he lost control and cursed loudly. Years ago, after you were repelled in the Dark World, you suddenly announced your retirement, saying you wanted to wait for an opportunity. But until now, you have waited for 3 years. Is it still not enough? But Ching Chung still refused without giving face. Not enough. Probably need to wait another year or 2. Tian he repeated the problem. But it's not certain the front line can hold out that long. Luckily, she also tried to reassure him a bit. Don't worry. Back then, I left a trump card in the Dark World. Looks like now is the time to use it. With no other way, Tian he had to accept. Fine. Hope everything goes according to your will. If you can't fight, then at least let those 2 demon maids join the battle. They are also quite useful. Unfortunately, he was a step too late as she informed him. Sorry, they were sent out by me long ago. Her 2 maids are currently on a mission in the Dark World. Little Yu and Little Jing were tired. Hey kid, still can't sense Mr. Yun's location? She was also helplessly dejected. Little Ling walking beside them was also anxious. Been back in the Dark World for so long. We have passed through more than 40 kingdoms. But still no trace of Mr. Yun. Little Yu was also confused. Logically speaking, the sensing range of a summoned beast towards its master is extremely large. Should have found him long ago. Hearing that made her pessimistic. Little Yu. Say, is it possible that Mr. Yun has been killed? She immediately interrupted. Impossible. Don't forget Mr. Yun's identity. Little Yu pointed out the unreasonableness. He used the demon lord essence. He is the top genius of the new generation of the human world. Someone like him, if really killed, would definitely be widely announced. Surely the corpse would also be hung up for display for months, using that corpse to boost the soldiers' morale. So he must still be alive. but hearing that made little Ling even more anxious. If by chance he hasn't died, but was captured alive, what then? This is the scariest part. Very likely to become like the master. She startled and stopped her. Don't make wild guesses. If relying on us still can't find Mr. Yun, then let's go use the trump card the master left behind. She comforted and changed the subject. It just so happens that we haven't been back there for a long time. Wonder what our hometown looks like now. Inside the volcano where Tyrant Flame was bound by chains. He knelt there complaining. Hungry. So hungry. Yin Chun had used stealth to go deep inside and witnessed the whole scene. He was quite surprised. I didn't expect the clan leader of the Tyrant Flame demons to be imprisoned here, even tormented like a ghost. It seems he hasn't eaten or drunk for a long time. Seeing Tyrant Flame so miserable made Yun Shin find it hard to believe. According to Baha, he existed in the chaotic ancient era. Back then, even the demon kingdoms hadn't been divided yet. But his strength compared to now would rank at the top of the 72 demon pillars. No matter how long he starved, he shouldn't have ended up looking like this. Being so weak, there must be another reason. Suddenly fire rose from nowhere, running along the chains to Tyrant Flame. He screamed in pain, threw his head back and spewed out a huge pile of lava. His mouth now was no different from the volcano outside, spewing residual liquid after erupting. Yinshin quickly understood the problem. So that's it. The monsters outside were all vomited from his mouth. Those chains imprisoning him force him to vomit a part of his power every once in a while. Being tortured like this and still surviving until now is truly not easy. He analyzed silently. This is a rare opportunity. So he raised his sword, combining swordsman skill, thrust, and assassin skill, throat slit. A demon of the 72 demon pillars rank. His corpse is enough to replace any S-rank material. Yinshin rushed quickly behind Tyrant Flame's back with the intention of a sneak attack. Absolutely cannot miss. But unexpectedly, he dodged, causing Yinshin's head-severing blade to slash into the air. Although the plan went awry, luckily he landed safely. Tyrant Flame stood up noisily as soon as he saw Yinshin. Hungry. Flesh and blood. Fresh. Then he suddenly got angry and spewed lava again. So hungry. I'm very hungry. His roar caused lava and rocks to fly everywhere, making Yun Chen's stealth disappear. But Yun Chen quickly regained his balance. Want to eat me? Speaking while transforming into the dark body. Then we'll have to see if you have the capability. The iron chains still held firm even though the Tyrant Flame clan leader was in a frenzy. He stood up with a body several times larger than Yun Chen. Mouth kept repeating. Fresh. Like finding prey, he roared excitedly. Flesh and blood. Delicious flesh and blood. Yun Chen analyzed silently. Even if weak, he is in existence of the 72 demon pillars rank. Very dangerous. Fortunately, his range of activity is limited. Keeping enough distance makes it manageable. He pointed his staff, fusing mage, water curtain, and shaman, cold air, towards him, immediately creating Ice Soul Waterfall. The waterfall burst out with Yun Chun as the center and crashed down on Tyrant Flame. Unexpectedly, he spewed hot liquid to counter the water Yun Chun just created. Heat meets cold. Immediately, Yun Chen's waterfall turned into steam and vanished. Although the situation was difficult, Yun Chun was determined not to give up. It's not over yet. Then fused many ultimate skills together including rapid casting, double casting, shattering ice cone, whirlpool, and thunderstorm hurricane. A giant ice boulder immediately appeared. Without hesitation, Yin Chun threw it straight down on Tyrant Flame's head. But unexpectedly, he could absorb that ice block without any harm and kept muttering. Flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Only saw Tyrant Flame stomp one foot, then bent his knees and stomped down hard. Bursts of lava shot up from the ground continuously. No matter how high it was, Yun Chen still dodged lightly. He began to be more vigilant. This position isn't safe either. Must keep a greater distance. Suddenly his whole body felt like it was being pulled away. Turns out Tyrant Flame opened his mouth wide, emitting a suction force while shouting. Flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. The surrounding rocks were affected and flew towards him. Yin Chun, although still resisting, became miserable. The suction force is too strong. Finally, Tyrant Flame had to close his mouth because he ran out of breath. Immediately, Yunshin created a tornado epicenter named Flash and took the opportunity to fly a distance away from his head. He changed the scepter into beast gauntlets, fusing martial arts skill, Ice Fist, and Strongman, Full Power Strike. Yunshin delivered a powerful punch called Sky-Shattering Ice Fist. Its force generated a large amount of energy punching Tyrant Flame's head. But unfortunately, that punch didn't affect this monster. He kept mumbling, "Flesh and blood, flesh and blood." Yunshin angrily punched Tyrant Flame's head a few more times. Still eating. Looks like this rockhead loves eating extremely. Or a thick-skinned guy. This kind of monster living for hundreds of years has a bottomless health bar. Finally, he became annoyed. Looking at this, I'm afraid, even if I use myriad wheels, I'll be worn down to death by him. Even worse is that because the distance is too great, the plundering effect of the plundering hand cannot be triggered. Suddenly, strange magic runes appeared on the fire chains, making Yunshin alert. When observing those lines of text more closely, he guessed silently, "Have a bad premonition." Yunshin didn't hesitate anymore and immediately flew away from Tyrant Flame's head. Just as he flew away, for some reason, he vomited out the ice boulder he had absorbed earlier. Yunshin frowned, even more confused. Vomited it out? Does this mean? The next development was truly unexpected. This clan leader opened his mouth, growled, and shot out an energy source. His scream echoed from inside to the outside through the crater. It shot straight up into the sky, causing the small monsters at the volcano entrance to howl along. Then their souls were sucked out, looking like raindrops flying backward into the sky. They just kept flying into the volcano. Turns out Tyrant Flame was sucking them all into his body in front of Yunshin's eyes. He didn't know how to handle it. Could only stand quietly and watch. His whole body seemed to have recovered vitality. It seems Tyrant Flame has regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, I was beaten up. What an unlucky dream. Although I don't know which tribe you're from, kid, but daring to wake me up, then you must be ready to welcome death. Yunshin provoked. This time it seems you don't want to eat me anymore. Could it be that all were just sleep-talking? The truth is you don't crave eating me at all. Tyrant Flame heard that, brought his face close, and cursed madly. Bastard. He roared even louder. Relying on a super low-level trash like you is worthy of being swallowed by me, the Tyrant Flame Demon Lord? His roar blew everything away. Yunshin also had to struggle. This power is on a completely different level compared to just now. Just now he was indeed sleeping. All behaviors relied on unconscious combat intuition. His face darkened. Are you kidding me? The attack I put my all into was only enough to wake him up? Ignoring him, Tyrant Flame talked to himself. Unexpectedly, I haven't crushed this ant yet. The current me is too weak. Void. You imprisoned me for 700 years. When exactly will you kill me? Do you really want to wait for my power to dissipate completely, then perish on its own? He muttered while creating a lava ball. No matter what, at least let me die in your hands. Not this ant. Yunshin tried to stay calm looking at the sphere heading towards him. Absolutely must dodge this move. Just as it flew close, he pressed his body and retreated backward. Tyrant Flame saw him struggling and raised his hand. Don't even think about escaping. Immediately after, Yunshin staggered and fell to the ground. What? He actually melted the space between me and the ground. The result was that he fell hard, splashing mud everywhere. Before he could regain his composure, vines suddenly rose from the ground and wrapped around him. They coiled around Yunshin's body, tightening as if wanting to bury him in the ground. Tyrant Flame judged coldly. Ultimately just an ant. It's over. But suddenly the place binding Yunshin exploded. His figure gradually became clear after the thick dust. A free existence like me is still considered an ant? Yunshin in the all-class myriad wheels base state fully appeared. Then a guy being locked up like you. What kind of thing are you? Tyrant Flame was stunned for a second seeing Yunshin's myriad wheels state. He spoke in a booming voice. I didn't expect such ordinary trash to be able to explode with such energy. It's also a pretty big burden on your body, isn't it? Hearing that, he wasn't afraid but even looked down on him. I think, with this state of yours, at most, you can maintain it for 1 minute. He slowly conjured a spear and retorted. Dealing with you. I don't even need a minute. Tyrant Flame got angry again and stomped on the ground. Audacious. The lava prison move rose high, wanting to cover Yinshin. It forced him to fly upwards. The range is too large, but relying on my current speed is enough to dodge. Of course, Tyrant Flame didn't let go and decided to chase to the end. Don't think about hiding. The next move, Lava Hand, was just unleashed when something rose from the ground. They slowly turned into hands sprouting densely below. Then suddenly the whole bunch elongated, aiming at Yinshin. Because they were too numerous and huge, he struggled to dodge back and forth with high intensity. Tyrant Flame mocked. "Kid, didn't you want to finish me? Why keep dodging? Come here and hit me." Yinshin stopped to calculate. Hands made of lava are not only countless, but their speed is also extremely fast. If this continues until Myriad Wheels ends, I will have to pay the price for that. So he swung the spear in his hand, combining Shaman, weakening Curse, and Warrior, wound opening, to create Spear of Decay. Luckily my fire resistance is high enough. Plus Myriad Wheels upgrade. Probably won't be miserable enough to be killed instantly. His move turned into a black shadow flying towards Tyrant Flame. Looking at that tiny shadow made him think in confusion. Negative effect type magic? Then spoke mockingly. Only sewer rats use this kind of despicable method. He roared loudly while waving his hand to counter. And don't you think about being at peace. Just as he was about to be completely knocked away, he timely used a dodging move. Flash. Yinshin pondered. Even if the speed is fast, as long as I cast a spell, my body will stop. Will definitely be hit. But I can still resist. Then Yinshin shouted. Continue weakening. So he had to use Flash to dodge the arms swinging from below. Continue. 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 Tyrant Flame watched Yinshin dance around and had to exclaim. Clearly this kid can't attack. Frowning in speculation, but still enduring pain to stack negative effects on me. Defending by weakening me? Could it be preparing for a killing move? Seeing him directly punched made it even stranger. Moreover, I don't know if it's my illusion. The heavier the injury, the stronger this kid seems to get. Right at this moment, Yinshin grimly used the beginner skill along with Warrior while awakening. Every time 1% of health is lost, strength will increase by 3%. Tyrant Flame began to speak defensively. Without Void's permission, he couldn't possibly stand right in front of me. What purpose does Void have for letting him in? I can't let my guard down. Yinshin suddenly transformed into beast gauntlets preparing to execute some strategy. Only saw him combine the common skill, throw, and lancer, bayonet, then threw the spear. Yinshin's weapon tore through the wind, rushing fast towards Tyrant Flame. The move, star-piercing throw, allowed the spear to pierce through a lava arm and point straight at his face. Tyrant Flame couldn't move, so he could only watch it stab into his chest. After so much effort, Yinshin was able to make him cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. At this time, he took the opportunity to fly up again. Now he was mad, so he created a lava ball. Bastard, die for me. The ball just rushed straight towards Yinshin with a roar. Meltdown. No matter what happened, he didn't stop. The moment the two sides touched created an extremely explosive shockwave. Yinshin appeared intact thanks to the move, Invincible Golden Body, making Tyrant Flame widen his eyes. Actually still alive? Not only unharmed. He also stood lightly on a spear fragment that had caused damage to him. Tyrant Flame became confused. How is that possible? That was the strongest attack I can currently unleash. Yinshin performed the fusion move Warrior, Full Power Strike, and Berserker, Furious Strike. Continue. And glared, shouting loudly. My strongest attack. He immediately launched, sky-shattering Ice Fist, soaring up from the chin, making him cough up blood profusely. Tyrant Flame's mouth had now become hideously dirty. But he didn't want to show weakness. Just that much, and you call it the strongest attack? Relying on my strength. At least I can withstand a few hundred more times. Yinshin calmly raised his arm. I know. Immediately a meatball appeared. But as long as I can pry your mouth open, then it's enough. Giving you a big gift. Tyrant Flame hadn't figured out what was happening when he took that ball fully. Because the throwing force was too strong, he was forced to swallow it. Don't know why the chains binding him suddenly lit up. Tyrant Flame was also surrounded by that light all over his body and cursed. Bastard, what exactly did you stuff into my mouth? It seemed to cause him pain, so he kept screaming and groaning. Yinshin kindly explained. Of course, It's the food you crave the most. Don't tell me you haven't tasted it yet? While speaking, he transformed. Thought I didn't discover it? The chains imprisoning you are actually a type of rule. Yin Shun returned to the dark body form, but with a slightly different version. As for the way to solve these rules, I already know clearly. Tyrant Flame screamed loudly as if in extreme pain. He couldn't believe his eyes. Damn it! How did you find out? Yin Shun, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, kindly explained. Anyone with eyes can see it. You are tormented by hunger. Even the monsters condensed by the vomited power cry out in hunger. Even if your consciousness is sleeping, your body still craves flesh and blood. He smirked, having caught him red-handed. Starving for 700 years, so you crave flesh and blood. So when I was riding on your head, beating you up, you couldn't stop eating rocks and dirt. If it was just that, it would be normal. But the problem is that afterwards, you vomited all those rocks out. Yin Chen's eyes became more determined. Even after awakening, you put on an act of not wanting to eat me at all. The difference between before and after is too great, making me unable not to suspect that it's not that you don't want to eat me, but that you dare not. The red lava around seemed to gradually subside due to loss of power. I once entered Void's memory, knowing that guy hates your Tyrant Flame Demon clan to the bone. Imprisoning you is definitely for torture. So the lock on your body not only has a binding effect, but it is also a rule forcing you to suffer. Yin Shun gave an evaluation with a gloating tone. Assuming you feel pleasure after eating something means you have violated the rule. Will inevitably receive punishment. Just so happens my spatial bag is full of monster corpses. Compress them into a meatball and stuffed it into your mouth. That amount of food is enough for you to eat a full meal. A grand feast after 700 years is enough to make you full to the extreme. Happy to the sky. Tyrant Flame gradually turned into ashes and screamed. To actually lose at the hands of such trash. I am not resigned. Not resigned. His whole body smoked profusely and then crumbled almost completely. Finally, where he stood, a stone appeared. Yunshin staggered because he lost too much strength. Tyrant Flame was extremely weak and imprisoned, yet still very difficult to deal with. Is this the 72 demon pillars? Truly terrifying. Consumption is too great. Even the demon body cannot be maintained anymore. He frowned and analyzed. Actually, there is a more despicable way to deal with him. After all, his movement range is limited because he is imprisoned. Just need to use myriad wheels and invincible to forcibly deal damage to Tyrant Flame. Hit once then run. Wait for skills to cool down, then come back and hit again. Just repeat this for 3 to 5 months. Could also wear him down to death. But I have to participate in the decisive battle of the Dark Knight Demon Lord. Don't have that much time. Then slowly walk towards the large pink stone. Let's check the loot first. Appraisal skill gave the result. Heavenly Flame Crystal. Magic core of the Tyrant Flame Lord refined for 1,000 years. Direct absorption can significantly strengthen fire attribute skills. Immune to all fire attribute damage. Can also be used to forge equipment. He reached out to collect it. Completely immune to fire attribute damage. Just this function alone is stronger than my Netherworld Flame. Now only one part of the level 5 material is missing. Suddenly there was a noise that made him glance slightly. It was Void clapping his hands. Walking step by step towards Yinshun. Not bad. You're quite good. And smiled with satisfaction. Originally thought you entering here was just a surprise. Didn't expect it to be a miracle. Void reached out and took out a sword. I really want to have an exchange with you. But before that, there is still one thing to deal with. Yinshun was startled and alert. Then the sword blade whizzed past him as fast as lightning, making Yinshun unable to react in time. He turned around abruptly to look. Yinshun was surprised and confused. No damage? Even suddenly felt much more comfortable. What did you do to me? Void turned back to explain. Nothing. Just temporarily cut off your connection with something. Letting it see my existence is not a good thing. Suddenly the rocks on the ground floated up. Yinshun froze at this moment, thinking, could that connection be the system? Can't call the system anymore. Void sat safely on the rock. The smoke slowly drifted away, revealing the form of little Nana. It would be quite inconvenient for you to communicate with a guy whose face isn't clear. Well, let me use the appearance you have seen. But having said that, unexpectedly, you aren't afraid of me. Makes me surprised. Yinshun sat opposite. After all, I played your role entering your memory. Roughly can know your personality. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Say, am I right? Void Demon. Even though pointed straight at his face, the expression on his face remained the same. Void smiled and replied, "It is indeed so. You should be glad you are human. Because I established a rule for Void City that any demon entering here must die. Didn't expect you to find a loophole. After all, you truly aren't a demon." Then sighed. That place is where I sealed precious memories. Originally didn't expect anyone to enter. Resulting in an accident anyway. Letting me meet you. Don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Now Yunshin still hadn't calmed down. He is indeed the great void demon ruling the dark world, dividing the 72 demon pillar kingdoms. But the one who can formulate rules and change rules isn't only God? Could it be? As if he read Yunshin's thoughts. Don't think wildly. I am not the god you guys call. Making him unable to hold back. Then what are you? Why can no one see your appearance clearly? Void didn't mind explaining. Because the life level gap is too big. No one can clearly see an existence they cannot understand. Including you. Pointing at him again. In short, a person with a higher life level like me can clearly see everything about you. Yunshin widened his eyes, startled as he listened. Including the other soul inside your body. Which is the thing called system and your identity as a transmigrator. All the items you have. And the blank blueprint. Sweat covered his face. What exactly are you? Thinking in his heart again. The feeling of being seen through by others. Very uncomfortable. Void laughed and said, "Seems you still don't have the qualification to know. Unless you can prove yourself won't lie in that coffin. Otherwise, everything is just a pipe dream." He thought tensely. Coffin? Is it referring to the coffin that makes me feel familiar in that mountain range? His meaning is, in the future, I might very well lie there. Could it be that place is truly my final resting place? Void reached out and conjured a stone. You killed the tyrant Flame Lord. Consider it helping me cut off a part of my obsession. This calamity stone is my return gift. Must be something you need. Also, take out the blank blueprint. I'll teach you how to use it. Yunshin took the item out without hesitation. Many thanks. The purple calamity stone radiated sparkling light according to his explanation. The blank blueprint is a good item for you, but you can't stuff materials into it randomly. Must have a main material to make the set core. Then use other auxiliary materials to develop into a complete set. Yunshin looked up to observe and listen to his explanation. And the calamity stone can be used as the main material. When it rolled, Void said, "It is now? Throw the auxiliary materials you want to use into it." Yunshin quickly threw up the stones he had collected. Heavenly Flame Crystal. Death Origin Stone. Core of Hate and Metal Crystal Core. Import. Everything seemed to melt and become writing on the blank blueprint. It slowly wrapped around him, not forgetting the arm part. When finished, Yunshin had the Calamity Molten Set Skin. Composition includes top, Calamity Disaster. Bottom, Heavenly Flame Meltdown. Shoulder pads, Death Origin. Belt, Black Forest Swamp. Shoes, Metal Crystal. Restriction, wearer is Yunshin. Total attributes respectively, Strength plus 1950. Constitution plus 23. Agility plus 14. Intelligence plus 21. Durability plus 1250. Immune to fire attribute damage. Resistant to negative effects of poison. When the flame power is fully charged, can release, meltdown once. Automatic accumulation time is 24 hours. Any method of damage. Disaster will be absorbed. After fully charged, can use the power of calamity. Note, only one unique set. Yunshin smiled happily. Meltdown? That is the Tyrant Flame Lord's ultimate move. Unexpectedly, it is effective in the set. And the difficulty of accumulating the power of calamity is higher. Must be in existence even more terrible than Meltdown. Plus the attribute values increased extremely high. Worthy of a legendary set. He clenched his fist with determination and analyzed silently. With this set, it's enough to deal with those 3 demon lords. Just don't know if compared to a demon lord, how much my strength is still lacking. Next, Yunshin turned to ask. Alright, there is one thing I want to ask. Do you know where the shell of illusory destruction is? He remembered the system had issued a subjugation quest earlier. But until now, I still haven't seen the so-called shell of illusory destruction. Void just smiled slightly. Actually, you have seen it long ago. Just didn't discover it. He looked around and said, all four directions are it. Both this volcano and everything around, including us. The red ground underfoot only had two creatures, them. The scene of countless rocky peaks protruding appeared, as Void affirmed, are all inside its body. Yinshin heard that and froze. Void slowly recounted. In ancient times, the 72 demon pillars hadn't been divided yet. The dark world had many dangerous places. Among them, the most dangerous place was the cliff of illusory destruction, gently leading to the origin of the beast Yinshin wanted to find. At that time, only a few demon clan leaders knew. The cliff of illusory destruction is not just a dangerous place. It is a giant demon beast sleeping for 10,000 years named Shell of Illusory Destruction. Yinshin understood in surprise. So that's it. No wonder those corpses looked like they were being digested. I guess the lost swamp is the food-seeking organ. Through that, emitting illusory gas and slime to paralyze prey, making them lose consciousness and gradually be digested and absorbed. Otherwise, how could it sleep forever? It would wake up from hunger. He linked the details together. And the junction of the cliff of illusory destruction and the lost swamp must have a gap leading to the inside of the shell of illusory destruction's body. Maybe it's its excretion path. Little Nana's ancestors went the wrong way and fell into the shell of illusory destruction's body. Thanks to that, they avoided the war outside and lived peacefully. Pity that in the end, they were wiped out by fake outsiders. Void explained further. In recent years, because my Void City blocked all demons, no one could enter. Gradually, the existence of the cliff of illusory destruction was also forgotten, but left behind the legend of the flamed demon purgatory. Yunshin raised a question. So in the end, was the Tyrant Flame Demon clan wiped out by you, Darkhead? Imprisoning the Tyrant Flame Lord was enough to pay the debt. I didn't go so far as to kill an entire clan for revenge. The one who acted was the shell of illusory destruction. Void clarified. Due to the existence of the Tyrant Flame Lord, the shell of illusory destruction didn't dare to act. Until I imprisoned him, it no longer had anything to fear. It swallowed the entire Tyrant Flame Demon clan. Until now, probably already digested everything that could be digested. Then couldn't help but exclaim, truly a cruel demon beast. Yinshin mocked in his head. Two people fighting in its stomach. After it's over, it definitely has to take revenge on the weakest one. Suddenly his whole body started turning into smoke again. Your appearance excites me. One day you will stand on my side. Provided you are still alive until then. Hope we will meet again. Finally didn't forget to excitedly leave a sentence. By the way, mentioning it, your battle just now woke that guy up. Although it might not dare to move because of my appearance. But now, its chance has come. Evaporating away, leaving Yinshin standing bewildered, not understanding what happened yet. Didn't let him wonder for long. The ground underfoot started shaking. Mountains suddenly protruded, making Yinshin startle. A beast poked its head out looking like the shell of illusory destruction, but a smaller version. When the smoke cleared completely, not just one, but four were waiting to attack him. Yinshin's face became unsightly. This is not good. I'm still in a weakened state. Meanwhile, at the Forbidden Mountain Range, where the demons were busy working, Kalada's voice rang out. High-ranked demons, 31. Mid-ranked demons, 128. Low-ranked demons, 545. Force like this can conquer several territories, but the whole year could only open 3 coffins. He couldn't help but exclaim, Lord Severing Knight Killing Machine only needs to seriously strike once to open a coffin. Put on our shoulders, we have to use full strength to open one in 3 to 5 days. Truly a terrifying gap. Suddenly a minion screamed in panic. Lord Kalada, there is a strange coffin. It's moving, making him surprised endlessly. What? Wondering, doesn't the coffin only contain corpses? Could there be someone not dead yet? The coffin really moved as if the corpse inside wanted to pop the lid. It kept making thumping noises, making Kalada's group scream, not understanding what was happening. The minion was afraid. Inside the opened coffins are all corpses of extremely powerful figures when they were alive. Some are even legendary existences. Could a monster really run out? Meanwhile, Kalada gently radiated life detection and evaluated. Indeed, cannot sense the aura of life. But it moved. Moreover, I can vaguely sense it is very dangerous. The minions asked for his opinion. Do we need to report to Lord Killing Machine? But Kalata stopped them. He has many important matters to deal with. How can we let a few coffins distract his precious mind? Immediately ordered. Don't touch this coffin. Let me handle it myself. You guys go do other work. Those guys obeyed. Yes. Then we leave it to you. The minions discussed while walking. Heard that Lord Kalata has admired Lord Killing Machine for a long time. Must want to claim credit personally. A fat guy replied. Lord Killing Machine is both beautiful and strong. Wanting to find someone who doesn't admire him is hard too. Kalata is too far apart in status. Don't know if Kalata heard those words, but only saw him smile smugly and looked excited. My Demon King armament is very special. Compared to combat, it is more suitable for appraisal and analysis. If there is really something formidable inside, Lord Killing Machine will definitely be very happy. At the same time, Dark Night Royal City under the crescent moon looked gloomy and bleak at night in the Dark Night Demon Kingdom. On the other side, a crowd of demons was standing around an arena. Beside the competition area, there were people sitting on thrones. They were Demon Lord Carlos, Demon Lord Burrow, and Demon Lord Latia. Everyone below was noisy. These are the three great demon lords. All demon lords participated in this decisive battle. But in the end, it's still the three of them fighting internally. Today's battle will decide the future of our kingdom. They looked at the highest chair and shouted. The Lord who fights to the end will sit on that supreme throne, becoming our only king. A guard asked worriedly, Deacon Baha, will Lord Wuji really come later? Although everyone doesn't doubt Lord Wuji's strength, but the three great demon lords are really strong. If Lord Wuji cannot win, Lord Carlos will definitely not let us live in peace. Baha reassured him, believe in our Lord. He has never broken his word. At the same time, believe in yourselves. Lord's guards like you are not inferior to any demon. Some demons from other clans heard and laughed. Did I hear wrong? The Lord of Tyloka Castle also wants to participate. Another guy replied, is it the little lord in that remote place? Coming to throw his life away? I heard they offended Lord Carlos. Probably want to fight to the death. The guards heard that and immediately threatened. Dare to badmouth Lord Wuji? Are you tired of living? The badmouthers immediately begged for mercy. We were just saying casually. Why get so angry? Don't kill me. Baha gently advised. Such an important day? Acting recklessly won't have a good ending. Ignore them. Just let them talk. Gossip appeared more and more because of that. Is this the remote and poor Tyloka Castle? Heard that demons there are weak. Seems not quite right. The equipment of these guards is all expensive good stuff. Different from rumors. Suddenly a voice spoke up, interrupting the noise below. Over the years, other clans, our Dark Knight demons have suffered enough humiliation. Status also ranked last among the 72 demon clans. Black Demon stood there speaking clearly. It is today. Everything will end. The new king will lead us to restore the glory of the whole clan. The rules of this decisive battle are very simple. Any demon lord in the clan can go up to the arena. Accept challenges from other lords. Everyone listened silently. Whoever can stand firm on the arena until the end will be our new king. Finally, he emphasized. Next, I declare, the grand decisive battle officially begins. Inviting Lord adults who want to participate to the arena. Before Black Demon finished speaking, someone rushed onto the battle stage. Dita just went up and confidently said, the new king will definitely be me. If you want to challenge me, step out here. Everyone immediately buzzed. It's Lord Dita of Loft Castle. Heard he was originally a strongman among high-ranked demons. After obtaining the Demon King armament, he became even more terrifying. Also called the strongest lord under the three great demon lords. The first person on the arena will be the one to endure the most rounds. Everyone hopes to go up last. Only he has enough confidence in this aura. Immediately, another participant rushed onto the stage. Dita, you arrogant fool. The king's position is not something you can have. But seeing that, he only smiled smugly. The whole arena exploded. Smoke flew everywhere. The guys below marveled. Too strong. If the battle stage wasn't specially treated, the aftershock alone would be enough to kill us. Worthy of a battle between lords. Terrifying. Under the stage, two black shadows were blending into the crowd below. Turns out it was Little Yu and Little Ling. Little Yu sneered. This is considered fighting? No dignity at all. Her sister agreed. Didn't expect the hometown to decline so much. Such trash dares to claim the throne. Little Jing, who was sleeping quietly in Little Yu's arms, suddenly woke up with a start. Little Yu saw her happy and wondered. Hey kid, what's wrong? Little Jing was excited. Master is coming. Little Yu widened her eyes in surprise. What? Mr. Yun is coming? Little Jing nodded extremely excitedly. Yes, Master. Getting closer and closer. Coming to us soon. She was overjoyed. Searched for so long without any trace. Yet he came here on his own initiative. Say, what is Mr. Yin coming here for? Little Ling tried to guess. Definitely can't be to participate in the battle. But in the past year, even if Mr. Yin developed fast, he would only be at the high-ranked demon level. Probably coming to watch the excitement. With the Dark Knight talent, disguising as a demon is simple. Dita on the arena punched his opponent flying into the sky, witnessed by the audience. He shouted excitedly, You trash dare to challenge me. Where is the next person? Hurry up. I will definitely win the king's position. People below started whispering. Good heavens. Defeated 6 demon lords within 15 minutes. Turns out Lord Dita is that strong? Originally thought only the 3 great demon lords would fight in the end. Now it seems a strong challenger has appeared. This time I'm afraid no lord dares to fight him anymore. Maybe he can really become the new king. Latia sat on the throne sipping and enjoying. A bunch of stupid people. Guess. Rack your brains and guess. You will never expect that. The outcome has long been decided. Burrow's smile showed satisfaction. Dita is a pawn we nurtured for many years. The purpose is to play the role of a strong dark horse today. And we, the one who is about to crush him, will be cheered more fiercely. After all, obtaining the throne without any obstacles won't meet the expectations of a king in the hearts of the stupid people. She smiled sinisterly. In the end, Dita is just a warm-up act. The most important part of today is still our internal battle. Then she turned to ask, Carlos, seems you don't care about the battle stage. Are you thinking about that Wu Ji who didn't pay resources? Crippled your subordinates? Even dared to provoke you? He hasn't arrived by this time. Seems he doesn't dare to come. Carlos sneered. If he dares to come, I will tear him apart with my own hands. Even if he doesn't come, it's fine, because I prepared a more interesting program. Suddenly soldiers walked slowly towards Baha, making him turn around startled. They suddenly surrounded the people from Tailoka, confusing and embarrassing him. What is this situation? Carlos stood up and spoke. Before entering the next battle, I want to add a reward. It seems everyone is still unclear. There is a territory that refused to pay war resources in the past year, causing us to bear enormous pressure. Delivering judgments. Must know that paying war supplies is an obligation for all demon clans. Those who resist will face joint opposition from the clan. If I hadn't actively provided more resources, I'm afraid our kingdom would have been leveled. Recalling the scene of the old man crawling trembling on the ground. Even after I sent an envoy to persuade, they beat the envoy crippled. Threw him out like throwing a pile of trash. The person who did all the above is the lord of Tailoka Castle, Wu Ji. They were surrounded and couldn't do anything as Carlos continued. He is the traitor of our Dark Knight demon clan. The demons serving him are also traitors with heinous crimes. Whispers buzzed again. What? There was such a thing? Damn it. Those in Tailoka Castle deserve to die. Didn't expect our kingdom to almost be destroyed in that guy's hands. But it seems being his subjects is also very happy. No need to fear being conscripted all day. The leading soldier crushed the glowing round stone in his hand. All the people from the demon realm were immediately locked in a cage. After that, Carlos pretended to be generous, although they crippled my subordinates. But Carlos, I am not someone who uses public office for private revenge, so I give them a chance. Revoke their rights. Keep them for the king. Only our new king can decide everything. Arms below began to shout in support. The new king will definitely eliminate harm for us. Destroy Tailoka Castle. Kill the traitor. Little you sighed at this scene. Don't know how much Carlos hates the person named Wu Ji to want them dead. Little Ling replied. He still holds grudges as always. But I am very curious who exactly the person named Wu Ji is. Refusing to pay resources. Must bear huge pressure. Little Jing's eyes lit up. Coming. From high above. Something rushed down at extremely fast speed. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the arrogant Yinshen. Carlos. Ready to die yet? Rejoicing in his heart. Luckily I made it in time. Little Yu froze in disbelief. Isn't that Mr. Yin? He actually became a lord? Little Ling also couldn't believe it. I thought he was living a miserable life, hiding everywhere. Didn't expect him to live so well. Dita stepped forward from behind. Seems you are that lord named Wu Ji, daring to provoke Lord Carlos. Don't you know the one guarding the arena is me? Yinshen jumped up and put his hand on his face. He just whispered, "You," then pushed, sending Dita flying far away. Not qualified. He was pushed hard and hit a rock block, falling unconscious. People around witnessing this were shocked to the extreme. What the hell? That's Lord Dita. The person only second to the 3 great demon lords was defeated instantly? Didn't even have time to take out the Demon King armament. What exactly is Lord Wu Ji's identity? Yinshen pointed at Carlos and challenged. Still not coming down? Then let me give you a hand. Suddenly his legs were wrapped tightly by vines, making Carlos himself startled and confused. Yinshen just flicked his hand, causing him to be yanked down. Carlos struggled up and frowned angrily. Kid. He summoned a fire beast with a declaration. I want your life. Yinshen just jumped lightly to dodge, making Carlos agitated to take out more weapons. Don't think about running. He stabbed it hard into the ground to cast. Bone prison. The bone spikes shattered immediately upon touching his defense before they could stab. Carlos became even angrier and dared to analyze the situation. My bone spikes actually couldn't break his defense? How strong is this kid's physique exactly? Luckily, I also prepared. Seeing Yinshen unable to fly up or down, although not stabbed, but his body is trapped in the bone spikes. Red birds flew in from behind. Absolutely cannot dodge this killing move. Yinshen just raised his hand using fusion skill mage, fireball, and Taoist, palm wind. Just a flick of his hand drowned the birds in a pillar of fire. Bone spikes were also destroyed, creating a large hole in the floor, making Carlos grit his teeth. Damn it. My strongest killing move was forcibly broken? Seems I have to use the Demon King armament. But unluckily, before he could do anything, his pupils suddenly widened. An aura radiated from around Yinshen towards him. Carlos, sweating profusely as his whole body froze. Can't do anything. What is this situation? Body can't move anymore. Could it be the armament of Lady Dark Knight Empress? He walked over to take the armament he intended to activate. Yinshen examined it disdainfully. What did you say just now? Demon King armament? Referring to this? At this moment, Demon Lord Carlos was made immobile by Yinshen. He turned on appraisal mode for the Demon King armament. Scepter of Decay. When attacking, it plants the aura of death into the target's body. Regardless of the target's defense, their lifespan will be reduced. Truly a formidable item. The surrounding demons witnessing this scene couldn't believe their eyes. What happened? Why did Lord Carlos suddenly freeze? Robbed of the Demon King armament so easily? Are you kidding? They worried incessantly. Although it is said that the person possessing it won't die, the robbed Demon King armament cannot be used either. But currently Lord Carlos cannot use it either. Could it be he is about to lose to a traitor lord? Little Ling confirmed with a serious face. That skill is absolutely unmistakable. It is the perfect Eye of the Night. The prerequisite for perfectly evolving the Eye of the Night is dark magic. Although reluctant, but we have no other choice. Just finished speaking when stopped by Little Yu. Not right. I see Mr. Yun's actions are still the same as before. Just his appearance changed differently. Probably hasn't been transformed yet. Perhaps used some special method to fuse dark magic. Of course, Little Ling couldn't believe it. Special method? Only demons can use dark magic. This is the rule established by God. Even if dark believers want to obtain it, they must completely transform their body and mind into demons. I have never heard of any human being able to do that. Little Yu affirmed in a low voice. Little Ling, you haven't seen it with your own eyes or don't know that feeling. Mr. Yin once did 2 impossible things in front of my eyes. One was swallowing the netherworld flame without any injury. One was killing a 3rd transition demon above level 60 when he hadn't reached level 30. I want to believe him one more time. As for the battle over there, Carlos, who hadn't been able to move for a while, was endlessly worried. Damn it. Why does he have Lady Dark Knight Empress's Eye of the Night? Absolutely must kill him. Otherwise, he will become the new king. Realizing the situation was unfavorable to him, Carlos gritted his teeth and shouted, Latia, Burrow, directly shouting loudly to the other two lords. Do you want to see this damn traitor claim the throne? But while Burrow was still calmly asking Latia, I didn't see that skill wrong, did I? She replied calmly, correct. It is the ultimate skill of Lady Dark Knight Empress years ago. Eye of the Night. Pondering while remembering its origin. Eye of the Night is one of the bloodline talent skills of the Dark Knight Demon Clan. Probability of awakening is extremely low, counting the Dark Knight Empress. In history, only 3 demons could do it. They were all supreme rulers of our clan. Even ignoring the power of the skill, just talking about the significance of awakening this skill is already extraordinary. Burrow breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, most demons haven't recognized the Eye of the Night yet. Once they discover it, they will definitely crazily support that kid becoming king. We discussed it long ago. Whoever claims the throne will share 5 parts of resources with the other 2. Once snatched by him, we get nothing. Finally, he agreed to mobilize power. Fighting one-on-one, no one is his opponent. Let's attack together. 2 figures rushed towards Yunshun and Carlos's battlefield as fast as lightning. Before arriving, Burrow shouted accusations. Wuji, you betrayed the clan, causing our kingdom to fall into the situation of being besieged by foreign clans. Latia was not inferior. A traitor bearing sinful karma like you is not qualified to participate in the fight for the throne. Must be immediately suppressed. As soon as those 2 flew close, Yunchen quickly used the power of the Eye of the Night. Streams of pressure hit the 2 demon lords. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Latia used the Demon King armament, the ring of the transporter. Immediately, 2 figures landed safely. Even Carlos was released. At the same time, the bodies of 3 unlucky demons glowed. What? What happened? Can't move. Seeing this, Yunchen easily realized. The target of the Eye of the Night was transferred to other demons. Seems this is the ability of her Demon King armament. Difficult to deal with. Just released, Carlos loudly showed off his power. It's not over yet. The weapon he threw out became clear after a while. Great Demon Blood Saber. According to Carlos's will, the sharp blade quickly flew towards Yunshun and struck down without hesitation. He even shouted to his accomplice, Burrow, help me. Of course he agreed. Demon King Armament. Amplification Grimoire. 2 powers combined, making the small saber now turn giant. It struck straight down on Yunshen's head as both shouted, Amplify. Heavenly Demon Blood Saber. He frowned uncomfortably at Burrow's book. Another guy's Demon King armament can strengthen skills. A giant flaming palm rushed quickly towards the saber. Range is too large. Can't dodge. Can only resist. But Latia standing aside didn't just watch. She quickly continued to use the Demon King armament ring of the transporter. Little brother, don't struggle anymore. It's useless. It's the target transfer move again, causing the palm print about to rush into the saber to suddenly turn around and rush towards Yunshun. Taste your own skill. So both enemy and friendly moves struck straight down on his head. The ground underfoot was completely destroyed. The demons watching the show below couldn't stop happily admiring their demon lords. Worthy of the 3 great demon lords teaming up. Too strong. Now that traitor definitely has no ashes left. Truly a terrifying battle. But no matter what, Yunshin still stood firm on the arena. This made Burrow gape in disbelief. Still alive. How is that possible? My amplification grimoire can greatly increase the power of skills. He didn't care, but only arrogantly declared. Nothing. Basic attribute values are high enough. In his heart, he knew the situation very well. At least I'm wearing a legendary set. No matter what, I won't be instantly killed by demon lords. Although saying so, but these 3 teaming up is indeed difficult to deal with. Besides, Yunshun is in the enemy's lair, so he also has to guard against other minions. This place is full of demons who hate me. Hastily using myriad wheels makes it hard to survive in a weakened state. Although don't know why Little Yu and Little Ling appeared here, but I don't want to rely on them. Standing outside watching the battle situation, little you couldn't be at ease. Although not better than us. But Latia and Burrow are both very strong. Adding Carlos. If they team up, I'm afraid Mr. Yin can't cope. We have to help. But little Ling still hadn't stopped doubting. But I'm still not clear about Mr. Yun's state. If he has really completely transformed into a demon. Right at this moment, tiny little Jing stammered each word. Moss. Master. Noticed. Us. I can feel it. He hopes. We. Don't act. Hearing her sentence surprised little Ling. Noticed us. But has no hostility towards us? Little Yu happily rubbed little Jing's head. Proves that Mr. Yin has no problem. Sure enough, he did the impossible again. Let's listen to him first. When necessary, we will act. Over there, Yinshin also realized the difficulty of letting Latia continue to be present in this match. In short, must deal with that female lord first. Her Demon King armament is the most annoying. So he shot a small fireball at Latia. She used the ring of the transporter. Still dare to use skills recklessly? Little brother. Do you really not take big sister seriously? Continuing the target transfer move. The fire Yinshin just shot out unexpectedly struck back. Seemed to have a plan. He didn't flinch, but mobilized power to quickly cast 3 different ultimate skills. Rapid casting, double casting, and fireball. Countless fireballs flew towards Latia at extreme speed. Relying on the Demon King armament in hand, she didn't care about Yinshin's fire. Wanna rely on quantity to win? Too naive. No matter how many, I can transfer them all. Sure enough, the attack he launched was beaten back, just like before. Where Yinshin stood was blown to pieces by those fireballs. Looks like the arena has another hole. Little Yu and Little Ling watching couldn't help sweating. Mr. Yun is too reckless. As long as the skill power doesn't exceed her limit by too much. Latia's Demon King armament can transfer it. She is not the type of opponent that can be won by relying on brute force. Little Jing also screamed in fear. Unexpectedly, Yinshin was not only fine, but also took the opportunity to rush out from the smoke straight towards Latia. She was also surprised by this. What? Actually able to rush through so many flames? And not injured at all. Soon Yinshin appeared in front of Latia. He mobilized full body strength to use the plundering hand. Unfortunately, my fire resistance attribute is enough to resist all my own fire attribute skills without leaving any injury. No matter how much you transfer, it's useless. It's over. Yinshin was rushing towards Latia with amazing jumping power. He raised a powerful fist. It's over. Face. Not only was she not afraid, but she also smiled contemptuously. Say, little brother, did you forget something? Just as she finished speaking, both Carlos and Burrow rushed over with their own weapons. Do you treat us like air? But unexpectedly, with such a fierce attack, Yinshin gently blocked both of them, immediately making them unable to cause him any harm, not even a little bit. However, Latia seemed to have anticipated it and was smug, saying it's over or whatever. Truly ridiculous. Burrow and Carlos know very well the importance of Big Sister here, knowing who is the object needing key protection. Still arrogantly swinging the sword at Yinshin. Taking Big Sister as the main target is indeed a smart judgment. But just staring at me won't do. Unexpectedly, Yinshin curled his lips without any worry. Staring at you? Are you kidding? Clearly, you are staring at me too intently. To the point. Don't know since when a black shadow appeared as he informed. Not paying attention to behind your own back. Everything changed too fast, making Burrow scream. Latia? Carlos. Panicked. Behind. Dodge quickly. In an instant. Where she just stood, dust flew blindly. Latia was completely controlled by the shadow. She turned back angrily and shouted. Damn it. Actually knows clone-type skills too? Since when exactly? Yinshin calmly explained. When you used my skill to deal with me. Also describing the specific situation. At that time, there were flames blocking the view. I let the shadow demon hide in my shadow. Just so happens it also knows stealth-type skills. Ambushing behind your back wasn't difficult. Latia looked up at him with difficulty. Can hide in shadows. Also knows clone and stealth. This is very rare. In her head, she thought again. Even more terrifying is that just a clone can suppress me. How high are his main body's attribute values exactly? Yinshin looked down at the ground. Without her transferability, you guys can't resist me either. Still not kneeling to submit? Burrow opened his mouth wide to suck in a mysterious purple smoke. Are you kidding? Who wins and who loses is not yet known. The move, dark mist, immediately exploded, surprising everyone around. Yunshin remained calm looking around. Using thick fog to block vision? Underestimating my eye of the night that much? Also useless effort. Magic Echo has been cast thanks to fusing Mage skill, Mana Surge, and Mechanic skill, Echolocation. All your actions are still under my control. Burrow rushed quickly to Latia. That kid is unreasonably strong. Must release Latia. Otherwise, we won't be able to win. Not forgetting to use the skill, Dark Giant Hammer Amplification, on the weapon. Damn clone, get lost. At the same time, Yunshin also rushed over with fusion skill martial arts, Ice Fist, and Strongman, Full Power Strike. His sky-shattering Ice Fist immediately blocked him. The hammer couldn't withstand it and cracked, making Burrow dumbfounded. What? After a split second, it shattered into fragments. He gritted his teeth. Impossible. My skill was already amplified. This kid's strength has almost completely surpassed Demon Lord's strength. We actually delusionally thought to oppose him? Yunshin coldly spoke. Submit. Or die. Hearing this, he disregarded his ego and knelt. Burrow, willing to submit, thinking to himself, the situation is set. Continuing to resist him means death. Carlos behind spoke indignantly. Burrow, you. And just with a glance and a simple question from Yunshin. And you? Latia hurriedly smiled falsely while breaking out in cold sweat. Latia is also willing to submit. Thinking in her heart again. Submitting to someone who awakened the eye of the night is not unacceptable. People around were shocked. Why? Why is it like this? Lord Latia and Lord Burrow actually submitted to a traitor? The kind who refused to pay resources. Ignoring the life and death of the whole clan is really about to become king? We're doomed. Our Dark Knight clan is really doomed. Carlos roared angrily. Are you kidding? Letting you become king, our kingdom will sooner or later be destroyed. I, Carlos, even if I die, will not yield. In his brain actually was. I offended him to death long ago. There is no way back. The guards below also kept shouting. Damn traitor. You are not qualified to be king. Lord Carlos, considering the whole clan is suitable to sit on the throne. Following you, we only have a dead end. Get lost. A series of arms also raised in protest. Get down. We don't want to die with you. Only you are not qualified to be king. Hurry and get down. Little Ling silently observed and evaluated. Those followers are Carlos's personal guards. Looks like it's time for us to act. Saying that, two people rushed in front of Yunshin. Both Little Yu and Little Ling revealed their appearances. What if we also accept him as king? The crowd below started to waver. That is Lord Logio Bella and Lord Eli Bella. The two strongest demon lords of our kingdom years ago. Why did they suddenly appear? Weren't they captured by humans as slaves? Little Yu tilted her head and informed. Slaves? Too ridiculous. Little Ling uncomfortably announced. Years ago we pretended to surrender just to secretly stay by those humans looking for a chance to avenge Lady Empress. Little Yu continued. Now we did it. Also returned. Carlos pointed straight at the two of them. Crazy. Now you side with that traitor too? Just wanting to destroy our kingdom. He cursed. Damn it. Where did those two bitches come from? Finished speaking. The guards below rose up again. Lord Carlos is right. Definitely spies. Others chimed in. The guards are right. Protecting a traitor must also be a traitor. Get off the battle stage. Blue fire flared up from Yunshin's palm. Seems winning people's hearts isn't easy. If that's the case, then use tough measures. Little Ling stopped him. They are ultimately our fellow clansmen. Just incited. Mr. Yin, please show mercy. Little Yu thought of a measure. Actually, there is a very simple way. Just then Carlos also led soldiers rushing forward. Guards. Lords everywhere. Citizens desiring peace. The time to dedicate oneself to the country has come. Charge together. Kill the traitor. The crowd seemed to gain motivation. No matter how strong he is, don't be afraid. Our side has more people. Enough to crush everything. He is the traitor bringing disaster. For the peace of the kingdom. Kill him. All four directions of Yunshin had people wanting to attack. Long hair covered his expression. Resisting me? You are not qualified. And then his pupils widened. Full power open. Eye of the Night. The fierce pressure just deployed immediately petrified everyone. Now they were extremely terrified. Body can't move anymore. This situation could only be felt from Lady Empress years ago. Looking at Yunshin's arrogant appearance, they realized. Eye of the Night. It's the Eye of the Night that only the king can use. Everything in sight. Everything stagnates. Subduing the enemy without fighting. It is the Eye of the Night. This is just the legend of the Dark Knight Empress years ago. It was also she who made the Dark Knight demons stand tall among the 72 demon clans. Revered by all living beings. Even though history changes and replaces, many generations of kings have ruled the Dark Knight clan. But among them, only 3 could awaken the Eye of the Night. Compared to the number of kings, it is much less. This means becoming king doesn't necessarily mean possessing the Eye of the Night. But the person possessing the Eye of the Night will definitely become king. Yunshin stood there radiating majestic aura. His voice rang out. Here. Does anyone else have objections? Actually, in his heart, he felt exhausted. Too many stagnated targets. Dark magic consumption is much more than I imagined. A demon excitedly spoke up. That is the Eye of the Night. The most majestic symbol of the king. Others cheered happily. Like that, how can there be objections? Even Carlos's guards didn't dare to speak nonsense anymore. The meaning is very clear. Lords everywhere are nothing compared to the future king. Carlos felt a chill down his spine. Using the Eye of the Night on such a large scale. Dark magic consumption is also extremely terrifying. Stagnation time is only in a blink of an eye. Basically no help for combat. Normally speaking, one wouldn't make this choice. Why did he think of using it? Could it be? Looking at Little Ling and Little Yu always standing by Yunshin's side. He suddenly understood immediately. So angry he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Must be Logio Bella and Eli Bella who told him. The purpose is to let the people recognize the Eye of the Night. Calculations flashed through his mind. Now the situation is set. My choice is only one. Just making a decisive decision. The demon lord gave up and ran for his life. But Yunshin noticed. Wanna run? Eyes widened using the Eye of the Night. Directly making Carlos immobile in midair. Impossible. And then following gravity, he just fell freely. A loud bang exploded when he and the ground kissed intimately. Yunshin calmly judged. Subordinates of Carlos. You arbitrarily imprisoned my deacon and guards. Originally a capital crime. Then acted generous. Considering the weakened kingdom needs to avoid internal consumption. I give you a chance to atone for your crimes. Directing eyes towards him. Carlos's body was stagnated. Lost all resistance. He let the guards consider. Specifically what to do depends on you guys. Each of his guards started to turn against him. Lord Carlos. We apologize. Your biggest crime is slandering the new king. We sold our lives for you for many years. It should be your turn to protect our lives. This time he was terrified to the extreme, screaming and begging. Don't. Eyes exuding intense fear. When they approached. Don't. Yunshin walked step by step up to the highest throne. And stepped on the last step. Sat down on the throne and made an official declaration. From today onwards. I am the king of the Dark Knight demons. Little Ling and Little Yu were the first to bow respectfully. Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. A series of guards and demon lords chanted in unison. Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. The entire kingdom shared one action. Greetings, Dark Knight Monarch. From then on, Yunshin officially became the Dark Knight Monarch ranked 72nd in the 72 demon pillars. This news spread quickly. Very quickly spread throughout the dark world and aroused fierce reactions from demons everywhere. Demons in other places were dissatisfied. Dark Knight Monarch? The name sounds resounding, huh? A demon lord suddenly popping out can also claim to be king? Dark Knight demons finally declined. Like that is worthy of being ranked among the 72 clans like us? Ridiculous. At the 72 Pillars Conference Hall, monarchs from everywhere excitedly attended. Someone spoke up. Regarding the news of the Dark Knight Monarch. Surely you all know. I won't beat around the bush. Second pillar. The Devouring Lord calmly continued. Perhaps not long from now, we can also meet him at this place. Mockery poured down from everywhere. Devouring Lord. You mean to let him participate in the conference that only the 72 demon lords can participate in? Does he have this qualification? Winning a few demon lords, and he can claim to be king? Since when did the identity of the 72 demon lords become so cheap? Dark Knight demons don't even have a demon venerable. He just got lucky. I absolutely do not recognize him. Severing Knight suddenly spoke up. Why not decisively cross out the name of the Dark Knight demon clan? Let stronger demon clans fill the vacancy. 21st Pillar. Severing Knight Killing Machine smiled, as if speaking the truth. Keeping the position of the 72 demon clans for them is just a waste. The Devouring Lord continued. Correct. Because of that human named Xia Qingqing, the strong of the Dark Knight demons suffered heavy losses. But their foundation still remains. As long as there is land, sooner or later, new strong ones will be nurtured. Thinking of the new Yunxun before and giving an analysis. More importantly, we are currently conquering the human world. Mid-rank and low-rank demons are the main force of the battlefield. This key point. Their value is greater than many small demon clans. As long as enough war resources are paid, can contribute to the dark world. Whoever claims to be king is fine. Solemnly mentioned. If the Void Demon and the First Pillar were here, I think they would also agree with my decision. Other pillars were noisy like a market. Don't know where the First Pillar ran off to in recent years. Even the demons in his clan are nowhere to be seen. The Void Demon is even more erratic. After dividing the 72 kingdoms, haven't seen him again. Now everything relies on the Devouring Lord to make decisions. Real power is also in his hands. The Devouring Lord smirked, mocking that noisy crowd. Strength decides everything. Want my power? Just come and fight for it. The prerequisite is you have to be able to do it. Just finish speaking. The atmosphere became silent without a sound. Finally, the conference stopped. Latia was feeling indignant. Too excessive. Just a demon lord. Based on what can he be on equal footing with Lord Killing Machine? She sipped afternoon tea. This is the decision of the Devouring Lord. No one can refute. Dark Knight demons indeed have a relative foundation, although said to lack high-level strong ones in recent years, but never lacked contribution of battlefield supplies before. Her eyes became thoughtful. What bothers me is this Dark Knight monarch, also known as Lord Wuji, associating with previous events. His appearance is too unusual, like appearing from the void. First, he suddenly appeared at Tyloka Castle, quickly killed the original Lord Bode, and became the new lord. Less than a year later, he sat on the position of king, and continued to recount. Moreover, I also heard, after becoming a lord, he refused to pay war resources. The territory never conscripts soldiers. Before that, even the natives had never heard of Wu Ji's existence. All these traces are very unusual. Latia's brows furrowed deeper. Maybe he is a hermit living in the demon beast territory. This type of demon is rare, but not non-existent. They slaughtered demon beasts since childhood. Personal combat power is extremely strong, but because they rarely contact other demons, no one knows them. Severing Knight's legs swung gently, thinking of that possibility. Also very possible, but I have a bolder guess. She slowly explained. A year ago, Yunxun and Miao Ling of the human world were reverse teleported to this side. The landing point was our Severing Knight demon territory, supposed to be handled by us. Next stood up to repeat. So I sent Kalata. Unexpectedly, the pursuit failed. Discovered the Forbidden Mountain Range opened. Recalling the decision on that day. Considering the importance of the Forbidden Mountain Range. At that time, I gave up the pursuit. Thinking carefully now, the line of analysis gradually became more complete as she gave the geographical location. The other exit of the Forbidden Mountain Range just happens to be the territory of the Dark Knight demons. Moreover, the territory closest to that place is Tyloka Castle. Latia was dumbfounded by this coincidence. You mean? Actually, the Dark Knight monarch is the human Yunxin? Impossible. He has a thick dark aura on him. Demons watching the battle that day could also feel it. How could he be human? But her thoughts were not just that simple. Whether possible or not is not important. Many times doing something only needs a reason. If after becoming king, he continues to refuse paying war resources, adding this reason. Understood immediately. Lord Killing Machine. You mean? Severing Knight became more excited than ever. The Dark Knight Demon Kingdom only has foundation, but is full of temptation. At the Dark Knight Royal City, Baha couldn't help but express. Didn't expect Lord to really become king. I waited for this day for a long time. The guards were all happy to the point of madness. Yunshin smiled and replied, "Rest assured, we'll grant benefits to you." The kingdom was controlled by the 3 great demon lords for too long. Some important places are still better using our own demons to feel assured. Say, am I right? He quickly showed his sincerity. Lord, rest assured. I promise within a month to install our trusted aides into important positions in the royal city. By then, Lord will completely control everything. He reached out his hand. Then I leave it to you. Dismissed. He bowed respectfully. Next, Yunshun stood up to welcome acquaintances. All right. Little you, little Ling. Why did you two suddenly come here? Is it Teacher Xia's idea? Little you presented seriously. Correct. Our operation this time has 2 purposes. One is to find Mr. Yun and Miss Miaoling. Help you return. There is another purpose. Voice heavy when mentioning. Is to use the trump card the master left in the dark world. Yunshun was suspicious of these words. Trump card? What is that? Little you hesitated. This. Little Ling answered for her. We have to ask Master's opinion first. Only then can we confirm whether we can tell Mr. Yun. Immediately making him pay attention. You have a way to contact Teacher Xia? This is another world separated by a spatial barrier. Little you smiled and informed. Relying on human strength certainly can't do it. But what if it's the power of God? Happily introducing the convenient product. Relying on this special God-tier item obtained through sacrifice, we can easily contact the Master. Specific information about the God-tier Phantom Star, Trans-Image Mirror. Effect is to ignore all restrictions. Both parties holding this item can communicate freely. This is a gift bestowed by God. Just finished speaking, Qing Chung appeared. Little you, little Ling. Looking for me for something? Little you rejoiced when speaking. Master, look. We found Mr. Yun. Now he is very formidable. Became one of the 72 demon lords. Yun Chen waved his hand. Teacher Xia. Long time no see. Even Qing Chung was shocked by this news. 72 demon lords? Truly a great achievement. Must tell me in detail. After explaining everything thoroughly. So that's it. Although the situation in the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom is special, but defeating 3 demon lords is already huge progress. Just a pity I can't be by Yun Chen's side. Otherwise, I would have given you a big gift. Yun Chen kept a smile on his lips. Teacher Xia is too polite. You have given me a lot already. All right. Over here I have no news about the human world. How is the situation on the front lines lately? Face. She became serious. Very critical. That's why I wanted Little you. Little Ling to bring Yun Chun and Miao Ling back to transform on the battlefield. Now it seems. It's better for you to stay in the dark world. Yun Chun almost understood. Teacher Xia. You mean? She said it directly. The best way to reduce pressure on the front lines is to let the demons fight internally. That's right. I'm still not clear what level your current strength is at. Yunshin was also honest with her. Meeting a demon venerable, I'm not sure. At least those below demon venerable. I think I can beat them. In his heart was, at least I'm wearing a legendary set, so I'm still quite confident. This sentence startled both Little Yu and Little Ling. Good heavens. Mr. Yin said a very terrifying sentence. His meaning is that below demon venerable, no one is his enemy? Could it be he forgot Master's rank? Qing Chung laughed heartily. Interesting. Very interesting. Little Yu, Little Ling. Take him there. I will give him a small test.